Chapter 1. The Supreme Plunderer's Attribute System. Hey, look, Lin Chuan is back. Hee, I bet he's got a bruised face again. I told you, why provoke anyone when you could just avoid that bully Thompson? I remember Thompson was picking on Peter Parker before. Why has he now turned his attention to Lin Chuan? Central City High School. In the hallway, a cluster of blonde-haired, blue-eyed high school girls gathered together. They chattered about Lin Chuan in the distance, whose face was battered and bruised, and whose school uniform was even torn. Occasionally, they emitted a few peculiar laughs. When the conversation reached a peak of amusement, they exchanged playful banter. Your boyfriend? No, he's your boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Yet, Lin Chuan, the subject of their discussion, remained unperturbed by their raucous remarks echoing through the corridor. His expression was calm, with not a hint of turmoil within. Instead, he was preoccupied with a rather different matter. That is, how on earth did he end up in this world? A week prior, he had been immersed in an all-night gaming session of Black Myth. Wukong in his original world. Suddenly, everything went dark before he found himself in this comic book universe. In this realm, the infamous Iron Man was still a carefree playboy. The historical hero Captain America remained entombed in ice. And the Avengers were nowhere to be found. It seemed that the Marvel storyline had yet to unfold. However, upon further investigation, Lin Chuan was astonished to discover a white-haired old man capable of manipulating magnetic fields. Known as Magneto, there existed a colossal military and biological research corporation named Oscorp. In addition to the brilliant Dr. Banner, there was also Reed Richards, a child prodigy whose intellect rivaled his own, renowned since youth for his genius. When Lin Chuan made this realization, he was utterly dumbfounded. Merely existing in a Marvel Cinematic Universe was already a daunting challenge for an ordinary person. Now, it seemed to have merged with the X-Men, the original Spider-Man world, and the Fantastic Four. Wasn't this a direct path to disaster for a mere mortal like him? But that was not the worst part. The most dreadful aspect was the original owner's identity. The original owner was of Chinese descent, orphaned at an early age, left only with a modest house. Perhaps due to being born in a foreign land or being orphaned, the original owner's character was reclusive and timid. He had often been bullied by the school's bullies. Before Lin Chuan's arrival, the original owner, much like Peter Parker, was one of Thompson's victims at Central City High School. Asian, orphan, impoverished, reclusive. These labels ensured that the original owner's school life was far from pleasant. However, Lin Chuan, having crossed over, could not tolerate such indignities. Having transcended realms, every day henceforth was a gain. How could he allow himself to be bullied by this group? Thus, on his very first day after the transition, he boldly grabbed a desk and chair, confronting Thompson and his gang. In the following days, Lin Chuan relentlessly sought out Thompson and his crew for confrontations. The group, led by Thompson, who had long bullied the original owner, was taken. Abacked by Lin Chuan's audacity to resist, feeling their status was provoked, they immediately engaged in a confrontation with Lin Chuan. In summary, the situation escalated to a stalemate where neither party was willing to concede. As Lin Chuan's thoughts returned to the present, he touched the bruises on his arm, involuntarily inhaling sharply. The force exerted by these school bullies was indeed severe. The blonde high school girls, who had been discussing him, erupted into louder laughter upon witnessing his reaction. Ha ha ha. Now you feel the pain, don't you? Exactly. Fighting with Thompson and his gang daily, thinking he's so tough. Who does he think he is? Hearing their taunts, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. In his previous life, he had watched plenty of American dramas and had always assumed that the mean girls depicted were merely a figment of cinematic imagination. However, after a week in this world, he realized that such individuals truly existed, with their sharp and caustic remarks. Yet considering they were girls, retaliating in public seemed beneath him. Just as Lin Chuan contemplated gathering himself to head home, a cold female voice pierced through the air behind him. Shut your mouths. With her words, the previously sharp-tongued mean girls fell silent. Surprised by the sudden shift in atmosphere, Lin Chuan turned to see a girl standing before the group of high school girls, clad in a white hoodie and black skinny jeans with golden short hair and 2 eyebrow piercings above her right brow. Despite the disparity in numbers, her presence exuded confidence and authority. Upon seeing the blonde girl, Lin Chuan's eyes flickered with recognition as her information flashed through his mind. Gwen Stacy, one of Marvel's most popular heroines. In certain parallel universes, she had become a female version of Spider-Man, known for her valor in combating crime and her independent, vibrant personality in daily life. She was the dream of countless young men. What could possibly motivate such a remarkable individual to stand up for him? Curiosity piqued, he observed her. At that moment, the previously mocking high school girls suddenly appeared flustered, glancing around nervously. Individuals like them thrived on bullying the weak, someone like Lin Chuan, who embodied the Asian, orphan, impoverished, socially awkward archetype, was an easy target for their mockery. However, Gwen was not someone to be trifled with. She was one of the lead singers in the school band and had received widespread acclaim during a campus performance last month. Known for her independence and unique personality, she certainly did not seem like an easy mark. Moreover, her father was the chief of the New York City Police Department. Though Lin Chuan could not fathom why Gwen would choose to defend him, he could not help but feel a sense of intrigue. However, to offend Gwen is undoubtedly to invite trouble. Thus, among the group of high school girls, there was a leader-like figure who feigned composure as she spoke. What do you want? Forget it, this is pointless. Let's go. With that, she led her entourage away in defeat. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chuan could not help but express his admiration. Indeed, Gwen is destined to become Spider-Man. Her presence is truly commanding. Suddenly, after dispersing the group of girls, Gwen turned and approached Lin Chuan. What's the matter? Sensing the refreshing aroma of the young girl, Lin Chuan inquired. Well, you have been quite courageous these past few days. I believe you should have acted like this sooner, Gwen said, twirling her hair and gazing at Lin Chuan with admiration. She continued, but take care of your injuries. Here, this is for you. As she spoke, she handed Lin Chuan an item. Upon receiving it, Lin Chuan discovered it was an expensive topical ointment, reputed for its remarkable healing properties. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why would Gwen offer him such an ointment? Logically, the original owner of this body was merely an inconspicuous figure at school, with no connection to the popular campus celebrity Gwen. Why today did she stand up for him and provide him with ointment? Thus Lin Chuan asked, Gwen, why are you helping me? Gwen turned, waved her hand dismissively, and replied casually, perhaps it's because my father is a police officer. With that, she left Lin Chuan with a graceful silhouette as she departed from the school. Lin Chuan observed Gwen's retreating figure, lost in thought. Growing up in a family of law enforcement, Gwen undoubtedly harbors a sense of justice. Much like the storyline in the Garfield movie, when Gwen confronted Thompson's aggression towards Garfield, she was the first to intervene and halt Thompson's misdeeds. This illustrates that Gwen possesses a commendable character. Thus, it is hardly surprising that she would defend him today. Holding the ointment in his hand, Lin Chuan reminisced about Gwen's earlier display of support. A slight smile crept upon his lips, lifting his spirits somewhat. However, after a few minutes, his brow furrowed once more. Though this ointment may alleviate his discomfort, it ultimately addresses only the symptoms, not the root of the problem. Unless Thompson is dealt with, no amount of ointment will suffice. Yet relying solely on himself, coupled with this frail body weakened by poverty, there is a genuine risk that one day, during a confrontation with Thompson, he could end up in the ICU. Having traversed dimensions, it would be a shame to perish without ever confronting the likes of Loki, Ultron, Dr. Lizard, Dormammu, Green Goblin, or Thanos. To succumb to an unknown bully at Midtown High would be exceedingly frustrating. What to do now? Just as Lin Chuan was enveloped in his worries, that a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have bound the God-level Plunder attribute system. Chapter 2. Shall we venture into Hell's Kitchen to procure some weapons? Upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Lin Chuan's heart soared with joy. It has arrived. The benefits of the system for traversers have finally come. From now on, he would rely on it to punch Thanos and trample Dormammu. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan promptly opened the system to explore its features. After a thorough examination, Lin Chuan was astonished to discover that although this system was named the Supreme Plundering Skill System, he had actually acquired 3 distinct abilities. The first was an infinitely vast storage space. He could store and retrieve any object at will, and anything placed within this space would remain in a state of temporal stasis. In other words, if Lin Chuan stored drinking water, food, or metals in this space, even after 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years, they would remain unspoiled. This ability was nothing short of monstrous. The second ability was rather intriguing. Lin Chuan gazed at the countdown on the system panel, a playful expression crossing his face. This second ability allowed Lin Chuan to traverse to the world of black myth, Wukong, every 3 days. He could only return to the real world after spending a full 6 hours in the world of black myth. Moreover, when he transitioned from the Marvel universe to the black myth realm, time in that world would come to a standstill. Conversely, the same applied when shifting back. Although it was an ability, Lin Chuan felt it was more of a system mandate, as the act of traveling to another world was not initiated by his own volition but rather enforced by the system. The time until his next journey was set for precisely midnight tonight. Considering that school ended at 3 in the afternoon, Lin Chuan had a mere 9 hours to prepare, an undeniably pressing situation. It was vital to recognize that the black myth world was teeming with myriad monsters and deities. without even mentioning formidable later-stage bosses like the Tiger Vanguard, Erlangen, the Four Heavenly Kings, or the remnant body of the Great Sage. Even the initial adversaries such as the Big Head Baby and the Black Bear Spirit would pose insurmountable challenges for an ordinary person. In the original Journey to the West, these were ruthless creatures known for their indiscriminate violence, having harmed countless lives. To embark on such a journey unprepared would be tantamount to courting death. One could say that the Black Myth world was a realm brimming with infinite dangers and capricious twists. However, within these risks lay opportunities. Lin Chuan's third ability was the supreme plundering skill. Upon defeating or vanquishing an enemy, he could seize their abilities, referred to as skills. These skills were categorized by rarity, ranging from white, green, blue, red, purple, gold, to multicolored, special. Upon discovering this ability, Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just imagine, if he could plunder the skill of 72 transformations from Erlangen, if he could acquire Law of Heaven and Earth from the Four Heavenly Kings, if he could obtain Martial Arts Divine Connection from the remnant body of the Great Sage. Isn't that akin to taking off from the same spot? In the realm of reality, even Thanos would refer to himself as father in such a situation, and Dormammu would have to acknowledge him as little brother. The mere thought of this exhilarates him. After taking a few deep breaths to calm his mind, Lin Chuan began to ponder how he could prepare in the remaining 9 hours to ensure his survival in the perilous world of Black Myth. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. He realized that whether gods or demons, they were ultimately carbon-based life forms. If he unleashed a barrage from powerful thermal weapons, they should indeed succumb to death, shouldn't they? In the early stages, the protagonist will confront minor creatures such as ordinary snake demons, wolf demons, and rat demons using thermal weapons, while formidable foes like Guangji, Guangmo, Guhu Yuan, and the demon king Ling Suzi, as well as the Black Bear Spirit, will be defeated later through special abilities. Rest assured, dear readers, as the story unfolds, with a sense of resolve, Lin Chuan concluded that he needed to procure some weapons from Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen is a rectangular area located on the west side of Manhattan, New York. In this notorious locale, firearms proliferate and crime runs rampant. Every 5 minutes, a robbery occurs, and every half day, a murder takes place. Under the protection of the notorious Kingpin, this place is a veritable paradise for criminals. It can be likened to an American version of Kowloon Walled City. Lin Chuan's objective in this venture is to acquire firearms and ammunition. Although the American Second Amendment permits citizens to bear arms, one must possess a gun license to purchase a handgun from a gun shop. As a young orphan of Asian descent, Lin Chuan had no means of obtaining such a license. Therefore, the most expedient way to acquire weapons within the limited time frame of 9 hours was to venture into this criminal haven known as Hell's Kitchen. This area, often referred to as Little Gotham, is fraught with the potential for criminal activity at any moment. It would be quite unreasonable for any passerby not to carry a handgun in such a perilous environment. After disembarking from the bus, Lin Chuan felt the thinness of his wallet in his pocket and surveyed his surroundings. His eyes narrowed slightly as he approached a rather dilapidated gun shop with a modest storefront. Upon pushing open the door, the first words he heard were the proprietor's warm greeting. "Welcome. Get lost. We don't serve poor folks here." Lin Chuan looked up to see a burly man at the counter, sporting a scruffy beard, weighing at least 300 pounds. With a prominent belly and a fierce expression that suggested he was not to be trifled with. In response to the owner's tirade, Lin Chuan felt no anger. Instead, he managed to smile. Indeed, his somewhat tattered school uniform, which bore signs of wear, and his disheveled appearance could easily lead others to underestimate him. Maintaining his composure, Lin Chuan stepped forward and softly said, "Boss, I understand that my current appearance may not meet your standards, but what? Coming here without money to make a purchase? Get out of my shop at once. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The shopkeeper brusquely interrupted Lin Chuan's words. Tearing off his shirt with a sudden motion, revealing his grotesque bulk, he exuded an air of menace, as if to say, "If you utter another word, I shall end you." Observing this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Threats? He had little fear of them. If he were intimidated by threats, he would never have dared to confront Thompson and his gang of bullies during the past week since his arrival. Originally, he had intended to engage the shopkeeper in a civil conversation, but given the current atmosphere, it seemed that more forceful measures were required. Noticing that Lin Chuan showed no signs of leaving, the shopkeeper grew increasingly irate. He rudely stepped out from behind the counter, grabbing a broom, intending to forcibly eject Lin Chuan. However, in the next instant, Lin Chuan's left hand moved like lightning. A glint of silver flashed through the air as he plunged a sharp knife into the shopkeeper's left palm, pinning it firmly to the floor. Ugh. The shopkeeper felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Just as he was about to scream, Lin Chuan swiftly stuffed a wad of coarse cloth into his mouth, silencing any cries of agony. Gazing at the shopkeeper, writhing on the floor like a tormented worm, Lin Chuan maintained a calm smile. "Feeling the pain, are we?" The shopkeeper, drenched in sweat, struggled to dislodge the knife embedded in his palm. Yet the blade was lodged in the tiled floor, rendering it impossible to remove. Each attempt to pull it out only exacerbated the agony, as the knife's edge tugged at the nerves in his right hand, intensifying his suffering. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, the shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with a pleading expression. Lin Chuan, satisfied with the shopkeeper's reaction, nodded in approval and said, "Now, let us discuss the matter of purchasing weapons." Chapter 3. The journey begins. Destination: the world of black myth. After a moment, the shopkeeper, whose right hand had been hastily bandaged, returned to his counter. He gazed at the spot on his hand, still oozing crimson, feeling a pang of dread within. How could the seemingly unremarkable young man display such a callous disregard for human life? Just a second ago, he had been laughing with someone, and now he had so ruthlessly disarmed another. Such a temperament was chillingly fierce. Moreover, he was still so young. The shopkeeper mused that if this young man continued on this path, he might not reach the heights of figures like Jean Bing or Night Demon. But becoming a top-tier enforcer like the Bullseye was certainly within reach. "Are you ready?" Lin Chuan inquired impatiently, noticing the shopkeeper's dazed expression. "Ah, yes, young brother. What weapons do you wish to purchase?" The shopkeeper replied, bowing and scraping, his earlier bravado vanished. Without further ado, Lin Chuan stated plainly, "Prepare for me 2 M1911 pistols, 2 AK-47s, and 1 P90 submachine gun, each with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, I require 20 grenades, 10 smoke bombs, 10 Molotov cocktails, and 5 flashbangs." "Oh, and you have bulletproof vests and tactical helmets, correct? I would like 2 sets of those as well." The shopkeeper's jaw dropped in astonishment at Lin Chuan's unrelenting demand. "Brother, you look barely out of high school. Must you be so formidable? With such an arsenal, you could wipe out a small gang. I hope to not see your face on the front page of Tomorrow's Herald." Seeing the shopkeeper frozen in place, Lin Chuan frowned in displeasure. "What's the matter? Is there an issue?" No issues at all." The shopkeeper hastily shook his head, quickly turning to fetch the requested weapons. "By the way, aren't you curious what I plan to do with these weapons?" Lin Chuan asked. His curiosity piqued as he observed the shopkeeper's busy figure. "Little brother, this is Hell's Kitchen. Whatever you intend to do with these weapons does not surprise me. It's akin to selling kitchen knives. I'm merely responsible for the sale. Whether you use them to butcher pigs or for other purposes is beyond my concern." The shopkeeper explained while retrieving Lin Chuan's desired arsenal from the storeroom. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, in a place like Hell's Kitchen, it would be utterly absurd for the shopkeeper to pry into the intentions behind one's weaponry. A few minutes later, the shopkeeper laid out all the weapons and gear on the table, declaring, "All right, brother, here are the weapons you requested, totaling $205,000. Let us round it off to 200,000. Will you be paying by card or cash?" "Cash." Lin Chuan retrieved a $1,000 bill from his wallet and handed it over. The shopkeeper stared at the meager amount of cash before him, a sum so paltry it seemed it could be whisked away by the slightest breeze. He was dumbfounded. "Wait, are you joking with me? Even if you possess incredible martial prowess, you can't possibly expect to pay with this." The shopkeeper's gaze turned perilous. Lin Chuan remained unperturbed as he explained, "The money. I don't have that much at once. But who is Thompson? Am I the type to evade my debts?" He gestured to his school uniform and continued. "Do you see this? This is the uniform of Zhongqing High School. Tomorrow afternoon at 3, meet me at the school gate, and I, Thompson, shall repay you. If not, you are free to do as you wish with me." Upon hearing Lin Chuan's resolute tone, the shopkeeper's demeanor softened somewhat. Indeed, today he had been at a disadvantage, conceding to a hidden loss. He accepted this. However, once he gathered his allies tomorrow, if that young Thompson dared to pull any tricks, he would be dealt with ruthlessly. After a moment's contemplation, the shopkeeper donned a friendly smile, bidding Lin Chuan farewell. Later that evening, Lin Chuan returned to his dilapidated little house. With a wave of his hand, an assortment of weapons and equipment worth $210,000 materialized from thin air, crashing to the ground. Staring at the pile of arms that resembled a small mountain, Lin Chuan found it hard to comprehend. Had he truly spent over $200,000 just like that? Were firearms and ammunition this exorbitant? In his previous life, Lin Chuan was merely an ordinary wage earner, managing to earn around $200,000 a year, which was commendable. Yet today, he had squandered over $200,000 in a single day. And this was in dollars. When converted to Chinese yuan, it amounted to over $1 million. "Goodness," he exclaimed. This was quite a feat. Nevertheless, despite the substantial expenditure, Lin Chuan felt little remorse. After all, if debts were incurred, it would be Thompson who would face the consequences. Regaining his focus, Lin Chuan began preparing for the imminent journey to another realm. He meticulously checked the provisions and drinking water purchased earlier, donned a tactical helmet and a bulletproof vest, secured an M1911 pistol at his right hip, and attached a grenade and a smoke bomb to his left. He slung a P90 submachine gun over one shoulder and an AK-47 over the other. Finally, He scoured the internet for relevant combat footage to study. As time slipped by quietly, less than 10 minutes remained before his transition to the world of black myth. Lin Chuan shut down his computer, lamenting the brevity of his preparation time. 9 hours felt insufficient. Had he been granted more time, he would have felt more assured. Despite the advantage of firearms, which could easily dispatch a small gang, surviving for 6 hours in a world teeming with monsters and deities posed considerable challenges. What if, upon his arrival, he were to confront 100,000 heavenly soldiers? Or face the remnants of the great sage himself? The weapons he possessed were utterly futile. Disturbed, Lin Chuan wished to spend the remaining 10 minutes scrolling through his phone to alleviate his anxiety. After all, if the situation truly unfolded as grimly as he envisioned, this might be his last opportunity to indulge in such distractions. Lying on his bed, Lin Chuan casually browsed the news on his device. Tony Stark, a pivotal figure of Stark Industries, has been missing in Afghanistan for an entire month. An elderly man succumbed to poisoning after consuming guarana soda from Brazil, prompting his family to consider legal action against the company responsible for its production. Reports indicate that a netizen encountered a dashing young man with a thick mane of body hair in a tavern, while his grandfather, accompanying him that day, excitedly proclaimed that he had met someone identical to the young man on the battlegrounds of World War II. Subsequently, the young man mysteriously vanished. Oscorp has faced 2 consecutive years of losses and may confront bankruptcy this year. As Lin Chuan perused the headlines, he couldn't help but reflect. Tony Stark, the Hulk, Wolverine, Norman Osborn. These individuals each embarked on their own narratives, gradually surfacing. In this universe of American comics, how many characters and forces lay concealed beneath the surface? And was he truly content to remain an ordinary person on this grand stage? Did he not yearn to witness the splendor of this world? Participation in this realm, and the chance to become a protagonist, hinged upon one's strength. The means to acquire such power for him lay within the realm of dark mythology. Contemplating this, Lin Chuan's restless heart gradually found tranquility. Having traversed once, what was the significance of another journey? A smile graced his lips as he caressed the weapons in his grasp. The countdown before him was nearing its conclusion. 00, 003, 00, 002, 00, 001, 00, 00, 00. The journey begins. Chapter 4. Merely a firewood stick once upon a time. The great sage Sun Wukong escorted the monk Tang Xing to acquire the Buddhist scriptures from the West, ultimately attaining the title of victorious fighting Buddha. However, his life was one of unrestrained freedom, and he cherished liberty above all else. He voluntarily relinquished his position in the celestial hierarchy and returned to Flower Fruit Mountain to share joy with us. Yet, little did he know, the heavenly court could not abide the great sage's carefree existence. The celestial soldiers once again besieged Flower Fruit Mountain, resulting in countless casualties among the monkeys. In pursuit of justice for us, the great sage ascended to the heavenly court, only to find himself condemned back to the spirit stone. Alas, what a lamentable fate for Flower Fruit Mountain. A dozen young monkeys gathered at the mountain's summit, listening intently to an elderly monkey clad in a coarse white robe, his neck adorned with a string of Buddhist beads, as he recounted tales of the great sage Sun Wukong. They chattered softly amongst themselves. Despite being a monkey, the elder possessed the ability to articulate human speech. The humans dwelling at the foot of Flower Fruit Mountain speculated about the old monkey's true identity. Some claimed he was an earthly incarnation of a celestial deity, perhaps Guanyin. Others insisted he was the great sage's master from the South Sea, the Bodhi Patriarch. Some even suggested he was the reincarnation of the great sage himself, and others posited. Yet, regardless of the external commotion to the young monkeys, the old monkey was simply an elderly monkey. He consistently donned the same attire, maintained the same posture, and recited the same tales. Sometimes, a throng of listeners surrounded him. At other times, the mountaintop lay deserted. Nevertheless, the old monkey remained oblivious, continuing his narration. Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, his right hand grasping the P-90 submachine gun swiftly rose. His left hand had already disengaged the safety pin from a grenade. In the fleeting moment, should he detect any anomaly, he would unhesitatingly hurl the grenade and unleash a barrage of bullets. Yet, upon discerning his environment, Lin Chuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, how fortunate. He had not encountered the ominous fate of facing 100,000 celestial soldiers or the remnants of the great sage upon awakening. Instead, he found himself in a narrative segment of the dark mythical game considered the safest, a moment meant for the destined to hear the old monkey's tale. Preparing to venture to Black Wind Mountain to reclaim one of the great sage's 6 roots. Indeed, Lin Chuan realized he had traversed into the realm of black myth, becoming the fated individual clad in monkey fur. As for his transformation into a monkey, Lin Chuan felt little resistance. After all, he remembered that if everything proceeded smoothly, He would ultimately inherit all of the great sage's memories and will, becoming, in a certain sense, Sun Wukong himself. Who among the youth has not dreamed of becoming the great sage? Thus, Lin Chuan felt a profound joy at his transmigration into the role of the destined individual. Meanwhile, the old monkey continued to stand with his hands clasped behind his back, bent slightly, and solemnly narrate the saga of the great sage. Although the great sage had returned to the spirit stone, that very stone was, in fact, a fragment of the multicolored stone that Nuwa had dropped while mending the heavens. By nature, it bestowed upon him the powers of immortality. Though transformed into a spirit stone and unfortunate in death, his soul did not dissipate. Instead, it manifested as the 6 roots, scattered across the vast expanse of the divine land. Thus, the legend of the great sage's 6 roots was born. Having concluded his tale, the old monkey turned around and placed a hand on Lin Chuan's shoulder, who was a head taller than him. He continued, among this group of unruly monkeys, you possess the most ambition. Alas, I am old and weary, unable to continue. The task of seeking the great sage's 6 roots and bringing him back to this world falls upon you. Lin Chuan nodded earnestly. Although he had just traversed into this realm, the influence of the original owner instilled in him a deep respect for the old monkey. Faced with the task entrusted to him, he naturally wished to meet his expectations. Little monkey, what is that you have there? What happened to the staff I gave you? The old monkey, having been patting Lin Chuan's shoulder, suddenly recalled something and pointed at the P-90 submachine gun in Lin Chuan's hands. Lin Chuan's lips twitched slightly. What do you want me to say? Should I tell you that this is a P-90 submachine gun, compatible with 5.7 by 28 mm ammunition, boasting a firing rate of 14 rounds per second? Capable of wiping out all the monkeys on the mountaintop in less than 30 seconds? If I were to say that, you would surely think I'm a fool. After a moment's thought, Lin Chuan maintained a calm demeanor and replied, it's nothing, just a fire stick. The old monkey raised an eyebrow in confusion. A fire stick? He gestured for Lin Chuan to show it to him. After pondering, Lin Chuan disengaged the safety and handed the P-90 to the old monkey. The old monkey scrutinized the strange object, which was no longer than an arm's length, filled with curiosity. How peculiar. This fire stick is neither wooden nor metallic, yet it is remarkably light. The design is odd, and it is not even solid in the middle. There is a loose part at the bottom. Little monkey, are you certain this can be of any use? As the old monkey brought his eyes closer to the barrel, he inadvertently pulled the trigger a few times. Lin Chuan watched the old monkey's actions with his heart racing. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Old monkey, do you realize that what you just did is more reckless than a seasoned fool? I thought you were merely inspecting it. But who would have guessed you would pull the trigger while aiming it at your own eye? Fortunately, he had been cautious enough to engage the safety. Otherwise, he would have been the one to inadvertently cause the demise of the village chief of this novice village within mere minutes of his arrival. After a moment of playing with the gun, the old monkey, unable to discern its utility, returned the P-90 to Lin Chuan. He sighed and said, very well, very well. The world of youth is beyond my comprehension. If you believe it to be useful, then keep it. Now, let us descend the mountain with that. The old monkey extended a frail finger. Before Lin Chuan could react, a point appeared at the center of his brow. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. A gentle breeze swept by, and leaves fell. Lin Chuan abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself surrounded by a dense thicket of trees, with the ground strewn with gravel and several massive, moss-covered Buddha heads nearby. An instinctive realization struck him. He had arrived at the first dungeon of the Black Myth world. Black Wind Mountain. At this thought, Lin Chuan's muscles tensed, and his expression shifted to one of anxiety. He had just stepped out of the safest of novice villages. From now on, he would have to face whatever challenges arose all on his own. Caution was imperative. With this in mind, Lin Chuan disengaged the safeties of his M1911 pistol and P-90 submachine gun, chambering the bullets. Should any monsters approach, he would not hesitate to unleash a barrage of gunfire. At that moment, he glanced at the countdown before him. 5:29, 59, 5:29, 58, 5:29, 57. This signified that he would need to remain here for an additional 5.5 hours before he could return to the real world. For the first time, Lin Chuan felt that time was stretching unbearably long. Suddenly, he heard the sound of leaves being crushed nearby. Straining his eyes, he saw 2 small wolf demons clad in coarse linen garments making their way toward him. Information regarding these wolf demons materialized before him. Wolf brute, identity, demon soldier, attributes, stout build, white, timid as a mouse, white. Some martial skill, white, wolf scout, identity, demon soldier, attributes, strong build, white, some martial skill, white, initial demon aura, white. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Was this the system's mechanism? The ability to perceive the attributes of his adversaries? Moreover, by defeating or killing them, he could seize their attributes. With this knowledge, he decided to test his strength against a wolf demon first. Chapter 5. The Plunder of Words. The journey to strength begins. Big brother, Please, slow down. The stout wolf warrior gasped for breath as he called out to the rapid-footed wolf scout ahead. The wolf scout, with a tinge of exasperation, halted his pace and glanced back at the panting wolf warrior, remarking, "Ever since that last banquet, you have been indulging in food. And I recall you were not this rotund before. At this sluggish pace, you will surely fail to complete the king's task of patrolling the mountains." At that moment, the wolf warrior finally caught up with the wolf scout, grumbling, "Patrol, patrol, day in and day out, it's utterly tedious. I would much prefer to be a commoner down in the valley, tending a fire, cooking meals, and living a carefree life with a spouse and children." Upon hearing this, the wolf scout smirked derisively. "You wish to live like a commoner, to toil for wealth like a beast of burden? Such thoughts are rather lowly. In my view, there is far more joy in being a creature of mischief than in being merely human. Look, fortune comes to those who are destined." As he spoke, the wolf scout pointed to a fresh peach adorned with droplets of water that had mysteriously appeared on the ground. Approaching it, he picked it up with a grin of delight. "Ha ha, today is indeed a fortuitous day," he exclaimed, preparing to savor the peach with great relish. The wolf warrior, eyeing the luscious peach destined for the wolf scout's mouth, felt his mouth water. Just as he was about to implore his brother to share a morsel, a series of rapid gunfire rang out. The wolf scout, who had moments before displayed a look of contentment, suddenly bore several gruesome wounds on his face. With a resounding thud, the wolf scout collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The wolf warrior, feeling the splatter of warm blood that had hit his face, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. In a state of utter despair, he shouted, "Monster! A monster!" Cowardly as he was, he completely forgot that he too was a creature of the night. "Silence! Shut your mouth." Lin Chuan emerged from behind a large tree, brandishing an AK-47 aimed directly at the wolf warrior's head. His voice was menacing as he warned, "If you make another sound, you shall meet the same fate as the wolf scout lying on the ground." The already timid wolf warrior, confronted by the strange figure wielding a fiery stick, found his mind racing back to a banquet hosted by the Black Wind King, where he had heard tales of celestial beings clad in peculiar attire, capable of delivering death from a distance without physical contact. The sight before him, this monkey-like creature wielding a mere stick yet able to dispatch his brother from several meters away, could only be described as divine. In a desperate plea, he promptly knelt and begged, "Celestial Elder, please spare my life, spare me." Lin Chuan, gazing at the lifeless form of the wolf scout, riddled with gaping wounds and drenched in blood, contemplated the formidable power of the M1911 weapon. Upon hearing the moniker bestowed upon him by the wolf brute, a chuckle escaped Lin Chuan's lips. "Grandfather Immortal, you call me Grandfather Immortal?" The wolf brute, somewhat perplexed by Lin Chuan's teasing retort, nonetheless mustered the courage to respond. I had the fortune of hearing from the great king, who returned from the South Sea to learn the arts, that there exist celestial beings capable of vanquishing foes without physical contact. It is my humble belief that you, being able to eliminate my elder brother from several meters away, must also be one of these heavenly beings, hence the title Grandfather Immortal." A smile crept onto Lin Chuan's face. Indeed, the advent of firearms does render a significant advantage over traditional weaponry. It is little wonder that the creatures refer to him as a celestial being. However, Lin Chuan found himself curious. If Amir M1911 warrants such an exalted title, what appellation might he acquire should he soon procure a nanotech suit from Stark Industries? Perhaps celestial being? Buddha? Jade Emperor? He shook his head, casting aside the whimsical thoughts. Pointing the M1911 at the wolf brute, Lin Chuan declared, "I am newly arrived in this realm and require pertinent information about it. I will ask you a question, and you shall answer truthfully. Should you choose to withhold information or entertain any deceitful thoughts," he gestured towards the lifeless wolf scout, continuing, "He is your fate." The wolf brute nodded vigorously, his heart racing at the thought of how imposing this heavenly being truly was. Satisfied, Lin Chuan inquired, "Very well, first, tell me where this place is. Who are the demon soldiers, generals, and kings? What is their respective number?" The wolf brute hastily divulged, in response to Grandfather Immortal. "This is the Songlong Forest. The demon soldiers are categorized into brutes, scouts, assassins, swordsmen, archers, and guards, all of whom are wolf demons, totaling roughly 1,000. As for the demon generals, there are the Guardian of the Courtyard, the wolf sect instructor Guangxi, and another resembling Elder Jinch from years past, known as the Phantom of Gold and Silver Stones. The Demon King, however, is the esteemed Link Suzi, who has long held fort at the Guanyin Zen Institute." Upon hearing the wolf brute's response, Lin Chuan frowned, displeasure evident as he discharged his weapon into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The already soft and damp earth immediately erupted with several large craters. The wolf brute jumped in fright, uncertain of what he had said to provoke the ire of this Grandfather Immortal. Lin Chuan queried, "You claim this is Songlong Forest? Yet I distinctly recall it being Haifeng Mountain. Moreover, what of Guangmo, Bai Xiushi, Jinch, and Haifeng?" Why did you not mention their names? Speak. Faced with Lin Chuan's interrogation, the wolf brute protested vehemently. It is unjust, grandfather immortal. This is indeed Songlong Forest. The Hafeng Mountain you speak of comprises Songlong Forest, Sueju Forest, and Hafeng Cave. After all, the vast expanse of the Songlong Forest requires at least half a day's journey for an ordinary person to traverse. The little demon presumed that you merely sought to understand the Songlong Forest and thus refrained from elaborating further. Pausing for a moment, the wolf warrior swallowed hard and continued. As for the broad scheme you mentioned, the gentleman in white resides in the Emerald Bamboo Grove, a place teeming with serpent demons, which lies beyond our wolf demon territory. Our elders typically forbid us from wandering into such areas, hence my limited knowledge about it. Regarding the Black Wind King, he occupies the Black Wind Cave exclusively. Unless a banquet is held, we ordinary little demons would hardly ever get a glimpse of him. Perhaps only those of the Demon General or Demon King rank might have regular encounters. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Chuan's expression softened. It indeed seemed to be the case. He could hardly blame himself for forgetting this matter, considering that during his previous gameplay of Black Myth, Wukong, the developers had not implemented a minimap feature. He had relied solely on his own navigation, often getting lost in the process. His familiarity with the map and the division of powers within the world of Black Myth was rather limited. Realizing that he could extract no further useful information from the wolf warrior, Lin Chuan waved his hand and said, "Very well, you may leave. I am inherently kind-hearted and would not harm a demon." The wolf warrior glanced at the lifeless body of his fallen comrade on the ground, his lips twitching uncontrollably. "Dear sir, might I inquire what you were truly saying? Kind-hearted by nature? Would not harm a demon? Then pray tell, whose corpse lies before us? Such shamelessness is truly astonishing." Chapter 6, Can the entries be upgraded? Within the heart of the wolf warrior, a torrent of frustration surged. Yet, the circumstances compelled him to feign goodwill, contemplating a temporary retreat. Once distanced, he would promptly inform the king and ally with other wolf demons to jointly hunt down this monkey. Thus, he pretended to be cordial, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder," and prepared to take his leave. However, before he could take more than a few steps, two resounding thuds echoed. The wolf warrior felt a sudden warmth in his chest and looked down to find two gaping wounds, blood flowing profusely from them. This was a penetrating injury, and he sensed his vitality swiftly waning. Turning back, he beheld the elder with a smoking stick in hand, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, the wolf warrior inquired, "Elder, did you not proclaim a benevolent nature, vowing not to harm demons?" Observing the bleeding wolf warrior, Lin Chuan approached, raising his M1911 to the creature's forehead, and softly replied, "Oh, did I ever say that? You must have misheard." With that, he pulled the trigger with a resounding bang, ending the wolf warrior's life. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the wolf warrior. You have acquired a new entry, proficient in martial arts, white. Lin Chuan felt little psychological burden regarding the betrayal involved in killing the wolf warrior. It is essential to remember that demons are, after all, demons. They are man-eaters. The common folk at the foot of the mountain had suffered greatly under their torment. Otherwise, the wolf demons of the Songlong Forest, numbering in the thousands, would not survive without engaging in agriculture. The implications of their existence are indeed chilling. Lin Chuan paid little heed to the deaths of the two wolf demons, yet he was quite attentive to the system's notification. In fact, it was not merely the wolf warrior, he had also heard the system's prompt upon slaying the wolf scout. At that time, his focus was entirely on extracting information from the wolf warrior, rendering him indifferent to the notification. With some leisure now, he resolved to examine it closely. System. Open the personal panel. As the words left his lips, a translucent panel materialized before him. Name, Lin Chuan. Identity, Chosen One. Entries owned, proficient in martial arts, white, 1-100, strong and sturdy, white, 1-100. Initial signs of demon energy, white, 1-100. Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the meaning of each entry. Proficient in martial arts, white. You possess a rudimentary understanding of various martial arts, belonging to the realm of a novice. Further effort is required. Strong and sturdy, white. Your physique is somewhat superior to that of an average person, yet you remain quite distant from true dominance. The initial manifestation of demonic energy, you possess a degree of demonic aura that can be perceived by those who practice the path of cultivation, revealing a greenish essence that can instill a certain level of intimidation in ordinary mortals. Lin Chuan leaned against a nearby tree, contemplating the newfound attributes he had acquired. To put it simply, he had gained 3 skills: enhanced physique, heightened charisma, and a rudimentary understanding of martial arts. The enhancement of his physique became evident after he vanquished the wolf scout. In the realm of reality, the original owner of this body had suffered from chronic poverty, leading to a frail constitution that persisted even after transitioning into the world of Black Myth. In contrast to the destiny bearers Lin Chuan had encountered in his previous life, who were significantly more robust than the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain. He could distinctly feel that upon his arrival in this new world, he appeared somewhat slender and frail. Thus, when he discharged his firearm to slay the Wolf Scout, his right arm bore the brunt of the gun's recoil. However, after defeating the Wolf Scout and acquiring the attribute of robust physique, Lin Chuan felt a surge of warmth course through his limbs and torso. The muscles beneath his skin seemed to swell considerably, and his height surged from 178 centimeters to an impressive 183 centimeters. If one were to draw a comparison, Lin Chuan believed that with his current physique, he could rival Thompson, the school bully who had tormented him throughout his time at Zhongqing High School, perhaps even surpassing him. In terms of sheer physical capabilities, Lin Chuan felt he harbored the potential to become a special agent for SHIELD. As he later fired upon the Wolf Warrior, he distinctly noticed that the recoil from the weapon had diminished significantly. Regarding the attribute, basic martial knowledge, upon acquiring it, Lin Chuan sensed a slight influx of martial arts knowledge into his mind. Yet, as the system had stated, it was minimal, merely a smattering of understanding, akin to a novice. In true combat, recalling even one or two techniques would be commendable. As for the third attribute, initial manifestation of demonic energy, Lin Chuan could intuitively feel that he had acquired a new essence within him, known as demonic aura. With this newfound energy, he sensed that if he were to return to the real world, he would naturally exude an aura of dominance over those around him. Demons consume humans, hence, humans instinctively fear demons. This thought sparked curiosity within Lin Chuan. Do demons fear other demons? It was apparent that they would. He speculated that perhaps the denser the demonic aura, the greater the intimidation it would impose upon other demons. Moreover, the attribute, initial manifestation of demonic energy, was merely a white tear, accompanied by a notation, 1-100. This could very well be a hint that by slaying 100 wolf demons, he could elevate this attribute. At that point, it was conceivable that the mere aura he emanated could repel countless wolf demons. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flickered in Lin Chuan's eyes. Today, his objective was to slay the mountain. Meanwhile, beneath a certain pavilion, several wolf demons gathered, indulging in the fine wine they had amassed. Lost in a state of drunken revelry, they happened to be free today, exempt from the duty of patrolling the mountains. Thus, they can indulge in the pleasure of sharing a fine pot of wine with a few close friends, engaging in lively conversation. Come, let us drink. To abstain would be to forfeit brotherhood. Very well, I shall partake. Ah, this truly is the essence of life, exclaimed a young wolf demon, clutching a wine jar. His cheeks flushed and his demeanor tipsy. Indeed, this is far more enjoyable than during the reign of the old Wolf King, he added with a hiccup. Another young wolf demon, also hiccuping, chimed in. Is the old Wolf King still among us? Wasn't it always the great King Ling Suzi who guarded the Guanyin Zen temple? Inquired a slightly inebriated young wolf demon, struggling with his words. The one who had just hiccuped frowned and asked, what? How could you be unaware of the old Wolf King? The tongue-tied wolf demon slapped his forehead and replied, Brother, you must be muddled from drink. I came this year to pay homage to the fame of the Wolf King Ling Suzi, having traveled from afar to join the Songlong forest. I have never heard of any old Wolf King. The hiccuping wolf demon let out another hiccup. Ah, now I understand, my dear brother. The exquisite wine you brought has truly intoxicated me to the point of forgetfulness. The tongue-tied wolf demon concurred. Brother, your joy in drinking is evident. It is not the wine that inebriates, but rather, it is the spirit of the drinker. The hiccuping wolf demon laughed heartily, slapping the shoulder of the tongue-tied wolf demon. Ha! You certainly know how to flatter. Very well, allow me to regale you with tales of the old Wolf King and the new Wolf King. Chapter 7. The Tale of the Old Wolf King and the New Wolf King. As the wine-gulping wolf demon recounted this tale, his expression grew markedly serious. The hand that had clutched the wine flask, yearning to keep it close indefinitely, involuntarily relaxed, placing the flask upon the nearby table. The wine-gulping wolf demon spoke earnestly. Once upon a time, in the Songlong forest, there existed an old wolf king named Ling Shuzi. Yes, Ling Shuzi? Correct. But it is not the Ling with the fire radical, it is the Ling with 2 dots of water. Continuing, the wine-gulping wolf demon elaborated. This old wolf king, Ling Shuzi, was the elder brother of our great king, the Black Wind King. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, when the monk Tang Sung and his 3 disciples passed through this region, that Sunday, suddenly realizing something, the wine-gulping wolf demon hastily glanced around. Upon seeing that no one else was present except for his few brethren, he lowered his voice and continued. That Sun Yukong struck down old wolf king Ling Shuzi with a single blow. What? He killed him outright. Indeed, he killed him, yet he was revived. What? Revived? At this revelation, the long-tongued wolf demon's eyes bulged in disbelief. Ah, you didn't expect that, did you? Had it not been for an old subordinate wolf demon sharing this tale with me, I would have found it hard to believe. Noticing the long-tongued wolf demon's astonishment, the wine-gulping wolf demon felt a surge of pride. But how could this be accomplished? The long-tongued wolf demon inquired. Well, after Sun Wukong vanquished old wolf King Ling Shuzi. Some time passed. Tang Sung and his disciples obtained the true scriptures, achieving enlightenment and being granted the titles of Buddha. Eventually, after some more time, Sun Wukong was besieged by the heavenly forces and returned to the Spirit Stone. Then, after a while, our great king, the Black Wind King, returned from the southern seas. Having mastered the celestial arts, and used these powers to resurrect old wolf King Ling Shuzi. The long-tongued wolf demon gasped in astonishment. To utilize celestial arts to restore a demon to life? This is authentic celestial magic. With a smirk, the wine-gulping wolf demon replied, while it is termed celestial magic. To my eyes, it resembles more of a wicked sorcery. Do you know how old wolf King Ling Shuzi was revived? He consumed demons, his own subordinates. It was through the flesh and blood of his followers that he could be brought back to life. The long-tongued wolf demon was momentarily speechless. As a member of the demon clan, he understood the natural order of the survival of the fittest. It was their essence. However, he pondered, yet, even tigers do not consume their young. To feast upon the flesh of one's kin and drink their blood for resurrection? No wonder his elder brother referred to this revival method as wicked sorcery. And what happened next? Why have I not seen the old wolf king's presence since then? The long-tongued wolf demon asked with curiosity. For reasons unknown, after his resurrection, old wolf king Ling Shuzi vanished without a trace. In the mountains, a day cannot pass without a wolf king. Fortunately, our king arrived from the Lion Camel Kingdom and caught the eye of the Black Wind King, who appointed him to guard the Guanyin Zen Temple, bestowing upon him the name Ling Shuzi. This, dear friend, is the tale of the old wolf king and the new wolf king. The lisping wolf demon nodded thoughtfully yet could not resist asking, why do I often feel as though I encounter wolf demons who have come along from the Lion Troop Kingdom? What has become of the old pack of wolf demons? The tipsy wolf demon cast a displeased glance in his direction. Hey, you little rascal, why do you have so many questions? The tale of the old pack of wolf demons can wait until our next rest. Suddenly, he noticed a little wolf demon nearby, squinting his eyes from the drink, and inquired, what are you playing with over there? The little wolf demon was toying with a peculiar cylindrical object and replied, Big brother, look at this. It just appeared from who knows where. There's also a pull ring. When I shook it a moment ago, it felt like there was something inside. Perhaps liquor. The mention of liquor instantly invigorated the tipsy wolf demon. He exclaimed, liquor. This must be a new type of wine flask left behind by mortals from the mountain below. Hurry, pull the ring, and let us indulge in a drink. Without hesitation, the wolf demon yanked the ring. Then, with a buzzing sound, the flask erupted in a dazzling flash of white light, blinding all the wolves present. My eyes. I can't see. Big brother, I can't open my eyes. Behind a large tree, Lin Chuan donned military sunglasses, clutching an P90 in his left hand and an AK-47 in his right. Calmly, he opened fire. After a brief flurry of gunfire, silence enveloped the pavilion, leaving only the heavy scent of blood in the air. Lin Chuan reflected on the inebriated wolf demon's words, murmuring to himself, the tale of the old wolf king and the new wolf king? How intriguing. At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Chuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a wolf scout and acquiring the entry, initial demonic aura, white. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a wolf swordsman and acquiring the entry, initial demonic aura, white. Ding. The quantity of initial demonic aura, white, has reached 100, meeting the upgrade requirements. Does the host wish to upgrade? Without hesitation, Lin Chuan responded, choose upgrade. Ding. The entry initial demonic aura, white, has upgraded to condensed demonic aura, green. Condensed demonic aura, green. You possess a rich green demonic aura, causing ordinary cultivators to hesitate in opposing you alone, while common demon soldiers and forest creatures dare not approach. Lin Chuan opened his attribute panel to review. Name, Lin Chuan. Identity, Fated 1. Acquired entries, martial arts novice, green, 1-500. Full of vitality, green, 1-500. Condensed demonic aura, green, 1-500. The entries martial arts novice and full of vitality had been acquired by Lin Chuan merely half an hour prior. Upon vanquishing dozens of wolf demons and acquiring the title of Vibrant Spirit, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his entire being. The lethargy that had plagued him due to his frail physique dissipated entirely. He believed that even a continuous 24-hour wakefulness would pose no challenge to him now. Furthermore, with the acquisition of this title, Lin Chuan sensed a notable increase in his strength, not merely in brute force, but in his body's flexibility, agility, speed, and defensive capabilities, all of which had been significantly enhanced. If one were to draw a comparison, he felt akin to Captain America after being injected with the super soldier serum, capable of effortlessly confronting 10 adversaries at once. The question of whether he could defeat Captain America, however, was another matter entirely. After all, Captain America often found himself in evenly matched battles, whether against the cosmic tyrant Thanos or the Hydra agents, exhibiting an unpredictability in both his upper and lower limits. As for the martial arts novice title, there was little to debate. If the previous title of somewhat proficient in martial arts could be likened to a mere amateur's skills, martial arts novice represented a level of prowess equivalent to 2 to 3 years of dedicated training. This would enable Lin Chuan to swiftly master martial arts in the real world. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his energy, causing his garments to billow. A tangible green aura enveloped him, extending approximately 10 meters around his form. Observing this phenomenon, Lin Chuan noted that as he radiated this aura, creatures of the forest dared not approach, with small animals within the vicinity fleeing in terror. Pleased with this display, Lin Chuan smiled, recognizing the effects of abyssal aura concentration. Indeed, despite expending nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition, grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs, accounting for a quarter of his inventory valued at around $50,000, such expenditures were not without merit. The titles he had gained were not merely for show in the comic book realm, they granted him a reasonable assurance of self-preservation. Yet, glancing at the countdown timer, he noted it was rapidly dwindling. 254, 30, 254, 29, 254, 28. With less than 3 hours remaining, if he wished to further augment his strength, he would need to act promptly. It was a remarkable shift in mindset, from yearning for the countdown to conclude quickly to hoping it would slow down. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's peripheral vision caught sight of a wooden chest nestled in the corner of a pavilion, roughly half his height. Driven by curiosity, he approached to examine it closely. His mind raced, recalling his previous life spent gaming, where treasure chests often contained valuable materials. He wondered if this chest might hold similar treasures. Resolving to investigate further, Lin Chuan hesitated not. Harnessing the immense strength granted by the vibrant spirit title, he delivered a single, powerful punch that shattered the wooden chest. With a resounding crash, dust and debris erupted into the air, shrouding the surroundings in a cloud of smoke. The air was thick with acrid smoke and dust. Yet, Lin Chuan did not cover his nose with his hand. Instead, he inhaled deeply, for he had beheld the treasure chest filled with gold, an abundance of gold. He was about to strike it rich. Chapter 8. The Land God Appears. As the dust settled, the treasures within the wooden chest were fully revealed. Lin Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before him. The half-person width chest was densely packed with gold, silver, gemstones, and jade. For the first time, he intuitively grasped the essence of the term jewels and treasures. Suppressing his inner excitement, Lin Chuan began to take stock. There were approximately 70 or 80 pieces of jewelry, jade, and precious stones. While undeniably valuable, the true worth of these treasures could only be ascertained upon returning to the real world, where he would have the opportunity to consult an appraiser. Thus, after a cursory inventory, he waved his hand grandly, storing everything into his storage space. What truly captivated Lin Chuan, however, was the gold and silver. Just before traversing into the realm of the black myth, he had fortuitously glimpsed the international prices of gold and silver. He was aware that gold was priced at $85 per gram, while silver was $1 per gram. Roughly estimating, the chest contained about 20 to 30 kilograms of gold and silver, with a proportional breakdown of approximately 7 parts gold to 3 parts silver. A rough calculation revealed that the value of just the gold and silver amounted to a staggering $180,000. $180,000. Converted to soft currency, that equated to over 12 million. And this was yet without accounting for the unassessed jewelry, jade, and gemstones. Lin Chuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Had he truly become a millionaire merely 3 hours after his arrival? And this was only from opening a single chest. Recalling his experiences from playing games, he remembered that there were numerous chests atop Blackwind Mountain. With this thought, his eyes gleamed with anticipation as he gazed at the towering Blackwind Mountain, no longer perceiving it as a treacherous realm filled with lurking monsters, but rather as a mountain abundant with treasures waiting to be unearthed. With newfound determination, Lin Chuan pressed forward, invigorated by the prospect of riches. Treasures. I am on my way. 20 minutes passed, and this time, fortune did not favor him as much. After an extensive search, he failed to locate another chest and instead encountered a pack of wolf demons. Lin Chuan dispatched them effortlessly, collecting their loot. However, unlike before, he relied solely on his physical prowess, engaging them in hand-to-hand combat. This approach served two purposes: conserving ammunition and familiarizing himself with his newfound strength and martial skills. Although he possessed the attributes of martial arts novice and vibrant energy, he recognized the necessity of allowing his body time to adapt. Otherwise, he risked becoming the subject of ridicule, akin to a child wielding a sword and inadvertently injuring himself. Continuing onward, Lin Chuan noticed a stretch of land ahead that was unnaturally pristine and tidy, devoid of weeds or fallen leaves. In this vast and desolate forest, an unexpected sight emerges. At the heart of this land lies a small temple, constructed of redwood and standing at a height of 1.5 men. The deity to whom it is dedicated remains unknown. Wisps of smoke curl around the temple, seemingly alive, reluctant to disperse. As Lin Chuan approaches to take a closer look, a voice, ancient yet lively, resonates in his mind. Little monkey, why are you dawdling? Quickly, offer a hair and pay your respects. Although the voice bears the weight of age, it possesses a certain playful spirit, reminiscent of a mischievous elder. Realizing he has encountered the Earth God, Lin Chuan recalls that within the game, the Earth God serves as a guide for Blackwind Mountain, capable of answering players' queries, introducing character backgrounds, and even bestowing 2 spells, truly a benevolent figure. With his assistance, Lin Chuan's journey through the myth of darkness is bound to become smoother. Without further hesitation, he plucks a hair from his own head and places it in the incense burner before the temple. Curiously, that single hair, once nestled in the ash-filled burner, transforms into a burning incense stick. The redwood seems to awaken, sprouting numerous branches and even blooming several flowers. Lin Chuan raises an eyebrow in surprise. Is this a withered tree rejuvenating and blossoming anew? Just as this thought crosses his mind, a wisp of white smoke rises from the smooth ground. In the blink of an eye, the smoke dissipates, revealing an old man in tattered blue robes, his features obscured by a wild beard and hair, standing at half Lin Chuan's height. Lin Chuan narrows his eyes, recognizing the figure before him, the Earth God. The old man, leaning on a wooden staff, approaches Lin Chuan, speaking as he walks. Little deity, I am the Earth God of Blackwind Mountain. I have been waiting for you, having heard your movements from below the mountain. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirs, tousling the old man's excessively long eyebrows. Only then does the Earth God take a closer look at Lin Chuan, his eyes widening in astonishment as he takes a sudden leap forward. You look, well, little monkey, what are those garments you wear and the items you hold? I have never seen anything like them. Lin Chuan glances at his bulletproof vest, then at the flashbang in his left hand and the AK-47 in his right, responding with a calm demeanor. Oh, this is a coarse black linen garment I am wearing. In my left hand, I hold a wine barrel, and in my right hand, a fire stick. Upon hearing this, the Earth God appears even more bewildered. Coarse linen, wine barrel, fire stick? Little deity recalls these items do not resemble that at all. Scratching his head, the Earth God ponders that perhaps it has been too long since he descended the mountain, and the world below has undergone new transformations, leading to these unfamiliar objects. He decides not to press further, instead choosing to redirect the conversation. Enough of that. Let us return to the matter at hand. The little monkey, if you ascend from here and proceed forward, you shall arrive at the Guanyin Zen Temple. In days of yore, it thrived with an abundance of worshippers, the numbers of whom were beyond counting. Even this humble Earth God's shrine basked in its glory. As he reminisced, the Earth God's complexion brightened, and his formerly stooped posture straightened slightly, as if recalling the zenith of his existence. Yet, all too soon, the light in his eyes dimmed once more as he gazed upon the scattered human skulls along the roadside, unclaimed and unattended. His form slumped again, reflecting upon the tragic inferno that obliterated the Guanyin Zen Temple centuries ago, though it has since been restored. What solace is there if the hearts of the people have been extinguished? Merely mending a dilapidated temple seems futile. At this juncture, a sardonic smile graced the Earth God's face. Lin Chuan, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. According to the tales from Journey to the West, the Guanyin Zen Temple served as a sanctuary for Elder Jinchi and his disciples, before the arrival of the Tang monk and his 3 companions. The villagers below regarded Elder Jinchi as a paragon of profound Buddhist wisdom, attributing his longevity of 270 years to this mystique. With such marvels existing in the world, it was no surprise that the temple once flourished. However, fate took a turn when the Tang monk and his companions passed through. Elder Jinchi, coveting the monk's cassock, sought to commit treachery, only to be thwarted by Sun Wukong, leading to the temple's demise. That fateful night saw a convergence of Jinchi, Wukong, the Black Bear Spirit, and Ling Suzi, revealing the true nature of Elder Jinchi to the villagers below, greed-driven and malevolent. The very reason for his 270 years of life was the aid of a monstrous friend. How could this not chill the hearts of the local populace? Thus, even with the subsequent restoration of the Guanyin Zen Temple, the spirit of the people had long since waned, rendering it a mere shadow of its former self. As the Earth God lamented, when the hearts of the people have scattered, what value is there in restoring a decrepit temple? Suddenly, at that moment, a wolf's howl pierced the heavens. Countless birds from the forest fled in haste down the mountainside. With a resounding thud, Lin Chuan felt the earth tremble beneath him. The Earth God visibly panicked, inquiring, "Little monkey, what have you done to provoke that great beast's ire?" Lin Chuan tilted his head, pondering briefly, and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing much, just dispatched over 100 wolf demons." Earth God, Chapter 9. Speak the fiercest words and endure the harshest beatings. Over 100 wolf demons. How is this even possible? Upon hearing this, the Earth God staggered back a few steps, his face a mask of disbelief. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment before correcting himself. stating that it should be 173 wolf demons. It is said that there are thousands of wolf demons in the Songlong Forest, yet I spent over 3 hours eliminating less than 20% of them. Alas, my speed is woefully inadequate. With that, Lin Chuan let out a deep sigh, his expression filled with regret over his sluggish pace. The Earth God, observing Lin Chuan's demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to curse. What does it mean to have spent 3 hours eliminating less than 20% of the wolf demons? What kind of absurdity is this? If this is considered slow, what would one think of the monks and Taoists who exorcise evil spirits? If they heard this, they might as well commit seppuku in despair. This is true extravagance. At that moment, a howl echoed from the depths of the valley, sending the forest's creatures fleeing in a frenzy. However, for reasons unknown, the Earth God had lost the initial panic and tension, instead adopting a somewhat relaxed attitude. After all, with a killing god who could eliminate 2/5 of the wolf demons in 3 hours by his side, it would be unreasonable for him to still feel fear. The Earth God strode forward confidently, taking a couple of steps, ready to display an air of indifference, as if even the mightiest deity before him were inconsequential. Suddenly, he remembered that the truly formidable one was this little monkey beside him. What was he boasting about? Realizing this, the Earth God reverted to his timid demeanor. He turned to Lin Chuan and said, "That large dog is indeed formidable. I know I cannot compete. Little monkey, I shall take my leave now." With that, the Earth God transformed into a wisp of green smoke and vanished without a trace. Lin Chuan watched with amusement as the Earth God, who had just strutted forward with bravado, suddenly turned cowardly and slipped away. This Earth Lord is quite amusing. No wonder the Monkey King from the journey to the west enjoyed teasing him so much. After a good laugh, Lin Chuan collected his thoughts. He understood that the news of him slaying over 100 wolf demons might have already spread to the mountains beyond. The journey ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan glanced at the entries on his panel and then at the advanced weapon in his hand. If foes were to come, then let them come. In the Songlong Forest, despite its name suggesting a singular focus on wolves, the villagers at the foot of the mountain were well aware of the wolf demons descending to harm them. Yet, the Songlong Forest was not solely inhabited by wolf demons. It also harbored centipede spirits, frog spirits, small ginseng spirits, large ginseng spirits, small mushroom spirits, and rat spirits. Among them, a small rat spirit was scampering away in a panic. The rat spirit possessed the keenest sense of smell in the Songlong Forest. Thus, from a great distance, he detected an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood wafting up from the base of the mountain. The stench was so foul it could induce nausea. It must have taken the slaughter of at least 100 wolf demons to amass such a visceral aura. Upon catching a whiff of this odor, the timid little mouse spirit immediately panicked. Being cowardly by nature, he contemplated fleeing to warn the wolf demons. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "No, no, no. This is terrible. The wolf demons are being slaughtered. Someone is coming to kill them." In his frantic flight, he suddenly collided with a few burly wolf warriors, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Before he could even gather his thoughts, the little mouse spirit felt himself hoisted into the air. One of the wolf warriors showed no regard for him. With a powerful exhale, a wave of rancid odor assaulted the mouse spirit, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. "What did you just say?" One of the wolf warriors growled menacingly. The already fearful little mouse spirit, caught in the presence of the imposing wolf warriors, quaked even more. Trembling, he stammered, "My lords, I possess a keen sense of smell and detected that someone has slain wolf demons at the foot of the mountain. They are coming up here to attack. I wish to inform the king and summon reinforcements." Upon hearing the mouse spirit's words, the wolf warriors erupted into laughter. One of them casually slapped the mouse spirit across the face and said, "Does this matter require your notification to the king? The king is already aware and has dispatched additional wolf soldiers down the mountain. However, I believe the king might be overreacting and that you, my little friend, are exaggerating. What hundreds of wolf demons slain? That is utter nonsense. I wager only a handful have been killed. Let us brothers handle it with ease." As he spoke, the wolf warrior forcefully pinned the little mouse spirit to the ground. "You stay here and watch closely. Observe how we brothers deal with the intruder." The little mouse spirit, sensing the blood scent growing ever closer, contemplated fleeing. Yet the wolf warriors barred his escape, forcing him to remain still and pray for a malfunction in his sense of smell. As it turned out, the claims of the wolf warriors were accurate. Only a mere dozen wolf demons had been killed, not hundreds. After a while, the little mouse spirit detected the blood scent closing in within 100 meters. He shouted excitedly, "He is coming! He is coming! The intruder is here!" Upon hearing his voice, one of the wolf warriors kicked him in displeasure, saying, "Do we need you to remind us? We have eyes." The little mouse spirit, dazed from the kicks, sealed his lips. Moments later, the wolf warriors finally discerned the appearance of the intruder and erupted into even louder laughter. "Ha ha ha! Who did I think it was? It turns out to be a mere little monkey. Did your elders not inform you to steer clear of this place? Brother, there is no need to waste words with him. He appears to be yet another little monkey seeking his demise." Lin Chuan stepped forward slowly, his displeasure evident as he furrowed his brow. At this moment, he was exceedingly vexed. He felt that his attribute, demonic aura concentration, was nothing but a falsehood. Was it not said that possessing this attribute would instill fear even in demons? Why then, did the wolf demons he encountered along the way wear such smirking expressions? Well, that may not be entirely accurate. Initially, they were indeed on high alert upon seeing him. However, once they recognized him as nothing more than a monkey, they relaxed, adopting a demeanor that suggested they were unperturbed by his presence. What the hell? What offense has this monkey committed? Who among them is not akin to a monkey? In any case, Lin Chuan was thoroughly displeased at this moment. Observing the mocking expressions on the faces of the demons before him, he silently reloaded his P-90 submachine gun. The wolf warriors, noticing his actions, erupted in laughter. Oh, are you still angry? Are you going to cry? Should we come comfort you? Ha 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 ha. Lin Chuan chose not to engage them further. With a series of sharp bursts, he swiftly eliminated one of the wolf warriors. The remaining wolf warriors were momentarily stunned, then their fury ignited. Each brandished their weapons and charged forward. If I do not slay you today, I, little wolf. Thou not to with another barrage, the foul monkey, you with yet another round, who dares to trespass here in less than no time. Several wolf warriors lay lifeless upon the ground. Lin Chuan cast a glance at their corpses, silently mocking them in his heart. These minions must be the B-tier warriors, uttering the most wolfish remarks while receiving the harshest of blows. Chapter 10. This monkey truly possesses some skills. After Lin Chuan vanquished several wolf demons, a wisp of azure smoke enveloped him, revealing half of the figure of the earth god. He gazed down at the colossal wolf warriors, now lifeless and riddled with gory wounds, unable to believe his own eyes. Was it truly over? How little time had passed. They had fallen without even a struggle. Even a chicken would flail about before meeting its end. You mean to tell me these burly wolf warriors were dispatched in less than half a minute? The earth god observed the makeshift weapon in Lin Chuan's hand, a chill creeping into his heart. This was certainly no ordinary stick. Absolutely not. This little monkey was astonishingly fierce, far more formidable than any he had encountered before. A premonition stirred within the earth god. Given just a day or two more, this little monkey might indeed slay mountains, restoring a harmonious world. At that moment, the earth god caught a glimpse of something wriggling beneath the tattered garments of the fallen wolf warriors. Before he could focus on it, the creature darted swiftly up the mountain. Alarmed, the earth god shouted, "Little monkey, look. Something is escaping." Lin Chuan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's of no consequence. Let it flee. There are countless demons on the mountain, and we do not lack for one or two." This was not bravado. He genuinely did not care about the escape. His concern lay elsewhere. His pace of acquiring new attributes was rather sluggish. Though he had slain a considerable number of wolf demons and garnered several attributes, the issue remained that not every demon bore suitable attributes for him. For instance, he had encountered several wolf warriors who appeared robust yet were merely puffed up, revealing the attribute of wide-hearted and plump. This was hardly acceptable. If Lin Chuan were to adopt such an attribute, it would not only fail to advance his vitality, progress, but would instead gradually transform him into a portly figure. Who could he turn to for reason in such a case? A similar predicament arose with the mouse demon that had just fled. Lin Chuan had noticed its presence early on but refrained from pursuing it. Why? Because he had scanned it with his system and discovered its attributes were timid and cowardly, and acute sense of smell. Such worthless attributes. What use would he have for them? With a sigh, Lin Chuan lamented the fact that while the wolf demons in the Kangwolf forest numbered in the thousands, how many truly possessed useful attributes? Even if he were to annihilate the mountain, it was possible he would not elevate his few green attributes to blue ones. Alas, he could only proceed step by step. Meanwhile, the little mouse demon was frantically fleeing through the Kangwolf forest. Muttering under his breath, he cursed, "Damn it. I knew it. Those foolish brutes deserve to be slain by that monkey." As he ran, he sensed the stench of blood receding behind him, allowing his anxious heart to ease slightly. At that moment, a pressing question began to occupy his mind. How could he find assistance to eliminate the invader trailing him? It was crucial to note that this was a fearsome entity that had already dispatched over 100 wolf demons. A monkey capable of effortlessly defeating several wolf warriors in less than half a minute. Ordinary wolf soldiers stood no chance against such power. What was he to do? In the midst of his despair, a figure suddenly flickered in his mind, Guardian Gu. Yes, he would seek out Guardian Gu. Surely, he would possess the means to vanquish this intruder. After all, Guardian Gu had once single-handedly faced 100 wolf demons and remained fiercely loyal to the Black Wind King. There would be no issue in seeking his aid. With this thought, the little mouse spirit redoubled his pace. Not long after, at the mountain gate, Guardian Gu listened in disbelief as the little mouse spirit recounted the recent events. You mean to say, that monkey merely wielded a firewood stick and effortlessly dispatched several wolf warriors in half a minute? The mouse spirit nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, Guardian Gu. The enemy is extraordinarily powerful, ordinary wolf soldiers cannot stand against him. After much contemplation, I had no choice but to seek your assistance. Upon hearing this news, Guardian Gu furrowed his brow and murmured, "Another monkey has arrived?" In truth, it was not the first time a monkey had ascended to Blackwind Mountain. 5 centuries prior, the great sage, the Monkey King Sun Wukong, had ventured to the heavenly court to demand justice for the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain, only to be beaten back to the spirit stone of Flower Fruit Mountain. Over the course of these 500 years, countless monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain had bravely made their way to Blackwind Mountain. If not 100, then at least 80 had come, each proclaiming themselves fated beings. Yet, they ultimately transformed into mere bones scattered across the mountain. Such reckless monkeys were the most detestable. It had been a decade since the last monkey's arrival, and Guardian Gu had thought that those from Flower Fruit Mountain had finally learned to fear and refrain from coming. During these years, he had relished the rare tranquility. But who could have anticipated that today another audacious monkey would appear? With this thought, Guardian Gu struck his chest forcefully, letting out a mighty roar. Then, with a powerful exhale, he unleashed a thick cloud of white smoke that pierced through a nearby large tree, leaving a hole the size of a basin that penetrated the trunk. Wielding his long-handled axe with great vigor, he appeared formidable and imposing. Upon witnessing this, the little mouse spirit, displaying keen perception, began to flatter, exclaiming, "The guardian truly lives up to his title. That audacious monkey will surely meet his demise at your hands." Just as he was about to utter more, he suddenly twitched his nostrils, and his countenance shifted dramatically, as if recalling some dreadful memory. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the back mountain, shouting in distress, "This is bad. The monkey is coming." However, the guardian paid no heed to the fleeing mouse spirit. Instead, his entire focus was fixed on the monkey before him. The creature was clad in a simple black hemp garment, wielding a burning stick, with several wine barrels slung at his waist. At first glance, he appeared utterly ordinary, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a fierce glint in his eyes. The aura of murderous intent and the stench of blood emanating from him were so potent they seemed almost palpable. His demonic energy radiated in a sphere that extended over 20 meters, suggesting he had undoubtedly slain countless wolf demons to attain such a formidable presence. He was, in every sense, an embodiment of a living god of slaughter. The guardian narrowed his eyes, his muscles taut with tension. This monkey indeed possessed considerable prowess. So, let us engage in battle. With that, he firmly thrust his long-handled axe into the ground, producing a resonant thud. A spark ignited in his eyes, and an overwhelming sense of battle fervor emanated from him. Chapter 11. Only by securing the land can one be truly great. Lin Chuan gazed at the formidable figure of Guhu Yuan, exuding an intense battle aura, capable of matching 5 or 6 wolf demons. His expression shifted to one of gravity, for the results from the system scan compelled him to take this encounter seriously. Guhu Yuan. Identity, Demon General. Attributes, Reckless Charge, blue. Overwhelming Presence, blue. Innate Strength, blue. Impenetrable Defense, blue. Total Focus, red. This marked Lin Chuan's first encounter with a demon of such high rank, and it was alarming to note that this creature possessed 4 blue attributes and 1 red attribute. Such a situation was undeniably perilous. However, as the adage goes, risk accompanies opportunity. Though the adversary was formidable, if Lin Chuan could vanquish this foe, he stood to gain blue and perhaps even purple attributes. The potential rewards were indeed bounteous. With less than an hour remaining before his return to the real world, Lin Chuan had already calculated that even if he were to slay an entire mountain of wolf demons, it might not suffice to upgrade his green attributes to blue. And with merely an hour left, this was likely his sole opportunity to acquire blue attributes. How could he possibly resist such temptation? Being cautious was paramount. Lin Chuan took no chances. Before nearing Guhu Yuan, he drew out his P90 submachine gun and AK-47. After swiftly reloading, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire. In an instant, flames erupted from the muzzles of both weapons. Guhu Yuan, witnessing the monkey wielding what appeared to be a mere fire stick, felt a surge of anxiety. He recalled the warning from the little mouse spirit, who had cautioned him that this monkey had wielded the unassuming stick with lethal efficiency, cutting down at least 100 wolf demons from the foot of the mountain to this very spot. Thus, he quickly raised his long-handled axe to shield himself from the incoming assault, silently reciting to himself, "I possess the golden elixir bestowed by the great king. I shall be unharmed, surely." The sound of gunfire echoed, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The AK-47 had a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute, yet its magazine held only 30 rounds. The P90, with a rate of 840 rounds per minute, had a magazine capacity of 50 rounds. Soon, a few seconds passed, and both magazines were spent. To Lin Chuan's astonishment, the weapons that had previously proven devastating against wolf demons now seemed ineffective against Guhu Yuan. The areas struck by bullets merely exhibited slight redness and swelling, with no significant damage inflicted, no skin broken at all. Damn, is this some sort of cheat? How is this even possible? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Lin Chuan. Wait. Impenetrable defense. Blue attribute. Good heavens. Is it truly that formidable? With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Chuan realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. Did he truly believe that possessing a few firearms would allow him to dominate the realm of the black myth? Did he think that slaying hundreds of wolf demons in just a few hours was an impressive feat? How utterly foolish. It was only now that Lin Chuan began to comprehend the gravity of his misconceptions. This was the world of black myth, after all. A realm inhabited by demons and deities. While it might be manageable to deal with lesser demon soldiers using a few bullets, what about the more formidable creatures and celestial beings? They wielded arcane arts and divine powers. The guardian before him, equipped with the blue attribute Iron Wall, could easily withstand the onslaught of his firearms. What are the more powerful demons and deities? If their attributes were red, purple, gold, or even multicolored. Only moments ago, Lin Chuan had reveled in the acquisition of a few green attributes, but now, faced with the harsh reality, he realized just how limited his perspective had been. Meanwhile, the guardian set aside his long-handled axe, observing the reddened and swollen areas on his body where bullets had struck. To his surprise, was that all? The monkey's fire stick did not seem particularly formidable. It felt akin to being struck by a multitude of hard stones. Although it was slightly painful and left his skin a bit swollen, it hardly qualified as a legitimate offensive measure. He had thought the mischievous monkey was formidable. Indeed, the golden elixir bestowed by the king was impressive, enabling him to effortlessly withstand the monkey's attacks. At that moment, the guardian looked up and noticed Lin Chuan momentarily lost in thought. A cruel smile crept across his lips. How could one be so dazed in the midst of battle? Prepare to meet your demise. With a powerful push against the ground, he propelled himself forward. The once solid earth erupted beneath him, creating a sizable crater. Harnessing the recoil from the impact, he charged toward Lin Chuan with reckless abandon. The guardian watched as the distance between himself and Lin Chuan diminished rapidly. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, closer and closer. A savage grin adorned his face, eager to witness the monkey's transformation into a mere puddle of flesh under his onslaught. Just like before, no matter how many monkeys appeared, they all perished at his hands. At that moment, Lin Chuan finally regained his senses, yet found himself utterly powerless. The guardian's speed was overwhelming. Though his mind registered the rapid approach of his adversary, his body could not react in time. Was this truly how his life would end? Suddenly, just as the guardian closed in, mere meters away, a brilliant golden light enveloped him with a resounding crack. Above his head, there loomed a grand golden character signifying stillness. Meanwhile, the deity clad in a spacious blue robe, known as the Earth God, had somehow clambered atop the bewildered Gu Hu Yuan's head. With a wide grin revealing his large, yellowed teeth, he shook the wooden stick in his hand and exclaimed with a sense of pride, "Haha! It has been quite a while since I last employed this technique. I never anticipated that the art of stillness would prove so effective." Without further ado, he leaped down from Gu Hu Yuan's head, splashing water droplets upon landing. He continued, "Little monkey, do not presume that the mere presence of a few firewood sticks makes you formidable. In the presence of true powers, these trinkets hardly qualify as even trivial tactics." Lin Chuan, upon hearing this, silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, his AK-47 assault rifle and P-90 submachine gun, when confronted by beings of great prowess, were merely akin to firewood sticks, barely worthy of being called tactics. Observing Lin Chuan's agreeable demeanor and contemplative expression, the Earth God recognized that his words had resonated with the little monkey. Satisfied, he nodded and continued, "Ah, but you are but a young monkey just emerging from Flower and Fruit Mountain. Your experiences are scarce, and your methods limited, such is the nature of things. Allow me to impart a few techniques upon you. Come, extend your hand." Upon finishing his words, the Earth God produced a scratching tool from his possession and waved it toward Lin Chuan's hand. Instantly, a character symbolizing stillness appeared on both of Lin Chuan's hands, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Lin Chuan, taken aback, wondered, what on earth is this? This is the art of stillness. With your current abilities, you might manage to execute it twice within an hour, each instance capable of immobilizing an adversary for 15 seconds. In the future, should you encounter any troublesome demons, merely point your hand and shout still, and you shall bind them in place. At that moment, do not engage in combat. Focus solely on your escape. Lin Chuan pondered this information before inquiring, "Does this work on anyone?" The Earth God, scratching his back with the scratching tool, replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it does. If I say it works, then it works." Lin Chuan pressed on, "And if I were to use it on you, would it also be effective?" The Earth God instinctively replied, "Of course. Wait, little monkey, what are you planning to do?" "No, I am the Earth God. Hundreds of years ago, your ancestor Sun Wukong was my friend. I am your elder. You cannot do this." Before the Earth God could articulate further, Lin Chuan pointed his finger and shouted, "Still." In the next moment, the Earth God found himself frozen in place, unable to move even a fraction. Lin Chuan gazed upon the Earth God, now aglow with golden light, adorned with a large character of stillness above his head, his face brimming with fear and anxiety. A mischievous smile crept across Lin Chuan's face. "Ah, venerable earth deity, you are undoubtedly aware that my ancestry traces back to the illustrious Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. However, an ancient monkey from our flower and fruit mountain once imparted wisdom unto me, proclaiming that only one who can subdue the earth god is the true great sage. So, esteemed earth deity, bear witness. I have devised a strategy to confront the formidable guardian of the underworld." Chapter 12. The Crimson Entry, the First Plunder. The land deity, bound in place, was overwhelmed with a torrent of expletives, unsure whether to vocalize his frustration. "Ah, yes, yes. You possess a method to deal with the monkey guardian. Truly remarkable, indeed. Yet, why have you ensnared me here? Am I not formidable? I cannot contend with the monkey guardian. Am I to be left here, deliberately ensnared to face the consequences? You mischievous little monkey. I had just imparted upon you the art of immobilization. Is this your way of repaying my kindness?" The land deity could only pray silently, hoping that within the next 15 seconds, neither the little monkey nor the monkey guardian would instigate any significant upheaval. If he were to be caught in the crossfire, the repercussions would be dire. However, it did cross his mind. Were all the monkeys emerging from Flower Fruit Mountain so obstinate? Only those capable of immobilizing themselves could truly be regarded as great sages? Upon reflection, the land deity realized that if the great sage Sun were to return to the mortal realm, it was indeed possible for him to bind another in place. Alas, could that little monkey have been right? Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was oblivious to the peculiar musings of the land deity. Instead, his countenance grew grave. He had indeed conceived a means to confront the monkey guardian, but the likelihood of success was uncertain. The paramount issue was urgency. He had to act swiftly, taking advantage of the land deity's immobilization spell before it expired. According to the land deity, the spell could hold another for a mere 15 seconds. Surely, only 2 or 3 seconds remained. With this thought, Lin Chuan summoned every muscle in his body, his aura stirring the fabric of his clothes. The green entry, vibrant spirit, surged within him. In an instant, he felt a tremendous force coursing through his being. He leapt forth, unleashing a flurry of strikes with fists and feet aimed at the vulnerable points of the monkey guardian's body: the neck, temples, philtrum, heart, lower dantian, and perineum. Lin Chuan was aware that the monkey guardian possessed the blue entry, iron wall, rendering bullets merely an irritation upon impact. His utmost strike might yield little effect. However, the knowledge he gleaned from the green entry, martial arts initiate, revealed that the human body harbors 720 acupuncture points, of which 36 are known as fatal points in martial arts. While the monkey guardian's skin was tough and resilient, his meridians were not necessarily as fortified. Targeting these fragile fatal points could inflict immense damage. In certain instances, such strikes could prove more devastating than bullets. Lin Chuan was confident that, despite the monkey guardian's protective defenses, he would surely cry out in pain when faced with a relentless barrage aimed at these 36 vital points. As anticipated, 3 seconds later, the golden light surrounding the immobilized monkey guardian dissipated. In those fleeting 3 seconds, the excruciating pain inflicted upon Gu Huyuan by Lin Chuan erupted violently. Gu Huyuan held in agony, his mouth agape in despair. He even cast aside the long-handled axe he had been wielding. Observing this, Lin Chuan seized the moment. With swift reflexes, he took all the remaining incendiary devices in his possession, pulled their pins, and forcefully shoved them into Gu Huyuan's throat while he was still howling. Subsequently, he swiftly retreated, still holding onto the immobilized earth god beside him. At that moment, the immobilization spell cast upon the earth god expired, causing the golden aura surrounding him to dissipate. The earth god returned to his normal state but was momentarily bewildered by Lin Chuan's actions. Indeed, this little monkey had demonstrated considerable martial prowess by knowing how to target vital points, yet the subsequent actions were utterly incomprehensible to him. What was the purpose of forcing a barrel into someone's throat? Before he could voice his confusion, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. Gu Huyuan's cries intensified, his mouth widening even further. Suddenly, plumes of hot air erupted from his throat, the temperature so high that even from 50 meters away, the earth god could distinctly feel it. Gu Huyuan was drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground, desperately sucking from a small puddle, attempting to extinguish the flames raging within his abdomen. Yet, no matter how much water he consumed, he could not alleviate the searing pain coursing through his body. Before long, the once arrogant Gu Huyuan had transformed into a lifeless corpse, his mouth agape, eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. Lin Chuan's mind was filled with the system's notification sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slaying the demon general Gu Huyuan. New attributes acquired. Iron Wall blue. Innate brute strength blue, complete focus red. The earth god, witnessing the lifeless body on the ground, trembled in fear. Is there truly such a wondrous artifact in this world? Lin Chuan, gazing at Gu Huyuan's corpse, nodded in satisfaction. One must admit, the inventor of the incendiary device was truly a genius. The interior of the incendiary device contained a vast quantity of mixed combustibles. Once the pin was pulled, it ignited rapidly, reaching temperatures of 2,000 to 3,000 degrees. Moreover, this device did not rely on external oxygen, meaning that even when inserted into Gu Huyuan's body, a low-oxygen environment would not hinder its combustion. Thus, despite Gu Huyuan's desperate attempts to quench the unbearable burning sensation within by drinking water, he could not extinguish the flames that consumed him. Ultimately, he met a fate of eternal unrest. Although the tactic of inflicting immense harm by inserting a weapon into an enemy's body has been extensively utilized in various cinematic works, its efficacy is undeniable. After all, even in Journey to the West, similar strategies have been employed. Sun Wukong's encounter with the yellow-browed king of the Little Western Heaven culminated in a remarkable strategy where he transformed himself into a watermelon, allowing the king to swallow him whole. Within the confines of the king's belly, Wukong unleashed a tempestuous fury, ultimately defeating his adversary. If the illustrious Monkey King could resort to such ingenious tactics, why should Lin Chuan not adopt the methods of his venerable ancestor and elevate them to new heights? However, fortune seemed to favor him this time, for the opponent he faced, the guardian of the cattle courtyard, possessed only a hardened exterior, while his internal organs remained inadequately fortified. Had Lin Chuan been confronted by a being akin to Thanos, such a ploy would have proven futile. He distinctly recalled a moment from his previous life. Having witnessed a video where a Marvel fan inquired of the creators why Ant-Man did not shrink and infiltrate Thanos' body to eliminate him. The creators responded that Thanos' internal structure was fortified to the same extent as his exterior, rendering Ant-Man's efforts ineffective. Yet, this logic belonged to the Marvel Universe. Lin Chuan also remembered a scene from The Boys series, where the protagonist's team employed a similar tactic to gather intelligence, leading to disastrous consequences when one individual, after shrinking, inadvertently caused chaos with a mere sneeze. Shaking his head to dispel such distractions, Lin Chuan resolved to focus on the new entry he had just acquired. If memory served him correctly, he had just successfully appropriated a red entry. He had yet to thoroughly examine it. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan opened his attribute panel. Chapter 13. What on earth is the immobilization technique? Lin Chuan, identity, fated individual, acquired attributes, martial arts initiation, green, 105,500. Vitality, green, 132,500. Demon energy condensation, green, 56,500. Impenetrable wall, blue, 1,000. Innate strength, blue, 1,000. Complete concentration, red, special. Gazing at the attribute panel before him, Lin Chuan found himself momentarily speechless. The criteria for upgrading from a white attribute to a green one required possessing 100 of the same attribute. To elevate a green attribute to blue necessitated 500. While advancing from blue to red demanded a staggering 1,000. Lin Chuan inhaled sharply, realizing the stringent requirements for attaining a red attribute. Nevertheless, he decided to examine his newly acquired attributes. He then clicked on the three new attributes: impenetrable wall, innate strength, and complete concentration. Impenetrable wall, blue. Your body is akin to a wall forged of bronze and iron, capable of withstanding even the onslaught of a demon king for a brief moment. Innate strength, blue. From birth, you have possessed tremendous power, a force that even seasoned practitioners must concede before. Complete concentration, red. You can swiftly enter a state of flow in every endeavor, concurrently multitasking without a decline in mental agility, thereby enhancing your cognitive efficiency by 800. After perusing these attributes, Lin Chuan's eyes widened with astonishment. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. I have struck gold. I have struck monumental gold. If one were to inquire about his most pressing deficiencies, it would undeniably be his defensive and offensive capabilities. Although he had previously acquired the vitality attribute, which had significantly enhanced his physical condition compared to his former self, even rivaling Captain America during his super soldier serum phase. Lin Chuan was acutely aware that this was utterly insufficient in the perilous realms of the comic book universe and the world of dark mythology. Let us not even mention the formidable foes in the realm of dark mythology, such as the Red Boy, Erlangchen, or the Four Heavenly Kings. In the comic universe, there was Thanos, whose might, amplified by the Power Stone, could obliterate an entire planet with a mere strike. Such thoughts were indeed terrifying. With the acquisition of the innate strength attribute, Lin Chuan felt his internal power surge to a new echelon. While he might not be able to confront Thanos directly, he believed he could hold his own against titans like the Hulk. Moreover, this attribute did not transform him into a grotesquely oversized monster. Instead, it rendered his physique more robust and toned. Upon glancing down, he noticed his abdominal muscles, pectorals, triceps, and biceps had all become exceptionally well defined. Notably, a certain area below his waist had become remarkably pronounced. Were he to return to the real world, Lin Chuan would bet $1 million that he would undoubtedly become the object of desire for every young woman and married lady in New York City. Beyond this, what delighted Lin Chuan the most He had plundered the blue attribute impenetrable defense from the Guardian's estate. It is worth noting that despite wielding an AK-47 in one hand and a P-90 submachine gun in the other, he could only inflict superficial wounds upon the Guardian. This attests to the terrifying nature of its defenses. With this in mind, Lin Chuan replaced the magazine of his P-90 with a fully loaded one. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and aimed the muzzle at the palm of his hand. He pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. 5 seconds later, the entire magazine had been emptied. Lin Chuan opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with unrestrained joy. It did not hurt. Not at all. Though the skin on his palm was slightly red and swollen from the gunfire, it would subside naturally in a few minutes. This could hardly be considered a light injury. He was invincible. Indeed, he felt absolutely invincible. After testing the first 2 attributes, Lin Chuan turned his attention to the 3rd attribute, which was also the highest level attribute on his personal panel, full concentration. Although it was a red attribute, the effect it conveyed to Lin Chuan felt rather mundane. It seemed more inclined towards a passive skill of a mental nature. As for its potential impact in the real world, that would require gradual exploration. However, Lin Chuan was somewhat perplexed by the term special following this attribute. Thus, he inquired within his mind, "System, what does special mean in relation to this red attribute?" Soon, a cold voice resonated in his mind. To respond to the host, special signifies that this attribute cannot undergo any form of upgrade. It will forever retain the color and level it originally possessed. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. The inability to upgrade, combined with the fact that this attribute leaned towards a passive mental skill, seemed somewhat unworthy of the prestige associated with a red attribute. Shaking his head, Lin Chuan concluded that one should not be overly greedy. Having both innate brute strength and impenetrable defense as blue attributes was already quite commendable. What more could one desire? Little monkey, who imparted these fire sticks and wine barrels to you? At this moment, the land god, having recovered from his astonishment, posed the question. Who imparted them? No one did. These are all my own possessions, Lin Chuan replied, gazing at the land god with a hint of surprise, finding the inquiry rather peculiar. What did he mean by who imparted? Suddenly, Lin Chuan recalled something and instantly understood why the land god had asked such a question. Indeed, throughout their battles, the land god had come to realize that these were not mere fire sticks and wine barrels, but rather mysterious weapons. In the terminology of this world of black mythology, they could be termed as magical treasures. Perhaps the land god, upon witnessing the incredible treasures Lin Chuan possessed, assumed he had received guidance from some esteemed figure. Hence his inquiry about the source of such importation. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan felt a mischievous intent. He turned to the earth god and said, "No, you have indeed guessed correctly. This gourd was imparted to me by a transcendent master. I once witnessed the awe-inspiring spectacle of his sorcery. It was truly a cataclysmic upheaval, a transformation of the cosmos. In comparison, your immobilization technique is but a trivial skill, utterly ineffectual, fit only for dogs." Upon hearing this, the earth god's brow twitched. Beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior, a tempest of emotions surged within. That transcendent master, capable of such earth-shattering sorcery? Could it be that this little monkey had also encountered that master? It must be so. Such a lofty figure would undoubtedly orchestrate a grand scheme, treating the heavens and earth as a chessboard and the stars as mere pawns. How could he possibly lay the groundwork for his plans and then abandon them? Therefore, the magical artifacts possessed by this little monkey must surely be a part of that master's elaborate design. Contemplating this, the earth god picked up the scratching tool in his hand and scratched his back, releasing a long sigh. The machinations of such great figures are indeed too intricate. It would be wiser for me to focus on fulfilling the tasks entrusted to me by that master. When the time is right, I shall impart the method of gathering form and dispersing energy to this little monkey. Chapter 14. The bell tolls, storms arise. With merely half an hour remaining until his return to the realm of reality, Lin Chuan resolved to continue his ascent. He sought to enhance the experience of his 3 green attributes, for to elevate them to blue status, he required no less than 500 attributes of the same rank. After several hours of combat, he had managed to acquire just over 100. This task was undeniably arduous. Along the way up the mountain, Lin Chuan encountered 2 patrol squads, each comprising 7 or 8 wolf soldiers. Armed with the attribute of innate brute strength, he dispatched both teams with a mere 2 slaps, sending them crashing into the trees, their skulls shattered and their lives extinguished. Remarkably, Lin Chuan exerted little effort throughout this process. The entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes. In that moment, he realized just how formidable the blue attribute of innate brute strength truly was. He could not help but feel grateful that during his previous confrontation with the Guardian of the Land, he had received assistance. The land god had immobilized the Guardian using a binding spell. Otherwise, given the Guardian's immense size combined with the innate brute strength attribute, Lin Chuan could confidently assert he would have met his demise. As for the 2 sets of bulletproof vests he wore, they were merely a fade. Truly just two coarse linen garments. As Lin Chuan and the land god proceeded, they came upon a dilapidated pavilion. Upon sighting it, Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with recognition. Was this not the renowned check-in point from the famed Black Myth? Players, after engaging in battles and leveling up, could sit upon the mats in front of the pavilion to rest and admire the breathtaking scenery of Black Wind Mountain. Lin Chuan was quite fond of this place. Although he had initially intended to slay a few more wolf demons in the remaining half-hour to accrue further experience, he had already spent several hours battling from the foot to the mid-mountain. Fatigue began to weigh heavily upon him. As Lu Huashu had aptly remarked, after such prolonged exertion, was it not time to indulge in a moment of respite? Thus, Lin Chuan approached the mat, seated himself, and exhaled deeply, dispersing the physical and mental fatigue accumulated from hours of relentless fighting. He then stifled a lengthy yawn and rubbed his slightly damp eyes, feeling a considerable lightness envelop him. Truth be told, were it not for the perilous environment of the enemy's lair, he would have gladly succumbed to slumber upon that mat. After all, the pavilion scenery was undeniably enchanting. In the distance, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting the mountain mist, while the nearby Buddhist temple resonated with the sounds of meditation, adding a unique essence to the mountainous landscape. Gazing at the scenic vista before him, Lin Chuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. In his previous life, at the age of 35, he had been laid off from a large company. Frustrated, he returned home and purchased a gaming laptop, intending to finally immerse himself in the vast collection of Steam games he had accumulated over the years but had never had the time to play. However, to his dismay, while the laptop functioned flawlessly, he found himself stuck in a state of inertia. He vividly recalled that afternoon when he aimlessly opened Steam, only to close it moments later. Despite having countless gaming plans and ample free time, he lacked the fervor to engage in gaming. Fortunately, that day coincided with the announcement of the release of Black Myth, Yukon. As the first university graduate from his village, he felt compelled to support this endeavor and thus began playing the game. As he delved into the experience, he sensed the return of his youthful self. The young man who once clutched a game controller, secretly played games in his room away from his parents, and now found himself transformed into a destined character within the vibrant and enchanting world of Black Myth. How could this not exhilarate him? With this realization, Lin Chuan felt a long-dormant energy surge within him, an energy he recognized as youthful ambition. He rose to his feet and approached the grand bell by the pavilion, striking it with vigor. The resonant chimes echoed through the mountains, startling the birds and beasts into flight. Lin Chuan beamed at the scene before him, filling his lungs with air, and shouted towards the valley, "Your grandfather monkey is here." His voice boomed like a tidal wave, reverberating throughout the entire Black Wind Mountain. In the Tsunglong forest, deep within the woods, the instructor Daolang, Guangji, furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth while clutching his red tide. He muttered to himself, "He has arrived at the pavilion? This signifies Guhu Yuan is dead?" Guangji recalled the seemingly simple-minded Guhu Yuan, who always spoke of the Black Wind King. His heart was filled with disbelief at the thought of Guhu Yuan's demise. It was important to note that Guhu Yuan was a formidable character, on par with Guangji in strength, both belonging to the ranks of demon generals. In certain respects, Guhu Yuan was even more powerful, for he possessed a kind of fortuitous luck that arose from his simplicity. While others spent centuries contemplating how to ascend the mountain, Guhu Yuan was content to serve the Black Wind King, steadfastly guarding the mountain gate for a full century. His unwavering devotion to the Black Wind King endowed him with extraordinary strength. Though all consumed the same golden elixir, Guhu Yuan's prowess advanced more rapidly than anyone else's. Even if someone were to exchange elixirs with him, it was invariably Guhu Yuan who emerged stronger. The enhancement of abilities brought forth by devotion and obsession is nothing short of extraordinary. Guangji can only exclaim that it is quite peculiar. He has faced off against the guardian of the prison dozens of times, and the outcomes can only be described as evenly matched. Now, with the guardian deceased, it implies that the incoming adversary possesses strength surpassing that of the guardian, perhaps even capable of overwhelming himself? Contemplating this, Guangji's expression grew somber. He tightened his grip on the hands of Chi Chao, hoping fervently that he could vanquish that monkey. In the verdant bamboo forest, within a secluded pond, a half-human, half-snake creature clad in white emerged from the depths. Despite being a creature of the supernatural, his features were strikingly handsome. Had he been human, he would surely have become a well-known paragon in the vicinity. Observing the twisting of his serpentine tail, he swiftly navigated through the water, murmuring to himself, "Another monkey has arrived. A presumptuous monkey at that." With a flourish of his hands, the surface of the pond erupted in a cacophony of towering jets of water. The columns surged from the pond, cascading downwards, spraying innumerable droplets. Nearby serpentine demons, witnessing their lord's sudden display, halted in their tracks, scarcely daring to breathe, lest they be caught in the tumult. After a moment, the pond regained its tranquility. The figure in white gazed towards the direction of the Kangwolf forest, murmuring, "I hope he can reach my elder brother." Subsequently, the white-clad figure gradually sank back into the depths, as a gentle breeze caressed the surface. restoring an eerie calm as if nothing had transpired. In the Black Wind Cave, a robust monk with white beard and brows, devoid of a single hair upon his head, toyed with a string of prayer beads. Upon hearing the chimes resonating from the Kangwolf forest, his brow furrowed momentarily. Is that Guangji's bell? He pondered. Leaning in slightly, he listened intently, quickly overturning his initial assumption. No, it is not Guangji's bell. It belongs to the pavilion. Yet it is close. Should I advance and eliminate him? Perhaps I shall wait a moment. After all, Ling Shuzi is still at the Kangwolf forest. If he falls, it will not be too late for me to intervene. With that thought, the Black Wind King cast his gaze towards the Guanyin Zen temple in the Kangwolf forest, his eyes reflecting a sense of solitude. Ling Shuzi? Ling Shuzi. Ah. The Black Wind King let out a long sigh, falling into silence. In the Kangwolf forest, within the Guanyin Zen temple, the formidable demon King Ling Shuzi now perched atop the temple roof, his silvery fur bristling with intensity. The man emanated an aura that warned others to keep their distance, a palpable sense of dread. He was enraged. He was furious. He could scarcely believe it. Despite having reinforced his ranks, he had failed to eliminate that accursed monkey. The situation was further exacerbated by the beast's audacious provocation, ringing the bell of challenge at the Guhu courtyard. This was undoubtedly the gravest affront to his reign as the Wolf King. A thunderous howl erupted from his lips, reverberating through the entire Songlong forest, where all the wolf spirits understood the decree of their sovereign. They were to hunt down the intruder. Otherwise, they would face certain doom. Chapter 15. Lin Chuan. Woof, woof, woof. Say, old land spirit, have you noticed the increasing number of wolf demons? Lin Chuan casually swatted away a wolf demon, his expression growing somewhat solemn. This is not natural. Who told you to roar like that in the pavilion earlier? Look, isn't that a blatant declaration of war? One must remember, there are other mountain spirits within 100 miles radius. If they discover that we at Black Wind Mountain cannot fend off the invaders, they will undoubtedly entertain some unwarranted notions. The wolf cubs of Songlong Forest are certainly eager to fight you. At this point, the land spirit patted his waist, revealing his displeasure towards Lin Chuan. Just moments ago, they had encountered 2 patrol squads, each comprising 20 to 30 wolf demons. Although Lin Chuan was astonishingly strong and had formidable defense, the land spirit was not so fortunate. The skirmish with those 20 to 30 wolf demons was intense. Who would have thought that an impudent young wolf demon, lacking in manners, would dare to attack him? Fortunately, he managed to evade and, with a well-timed immobilization spell, dispatch the demon just in time. Otherwise, his humble shrine would have ascended to the heavens, joining the ranks of the immortals. Seeing the land spirit's displeasure, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. I say, old land spirit, you're not actually angry, are you? Frankly, your spells seem rather limited. Is immobilization the only trick you have? You know, even a dog wouldn't find that useful. The land spirit, upon hearing this, fumed with indignation, his beard bristling. You little monkey. Is this how you address your elder? Look, look. Is this something a person would say? He paused. Perhaps that isn't quite right. You're a monkey, not a person. After walking a bit further, they encountered yet another patrol squad of 20 to 30 wolf demons. Although Lin Chuan dispatched them in mere minutes, he gradually recognized the severity of the situation. The sheer number of these wolf demons was alarming. Moreover, perhaps influenced by their wolf king, Ling Shuzi. The subsequent waves of wolf demons exhibited increasingly ferocious and ruthless combat tactics, engaging in a brutal exchange of injury for injury, death for death. It was enough to cause one's heart to race in terror. Were it not for the copper wall and iron bastion he had plundered from Guhu Yuan, and with just his innate brute strength, he would have long since succumbed to their relentless assault. This could not continue. Lin Chuan came to a halt, his brow furrowed in concern. Observing the troubled expression on Lin Chuan's face, the land spirit chuckled and scratched his back playfully. What did I say earlier? If you continue to recklessly wander without understanding the depths of your situation, you shall undoubtedly face dire consequences. Before him, the large sweet potato revealed a broad grin, showcasing its prominent yellow teeth, exuding an air of satisfaction. Lin Chuan was aware that this land deity must possess methods of escape. Therefore, he hastily implored, Dear landlord, please enlighten this little monkey on how to extricate himself from such predicaments. If we do not devise a plan soon, we shall both perish here. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's earnest inquiry, the land deity nodded in secret satisfaction, feeling an immense sense of relief within. However, to maintain the facade of authority, he feigned anger, exclaiming, Humph, you little monkey. You call me big sweet potato when it suits you, yet grandfather land when in need. Very well, who told you to be? Cough, cough. Let us discuss how to liberate you from this plight. The deity continued, I possess a transformation technique that can temporarily turn you into a golden cicada. I believe those wolf pups are currently scouring for traces of monkeys. Who would pay heed to a mere cicada? Without waiting for Lin Chuan's reaction, the land deity pointed with a stick, transforming Lin Chuan into a small golden cicada, which appeared in midair. As the cicada, Lin Chuan flapped his wings, savoring the delicate sensation of the breeze caressing them, exclaiming in wonder. At that moment, he could not help but marvel at the prowess of divine abilities. Although he had previously appreciated the might of other celestial beings in Journey to the West, witnessing their ability to upheave mountains and seas with a mere flick of their hands, experiencing it firsthand made him realize that such feats were merely escalations of combat techniques, albeit with greater destructive power. While he had yet to reach the level of those exalted beings, he believed that with effort, such a day would inevitably arrive. Yet, this transformation technique was altogether different. The ability to metamorphose a person or object into another form defied the very laws of physics. It was truly extraordinary. After fluttering his wings a few times and exploring various directions in flight, Lin Chuan, now fully acclimated to the cicada form, soared towards the depths of the forest. Just as the land deity had stated, the wolf demons were indeed in pursuit of the monkey's whereabouts. Who would pay any mind to a small cicada? Lin Chuan glided through the ranks of wolf demons as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The more he observed, the more he appreciated the wisdom of having the land deity transform him into a cicada. During his flight, he distinctly spotted patrols composed of groups of 40 to 50 wolf soldiers wandering the mountains. Each soldier bore sharp eyes, donned armor, and wielded long knives, swords, and powerful bows, far exceeding the caliber of the wolf soldiers he had initially encountered. Indeed, the drunken wolf demons he had met at the pavilion were but a rare minority. When they were serious, their prowess was unparalleled. Otherwise, how could Black Wine Mountain have gained such a notorious reputation as a demon mountain within a 10-mile radius? Fortunately, in his cicada form, he went unnoticed amidst them. The entire process can be deemed as thrilling yet uneventful. Lin Chuan continued to soar forward until he reached the depths of the forest. At that moment, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance at the dilapidated gate of a temple. This familiar figure donned a flowing blue robe and wielded a dual-bladed staff. Strikingly, the blades at either end of the staff emitted a faint flicker of flames. Though the flames appeared to be coalesced, there was no doubt that the wielder of this weapon could manipulate the fire at will, should he desire to do so. Even to the extent of extinguishing his foes. Lin Chuan gazed at this old friend in disbelief. Who else could it be but our dear companion, Guangxi? Among the characters from the game Black Myth, none left a more profound impression on him than the dual-bladed master Guangxi. It is noteworthy that Black Myth, Wukong, is also referred to as Black Myth, Guangxi. Lin Chuan had long lost count of the countless times he had turned the tide of battle, relying on Guangxi's prowess when he was left with but a sliver of health. Before him, Guangxi's attribute panel materialized. Guangxi, identity, demon general, attributes, mastery of Buddhist techniques, blue, burdened by resentment, black, mastery of martial arts, blue, crimson tidal fury, red, gathering of demonic energy, green. Upon observing this attribute panel, Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Another red attribute? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous roar erupted. A colossal flame, capable of engulfing the entire Guhu courtyard, surged toward him, instantly incinerating the golden cicada form Lin Chuan had assumed. Guangxi watched as the cicada vanished into the blaze, his vigilance unwavering. He understood that this flame posed no threat to the Guhu courtyard, let alone the intruder capable of vanquishing it. Indeed, the next moment, Lin Chuan's figure emerged from the flames, his body entirely covered in monkey fur. Yet the fire failed to singe a single strand. Guangxi's pupils constricted as a sudden realization struck him. He recalled the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong, who could withstand the 3 flames of the alchemical furnace without being harmed, even gaining the fiery eyes. This monkey before him exhibited a semblance of their ancestor-esque grandeur. It seemed he would need to exert his utmost strength to eliminate him. With that thought, the dual-blade master Guangxi transformed into a being of flames. Brandishing his staff with an air of invincibility, he leapt forward, unleashing a scorching wave directly at Lin Chuan. Startled by the spectacle, Lin Chuan marveled at the speed and intensity of Guangxi's assault, which surpassed even that of the Guhu courtyard. With no time to ponder, Lin Chuan pointed a finger and shouted, "Freeze." Instantly, Guangxi was enveloped in golden light, suspended midair in a moment of stillness. Lin Chuan let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, I still possess some skills in immobilization. Upon hearing this, the Earth God cast a disgruntled glance in his direction. Did you not claim that such immobilization techniques are beneath notice, fit only for dogs? Lin Chuan, undeterred, maintained his composure, replying nonchalantly, "Woof woof woof." The Earth God? Chapter 16. So this is the proper way to unleash the redword entry. Suppressing the myriad of complaints within, the land god inquired, little monkey, how do you intend to confront the Knife Wolf commander? Will you rely on that fire stick and wine barrel of yours? I must clarify. Although the Knife Wolf commander's defenses are not as formidable as those of the Guardian, they are nonetheless entities of the demon general tier. Should you continue to employ such tools, I fear it will yield no greater results than last time. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's expression did not reveal any sign of distress. Instead, a smile graced his face. He turned to the land god and asked, "Do you understand the saying, great strength yields miraculous results?" The land god appeared somewhat taken aback. "What saying?" Lin Chuan rolled up his sleeves, positioning himself firmly on the ground like a tiger poised to pounce, and declared, "Great strength yields miraculous results." At that moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. The blue robe Lin Chuan wore emitted a sonic boom as he surged forward with an indomitable aura towards the Knife Wolf commander, Guangxi. Innate brutality. Blue word entry. Guangxi was already immobilized in midair by the binding spell. Consequently, when Lin Chuan unleashed his immense force, Guangxi was propelled over 100 meters away, deeply embedded within a boulder, shattering it into countless fragments. The impact had rearranged Guangxi's internal organs, leaving him utterly astonished that this seemingly smaller monkey could unleash a charge, an explosive power that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Guardian. Before Guangxi could ponder further, Lin Chuan charged towards him once more. Martial arts entry. Green word entry. Vibrant vitality. Green word entry. Demon or concentration. Green word entry. Lin Chuan's hands transformed into dragon claws, his feet into tiger paws, as he relentlessly assaulted Guangxi, who was trapped within the boulder. Dragon fist. Tiger pounce. Wolf howl. With less than 5 seconds remaining on the binding spell, having witnessed the terror of demon general tier entities from the Guardian, he unleashed his full strength from the outset. Boom, boom, boom. The boulder behind Guangxi shattered under the weight of Lin Chuan's overwhelming might, while the Knife Wolf commander, still under the effects of the binding spell, was utterly defenseless, becoming increasingly embedded in the hard earth, unable to move, enduring the onslaught from Lin Chuan. The 5 seconds swiftly elapsed, and Lin Chuan retreated a dozen meters, breathing heavily. Although he had only fought for less than 10 seconds, he had exerted himself to the fullest. Martial arts entry. Vibrant vitality. Demon aura concentration. Iron wall. Innate brutality. He had employed nearly all of his available skills, save for the frivolous, total concentration. The purpose was to prevent a repeat of the previous encounter with Gu Huiyuan, where one assumed victory was assured, only to discover that their offensive tactics were utterly inconsequential to the enemy. In the end, it was they who were left in disarray. Now, it was time to assess the results of his own assault. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, gazing towards Guangxi. Upon seeing him, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. There stood Guangxi, who had been embedded into the ground by Lin Chuan's immense strength, now rising with determination, brandishing the weapon Chi Chao. He thrust it forcefully into the earth, and in that moment, he stood upright. His body bore the marks of Lin Chuan's onslaught, bruises and gaping wounds marring his skin, yet his countenance remained composed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Suddenly, a fierce blaze erupted from Guangxi's being. Empowered by the flames, his wounds began to heal rapidly. Within mere seconds, he was restored to his former state, albeit with a noticeable fatigue etched across his features. Throughout Guangxi's restoration, Lin Chuan contemplated interrupting him. However, the overwhelming force radiating from Guangxi was truly formidable. It surpassed even the heat emitted from the incendiary devices he had deployed against Gu Huiyuan, even at a distance of several meters. Lin Chuan could feel the singe of his own hair. Could this be the formidable power of Guangxi's red attribute, Crimson Tide of Fury? Just as Lin Chuan pondered this, Guangxi spoke, raising Chi Chao and pointing its tip at Lin Chuan. "You are quite impressive. Few in the entirety of Haifeng Mountain could force me into such a predicament. No wonder Gu Huiyuan met his demise at your hands. But this ends here. It is now my turn." With that declaration, the flames surrounding Guangxi intensified. Even his wolf-like eyes ignited with fire. In the face of such a display, Lin Chuan could only think of one word: danger. With no time for contemplation, he activated the blue attribute, Ironclad Fortress. In the next instant, Guangxi vanished from sight. A resounding crash echoed, and Lin Chuan was startled. Looking down, he saw the blazing Chi Chao had inexplicably appeared at his lower ribcage. Immediately, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the weapon. This might was even more terrifying than his own innate strength. In an instant, Lin Chuan was propelled through the air. Within mere seconds, he witnessed Guangxi, engulfed in flames, deftly wielding Chi Chao, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon him, numbering in the thousands, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Even with the ironclad fortress defense, he sensed his protection teetering on the brink of collapse. To make matters worse, there were only 5 minutes remaining until his return. Though the entry for Copper Wall and Iron Bastion suggests it can briefly withstand the attacks of the Demon King, the capacity to endure is one matter, while the pain it inflicts is quite another. Lin Chuan felt that if he did not take action soon, he would be left with nothing but to endure a relentless beating for the next few minutes. Thus, as he plummeted from the air and had yet to find his footing, he swiftly flipped his hand, revealing 2 grenades and 2 smoke bombs nestled in his palm. While the grenades posed little threat to a demon general, when combined with the smoke bombs, they should provide a few moments of distraction, granting him precious time to breathe. With this thought, Lin Chuan hurled the grenades and smoke bombs towards Guangxi, then retreated several dozen meters. Seizing the moment, he retrieved an AK-47 and a P-90 submachine gun from his storage space, aiming at Guangxi's position and unleashing a hail of gunfire. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lin Chuan had anticipated that this barrage would at least fluster Guangxi, allowing him a moment's respite. However, he was utterly astonished to witness Guangxi, unfazed, enveloped in crimson flames, deftly dodging the bullets with even greater speed. What the hell? Dodging bullets? This must be some form of cheating. At that moment, Lin Chuan grasped the terrifying prowess of demon generals. Earth God, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, now would be the time to use them. Lin Chuan, desperate, had exhausted all his options, relying solely on the Earth God. Yet, upon calling out, he was met with silence. Turning back, he realized the Earth God had vanished without a trace. Cursing furiously within his mind, Lin Chuan felt a mix of frustration towards the Earth God. Yet he held no deep-seated resentment. After all, the instinct for self-preservation is inherent to all beings, especially for one like the Earth God, who wielded few reliable spells. In truth, Lin Chuan's greatest grievance lay with his own meager red entry focused concentration. Just look at Guangxi's formidable red entry Crimson Waves. Lin Chuan had inflicted severe damage moments ago, and now, facing near death, Guangxi activated Crimson Waves, restoring his health entirely and even enhancing his speed and attack power. Coupled with mastery of martial arts, Lin Chuan found himself utterly defenseless. Although he had yet to encounter figures of true Demon King caliber like Ling Shuzi or Black Wind King, he mused that perhaps the knife-wielding instructor Guangxi was indeed at that level. In stark contrast, his own red entry focused concentration offered no utility whatsoever, merely occupying space on his list of abilities. As these thoughts flooded his mind, a surge of anger and frustration welled up within Lin Chuan, and then, on his attribute panel, the crimson entry titled Complete Focus suddenly illuminated. Subsequently, Lin Chuan observed that the movements of the Blade Wolf instructor, Guangxi, within his line of sight began to decelerate. Chapter 17, Focus Concentration? Bullet Time. Lin Chuan's pupils constricted as he beheld Guangxi, suspended in midair, moving in slow motion. A wave of astonishment surged within him. What was happening? Why had Guangxi's movement suddenly stalled? Was it a form of immobilization? No, that couldn't be right. Such a technique could only be employed twice within an hour. Even the Earth God was bound by this limit. So, what could it be? Firearms, martial arts initiation, vigorous vitality, the gathering of demonic energy, impenetrable defenses, innate brute strength. Focused concentration. Focused concentration. Yes, that was it. At the moment this crimson phrase crossed Lin Chuan's mind, a paper-like note automatically materialized within his field of vision, inscribed with the words, Focused concentration. Read every task you undertake allows you to swiftly enter a state of flow, enabling multitasking without any detriment to cognitive speed, with an efficiency increase of 800. In an instant, Lin Chuan's thoughts were completely liberated. So this was the true application of the red phrase. He had previously dismissed it as insignificant, yet it was, in fact, the most potent of all. It augmented his mental speed by 800. The red phrase, focused concentration, was akin to the cinematic technique of bullet time. It allowed his cognitive pace to surge exponentially. Just like now, under normal temporal flow, these mental activities would typically require 2 to 3 minutes. Yet according to the countdown returning to reality before him, not even a second had elapsed. Though Guangxi continued to move in the air under the enhancement of his focused concentration, it was as if he had entered a state of immobilization. One must understand, what made Guangxi so formidable as a demon general? Was it not the significant increase in speed and attack power granted by the red phrase, crimson waves roaring to the sky? This was akin to the explosive power of a small universe, effectively countered by Lin Chuan's bullet time. In other words, it was now his turn. With this thought, Lin Chuan hesitated not. Innate brute strength, vigorous vitality, martial arts initiation. This time, he was determined to strike Guangxi with all his might. Guangxi, suspended in midair, was still dwelling on the previous second. He could distinctly sense that this monkey had exhausted all its means. The barrels that had been thrown, capable of releasing smoke and marbles, along with the fire stick that could unleash small stones, were likely his last resort. Otherwise, how could one explain the panic and helplessness etched on the monkey's face at that moment? Hovering in the air, Guangxi's thoughts ran rampant. Every so often, a monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain would come to Black Wind Mountain, foolishly seeking to provoke the king. Yet, in 9 out of 10 instances, those monkeys met their demise at the hands of Guhu Courtyard or by his own. Although this time, the Guardian of the Abyss met his demise at the hands of the monkey before him. Yet, that was all there was to it. Ultimately, one must perish at the hands of their own. As for the so-called destiny proclaimed by the king, it seems merely a jest. Guangxi tightened his grip on the Crimson Tide, intending to escalate his speed further. Suddenly, he felt an onslaught of attacks converging upon him. Each blow bore a force that rivaled the initial might of that monkey. The sheer number of attacks amounted to at least 1,000, perhaps even tens of thousands. In less than a second, Guangxi sensed his internal organs shifting once again, his body erupting with torrents of scalding blood from the myriad wounds. Boom. Guangxi was once more driven deep into the ground by Lin Chuan's blows. This time, Lin Chuan showed no signs of restraint. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, each strike aimed at Guangxi's vital points. He did not dare to pause. Heaven knows what new abilities Guangxi might unleash upon regaining his senses. Thus, Lin Chuan exerted every ounce of strength within him, employing all his offensive maneuvers against Guangxi until he heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Blade Wolf instructor Guangxi. Acquired new attribute, Mastery of Martial Arts, Blue. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lin Chuan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Was this all he had acquired? A mere blue attribute? Mastery of Martial Arts? To claim he was not disappointed would be a falsehood. After all, Guangxi, the Blade Wolf instructor, had proven to be the most formidable adversary Lin Chuan encountered since entering the realm of the Black Myth. Naturally, he yearned to glean more attributes from him. If he could have obtained the red attribute, Crimson Tide of Heaven, that would have been even more perfect. Yet, this wretched system only allowed for random acquisition. Not securing the black attribute, Grievous Attachment, was already a stroke of luck. Little monkey, is it over now? That wolf cub has perished, hasn't he? Noticing Guangxi lying silent on the ground, the Earth God, who had mysteriously vanished during the fierce battle, revealed himself. Approaching Lin Chuan with a sycophantic grin. Gazing at this large tuber before him, Lin Chuan felt a surge of frustration. Oh, Earth God, are you not akin to Neza? Did you not ride upon a whirlwind? You fled with such swiftness that even I failed to notice. Truly impressive. But then, considering that the Earth God was merely a small mountain deity, long neglected by worshippers, unable to wield any grand spells, perhaps his most valuable skill was merely that immobilization technique. Given that Guangxi had already unleashed his full potential, having the Earth God provide assistance would only hinder Lin Chuan's own attacks. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, Certainly. The intellect of Guangxi has been thoroughly battered by me. How could he possibly survive? Never mind, Big Sweet Potato, please assist me in retrieving Guangxi's weapon. The Earth God nodded repeatedly and handed Guangxi's weapon, the Red Tide, to Lin Chuan. Very well then. He bore no resentment in his heart. Even when Lin Chuan referred to him as Big Sweet Potato, he instinctively disregarded it. What choice did he have? After all, he was the greatest contributor. Initially, Lin Chuan had no desire for the Red Tide. After all, stripping away all factors, it was merely a weapon consisting of a dual-bladed staff. It would be far more advantageous to return and strive to acquire a powerful RPG instead. However, moments ago, the system had only seized a blue attribute, Mastery of Martial Arts. The reward was hardly commensurate with his efforts. Thus, contemplating that even mosquito meat is still meat, Lin Chuan set his sights on the weapon, the Red Tide, in the hands of the Earth God, originally thinking he could forego it, perhaps keeping it as a memento or collectible, and later selling it for a handsome price in the Marvel Universe. Lin Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment upon receiving the weapon from the Earth God. He had just heard the system's prompt. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the weapon Red Tide. Weapon Red Tide. Upon use, the host can transform into a fully restored Knife Wolf Commander Guangxi, with a 200 enhancement in all abilities and fire-infused attacks. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Chuan smiled, for he understood that he had struck a veritable windfall. Chapter 18. Returning to the real world, encountering Peter Parker. Little monkey, are you feeling better now? What shall we do next? Approaching the landlord, who was regaining his breath, Lin Chuan inquired. With the support of the Crimson Tide, Lin Chuan made his way to a nearby pavilion. He struck the heavy bell inside with force, producing a deep, resonant sound. Lin Chuan glanced at the countdown before him. 00:05, 00:04, 00:03. He turned to the landlord and declared, I am returning now. Moments later, darkness enveloped him, and upon awakening, he found himself gazing at the moldy ceiling of his bedroom in the real world. Lin Chuan realized he had returned home. Upon returning to reality, Lin Chuan looked at his phone, which displayed the time as 12 o'clock a.m., precisely coinciding with the moment he had entered the world of Black Myth. He then checked the news, which mirrored what he had seen before entering that world. Iron Man, Tony Stark, was still trapped in Afghanistan, his fate unknown. Stan Lee, the cameo artist, had succumbed after drinking a guarana soda contaminated by Banner's blood. Reports emerged of a youthful-looking Wolverine, Logan, encountered in a tavern. Additionally, Osborn was facing imminent bankruptcy and restructuring this year. Everything remained unchanged, as if a sojourn into the Black Myth world had never occurred. Yet, Lin Chuan was acutely aware that he had traversed realms, both physically and psychologically. He felt an overwhelming weariness. Before him, the system's countdown was displayed. 3 days remain until the host's next journey to the Black Myth world. Please continue your efforts. Host 72 00 00 71 59 59 71 59 58. Lin Chuan understood that everything that had transpired moments ago was not a mere dream. Now, he simply wished to cover himself with the blanket and truly drift into slumber. Ding ding ding. It was now 7 o'clock in the morning. Welcome to today's Horn Daily. I am your favorite host, JJJ. Yesterday evening, a massive experimental explosion occurred at Gaohua University. A witness claimed to have encountered a large green figure, but the media quickly refuted this, labeling the young man as suffering from severe delusions. What is the truth behind this incident? Allow me to unfold the story for you. Lin Chuan was roused from slumber by the sound emanating from his phone. Rubbing his eyes, he turned off the live broadcast of Horn Daily. Throughout his week-long journey into the American comic world, he had subscribed to the 7 a.m. news segment of Horn Daily to better comprehend the happenings of this world. Each morning at 7, he would receive the latest updates. He was able to receive the live notification from the Horn Daily punctually, and his phone would automatically redirect him to the live broadcast room. Lin Chuan was inherently a light sleeper, and listening to the morning news at 7 o'clock from the Horn Daily served as his waking alarm. However, after an arduous 6-hour battle, even with a full 7 hours of sleep, he still felt a lingering fatigue both physically and mentally. Naturally, he had no intention of tuning into the morning news today. After turning off the live broadcast on his phone, he rose from his bed. Stretching comfortably and relishing the delightful cracks and pops emitted by his body, Lin Chuan let out a soft moan. Oh, bliss. He made his way downstairs to a nearby bun shop, purchasing soy milk, steamed buns, and xiaomai. He returned home with his breakfast. Eating while contemplating his gains from the world of Black Myth. System, open the attribute panel. In the next moment, a translucent panel appeared before Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, Identity, Destined 1, Attributes, Mastery of Martial Arts, Blue, 21,000, Lively Spirit, Green, 156,500, Accumulation of Demonic Energy, Green, 78,500, Iron Wall, Blue, 1,000. Innate Strength, Blue, 1,000. Total Focus, Red, Special. Gazing at his personal attribute panel, Lin Chuan pondered thoughtfully. The situation was much as he had envisioned. When he plundered higher-level attributes, the previous tier within the same domain would automatically merge. For instance, upon acquiring the blue attribute Mastery of Martial Arts, the progress of the preceding green attribute Introduction to Martial Arts would seamlessly integrate into the blue attribute. The conversion ratio, however, remained uncertain. He would have to wait until his next venture into the world of Black Myth to experiment by slaying a few wolf demons. Next, Lin Chuan summoned the weapon Crimson Tide from his storage space. As he gazed at the dual blades and staff before him, he found himself increasingly enamored. The weapon's effects were undeniably extraordinary. By wielding Crimson Tide, the user could transform into a fully restored state of Guanji, with all abilities enhanced by 200. Additionally, the attacks would be imbued with flames. This was akin to granting himself an additional lease on life. Consider this. If he were ever unfortunate enough to encounter a being like Thanos and found himself on the brink of death, at the very least, he could transform into a fully restored Guanji, prolonging his existence. In that moment, he would have the choice to confront Thanos or to escape while in peak condition. That decision would rest solely in his hands. However, this ability to transform into Guanji, much like a binding spell, was time-limited. With his current capabilities, he could maintain the transformation for only 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the effect would automatically dissipate. Nonetheless, despite its brevity, there was one commendable aspect. In comparison to the formidable Blade Wolf Master Guangji, Lin Chuan exhibited a palpable weariness after utilizing the Crimson Wave, Tides of Heaven ability. Even after transforming into Guangji, the exhaustion did not further accumulate upon reverting to his original form. Overall, Lin Chuan found himself quite satisfied with the weapon known as the Red Tide. After tallying his spoils of war, he began to strategize for his next journey into the realm of the Black Myth. Only 3 days remained until his next traversal. And if his memory served him correctly, he was soon to confront the demon king Ling Shuzi of the Songlong Forest, a being no less formidable than the final boss of Haifeng Mountain, the Haifeng King. It was clear why the Haifeng King had chosen Ling Shuzi as his successor. Contemplating this brought a wave of trepidation to Lin Chuan. Having already encountered 2 formidable demon generals, each proved to be a challenging adversary. One, the Guhu Yuan, could withstand bullets with ease, while the other, the Blade Wolf Master Guangji, deftly dodged projectiles with unimpeded agility. Each seemed to possess abilities akin to cheating. Who could fathom the capabilities of Ling Shuzi? A demon king ranked higher than them? Lin Chuan resolved to spend the next 3 days exploring his surroundings. He was eager to discover whether the ability to plunder skills would extend beyond the Black Myth realm and prove useful in the current American comic universe. If so, he would stand to gain immensely. Just imagine the possibilities. Seizing rage power from the Hulk, magnetic control from Magneto, telepathy from Professor X, and endless devouring from Venom. The prospect was indeed promising. Furthermore, Lin Chuan believed it prudent to amass some firearms. While the demon generals and kings possessed astonishing defensive and evasive capabilities, the demon soldiers were not so formidable. Although they predominantly bore white abilities, even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh. Who would disdain a meager portion? Reflecting on his last hour in the Black Myth realm, Lin Chuan realized he had acted rather foolishly. After his encounter with Guhu Yuan, witnessing its terrifying defenses had understandably unsettled him. He instinctively assumed that all demon entities were equally fearsome, leading him to rely solely on brute strength against the wolf soldiers. Neglecting the abundance of firearms and ammunition in his storage space that could have easily dispatched a large number of foes. Even against a well-armed pack of 40 or 50 wolf demons, the struggle would have been significantly less arduous, ultimately conserving his energy. Such oversight was truly regrettable. However, at that time, he had just acquired the blue ability, innate brute strength. Confidence can indeed become somewhat inflated, though it is not entirely unreasonable. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, interrupting Lin Chuan's contemplation. "Who is it?" Lin Chuan inquired as he rose and made his way toward the entrance. "It's me, Peter Parker," came the voice from the other side of the door. Chapter 19. Is Peter Parker the reincarnation of Mr. He? The school serves as a microcosm of society, or rather, a miniature animal kingdom. Within this animalistic realm, one can find carnivorous creatures akin to noble lions, as well as herbivorous beings reminiscent of graceful giraffes. To evade the predatory instincts of the carnivores, the herbivores often band together for warmth and protection. Peter Parker, much like his predecessor, finds himself among those bullied at Zhongqing High School, thereby naturally forging friendships. Upon entering, Lin Chuan was greeted by the sight of a youthful and charming visage, none other than Peter Parker himself. Truth be told, there are moments when Lin Chuan perceives the world as rather peculiar. For instance, this very Peter Parker appears to embody the essence of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. Yet his familial circumstances suggest that his Aunt May resembles the version from the third generation of the Holland portrayal. Meanwhile, the bully Thompson encountered at Zhongqing School aligns more closely with the second generation of Garfield's Spider-Man. In summary, it is a veritable hodgepodge of characters. However, the thought that this world is not solely the main universe of Marvel but also intermingles with the realms of the X-Men and the Fantastic Four, perhaps even incorporating elements from Ghost Rider and the Boys, instantly calms Lin Chuan's mind. Ah, how splendidly chaotic. Hey Lin Chuan, why do I feel as though you've grown taller? And your physique seems to have improved as well. Have you been secretly working out? Peter inquired, observing Lin Chuan with a hint of astonishment. It was noteworthy that he and Lin Chuan had previously shared a similar height, yet today, Peter found himself looking up to meet Lin Chuan's gaze. Furthermore, he could not shake the feeling of an immense aura emanating from Lin Chuan, an instinctual realization that this presence surpassed even that of the bully Thompson who had tormented him. Is it? Perhaps I am simply going through a growth spurt during adolescence. It is quite normal to gain a few inches and some weight, Lin Chuan casually replied, eyeing the solid muscles beneath his white shirt. The effects of the entries he had acquired in the world of Black Myth were also manifesting in reality. After obtaining his first white entry, strong and sturdy, his height had increased from 178 centimeters to 183 centimeters. Following the acquisition of the green entry, vibrant and energetic, he experienced another growth of 2 centimeters. His muscles were such that they could overshadow those of any bodybuilding champion. It was merely the case that the former owner had opted for larger-sized clothing for convenience. Otherwise, his garments would have burst at the seams. By the way, what do those donuts in your hand signify? Lin Chuan remarked, having noticed that Peter had been clutching a bag since he opened the door. Oh, this? I stumbled upon a delightful donut shop on my way here and decided to buy some to share with you, Peter responded, continuing his explanation. Peter handed the donut, adorned with a generous sprinkle of candy and chocolate sauce, to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, of course, understood the underlying sentiment. Previously, during their school days, both he and Peter had been the targets of the notorious bully, Thompson. However, ever since Lin Chuan's arrival a week ago, he had taken to wielding chairs and tables in retaliation against Thompson and his gang, drawing their attention away from Peter. This time, Peter had brought the donut specifically as a token of gratitude. Lin Chuan accepted the offering with appreciation but remarked, "These donuts are incredibly sweet. Here, let me offer you something better." With that, he presented Peter with the buns he had just purchased from downstairs. However, he added, "I must warn you. You might not be accustomed to these buns. I asked the shopkeeper, and they mentioned that only Chinese people buy them. They said foreigners generally find them unpalatable." Peter took the steaming bun and took a bite, his eyes immediately lighting up. "Who said these buns are unappetizing? They are absolutely delightful." Lin Chuan looked at Peter Parker with astonishment, genuinely questioning whether this was the same Peter Parker he knew, as the flattery felt eerily familiar. Tentatively, he inquired, "By the way, Peter, how about I prepare a stir-fried green bean and pork dish for you tomorrow?" Taken aback by the suggestion, Peter replied, "Sure. But that must take up quite a bit of your time, right?" Lin Chuan gazed into Peter's eyes, continuing to probe. "It won't take too long. But I must warn you, my culinary skills are lacking. The green beans might end up a bit undercooked." "You wouldn't mind, would you?" Peter responded. "How could I? The fact that you are willing to cook green beans for me makes me quite happy. A little undercooked is perfectly fine." Hearing this, Lin Chuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. See, if he were truly the reincarnation of that teacher, he wouldn't display such an unguarded demeanor like Peter Parker does. Indeed, the Peter Parker before him was the same one he had always known. After tidying up a bit, the two continued their way to Zhongqing High School while enjoying their buns. Along the way, Peter voiced his concern. "Lin Chuan, are you all right? I saw you fighting with Thompson and his gang yesterday, and your uniform was torn to shreds. It's a pity you could only wear a white shirt today. Those people are utterly despicable." As he spoke, Peter waved his fist in the air, expressing his frustration toward the bully Thompson. Lin Chuan lifted his shirt, pointing to the area where he had been injured, and said, "I'm fine. Do you know about red flower oil? It's a mysterious remedy from my hometown. It heals quite quickly." Peter gazed at Lin Chuan's wound from yesterday, noticing the absence of bruises or blood, which eased his worries. "Seeing that you were unharmed brings me solace. However, what should we do moving forward? Given the significant conflict between you and him, we must exercise caution." A look of concern crossed Peter's face, revealing his lingering psychological shadow cast by the bully Thompson, who had tormented him for so long. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Indeed, we must be vigilant. I have acquired the blue attribute innate strength, enabling me to stand my ground against monsters of Hulk's caliber. Yet, if I were to confront Thompson again, I must indeed tread carefully lest I inadvertently deliver a fatal blow." Chapter 20. Fear. You will lose for a lifetime. Zhongqing High School. This institution embodies the quintessential American high school experience. By quintessential, I refer to the presence of a considerable assembly of misguided individuals who consider themselves the illustrious figures of the campus. These students, despite having the opportunity to arrive at school early, choose instead to drive borrowed or perhaps even stolen Jeep vehicles, accompanied by a small entourage of punk companions. Seated in their cars, smoking leaves, they exude an air of rebellious arrogance, believing themselves to be the epitome of coolness as they observe their fellow students passing by. They revel in the sight of their peers retreating in fear, which greatly satisfies their sense of superiority and vanity. Unbeknownst to them, their futures are entangled with a life marked by robbery, aimlessness, alcoholism, fractured families, and professional failures. They operate under the delusion that their journey has only just begun, mistakenly believing that high school confines their potential. They anticipate that post-graduation, they will break free and embark on grand adventures. Yet, ultimately, their experiences of joining the football team, mingling with cheerleaders, and bullying timid classmates become the pinnacle of their lives. At this moment, the school bully, Thompson, sits in the Jeep he borrowed from his cousin. Gazing at the students bustling by with a palpable sense of displeasure, Thompson has recently realized that the students no longer fear him. In previous years, this time of day would see obedient students avoiding his ominous black Jeep as if it were a plague. However, ever since last week, that Asian student, Lin Chuan, whom Thompson had relentlessly tormented, inexplicably found the courage to retaliate with remarkable ferocity. Despite the fact that Thompson and his gang had physically assaulted Lin Chuan, even tearing his uniform to shreds, they too bore the marks of their actions, with bruises concealed beneath their clothing. This newfound defiance ignited a spark of unwarranted courage in their peers, who began to perceive the bullies as nothing more than hollow threats. Consequently, students began to pass by the black Jeep without a hint of trepidation, completely disregarding Thompson and his crew. How could Thompson not feel the sting of indignation at being overlooked by the masses? Thus, he resolved that today, he must teach Lin Chuan a lesson he would not soon forget. Have you brought the tools?" he inquired of a hefty companion seated in the passenger seat. "I've got them all, boss. Just take a look," Yul replied, opening his backpack to reveal an array of menacing implements: brass knuckles, a wrench, a mace, and even a dagger. Thompson nodded in satisfaction at the sight of these weapons. With such instruments at his disposal, he was confident that today would provide Lin Chuan with an unforgettable experience, just as Thompson envisioned the lesson he would impart to Lin Chuan. A tall, slender underling spoke up beside him. "Boss, Lin Chuan has arrived, accompanied by Peter." Upon hearing this, Thompson gazed towards the school entrance, and indeed, it was Lin Chuan and Peter making their way forward. Lin Chuan was in quite a cheerful mood, despite the recent 6-hour ordeal he had endured. He was set to return to the world of dark mythology in just 2 days. Yet, one must acknowledge that this ebb and flow is what constitutes life. Working a full day is undeniably exhausting, But a refreshing cup of milk tea with just the right amount of sweetness can certainly dispel the fatigue of the day. Thus, during his walk to school, his mindset remained remarkably relaxed. After all, school life is devoid of the incessant violence, is it not? However, as he approached the school gate, he was met with a multitude of unfriendly gazes. Oh, who is this? Isn't it Lin Chuan and Peter? Are they attempting to form a league of losers? How dare they show their faces at school again? Do they seek another beating? Thompson heard the taunts from a group of bullies lounging in a jeep, their jeering and whistling echoing incessantly. A gathering of high school students, initially intent on entering the school, paused to witness the unfolding drama. Look, it's Lin Chuan and Thompson again. Why does Lin Chuan provoke him of all people? Who cares? It's bound to be entertaining. There was an eager anticipation among the onlookers, curious to see how the confrontation would unfold. Recently, the most captivating spectacle at school had been Lin Chuan's relentless resistance against the bully Thompson for an entire week. The human instinct to revel in chaos is undeniable, especially when it is intertwined with elements of bloodshed and violence. Among the spectators was a group of mean girls, including a blonde named Ruth, who wore a modified school uniform that revealed her midriff, clearly the ringleader among them. TSK, that oblivious Lin Chuan has reappeared. I anticipate he will soon face dire consequences. Thompson, of all people, will not let him off lightly. As she spoke, her eyes covertly darted towards Thompson, yearning for his attention. Ruth and Thompson were once the quintessential couple of the campus. She was the cheerleading captain, and he was the captain of the football team, their union commanding respect and deference from their peers. However, in recent times, Thompson had neglected Ruth's feelings while dealing with the nuisance that was Lin Chuan, leading to a quarrel between them. They had been ignoring each other for several days, which explained the cold mockery Ruth and her friends directed at Lin Chuan in the hallway as they sought to vent their frustrations upon him. And now, Ruth contemplated that speaking on Thompson's behalf and lending him her support might capture his attention. However, to her dismay, Thompson did not spare her a single glance, as if she were utterly insignificant to him. This realization intensified her resentment, prompting her to vocalize more disparaging remarks about Lin Chuan. Amidst the crowd, Gwen, clad in a white hoodie and bearing a pink backpack with her golden short hair, noticed Lin Chuan cornered by a group. She furrowed her brow, taken aback by the situation. Just yesterday, Lin Chuan had clashed with Thompson, and now, early in the day, another confrontation loomed. Having developed a slight fondness for Lin Chuan, she initially considered rushing into the school to fetch a teacher and quell the impending chaos. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that fights typically last only a few minutes. It was entirely possible that by the time she entered the school, the altercation would have already erupted. Observing Thompson and his gang, their faces twisted with malice, it was evident they were plotting how to inflict harm. Rather than summon a teacher to intervene, it might be wiser to step in if the situation escalated, using her position as the school band's lead singer to effectively diffuse the tension. With this thought in mind, Gwen paused, choosing to observe the unfolding scene. Lin Chuan, what should we do? There are so many of them, perhaps we should swiftly navigate around them? Peter suggested timidly, clutching his backpack tightly and shrinking into himself. Lin Chuan glanced at the frail Peter beside him and sighed. This version of Peter was exceedingly timid. However, it was not entirely his fault. In this world, there was no Harry to stand up for him. Unlike the portrayal of Peter in Tobey's Spider-Man, where he was bullied by Thompson yet still had the backing of Harry. Here, Peter lacked such protection. Without Harry's shielding presence, he bore the full brunt of Thompson's torment. Now he was timid, sensitive, and insecure, qualities that hardly fostered the potential for a superhero. Reflecting on this, Lin Chuan placed a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Listen well, Peter. Those individuals will not relent simply because you choose to back down. Instead, they will only intensify their bullying. If you remain weak and refuse to stand up for yourself, you will end up with nothing. Fear will lead you to a lifetime of defeat. Chapter 21. What the hell? When did Lin Chuan become so powerful? Before Peter could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Chuan strode confidently towards Thompson and his group. As the distance between them diminished, Thompson's gang realized that Lin Chuan appeared taller and somewhat more robust, a fact made conspicuous by his white t-shirt. Yet, despite this transformation, their ingrained disdain for Lin Chuan persisted, prompting them to unleash a barrage of taunts. Humph. So what? Trying to play the tough guy? Did you deliberately purchase fake muscles and shoulder pads online just to appear more muscular? I bet you even bought height-increasing insoles, 10 centimeters, no less. Stop pretending, Lin Chuan. No matter how much you try to flaunt your height, it cannot conceal the fact that your little brother is as diminutive as a mint candy. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing such words from the rotund Yule, Thompson erupted into raucous laughter, heartily slapping Yule's shoulder as if to commend his wit. Most individuals would have been furious upon hearing such insults, their faces turning various shades of anger. However, Lin Chuan remained remarkably composed. Then, his next remark shattered Yule's defenses completely. Is that so? No wonder your mother's breath is so fragrant. Peter, Gwen, The entire crowd. What on earth did I just hear? No wonder your mother's breath is so fragrant? Ha 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 ha. This Lin Chuan is truly talented. If I were Lin Chuan, even if I got beaten up afterward, I would consider it worth it. Hey, look at them. Instead of breaking Lin Chuan's spirit, they ended up exposing their own vulnerabilities. Yule's face turned the color of liver. Ah ha ha ha. Let us fight. Let's fight. The onlookers began to cheer, reveling in the unexpected entertainment that added a spark of excitement to their mundane lives. However, Yule, the other principal character in this spectacle, did not share Lin Chuan's calm demeanor. The sting of Lin Chuan's retort had already wounded his pride, and the encouragement from those around him only exacerbated his embarrassment. Thus, without hesitation, he donned a set of brass knuckles and bellowed, "You're asking for it," as he launched a punch towards Lin Chuan's face. Lin Chuan regarded the approaching fist with an unperturbed demeanor, even feeling a hint of amusement. Having acquired the skill set of martial arts mastery, he possessed a profound understanding of various combat techniques. Consequently, he instinctively recognized that Yule was nothing more than a novice in the realm of martial arts. In the wealth of martial knowledge within his mind, it was clear that brass knuckles were among the least effective weapons available. While they might seem to amplify the force of a punch, their true utility was rather limited. However, the wielder of this weapon completely disregards Newton's third law. The force exerted is reciprocal. Once the knuckle duster is donned, while one may indeed increase the power of their strikes, the force inflicted upon others will inevitably rebound. It is tantamount to receiving one's own blow. Moreover, as these knuckle dusters are predominantly crafted from iron, a slight increase in force could even fracture one's own knuckles. Not to mention the fact that I possess the attributes of unyielding fortitude and innate might. Well then, let us apply merely 1% of my strength. Lin Chuan swung his fist, delivering a heavy blow to Weir's knuckle duster. Ah, my hand. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed from the school gate. It is undeniable that his knuckles must have fractured. Lin Chuan relaxed his right hand, a contemplative expression overtaking his face. Was 1% still too much? It appears that next time, a mere 1,000th of my strength will suffice. Where? Oh God, are you alright? What the hell? That kid is ruthless. Thompson and his comrades were utterly astounded. How could it be that, despite Yue wearing the knuckle duster, he sustained injuries after exchanging blows with Lin Chuan? The extent of the injury, his knuckles are indeed broken. He will undoubtedly need to be rushed to the hospital. Damn it. Seeking death. Upon witnessing his subordinate being struck, Thompson, as the elder brother, could not possibly remain passive. He drew a spiked club from his backpack and swung it forward. As Thompson took action, his other underlings naturally followed suit, retrieving steel pipes from their bags and charging forth. Lin Chuan regarded the approaching group with a glimmer of disdain. Having acquired knowledge of martial arts techniques, Lin Chuan's first course of action was to explore the methods associated with wielding sticks and clubs. After all, in the world of black myth, he embodies the Destiny Man, descendant of Sun Wukong. If memory serves, in the later stages of the game, the Destiny Man can acquire the Rui Jingu Bang on Huawa Mountain. Familiarizing oneself with the techniques of stick fighting in advance is certainly justified. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Chuan comprehends the limitations of weapons such as steel pipes and spiked clubs in practical combat. Due to their considerable weight, these weapons gravitate towards the realm of heavy armaments. This implies that when one swings in a particular direction, there is hardly any time to retract the weapon, creating significant openings. Thus, one would expect those wielding stick weapons to coordinate with their allies, forming a surrounding circle around the target, while synchronizing their rhythm. They should strike when their opponent presents an opening, thereby preventing effective counterattacks. Yet, this group of simple-minded brutes, with their brawn but lacking intellect, merely flail their weapons aimlessly, devoid of any sense of teamwork. In light of this, it becomes evident Thompson had previously established himself as the tyrant of Zhongqing High School, relying solely on his brute strength. Upon this realization, Lin Chuan ceased to engage in further frivolities. With a deft sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the steel pipe swung by one of Thompson's lackeys, and with a powerful thrust of his right hand, he sent the pipe crashing into Thompson's face, leaving a distinct mark. "Why the hell did you hit me?" Thompson bellowed, clutching his reddened cheek. "I don't know," stammered the lackey, fear evident in his voice. "It was just a reflex." In a display of panic, he hastily discarded the steel pipe, fearing Thompson's wrath. The other lackeys, anxious about their own fates, followed suit, casting aside their weapons to demonstrate their innocence. Witnessing this spectacle, Thompson's fury reached a boiling point. "Are you all brainless? Tossing your weapons aside in the midst of a brawl? Damn it, not a single reliable one among you." With that, he drew a dagger and lunged at Lin Chuan's chest with ferocity. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. While the earlier altercation with the pipe and the mace had been mere skirmishes, the appearance of the dagger signified a grave escalation. After all, a dagger, once brandished with intent, could indeed prove fatal. A cold smirk crept across Lin Chuan's lips. Had he not acquired the system yesterday, enhancing his abilities? He might have faced a grim fate at Thompson's hands today. What wrong had he truly committed? He merely sought to resist further bullying. Was there a fault in standing up for oneself? The original host had only wished to attend school diligently, committing no offenses. Why then must he endure repeated torment? Should the righteous always remain victims? As these thoughts ignited a fire within him, Lin Chuan executed a swift maneuver, flipping his body and supporting himself with one hand. While delivering a powerful kick to Thompson's face, the Brazilian jiu-jitsu strike sent Thompson crashing to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, the onlooking students stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Their minds consumed by a singular thought: when did Lin Chuan become so formidable? Chapter 22. Is this a coincidence? Oh my goodness. Am I dreaming? Lin Chuan has knocked Thompson out with a single blow. When did he become this formidable? Oh my. Chinese Kung Fu. After a brief moment of shock, everyone erupted with excitement. No one had anticipated that the previously frail and bullied Asian, Lin Chuan, could defeat the school bully, Thompson, with just one strike. It felt surreal. Gwen looked at Lin Chuan, who had just knocked Thompson out, emanating a powerful aura. She was filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, Lin Chuan had been battered and bruised, relying on her ointment to reduce the swelling. Throughout the week, he had been bested more often than not in his encounters with Thompson's gang. How could he suddenly become so strong? She had thought Lin Chuan was merely a student who had mustered the courage to fight back. But now it seemed he harbored many mysteries. It appeared she would need to find a moment to inquire further. Meanwhile, Peter Parker stood agape, incredulously gazing at Lin Chuan. He felt an absurd sense of irony, recalling how he would often skip classes to fight and ended up at the bottom of the rankings, while Lin Chuan now stood at the top. When did you become so impressive? If you were this powerful, why didn't you say so earlier? Was your previous bullying merely a ruse? Do powerful individuals have a masochistic tendency? At that moment, Ruth, Thompson's current girlfriend and the cheerleading captain, approached Lin Chuan. She undid a button on her blouse, revealing her ample cleavage, and alluringly said to him, "I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. Today, Thompson seems like a mere weakling compared to you. So, how about becoming my boyfriend? You know, I live quite well." With that, Ruth slightly adjusted her neckline, accentuating her curves, her words dripping with suggestive undertones. If it were any other naive young man, he would have eagerly agreed. However, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, still pondering why this woman would approach him. But soon enough, he relaxed, realizing the truth. For someone as opportunistic as Ruth, it mattered little who was the county chief. What mattered was who was the chief's spouse. With Thompson knocked out by his hand, how could she possibly continue her association with him? Naturally, she would seek to distance herself and align with someone stronger. After discerning the motivations of the other party, Lin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Just moments ago, before confronting Thompson, the barbs of that mean girl had been the most unbearable. Now, witnessing his own strength and ascendancy, she sought to curry favor, hoping to become his girlfriend? How despicable. Lin Chuan exuded an aura of enchantment and spoke without reservation. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Ruth intended to retort and persist. But suddenly, she noticed the sky darkening ominously. Unbeknownst to her, she had arrived at the edge of a precipice. Beneath the immense full moon lay countless wolf carcasses, the blood from these bodies nearly submerging her ankles. Towering above the multitude of slain wolves stood a wolf king, as grand as a small mountain, facing the moon with an imposing stature. As Ruth felt an irresistible urge to discern its true nature, the wolf king abruptly turned its head, fixating its gaze upon her. In that instant, she finally recognized the wolf king's true identity. It was Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan devouring wolves. Ah, a monster. He is a monster. The sudden scream bewildered the surrounding students, who struggled to comprehend what Lin Chuan had said to provoke such a reaction from her. Before anyone could gather their thoughts, Ruth fled into the school, her entourage following in confusion. However, their glances at Lin Chuan now bore a hint of trepidation. Observing Ruth's retreating figure, Lin Chuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Indeed, great strength attracts admiration, but overwhelming power instills fear. Earlier, he had utilized the green attribute concentration of enchantment, which holds a deterrent effect even against the demons of black mythology, let alone a pampered mean girl like Ruth. The fact that she hadn't burst into tears was already commendable. With Thompson incapacitated and Ruth frightened away, coupled with the ringing of the class bell, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Yet, everyone understood that the atmosphere at Zhongqing High School was about to undergo a transformation. So, how did you accomplish that? What do you mean? How did I accomplish it? Stop feigning ignorance. I'm asking how you suddenly became so powerful, to the point of knocking Thompson out cold. In the chemistry lab, Gwen inquired of her temporary partner, Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan yawned nonchalantly and replied, "Oh, you mean that? On my way home last night, I was bitten by a spider. And after fainting for half an hour, I discovered I had become stronger. I can now punch a large truck away, scale walls, and even shoot webs. I have made a decision. From now on, I shall be known as Spider-Man." Gwen raised an eyebrow, her lips curling in discontent. If you're unwilling to share, so be it. Observing the irritation etched on Gwen's lovely face, Lin Chuan found it rather amusing. After a brief pause, he resolved to speak earnestly in the identity of his predecessor. You see, throughout my life, I have been constrained by my status as an orphan, an Asian, and impoverished. Even when I was bullied, I accepted it as perhaps my due. However, recently, I have come to realize that the essence of who I am must be defined by my own voice. I, Lin Chuan, am certainly not someone to be trifled with. Henceforth, in the days to come, I will not allow Thompson and his ilk to bully me. Rather, I will extract lessons from my confrontations with them. Additionally, after school, I plan to study combat techniques online and engage in rigorous training. In essence, the more one gets beaten, the more one learns how to fight. Witnessing the earnest expression on Lin Chuan's face stirred something inexplicable within Gwen. She murmured to herself, indeed, does God only save those who save themselves? Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chuan standing in her heart ascended another tear. Ding, ding, ding. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the school bell rang, signaling the end of classes at Zhongqing High School. As the dismissal bell echoed, Lin Chuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Even after a week of traversing this new world, he had yet to acclimate to the early dismissal at 3. High school in America ends at 3? What about his previous life, where he toiled until 11 at night before returning to his dormitory? Lin Chuan inhaled deeply. Ah, this wretched yet decadent air of capitalism. I absolutely adore it. Shouldering his backpack, he made his way to the corridor and approached his locker to gather his belongings. At that moment, he overheard the chatter of other students in the hall. Hey, did you hear? Thompson got beaten up. Isn't that old news? He was knocked out by Lin Chuan this morning. No, I'm talking about after that. Wait, are you saying Thompson got beaten up again? Is it true? How unfortunate for him. Indeed, I just saw Thompson cornered by a group of thugs who looked like they walked straight out of Hell's Kitchen, giving him a good smack. His face was all swollen. What in the world? Why would those Hell's Kitchen guys come after him? I don't know. But apparently Thompson bought 200,000 worth of weapons from them yesterday, and today he has come to settle the debt. Wow, 200,000? That is impressive. Yes, I also heard. The group of students, laden with their backpacks, strolled toward the school gates, leaving Lin Chuan in a state of bewilderment. Thompson was assaulted by those from Hell's Kitchen? What a remarkable coincidence. Chapter 23. What? Lin Chuan is the illegitimate child of Jane. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the school gate was bustling with an even larger crowd than in the morning. After all, during the morning commute, some students had already entered the campus. However, at this hour, every student was streaming out of the school. The incident involving the former school bully, Thompson, being assaulted by gang members had occurred right at the gate, making it impossible to divert anyone's attention. As the protagonist of this debacle, Thompson was utterly baffled. He felt as though he had fallen into an abyss of misfortune. Earlier that day, he had been knocked unconscious by Lin Chuan, who he had consistently bullied, in front of the entire faculty and student body, which was already a source of immense humiliation. After finally enduring the long school day and yearning to return home, he found himself cornered by a group of gangsters from Hell's Kitchen, inquiring if he recognized Thompson. To his dismay, he instinctively replied, I am he. Only to be met with a barrage of blows from the group, who accused him of purchasing nearly 200,000 worth of goods from their weapons store the previous day, demanding immediate repayment. Was this not a scheme to ensnare him? When had he ever set foot in Hell's Kitchen? Why should he be responsible for repaying a debt he did not owe? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he attempted to retaliate, but his actions only fueled their rage, intensifying the ferocity of their assault. Now, not only was he physically battered, but the humiliation of being beaten in front of his peers compounded his suffering, a dual assault on both body and spirit. Who was it that had incurred debts under his name? At that moment, Luke, the burly owner of the weapons store, approached from a nearby vehicle. He walked over to his subordinates and surveyed Thompson, who lay helplessly on the ground, utterly defenseless. Frowning, Luke inquired, who is this guy? Brother-in-law. This is the Thompson who owes you money. How many times do I have to say it? When at work, call me boss. All right, brother-in-law. Luke sighed. Forget that for now. I recall it was an Asian. Did I not send you the surveillance footage? This fellow is Caucasian, and we captured an Asian. How do you intend to address this oversight? I just forgot to check that. Luke gazed at his similarly hefty brother-in-law, whose intellect seemed to fall short of his physical stature, and his frustration surged. Were it not for his wife's insistence on involving this dim-witted relative, he mused, the man would likely set himself ablaze while attempting to cook. Shaking his head, Luke dismissed these trivial thoughts. He gingerly touched the white bandage wrapped around his right hand, the wound having received subsequent care and treatment. Yet, he still felt a lingering pain. Thoughts of the Asian boy in tattered Zhongqing High School uniform from yesterday plagued him. Luke swore that no matter how long it took today, he would certainly catch him. Observing the crowd gathered at the school gate, Lin Chuan noticed that Gwen was among them. Approaching her, he inquired, Hey, Gwen, what is the situation now? Seeing Lin Chuan draw near, Gwen, who held a favorable impression of him, patiently explained, "It seems our leader has realized he has been played. He insists that no matter how long it takes, we must unearth the identity of the person who impersonated Thompson and bought weapons from our store yesterday. I can't believe someone from our school would do such a thing." Lin Chuan nodded and replied, "Do you think it's possible that person could actually be me, Gwen?" Seizing the moment while Gwen was momentarily taken aback, Lin Chuan continued, "It's fine. I'll handle it." Before Gwen could respond, he strode toward Luke. Watching Lin Chuan's departing figure, Gwen felt a surge of anxiety. If the earlier scuffle with Thompson had been trivial, now they were truly in trouble. One must understand that this group from Hell's Kitchen looked formidable. Armed with several handguns at their waists, no matter how skilled Lin Chuan was, could he withstand bullets? Such a notion seemed impossible. No. She had to think of a way. Resolving this, Gwen hurriedly texted her father, who was patrolling nearby, alerting him to the danger at the school and urging him to come quickly. Then, anxiously, she glanced at Lin Chuan and Luke, praying they wouldn't escalate into conflict. "Damn it, it's you." Upon seeing Lin Chuan approach, Luke erupted with fury, wishing he could devour the man who had hurt him yesterday. Yet, he restrained his rage and addressed Lin Chuan, "You bastard. Pay up. A full $200,000, every cent." Despite being outnumbered and facing men brandishing firearms, Lin Chuan remained unconcerned, casually responding, "I have no money." Hearing this, Luke, who had only just managed to suppress his anger, was instantly infuriated again. "No money? You still, but I possess something far more valuable than money." With that, Lin Chuan opened his backpack and pulled out a hefty 10 kilograms of gold, offering it forward. Luke accepted the weighty gold, gazing at its resplendent hue, rendered speechless by shock. This is gold." "Yes, 10 kilograms, worth $570,000. Tomorrow morning at 8, I will return to your store to continue purchasing weapons." Lin Chuan gazed into Luke's astonished eyes and spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet, this very tranquility only intensified Luke's shock. "What? You bought more? Have you exhausted the 200,000 worth of weapons you procured yesterday?" "No, it cannot be. How could an ordinary high school student possess 10 kilograms of gold? Could it be, as I speculated yesterday, that this lad acquired those weapons to raid a small gang? Goodness, a young hero emerging. Is he destined to become the next underground emperor?" With this thought, Luke instantly donned a new facade. After instructing his younger brother to stow the gold, he immediately threw an arm around Lin Chuan, exuding camaraderie. He casually mentioned a discount for weapon purchases tomorrow. Meanwhile, the nearby students, who had witnessed the entire exchange, stood dumbfounded. "What? Am I seeing things? Is Lin Chuan fraternizing with the denizens of Hell's Kitchen? So, he really did go there and buy $200,000 worth of weapons? What is Lin Chuan holding? Is that gold genuine? Goodness, it's enormous. I wouldn't mind a share. Wait, has anyone considered the peculiarities of this situation? Indeed, there are some inconsistencies. Possessing extraordinary combat skills, he could easily defeat Thompson. He could nonchalantly extract a hefty chunk of gold from his backpack without batting an eye. And now he is chumming it up with the Hell's Kitchen gang. Oh no, Lin Chuan can't possibly be a minor leader of that gang, can he? What? Lin Chuan is the gang's big brother? What? Lin Chuan has united the Hell's Kitchen gang? What? Lin Chuan is the illegitimate son of Kingpin? Gwen, overhearing these increasingly absurd claims, could only sigh in exasperation. What on earth is going on? After dealing with Luke and his crew, and instructing them to meet tomorrow, Lin Chuan approached Gwen with a smile. "What did I tell you? Everything will be fine." Gwen eyed the confidently grinning man before her, skepticism etched on her face. "So are you truly the illegitimate son of Kingpin?" Lin Chuan felt a flush of embarrassment. Has it only been a few minutes? And already the rumor has spiraled out of control? How else can one explain your apparent friendship with those Hell's Kitchen fellows? Let me think about this. Think about what? How to concoct a story to deceive me? Lin Chuan. Realizing she had been played, Gwen erupted in fury, taking action against Lin Chuan. However, from an observer's perspective, it appeared to be playful banter. Just then, George Stacy, the captain of the New York Police Department, received a text from his daughter. Driving a police car, he rushed from a nearby location and happened upon the sight of Gwen engaged in cheerful conversation with a rogue. His heart sank. All right. She tells me there's danger at school, urging me to come quickly. Is the outcome merely for the sake of displaying affection and playful banter with one's boyfriend? It is over. This time, it is truly the end. The cherished warmth of home has been compromised. Chapter 24, The Utter Awkwardness of Sharing a Vehicle with One's Father-in-Law. "Uncle, my home is not far from the school. There is truly no need for you to drive me," Lin Chuan remarked, amidst the unpleasant emlang of perfume, tobacco, motor oil, and leather that permeated the police car. He stifled his discomfort and addressed Gwen's father, George Stacy, the chief of the New York Police Department. "No. You sit tight. Rest assured, I shall see you safely on your way," George retorted, casting a glance into the rearview mirror at his precious daughter seated alongside Lin Chuan. feeling an overwhelming sense of dread as though a prized vegetable were being besmirched by a swine. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself. Were it not for the patrol regulations requiring them to be partners, and his colleague Paul occupying the front seat, he would have forcibly relegated Lin Chuan to the passenger seat, rolled up all the windows, and brandished his firearm, delivering a series of resounding shots to impress upon Lin Chuan the gravity of his transgressions. He could not fathom what his daughter, Gwen, saw in this scoundrel. What could possibly inspire her to indulge in laughter and banter with him? Moreover, why had she never mentioned him upon returning home? Could it be that under his insidious influence, Gwen had been clandestinely involved with him for quite some time? Had he even instigated her to keep this matter from her father? As these thoughts consumed him, George's gaze towards Lin Chuan grew increasingly menacing. Lin Chuan, catching a glimpse of the chief's murderous stare through the rearview mirror, felt a prickling unease. Had he not merely engaged in light-hearted conversation with Gwen? Why, with such intensity? Did it seem as if he were stealing her away? Yet, as it was his inaugural meeting with his future father-in-law, no. With Gwen's father, Lin Chuan deemed it prudent to alleviate the tension. Thus, he ventured, by the way, Uncle, what is your profession? George? Gwen? Both father and daughter were momentarily taken aback, astonished that Lin Chuan would pose such a question. George glanced down at his police uniform, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. I am a police officer. Awkwardness enveloped Lin Chuan upon witnessing George's grim demeanor. Oh dear, what have I said? He thought. I am typically quite sociable. Determined to shift the conversation, Lin Chuan paused before inquiring. By the way, Uncle, are you married? George? Gwen? I am married. George barked through clenched teeth, causing his countenance to darken further. Gwen shot Lin Chuan an irritated glance, aware of his intention to ease the awkwardness, yet disapproving of his approach. As Gwen cast a sidelong glance at him, Lin Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could he have instinctively posed such a question? Noticing the atmosphere growing awkward, Gwen decided it was best for her to speak up and dispel the tension. Oh, Dad, I smell cigarette smoke in the car again. Honestly, have you been sneaking off to smoke behind my back? Faced with Gwen's sudden accusation, George's expression shifted to one of guilt, as if caught in a misdeed. He hastily tried to exonerate himself. What? No way. It must be Uncle Paul sneaking a smoke. He turned to Paul, sitting in the passenger seat, and nudged him with his elbow, signaling him to cover for him. Understanding the cue, the bearded Paul quickly chimed in. Ah, yes. My apologies, Gwen. I couldn't resist, and had a few cigarettes in the car today. Your father would never smoke. As he spoke, he gestured to George, indicating that he should prepare breakfast for the next day. George nodded in agreement, signaling that everything was under control. Observing the two men conspiring to protect each other, Gwen couldn't help but smile. She realized that the earlier awkwardness had been effectively diffused. However, at that moment, Lin Chuan interjected, I truly believe smoking is detrimental. I had a friend who smoked, and he passed away last month. Upon hearing this, Director George was infuriated. Look at you. Who are you insinuating? Then he reconsidered. Or perhaps this brat is genuinely lamenting something. As an elder, I must not lose my temper. He suppressed his anger and continued. Was your friend killed by smoking? No, he was struck by a car while driving, Lin Chuan replied. George, damn it. This is no mere insinuation. This is practically a direct hit. In a fit of rage, Director George slammed on the brakes and turned to unleash his fury on Lin Chuan. Fortunately, as his longtime partner, Paul quickly intervened. Oh, George, are you tired from driving? Look at you, mistaking the gas pedal. Let me take over. With that, he pushed George out of the driver's seat and took his place. Along the way, he shot Lin Chuan a warning glance, silently advising him to speak less. Meanwhile, Gwen discreetly pinched Paul's side, twisting it counterclockwise to warn him against further reckless comments. Feeling the pressure on his waist, Lin Chuan gasped, mentally chastising himself for his earlier slip. Lin Chuan, you usually have so much to say? Why were you so tongue-tied just now? Despite having no particular connection with Gwen, the mere thought of meeting her father fills me with an inexplicable anxiety. I suppose it would be best for me to remain silent. Observing the rather tense atmosphere among Lin Chuan, Gwen, and George, Paul, who is currently driving, resolves to ease the mood. He speaks up, by the way, Director George. I read in the Horn Daily this morning that a green monster appeared at Gaohua University last night. However, other media outlets have dismissed it as a case of collective delusion. Is there any truth to this matter? Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan instantly perked up. The greatest frustration he currently faces is how to extract entries from superheroes. Whether he interacts with the school bully Thompson or the Hell's Kitchen gang member Luke, the system fails to scan any entries from them, not even a white entry. Realizing this, Lin Chuan felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could only hope that the inadequacy of those two was the reason for the failure and not that the entry extraction system was inoperative within the realm of American comics. Otherwise, given his current strength, if it were purely a matter of entries, he would barely surpass the likes of Gu Hu Yuan and Guang Ji. placing him somewhere above the demon generals, yet below the demon kings. Faced with monsters of the caliber of Ling Suzi, he remained woefully inadequate. Thus, in the coming days, he must endeavor to engage with superheroes in hopes of scanning and acquiring entries from them to bolster his own strength. This, indeed, is the righteous path. Upon hearing Paul's inquiry, George cast an irritable glance at Lin Chuan through the rearview mirror. Were Lin Chuan the sole occupant of the back seat, he would have dismissed him entirely, allowing the insolent boy to fend for himself. However, considering his precious daughter Gwen was present, George hesitated, lowered his voice, and continued. What I am about to disclose must not be shared lightly, particularly by you, Lin Chuan. Feeling a chill run down his spine from George's intense gaze, Lin Chuan vowed to keep the matter confidential. Only then did George proceed. The events that transpired at Gaohua University last night are indeed true. Paul, even if you hadn't asked, I would have informed you tomorrow. The military has notified us today to ensure our police department is prepared for full cooperation. They even showed me several photos of that green monster. My goodness, I swear, it is the most grotesque creature I have ever laid eyes upon. Listening to this confidential information from the police department, Gwen hurriedly scrolled through videos on her phone. During the break today, she happened to stumble upon a video circulating about the explosion at Gaohua University last night. Within a mere 3 seconds, the video was deleted. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to save it just in time. Initially, she thought the video was just a prank by some bored netizen, but little did she realize. The green creature in the video is indeed real. Gwen clicked on the video and handed her phone to her father, George. Dad, is this the green monster you mentioned? George turned his head, squinting his eyes as he glimpsed the blurry, shaky footage that briefly revealed a large green figure. He replied, Yes, that's it. However, the photos the military provided me are much clearer. In reality, it appears even more terrifying. Just as George was turning to speak with his daughter Gwen, Paul, who was driving, nervously interjected, Director, is the green monster you referred to the one right in front of us? George abruptly turned his head to look ahead, only to behold a towering green monstrosity. At least 4 meters tall, looming before them. The creature's back was arched, revealing a long row of bony spines, while its ears resembled the gills of a sea fish. Emanating an aura of savagery, it was rampaging freely in the middle of the road, toppling car after car. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, staring at the green behemoth before them. This is abhorrence. Chapter 25, which is mightier, wisdom or wrath? Wrath is the transformation of Officer Blonsky, who relentlessly pursued Dr. Banner. During his pursuit, he had already been administered a simplified version of the super soldier serum by General Ross. After being defeated by Hulk, his insatiable quest for power led him to coerce Dr. Blue into using Hulk's blood to grant him a semblance of Hulk strength. The fusion of the super soldier serum within him resulted in uncontrollable changes to his physique, ultimately rendering him a monstrous creature, reminiscent of a beast emerging from the depths of the ocean, terrifying, grotesque, and hideous. Previously, while watching the film, Lin Chuan had deemed the visage of Wrath utterly dreadful. In retrospect, that dreadful appearance seemed to pale in comparison to the current reality, escalating in horror 100-fold. Lin Chuan even felt that Thanos, the bald purple entity, was 1,000 times more aesthetically pleasing than Wrath. It was truly repugnant. At the very moment Lin Chuan comprehended the true nature of Wrath, the entry of Wrath materialized before his eyes. Wrath, identity, Blonsky, attributes, Berserk god of slaughter, red, infinite might, blue. Bone spike blade, blue. 2 blue attributes and 1 red attribute. This was at least a monster of the demon general caliber, despite Wrath's grotesque and perilous appearance. Lin Chuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the system for plundering attributes functioned within the realm of American comics as well. Next, it was his turn to slay this creature and seize its attributes. He pondered, in comparison to Wrath, who possessed greater strength, wisdom or wrath. With this thought, Lin Chuan's gaze towards Wrath transformed, infused with a tinge of greed and competitive spirit. Hold on tight, Paul suddenly shouted from behind the wheel. In the next instant, the rampaging Wrath, who was wreaking havoc by smashing nearby vehicles, noticed their police car, which was flashing its lights. With frenzied speed, it charged towards them, leaving them no chance to escape. As Paul had indicated, the best course of action now was to grip tightly onto whatever they had. Boom. Wrath abruptly appeared before the police car, seizing the bumper with immense force. With a screech, the bumper became grotesquely distorted. Wrath then heaved upward. The police car spun wildly through the air. As the sole female occupant in the vehicle, Gwen could no longer contain herself and screamed. Under such circumstances, it was hardly surprising. After all, facing a green behemoth nearly twice the height of a 2-story building, capable of overturning their car, one could consider it a remarkable feat not to be reduced to tears. Paul clutched the steering wheel with all his might, fully aware that loosening his grip would spell their doom. George similarly gripped onto whatever he could find, struggling to maintain his balance, his face turning pale with disbelief. This morning, I distinctly recall that the photograph delivered by the military did not depict the green monstrosity in such a terrifying form. How could it undergo such a drastic transformation in less than a day? George, Gwen, and Paul, despite their varied reactions, were all engulfed in fear. Yet, Lin Chuan in the vehicle remained unervingly calm. He recognized this as the opportune moment to escape, if he did not vanish now to confront the abomination. Once the vehicle crashed to the ground and tranquility was restored, the chance would be lost forever. Therefore, Lin Chuan no longer hesitated. He unbuckled his seatbelt and, with a swift elbow, shattered the adjacent window, propelling himself into the air, disappearing into the ensuing dust. Bang, bang, bang. After tumbling, the police car struck the ground thrice before finally stabilizing, although the roll left the occupants feeling quite disoriented. They were fortunate that the vehicle landed on its wheels rather than on its roof. Moreover, the dreadful abomination, after overturning the police car, moved away towards a bus filled with passengers, refraining from any further terrifying actions. Once the vehicle regained its equilibrium, George quickly turned to his beloved daughter, Gwen, and inquired with concern, "Gwen, are you all right?" Gwen touched her head, slightly dizzy from the spins, and stammered, "Dad, I'm fine. Lin Chuan. How about you?" As she reached out toward Lin Chuan, she found his seat eerily vacant. A swift glance revealed shattered glass strewn where he had once sat. Yet Lin Chuan was nowhere to be found. Damn it, that reckless kid must have unfastened his seatbelt and flown out, George thought, realizing Lin Chuan's absence. "Dad, you have to save Lin Chuan." Gwen's heart raced with anxiety as she noticed the empty space beside her. George clenched his teeth. Glancing at the towering abomination and then at his daughter's anxious eyes, shouted to Paul, "Paul, look after my daughter. I need to find that kid." With that, Paul opened the door and dashed out. Meanwhile, in the sky, aboard a military helicopter, General Ross, Dr. Banner, and Betty observed the chaos below through vehicle surveillance. Witnessing the abomination wreaking havoc on the streets, a grave expression settled on each of their faces. General Ross, clad in camouflage with a white beard, incredulously turned to Dr. Banner. "Didn't I already bring the green behemoth back? Who is this giant on the ground?" Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he muttered to himself, "Wait, could it be Blonsky? Blonsky? Father, what on earth have you done?" Upon hearing that name, Banner and Betty exhibited vastly different reactions. They were utterly unprepared for the transformation of the previously arrogant Officer Blonsky into this grotesque figure. How could this have happened? Suddenly, the abomination, still on the street, began pounding his chest and bellowing towards the sky, "Bring him to me." His voice was so thunderous that even those aboard the aircraft, including Dr. Banner, could hear him clearly without the need for surveillance footage. "He is here for me, or rather, he is here for the Hulk." Dr. Banner furrowed his brow and addressed the others in the cabin, then made his way towards the rear of the plane. "No, this cannot be. Banner, you've just managed to escape the Hulk's clutches. Do you truly wish to revert back?" His girlfriend Betty urgently intervened. Banner gazed intently into Betty's eyes and replied earnestly, "But now, I am the only one capable of defeating the abomination. Only the Hulk stands a chance against him." Just as their argument escalated, a helicopter approached their military aircraft, adorned with the bold letters Daily Bugle. The newspaper's editor-in-chief, J. Jonah Jameson, clad in a brown coat and puffing on a cigar, surveyed the carnage below with unrestrained glee, exclaiming, "Ha! Get this on camera, clear as day. Now this is what I call a major scoop." Chapter 26. JJJ. When words fail, laughter arises. The immense gusts generated by the helicopter's rotor blades whirred past JJJ's ears, a force that would overwhelm the average person. Yet, for JJJ, it was a refreshing breeze, a testament to the joy that accompanies good fortune. At that moment, he felt utterly exhilarated. In all of New York's media landscape, who would dare to approach and capture images of the monstrous green behemoth wreaking havoc on the streets below? Only the Horn Herald would. And that initial boldness signified an influx of attention. JJJ glanced at a nearby camera, where the Horn Herald's official live stream was ablaze with a flurry of comments. "Goodness! What am I witnessing? Is there truly a green monster? The incident at Gaohua University was real? I knew it. The government has been secretly concealing inhumane human experiments underground. Nonsense. This is Area 51. That green creature must be an alien. However, did you notice? This green monster appears even more terrifying than the footage that circulated from Gaohua University last night. Indeed, it looks significantly larger down there. It even has bone spurs protruding from its back. Could it be that the creature from last night has evolved? That's troubling. Recall that tanks and rocket launchers were deployed at Gaohua University yesterday. If the monster has indeed evolved, perhaps only missiles could eradicate it." Upon reading the comments in the live stream, JJJ burst into laughter. "Ha! Regardless of whether we face tanks or missiles, I, JJJ, vow that the Horn Herald will hover above, providing everyone with the freshest updates. Just wait and see." JJJ's proclamation ignited yet another fervent discussion in the live stream. It must be said, JJJ is truly remarkable. In an era where traditional print media is waning, JJJ has boldly embraced reform, advancing into the realm of live news reporting. Not only that, but JJJ possesses an astute sense of newsworthiness. Whenever a significant story breaks, he is the first to leap into action. This relentless pursuit of delivering the most riveting news to his audience, unafraid of the dangers, epitomizes the essence of a genuine news media personality. Brothers, let us show our support. Click to follow, send some hearts, and propel JJJ's live stream to the top. JJJ is incredible. Boss, I've followed you. So have I. My finger is sore from all the likes, but I relish it. Before long, the Horn Herald's official live stream soared to the top 10 of TikTok's most watched broadcasts. Observing the rising popularity, JJJ comfortably puffed on his cigar, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the tail of the military helicopter, Dr. Banner and his girlfriend Betty both noticed the hearty laughter of JJJ from the nearby Hornet Daily helicopter. However, their attention remained fixated on the malevolent figure wreaking havoc on the ground. I must jump down. If I don't, no one will stop that fiend. Dr. Banner said earnestly, looking at Betty. But you just received the antidote from Dr. Blue. You have no idea if you can still transform into the Hulk. Betty shouted against the wind. Yes, I may not revert to the Hulk, but I have to try, Dr. Banner replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. With that, he disregarded Betty's protests and turned to leap into the void. Meanwhile, JJJ in the Hornet Daily helicopter sensed the unfolding events and aimed the camera at the descending Banner, bellowing, "Ladies and gentlemen, take a good look. In the face of the monster's rampage below, it is our nation's soldiers who bravely step forward first. Let us flood the live chat with tributes to this valiant warrior." As his words echoed, the chat was soon filled with lines of homage. JJJ nodded in satisfaction, but suddenly, the cameraman, who was live streaming, exclaimed in disbelief, "Boss, wait, that soldier jumping down Ascendancy wearing a parachute." Stunned, JJJ rushed to the cameraman's position and gazed at the screen. Confirming that the man leaping from the aircraft was indeed without a parachute. The audience in the live stream also noticed this alarming detail and began to chatter. "Oh my, that guy has no parachute. It's over. I thought he was a hero, but it seems he has just taken a step to heaven. Goodness. I can't bear to watch." As JJJ read the comments flooding the chat, he realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. We're about to witness a live disaster. Nevertheless, he forced a smile and addressed the viewers. "Attention, everyone. This brave warrior jumping from the plane may appear parachuteless. But based on my understanding of our government and military, he must possess some secret device, perhaps a convenient hidden anti-gravity device straight out of a science fiction novel. Trust me, this gallant soldier will land safely." However, just as JJJ finished speaking, the unprotected Dr. Banner plummeted heavily to the ground. With a resounding thud, he created a sizable crater upon impact. Silence enveloped the scene for a moment. JJJ, live stream audience. Suddenly, JJJ couldn't contain his laughter. Indeed, in moments of utter disbelief, one can find humor even in the most absurd of circumstances. Chapter 27 on the bus. A phone call was made, and the sound of a mother's voice filled the air as they gazed upon the deep pit on the ground. The audience in the live stream was left utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? They had promised a concealed, convenient anti-gravity device. Where is it? This is unequivocally a live streaming disaster. Oh no, look at that green monster charging towards the bus. It's over. Who can save them? As the comments on the screen frantically scrolled by, JJJ was about to say something to calm the viewers when, suddenly, the photographer beside him shouted, "Boss, the person who just jumped down has turned into a monster." "What?" JJJ immediately rushed over, only to see a green creature rising from the humanoid pit in the ground. In terms of both aura and size, it was not the slightest bit inferior to the previous monster. Gazing at the two green monsters that had suddenly appeared in the street below, JJJ felt as though he had stepped into an urban legend. Even as the owner of the Hornet Daily, having witnessed countless bizarre news stories over the years, nothing had ever exploded into chaos quite like today. He murmured to himself, how many secrets does the city of New York still conceal? Below, Abomination watched as Hulk stood up from the deep pit, unable to contain his excitement. Why did he have to transform into a monster? Was it not because Hulk had repeatedly defeated him? As an exceptional soldier with extensive experience in victorious battles, how could he tolerate being bested by Hulk time and again? Therefore, he vowed that no matter what form he took, he must defeat Hulk. Hulk. Abomination roared, shattering the surrounding glass with the force of his voice. Hulk, brimming with fury, immediately locked eyes on this adversary. Despite the drastic change in size, he could still discern from the creature's aura that this spiked being was none other than his previous foe, and he, Hulk, would ensure that Abomination remained his perennial underling. In the next moment, the two green monsters collided and wrestled with each other. The vehicles and water pipes around them became their makeshift weapons. People in the street screamed as they fled in terror. As the saying goes, when gods battle, innocent bystanders suffer. No sane person would choose to remain. Yet, a yellow bus filled with passengers found itself trapped between Hulk and Abomination, unable to move. Hulk and Abomination were far too close. At such proximity, escaping through the doors would be tantamount to seeking death, but remaining on the bus was no sanctuary either. Who knew whether these two ferocious green monsters would suddenly utilize their vehicle as a weapon? The peril of the situation was evident. Whether one opened the door or stayed inside, death loomed ominously. The sounds of weeping, screaming, and desperate cries for help echoed within the confines of the bus. Yet, not a soul dared to intervene. An air of hopelessness permeated the vehicle. The tour guide, mustering every ounce of strength, addressed the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, our chances of survival may be dwindling. I am uncertain how much time we have left. However, if you have any final messages to convey, now is the time to reach out to your loved ones. His words served as a faint glimmer of hope, dispelling some of the gloom that enveloped the bus. One by one, the passengers picked up their phones, bidding their final farewells to family and friends. A matronly figure, draped in a blue scarf, spoke tearfully into the phone. Darling, please take care of our daughter. Her future is now in your hands. A young man in a suit, evidently away from home to work in New York, spoke with red-rimmed eyes. Mom, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have run away from home. A disheveled middle-aged man with curly hair and tattered clothes dialed his ex-wife, saying, Mary, if given the chance, I hope we can reconcile. As the passengers hurriedly made their calls, a sudden outburst erupted from a portly man in a blue shirt, who began to rage at the other end of his line. Fuck, do you know how long I've tolerated this? Stupid boss, forcing us to work unpaid overtime every day, and assigning tasks that are utterly unrealistic. I'm burning the midnight oil every night until 3 in the morning. This is a violation of labor laws, do you understand? Fuck, you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, let us settle this one-on-one. His tirade brought an immediate hush over the bus, as all eyes turned toward the man in blue. No one could fathom why he would choose this moment for such a call. Sensing the attention upon him, perhaps aware of his impending fate, the man continued to let loose. What? Why are you all staring at me? We might be caught in the crossfire of those two monsters any moment now. Do you really want to spend your last moments droning on about something to your family? Don't be foolish. He then pointed at the woman in the blue scarf, unabashedly declaring, let me tell you, we men understand men best. Don't believe your husband when he says he won't forget you and will take care of your daughter. Within a year, he'll forget you entirely and start a new family with another beautiful woman. Oh, and as for your daughter, trust me. No young person wishes to hear that their mother is dying. Believe me, within an hour of this call, she'll be off to the cinema with some boy she met who knows where. I wager $1 million with you. They will undoubtedly act this way. You ought to express the sentiments you have long harbored yet dared not voice. After all, we are all destined to perish, so why not say whatever we wish? Trust me, this is the finest opportunity we have. The words of the stout man instantly awakened the consciousness of everyone in the vehicle. Indeed, in mere minutes, death awaits us. At this moment, the most crucial action is to contact those we despise. Let all the unspoken grievances be unleashed. Thus, everyone eagerly began dialing. However, this time, each face bore a subtle anticipation and delightful satisfaction. The woman adorned in a blue scarf shouted into the phone at her husband on the other end, James. I am utterly fed up with you splashing urine everywhere every day. I have had enough of you carelessly tossing your clothes and socks around. Are you a 3-year-old child, or what? And during my birthday party last time, I distinctly saw you exchanging glances with my sister. You despicable scoundrel, go eat dirt. A young man in a suit, evidently a worker who had left home for New York, spoke through reddened eyes. Mother, do you comprehend why I ran away from home? It is because you and my accursed stepfather incessantly attempt to control my life. You can't even take care of yourself. Otherwise, your marriage to my real father wouldn't be in such disarray. I am truly exhausted by both of you. A disheveled middle-aged man, clad in tattered clothing and sporting curly hair with a beard, picked up the phone to address his ex-wife. Oh, Mary, do you know why I ultimately divorced you? You wretched woman, you are fully aware it was you who seduced my boss and my colleagues. You made my infidelity a spectacle for the entire company. But I shall not let you off so easily. A month before I came to New York, I had my way with your sisters and friends. Now, it is your turn to wear the horns. On the bus, everyone was fervently cursing those on the other end of the line. Although they were hurling insults, an atmosphere of joy permeated the vehicle. After all, this was one of the rare moments to vent without accountability. They were on the brink of death, naturally inclined to express their thoughts freely. Ultimately, no one would come to their rescue, would they? Chapter 28, The Battle of Intellect versus Hatred, Hulk. As Director George stepped out of the police car, armed with his firearm, he was immediately struck by the cacophony emanating from the bus. It was evident that in their final moments, Individuals were likely expressing heartfelt and unforgettable messages to their loved ones. This realization stirred a profound sense of reflection within George. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that no matter the cost, he must save the people aboard the bus. After all, the two monstrous green beings were wreaking havoc on the streets. Engaged in a frenzied clash, with the yellow bus trapped in between, not a single soul dared to intervene. At that moment, as the chief of police for New York City, if he did not step forward to rescue them, no one else would. Regarding his daughter Gwen's earlier plea from within the police vehicle to save Lin Chuan, George felt it was not immediately necessary. It was not a matter of disliking his daughter's boyfriend. Rather, based on his extensive experience as a police officer, he had already searched the surrounding area for several minutes without catching sight of Lin Chuan. The most likely scenario was that Lin Chuan, upon shattering the glass and being thrown from the police car, was so terrified by the green monstrosities that he sought refuge somewhere, now undoubtedly safe. Thus, rather than pondering Lin Chuan's whereabouts, the priority was to rescue the citizens trapped on the bus between the two creatures. The question then arose, how could he attract the attention of these two monsters to grant the passengers a chance to escape? After a moment of contemplation, Director George suddenly shouted, "Come on, you monsters!" With that, he fired several rounds at the two beasts. Initially, Hulk and Abomination were engrossed in their street brawl. But upon hearing George's call, they froze in their tracks, pausing their actions to gaze at the seemingly frail human. Seeing that his tactic was working, George felt a surge of triumph and continued, "Why are you standing there? Come and fight me." As he spoke, he unleashed more bullets toward Hulk and Abomination. The Abomination was incensed by this insignificant human who dared to interrupt his battle with Hulk, just when he had finally succeeded in drawing Hulk out. Another had come to disrupt his enjoyment. Hulk, too, was furious, for he was merely trying to assist humanity in defeating Abomination. Why should he be regarded as a monster? In that instant, both Abomination and Hulk shared a singular thought. They would first obliterate this audacious human before resuming their fight. In the next moment, Abomination and Hulk forcefully stomped their feet onto the ground, creating two massive craters. They leapt into the air, ready to bring their fists down upon Director George, intending to reduce him to a pulp. However, just as their fists were about to collide with him, a sudden clang echoed through the air. Both Abomination and Hulk felt their punches being intercepted. Even with all his might, he could no longer press down his fist. What could possibly be the cause of this? The Abomination and Hulk, due to the sheer size of the fist, could not see who was beneath it. However, the protected Director George clearly discerned the true identity of the newcomer. Suddenly, a towering werewolf wielding a pair of dual blades appeared before him. This formidable creature seemed to embody strength itself, its thick, dark gray fur resembling an impenetrable armor. Its eyes gleamed with a dazzling green light, exuding such a palpable aura of menace that it seemed capable of slaying foes with just a glance. Director George trembled at the sight of this beast. Was it yet another monster that had arrived? Now, let us rewind 3 minutes. After Lin Chuan shattered the window of the police car, he swiftly darted into a nearby restaurant. Once filled with patrons, the establishment had been rendered deserted due to the Abomination's rampage outside. Lin Chuan wiped the glass shards clinging to his clothing and cautiously peered through the window at the Abomination, which was bellowing at the sky, beckoning him forth. This was his first encounter with a creature of such monstrous caliber in the real world. Judging by its size and destructive power, it surpassed even the formidable beings found in the realm of black myth. If he did not transform into Guoji using the red tide, his power and defense, solely derived from his attributes, would only allow him to match the Abomination at best. As if that were not enough, with a bit more effort and by exhausting all his stored heat weapons, it might not be impossible to defeat the Abomination. However, he was acutely aware that he was in the real world, surrounded by countless media and surveillance cameras. If footage of his battle with the Abomination were to be captured, even if he emerged victorious, an avalanche of troubles would inevitably follow. The military, SHIELD, the Hellfire Club, the X-Men. This was a world where various elements of the Marvel Cinematic Universe converged. Who knew how many other forces lurked beneath the surface? Lin Chuan understood that despite his acquisition of 2 blue attributes, impenetrable defense and innate strength, he was not invincible. Even the mighty Hulk had been apprehended by the military during this time, currently hovering in the air with General Ross and his girlfriend Betty. He needed to proceed with utmost caution. Clutching the red tide he had retrieved from his storage, he gazed at its intricate patterns and murmured to himself, "It seems I must summon Guoji." Just as Lin Chuan prepared to transform into Guoji and confront the Abomination, a thunderous crash resonated through the air. Looking toward the sound, he discovered that Dr. Banner had plummeted to the ground, leaving behind a substantial crater. Mere moments later, the hulking figure of the Hulk, with his rough and resilient skin, emerged from the pit like a green mountain. And at that very moment, before Lin Chuan stood the formidable panel of the Hulk. Hulk, identity, Dr. Banner, attributes, infinite rage, red, boundless strength, Blue, split personality, black, a striking red attribute, a magnificent blue attribute. Yet another monster that could rival the might of a demon lord. A glimmer of greed flickered in Lin Chuan's eyes. If he could seize all the red and blue attributes from both the Abomination and the Hulk, then, in a couple of days, when he faced the Demon King Ling Shuzi at the Guanyin Zen Temple in the Songlong Forest, victory would surely be within his grasp. With this thought, Lin Chuan hesitated no longer. Grasping the Crimson Tide, he transformed into the enlightened Guoji and charged forth. Time reverted to the present. With the Crimson Tide effortlessly blocking the attacks from the Abomination and the Hulk, Lin Chuan was taken aback. In his Guoji state, he felt incredibly powerful. Were he in his normal human form, even with the blue attribute, Iron Wall, facing the combined onslaught of the demon-level Abomination and Hulk would have been a daunting challenge. Yet, as the master of the knife school, Guoji, he felt that his strength, defense, and speed had all escalated to an extraordinary level. The full-force assault from the Abomination and Hulk appeared to him as mere child's play. In that moment, he comprehended the true significance of the lengthy explanation provided by the system upon acquiring the Crimson Tide. After obtaining the Crimson Tide, he could transform into the fully powered master of the knife school, Guoji, with a remarkable 200 enhancement across all aspects, alongside flaming attacks. Observing the flames swirling around him and feeling the surge of power coursing through his veins, Lin Chuan erupted into laughter. Let the battle commence! With that declaration, he forcefully thrust his right hand, wielding the Crimson Tide, upwards. The two titans, resembling small mountains, were sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground and stirring up thick clouds of dust. Lin Chuan, gripping the dual swords that sparked with flames, coldly regarded the distant Abomination and Hulk. He knew that a new round of battle was about to begin. Guoji versus the Abomination and Hulk. Chapter 29. The passenger. Alas, we are saved. The Abomination struggled to rise from the ground, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that New York City harbored more than just the Hulk. The werewolf before him exuded a presence that seemed even more formidable than that of the Hulk. With a single strike, it could send both him and the Hulk flying. What did this signify? It indicated that their adversary possessed strength surpassing their combined might. Yet, such a challenge was indeed worth confronting. With this thought in mind, the Abomination tore off two bone spikes from his elbows, wielding them like crescent-shaped daggers, poised to charge forward. But at that moment, a green figure surged ahead of him with even greater speed. It was the Hulk. Lin Chuan squinted, observing the beast-like, crimson-eyed Hulk racing toward him. As if intent on tearing his very flesh apart, he understood. The Hulk had lost his mind. Though the Hulk was portrayed as a superhero in Marvel films, Lin Chuan had always perceived him as a complete lunatic, unable to control his fury, yet possessing the strength of several tons. The angrier he became, the more powerful he grew. Unfortunately, his intellect was akin to that of a mere 3- or 4-year-old child. He was, in essence, a superhuman child wielding nuclear weapons. The public sentiment towards him was less one of admiration and more one of trepidation. Thus, during the Battle of New York and the Avengers, even Captain America, seasoned in combat, could only issue a casual command, just smash things randomly. Now, in this fervent rage, the Hulk was indiscriminately attacking, perceiving Lin Chuan as the enemy. With his eyes aflame, he charged forth, seemingly intent on devouring Lin Chuan whole. A cold smirk crept across Lin Chuan's lips. You wish to consume me? Let us see if you possess the capability. As the Hulk closed in, just 3 meters away, Lin Chuan lightly tapped his foot on the ground and leaped into the air. In his enhanced state of heightened awareness, his agility and evasion increased by 200. What appeared to others as an unavoidable collision felt to Lin Chuan like a leisurely jog. Watching as the werewolf suddenly vanished from sight, the enraged Hulk bellowed wildly. His roar akin to that of an ancient beast. Merely hearing it paralyzed the listener with fear. Yet Lin Chuan remained unfazed, deftly maneuvering behind him with extraordinary speed, leaving a trail of wounds on the Hulk's back with the Crimson Tide. Clang, clang, clang. The sparks flew as his blade struck the Hulk's rock-like back, resonating with the sound of metal colliding. The Hulk perceived Lin Chuan as a cunning fly buzzing incessantly around his ears, driving him to distraction. However, his own speed could not match that of his foe, leaving him to flail blindly in the air. At that moment, Lin Chuan, embodying heightened awareness, stood atop an advertisement board on the second floor of a nearby building, coldly observing the Hulk below, engulfed in flames and flailing wildly. He marveled at the might of the Crimson Tide. The Crimson Tide not only enables one to transform into the fully revitalized state of the formidable Taoist Master Guangji for a fleeting 3 minutes, amplifying all capacities by an astounding 200, but it also endows one's assaults with the fervor of flames. Initially, Lin Chuan regarded this fiery enhancement with disdain. After all, he possessed the blue attribute of impenetrable fortress. Thus, he understood that with his formidable defensive prowess, he harbored no fear of flames. Moreover, he was well aware that his defenses surpassed even those of the likes of the Abomination and Hulk, who were evidently on a superior tier compared to the demon general level Gu Hu Yuan. The fiery augmentation granted by the Crimson Tide was, to them, merely a tickling sensation. Consequently, Lin Chuan initially perceived this as a mere flamboyant feature, designed solely to make battles appear more spectacular. However, witnessing the Hulk engulfed in flames, the acrid scent of burning filling the air, and his expression growing increasingly weary, Lin Chuan began to appreciate the sheer power of the fiery enhancement. What appeared as mere flames was, in fact, a searing effect. With the acquisition of the Crimson Tide, Lin Chuan gained dominion over fire. Thus, he could distinctly sense that once his flames struck an adversary, unless he perished or actively retracted them, his flames would indefinitely cling to the foe. Moreover, these flames would siphon the enemy's vitality, thereby replenishing his own. The Hulk, ensnared by the flames and becoming ever more fatigued, was the prime illustration of this phenomenon. Now, it was time to conclude this confrontation. Hulk, as Lin Chuan leapt down from the billboard, poised to deliver the final blow with the Crimson Tide, suddenly, two bone spikes sliced through the air with a piercing whoosh. Lin Chuan fixed his gaze and realized it was the spikes from the abomination. In the distance, the abomination gazed upon Lin Chuan, who was on the verge of being impaled, with a sadistic grin. He had been biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment when Lin Chuan had leapt down from the billboard, with no means of support. He swiftly withdrew the spikes from his own body and hurled them forth with vigor. He wagered that his spikes were razor-sharp and would surely render that werewolf either dead or gravely wounded. Ha ha ha, you are finished, just as the abomination grinned. Eager to witness the demise of the werewolf, suddenly his eyes widened in disbelief. He beheld the werewolf, impossibly, halting mid-air. Then, without any support, it twisted its body and, with a deft maneuver, deflected the bone spikes back towards their origin. Whoosh! The speed of the returning spikes surpassed that of his initial throw, leaving the abomination with no time to react as his own two spikes viciously pierced through his body. The abomination cried out in agony, experiencing the bitter taste of being struck by his own offensive technique. Yet, before he could fully express his suffering, a dagger, ablaze with fire, descended upon his head with ferocious force. The immense power cleaved through his forehead, unleashing a flurry of sparks that seemed to possess a life of their own, frantically burrowing into his flesh. Then, he beheld the icy green eyes of the werewolf. Almost forgotten, this monstrous creature was still a threat. Lin Chuan tightened his grip, his voice cold as ice. Damn it, werewolf. I shall take your life. From Lin Chuan's eyes, disdain was evident, and the loathing within him intensified. With a swift motion, he grasped the abomination and hurled it outward with great strength. Subsequently, he crushed two nearby cars beneath his feet, donning them as makeshift boxing gloves. Charging directly at Lin Chuan, Lin Chuan regarded the loathsome figure wielding the vehicles as if they were boxing gloves, a sense of gravity overtaking him. In comparison to Hulk, the pressure exerted by the abomination was undeniably on another level. After all, Hulk's intellect was akin to that of a child. He was merely another facet of Bruce Banner's persona. Yet, the abomination was different. Born from Blonsky's infusion of the recreated super soldier serum, he retained his original intelligence even after merging with Hulk's blood, gaining strength that surpassed Hulk's. Furthermore, this individual had been a seasoned warrior, undefeated in countless battles even before his transformation. From a certain perspective, Lin Chuan believed he could even exchange a few blows with Thanos, unarmed by the Infinity Gauntlet. Such a foe demanded utmost caution, but he possessed the red attribute focused. Lin Chuan's lips curled into a smile. The red attribute. Focused. Bullet time. Activating. In an instant, Lin Chuan perceived time around him slowing to a crawl, thanks to the amplification from the abomination state. This sensation of deceleration was even more pronounced than his previous encounter with Guangxi in the realm of dark mythology. Before him, the abomination, armed with car gloves and poised to deliver a crushing blow to his face, appeared as if frozen in place. Now, it was my turn. Lin Chuan brandished the abomination and charged forward. Clang, 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 clang. In less than a second, the abomination felt himself besieged by hundreds, if not thousands, of strikes. His once rock-solid skin shattered completely. Countless fiery serpents writhed within him. Ultimately, the abomination could no longer contain himself and collapsed to the ground. Crack! Lin Chuan, gripping the abomination, delivered a final blow to its head. Rip! The abomination's grotesque and fearsome head was severed from its body. Just then, a cold voice resonated in Lin Chuan's mind from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating the abomination, acquiring new attributes. Berserk Killing God, red, infinite might, blue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Hulk and acquiring new attributes. Infinite rage, red, and boundless strength, blue. Wait, the Hulk? Lin Chuan turned his gaze towards the Hulk. He noticed that during his battle with Abomination, the Hulk had, at some point, been drained of his vitality by Lin Chuan's flames, collapsing to the ground and reverting to his human form, Dr. Banner. Hearing the voice from the system, a smile appeared on Lin Chuan's face. 2 blue attributes. 2 red attributes. He had truly struck gold today. However, it was not the time for counting spoils. The 3-minute duration of his enhanced state was nearing its end. He should vanish first. With this thought, the skilled instructor, Guangji, disappeared from everyone's sight. After a while, Director George, noticing the street was finally quiet, let out a long sigh of relief. At last, those monsters were gone. As the saying goes, when gods battle, mortals suffer. Fortunately, during the confrontation between the werewolf and the 2 green monsters, they had intentionally or unintentionally distanced the battlefield, allowing Director George and the passengers on the bus to remain unharmed. Now, fully aware of their safety, Director George did not forget his original intention. He hurried to the side of the bus, knocking on the windows and shouting to the passengers inside, "Don't worry, you are safe." At that moment, all the passengers felt utterly despondent, their minds consumed by a singular thought. "Oh no, we are doomed." Chapter 30. It is time to examine the newly acquired entries. Inside a restaurant, Lin Chuan, having regained his human form, was tearing at his clothing. He picked up shards of glass scattered nearby and affixed them to his body. Smearing some residue from the stove on his face, he endeavored to present himself in a more disheveled manner. After completing his preparations, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, this appearance epitomized the plight of ordinary citizens during the dramatic entrance of a supervillain in the Marvel Universe. At that moment, Lin Chuan, now fully adorned, heard the anguished cries of passengers from a bus that Director George had rescued outside. A wave of sentiment washed over him. Alas, it was through my assistance that those passengers managed to escape with their lives. Their tearful expressions must surely be expressions of gratitude towards me. Were it not for the necessity of concealing my identity, I would certainly have approached them to offer comfort and quell their tears. Sigh, I am indeed a compassionate person, unable to bear the sight of others in distress. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Lin Chuan feigned fright. Taking 3 steps backward while glancing over his shoulder as he dashed out of the restaurant, he flung open the door of the police car and, with an expression of terror, exclaimed to the occupants within, I nearly died. Did you see those terrifying monsters that appeared just now? I knew it. The government must be secretly conducting human experiments." Bang! Just as he had finished his statement, Director George, returning from the street, delivered a solid thump to the back of Lin Chuan's head. "You rascal! Speak the truth. Where have you been just now?" Gazing at Lin Chuan in his disheveled state, Director George could not suppress a surge of anger. It was important to note that he had come down from the police car solely at the request of his precious daughter, Gwen, who had implored him to locate Lin Chuan. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of a werewolf that captured the attention of the 2 green monsters, he might have found himself in grave danger, alone and vulnerable. I was hiding in the restaurant," Lin Chuan stammered. You saw how many monsters were on the street. I was scared. I only dared to return after they were all dealt with. I apologize." As he spoke, his voice gradually diminished to a whisper. To an outsider's perspective, he resembled a young man who had come to realize his missteps. Seeing Lin Chuan trembling in fear, Director George sighed. Initially, he had intended to reprimand him, but observing his demeanor suggested that he was aware of his mistakes. Perhaps it was best to refrain from further chastisement. "Well, remember to fasten your seatbelt next time. You may not be so fortunate on your next ride." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains, indicating that he would not repeat such behavior in the future. "All right, Paul, please take Lin Chuan and Gwen home. I have just informed the headquarters, and other colleagues will be coming to provide support. I must remain here to handle the final tasks." Paul, the burly man in the driver's seat, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the streets outside lay in disarray. The young duo, Lin Chuan and Gwen, were merely a burden at the scene. Sending them home would be the best form of protection. Lin Chuan glanced at Director George and then at Paul, feeling a sense of relief. He knew he had managed to evade scrutiny. However, unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of suspicion lingered in Gwen's gaze directed towards him. In the sky, General Ross's military helicopter hovered nearby. Through surveillance, he observed Banner reverting from his Hulk form. Brown Sky, on the other hand, lay decapitated on the ground, leaving behind his massive green headless corpse. As he surveyed the stillness of the 2 figures, a covetous gleam sparkled in General Ross's eyes. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without mobilizing a large army, he could effortlessly secure the bodies of Banner and Brown Sky. If he could bring them back, he could conduct whatever research he desired. It was even conceivable to mass-produce super soldiers akin to Captain America. As this thought crossed his mind, a brilliant light flickered in Ross's eyes. But just then, the phone aboard the helicopter rang, causing him to furrow his brow. After all, this was an extremely confidential call of high security. Who could possibly be calling him at such a moment? He cautiously picked up the phone, listening intently. "Long time no see, Ross." It was the voice of Nick Fury, the director of S. H-I-E-L-D. Upon returning home, Lin Chuan took a brief shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Comfortably lying on his bed, he began to browse the news. This afternoon, his alter ego, Guangxi, had engaged in a fierce battle against Abomination and the Hulk, which had completely ignited social media. The top 10 trending news stories were all about today's confrontation. Werewolf spotted on the streets of New York. Military-human experimentation exposed. Individuals claiming to be mutants assert that these monsters are not isolated cases. Rumor has it, one of the green beasts is Dr. Banner, holder of 7 doctorates. How many more secrets is the government concealing from us? Among the media outlets clamoring for attention, JJJ's Daily Bugle had garnered an impressive amount of traffic. It was undeniable that, among the myriad media across the nation, JJJ's Daily Bugle stood out as the boldest. They managed to withstand the risks and broadcast live from the streets at the earliest opportunity. Some had roughly calculated that within a mere 2 hours, the official account of JJJ's Daily Bugle had gained at least 500,000 followers. And at this moment, the horde of JJJ's Daily Report live broadcast remains active. There, JJJ holds a microphone and questions the passengers who have been rescued from the bus. Eyewitnesses previously reported sightings of werewolves on the streets, who vanquished 2 green monsters. In a sense, they have been saved. If you were to encounter that werewolf again, what would you say to him? The passengers seem overly excited, shouting hoarsely into the microphone. If we see that werewolf again, we will surely repay him. No. We will express our gratitude. JJJ, holding the microphone, cannot help but reflect upon this response. Gratitude, indeed, how commendable of you all. Meanwhile, a nearby passenger mutters softly, yes. We will definitely give him a good beating. Observing the live broadcast, the bus passengers express their appreciation. Lin Chuan nods in satisfaction. Ah. Receiving gratitude from the public for doing good deeds is truly a delightful sensation. Setting down his phone, Lin Chuan recalls that he had plundered numerous attributes from the Abomination and Hulk earlier that afternoon. Now he finally has time to review them. System, open the attribute panel. Lin Chuan commands. Chapter 31, the red entries prepared for slaughter. Lin Chuan, identity, destiny bearer, acquired entries, mastery of martial arts, blue, 21,000, vitality, green, 156,500. Condensed evil aura, green, 78,500. Ironclad defense, blue, 1,000. Innate might, blue, 400,1000. Total focus, red, special. Infinite rage, red, special. Berserk god of slaughter, red, special. Gazing at his personal panel, Lin Chuan was first captivated by the alteration of his blue entry, innate might. 400 out of 1,000. What could this possibly mean? Where had the 2 blue entries I acquired this afternoon vanished to? Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and inquired of the system. Response to the host, the 2 blue entries, infinite strength, are classified as power-type entries and have now been integrated into the original entry, innate might. The system answered in its characteristic cold tone. Integration of entries? Lin Chuan pondered the system's words carefully. In truth, this was not the first occurrence of such integration. When he had obtained the blue entry, mastery of martial arts, his original green entry, beginner's martial arts, had been absorbed into it. Thus, it appeared that the progress bar following each entry indeed represented the quantity of the same type of entry acquired, but rather the energy obtained from such entries. With this realization, Lin Chuan felt considerably reassured. After all, it seemed that in the realm of black myth, those possessing blue entries were at least of the demon general caliber, and in the entirety of the black myth world, there were scarcely a handful of demon generals. If merely upgrading a blue entry like innate might require the slaughter of thousands, that would certainly be a monumental task. Having clarified this point, Lin Chuan shifted his gaze to the 2 newly acquired red entries. Infinite rage. Red, your strength derives from your anger. As your fury escalates, so too shall your power, until you become the embodiment of strength. Berserk god of slaughter. Red, upon activating this entry, you will transform into a colossal beast consumed by rage. With each enemy you slay, your anger will intensify until you are entirely engulfed by it. After reading these 2 red entries, Lin Chuan could hardly remain seated. One thrived on escalating anger to augment strength. The other grew angrier with each kill. These 2 were utterly complementary. If, one day in the future, he were to confront the celestial army of 100,000 in the black myth realm, with these 2 red entries at his disposal, would he not become a veritable god of slaughter among men? As long as his enemies lived, so too would he. These 2 entries were truly extraordinary. In fact, upon deeper reflection, it seemed that with the advent of red entries, there was a profound transformation in power dynamics. Whether it was total focus, manifesting as a bullet time, or otherwise. The red attributes such as infinite fury and raging god of slaughter, specifically designed for the purpose of killing, far surpass the mere enhancements of defense, attack, and presence offered by their white, green, and blue counterparts. They belong to an entirely different stratum. If the red attributes are already so formidable, one can only imagine the grandeur of the higher-tier purple, gold, and multicolored ones. Contemplating this, Lin Chuan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Should he truly acquire these superior attributes, he might stand toe-to-toe with the supreme beings of the Marvel Universe, such as the Master of the Multiverse, the Court of Life, and Eternity. However, Lin Chuan also felt a twinge of regret. For these two red attributes were birthed solely for the act of slaughter and would be ill-suited for the world of American comics. Otherwise, if he were to unleash his full potential, a 5-star criminal rating would be inevitable. He decided to wait for a couple of days until he crossed over into the world of black myth to further explore this possibility. For now, Lin Chuan glanced at the clock on his phone. It was nearing 10 o'clock in the evening. If memory served him correctly, he had arranged to meet with Luke from the weapons shop at 8 the following morning. It was time to rest. Watching the countdown to the entrance of the black myth world, 62, 00, 00, 61, 59, 59, 61, 59, 58, Lin Chuan set his phone down and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at Gwen's home, her mother, Helen Stacy, anxiously gazed at the closed door of Gwen's room. With a sense of unease, she turned to her husband, George. Old Joe, do you think something is wrong with her daughter? Ever since Paul brought her home, she has kept her door locked, not even responding when it's time to eat. What if something has happened? After a long day, Director George rubbed his slightly reddened eyes and reassured his wife. Everything is fine, Helen. Gwen, she experienced some distress this afternoon. You know, those 3 monsters. One look at them could give anyone nightmares. We should give her some time to process it all. However, if her mental state is still off tomorrow, we can consult a doctor then. As he spoke, the broad-shouldered George approached Helen, enveloping her in a comforting embrace while gently patting her back, signaling that everything would be all right. Feeling her husband's reassuring touch, Helen's anxious heart gradually began to ease. Unbeknownst to them, within Gwen's room, a desk lamp flickered to life. A figure was bent over the drafting paper on the desk, scribbling and sketching. As Gwen wrote, she murmured to herself, Lin Chuan, an Asian student from Midtown High, was 178 centimeters tall yesterday, and today he stands at 185 centimeters. Yesterday, due to the brawl instigated by Thompson and his group, the wounds sustained during the incident inexplicably vanished, and his physical prowess and combat skills seem to have augmented remarkably. Involved in financial dealings with the gang from Hell's Kitchen, this once destitute individual could even produce gold from his backpack. Subsequently, when the green monster emerged, he was inexplicably ejected from his seat despite having fastened his seatbelt, disappearing for a duration of 3 minutes. Coincidentally, during this period of absence, a werewolf made its appearance. Notably, this werewolf stood at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, identical to Lin Chuan's stature, in terms of strength, speed, defense, and offensive capabilities. It appeared to be a more formidable version of the Lin Chuan showcased at school. Following the werewolf's disappearance, Lin Chuan reappeared as well. In summary, the likelihood that Lin Chuan is the werewolf stands at a staggering 75%. Setting down her pen, Gwen gazed at the conclusion scrawled on her notepad. Still reeling in disbelief. Lin Chuan, is he truly a werewolf? Chapter 32, Gwen's bold hypothesis. The plans of S.H.I.E.L.D. Gwen was raised in a police family, with her father serving as the chief of the New York City Police Department. This upbringing meant that she was naturally immersed in the realm of criminal investigation from a young age, making her, in a sense, half a detective. Consequently, her gaze often bore a scrutinizing quality when directed at others, leading her classmates to label her as aloof. However, her exquisite beauty and remarkable vocal prowess in band performances led many to perceive this aloofness as a fitting demeanor for a goddess like her. Hardly considering that Gwen subconsciously employed her investigative knowledge to observe those around her each day. Of course, she did not maintain this level of scrutiny at all times. She reserved her observations for those who held a significant place in her heart. Among them, Lin Chuan, who had recently risen in defiance and decisively confronted Thompson, became her primary subject of interest. After a day of meticulous observation, Gwen found an abundance of discrepancies surrounding this Asian student. The sudden acquisition of strength, the coincidental disappearances and reappearances, the matching height. All of these factors hinted at a complex connection between Lin Chuan and the mysterious werewolf that had suddenly emerged. Even if Lin Chuan were not a werewolf, he certainly remained a person of considerable suspicion. Taking a deep breath, Gwen reminded herself to remain composed. After all, the notion of her schoolmates being werewolves, as per urban legends, was somewhat far-fetched. She attributed her ability to reach such a conclusion, in part, to her frequent indulgence in DC Comics, which often featured similar plotlines. A classic example being how Clark, the bespectacled reporter, would vanish every time Superman made an appearance, a parallel that could be drawn to Lin Chuan's circumstances. Moreover, with the recent release of the film Twilight, Gwen found herself wishing that those around her secretly possessed alternate identities, perhaps as vampires or werewolves. Yet, regardless of these two factors, there remained an overwhelming number of inconsistencies surrounding Lin Chuan that she simply could not overlook. Clearly, an opportunity for deeper observation was warranted. Click, click. Gwen absently clicked the cap of her marker while pondering how to engage Lin Chuan more closely. It seemed unlikely that she could do so at school, given her limited interactions with him. Their only prior connection had been as temporary lab partners during an experiment. Furthermore, since Lin Chuan had subdued Thompson and his gang, there seemed to be no opportunity to reveal Lin Chuan's extraordinary nature. Unless, in a flash of inspiration, a brilliant idea struck Gwen's mind. Without hesitation, she reached for her phone and dialed a number. Her tone softened as she spoke. Professor Connors, this is Gwen. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. There is an event in 2 days for interns visiting Oscorp, correct? In the spacious office of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Director Nick Fury sat in a sleek black chair, intently observing the footage displayed on the screen. The scene depicted the earlier confrontation between Lin Chuan, the Abomination, and the Hulk. As Director Fury watched, he rhythmically tapped his fingers on a weathered file labeled The Avengers. Lost in contemplation, he pondered the unfolding events. Time drifted by until Lin Chuan severed the head of the Abomination using his Crimson Tide technique, plunging the projection into darkness. Fury glanced at the timer on his phone. 2 minutes and 35 seconds. This werewolf appeared and vanished in a mere 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Why did this creature disappear so swiftly after eliminating Blonsky? What compelled it to intrude upon a battle that was inherently between Blonsky and Dr. Banner? Was this werewolf a boon or a bane for S.H.I.E.L.D.? As the mysteries multiplied in his mind, Fury's fingers tapped increasingly rapidly against the file. Director, I'm here, a voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. Come in, Fury replied, turning his gaze to the door. It was his longtime aide, Agent Phil Coulson. With an air of professionalism in his tailored suit, Coulson entered and approached Fury. How's Dr. Banner's condition? Fury inquired. Taking a sip of coffee from his cup, Coulson produced his phone from his pocket and presented it to Fury, pointing to the surveillance footage. Dr. Banner has regained consciousness. According to information from General Ross's daughter, Betty, we administered a significant amount of sedatives into his system. He will not transform into the green monster known as the Hulk for the foreseeable future. Remarkably, the dosage we used could have put an elephant to sleep for 3 days and nights. Yet, in Dr. Banner's case, it merely keeps him calm for a limited period. If he is provoked, he may revert to the Hulk once more. Fury nodded in understanding. He had anticipated this based on his review of past footage of the Hulk. So it did not come as a surprise. What about Dr. Blue? Have you located him? Fury continued his inquiry. Regrettably, we have not. Furthermore, all blood samples of Dr. Banner from Dr. Blue's laboratory have mysteriously vanished. Coulson replied with a note of disappointment. Dr. Blue was a previously anonymous individual who had been in secret contact with Dr. Banner, tasked with developing a serum to eliminate the Hulk. In retrospect, he had seemingly achieved a fleeting success. After all, Dr. Banner, in his Hulk form, indeed reverted to his normal state momentarily following the serum injection. Had it not been for Blonsky's transformation into the Abomination, Dr. Banner would not have transformed back into the Hulk. The disappearance of Dr. Blue and the blood samples is quite peculiar. It feels as though a clandestine organization is lurking within this incident, pursuing its own agenda. Director Nick Fury furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. Agent Coulson cautiously inquired, Director, are you implying the Brotherhood or the X-Men? Upon hearing Coulson's speculation, Nick Fury could not help but chuckle lightly. The Brotherhood? The X-Men? No. Those individuals have inexplicably vanished since the Cold War. Subsequently, all information regarding them has been classified as top secret, accessible only to a select few. He continued. This afternoon's battle was, at most, a confrontation among 3 gamma-level mutants, perhaps at best beta-level, given their prolonged absence. I find it hard to believe they would emerge for an event of such a low caliber. Coulson nodded in agreement. Indeed, whether it be the X-Men or the Brotherhood, the number of mutants within is vast, ranging from Omega to Delta levels. Since they have remained hidden since the Cold War, it is highly unlikely that they would expose themselves for merely 3 gamma-level mutants. Then, should we allocate some resources to investigate the disappearance of Dr. Blue and the blood samples? Coulson inquired nonetheless. No, let it be for now. The disappearance of Dr. Blue and the blood samples indicates that this mysterious organization has some ulterior motive. We shall wait until they can no longer contain themselves and reveal their intentions before we take action. For now, let us discuss the matter of this werewolf. Nick Fury gestured towards the large screen displaying Lin Chuan and continued, Coulson, in your opinion, is this werewolf a force for good or evil? After a moment of contemplation, Coulson responded, from the footage of the battle, it appears that the werewolf intentionally drew the combat away from the nearby tourist bus. This suggests a concern for civilian safety. Moreover, his appearance seems to have been motivated by a desire to save NYPD Chief George. He could have easily waited until Chief George was incapacitated before engaging in battle. In conclusion, I believe this werewolf exhibits a degree of human empathy towards civilians that neither Dr. Banner in his transformed state nor Blonsky possess. Nick Fury nodded in agreement. Having spent years together, he found that his old ally Coulson shared a similar perspective. He too considered the werewolf, in a certain light, to be harmless. Perhaps even redeemable. Others may be unaware, but Nick Fury is well aware. In the vast expanse of the universe, Earth is not the sole planet harboring intelligent life. Among those he has encountered are the belligerent Kree and the shape-shifting Skrulls. Furthermore, on Earth, there exist two uncontrollable factions, the X-Men and the Brotherhood. If SHIELD wishes to ensure its own protection or to possess a formidable force in the event of future conflict, it is undoubtedly essential to recruit individuals with extraordinary combat abilities. At last, Director Nick Fury cast a glance at the dossier labeled Avengers. He addressed Agent Coulson, instructing him to locate the werewolf. Attempt to make contact. If he proves to be virtuous, integrate him into SHIELD, and, if the opportunity arises, consider him for membership in the Avengers. Coulson inquired, what if he is malevolent? Upon hearing this, Director Fury coldly replied, then eliminate him. We cannot afford any lingering threats. Chapter 33. The Stark Company's stock price plummets. Antique shop of old man. At 8 in the morning, Lin Chuan, clad in a casual blue denim jacket over a white sleeveless vest, arrived in the realm of Hell's Kitchen. Along the way, alluring blonde women cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Some daring beauties even approached him directly, leaving their contact information, inviting him to reach out when he had the time. Their words dripped with suggestive undertones. Lin Chuan glanced at the numerous new messages on his phone and couldn't help but sigh. Oh, it seems this is the reality of being a handsome man. It appears rather troublesome. In truth, the original owner of this visage was quite charming. With a bit of grooming, he could certainly hold his own. However, prolonged poverty had led to malnutrition, rendering him pale and emaciated. Additionally, in an effort to save money, he had purchased clothes 2 sizes too large, which hung loosely on him, leaving a less than favorable first impression. Yet, ever since Lin Chuan returned from the world of the Black Myth, not only had he grown taller, but his physique had also become significantly more robust, with well-defined abs, pectorals, and biceps. The previously ill-fitting clothes now clung to his form perfectly, revealing sculpted muscles even beneath a layer of white shirt. Coupled with his tousled hair, he inevitably embodied the persona of a melancholic, yet strikingly handsome high school boy. It was no surprise that numerous women had actively approached him along the way. However, the sheer volume of attention was rather overwhelming. Lin Chuan stared at the plethora of new contact icons on his phone, feeling somewhat distressed. He had only been in Hell's Kitchen for less than half an hour, and already he faced such an influx of messages. How would he manage this moving forward? It wasn't as if he was being flirtatious. Rather, they were the ones pursuing him. How could he possibly disregard their goodwill? Perhaps he should reluctantly accept their advances. He tucked his phone into his pocket and turned his gaze towards his destination for the day, Luke's armory. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of Luke, the rotund shopkeeper with his hand wrapped in bandages, sporting a wide grin. Hey, little brother. You're here. Welcome. What weapon do you wish to purchase today? Although Lin Chuan had been transported to the world of American comics for over a week, he still found himself unaccustomed to the atmosphere of buying weapons as casually as one would purchase snacks. It was no wonder that American firearms flourished globally. It seemed even the average citizen indulged in such pastimes. Lin Chuan stepped forward and got straight to the point. The usual 50 P90 submachine guns, 50 AK-47 assault rifles, and 50 M1911 handguns, each accompanied by 2 magazines. Also, please prepare a few different types of sniper rifles for backup. Since his last encounter with Gu Huyuan and Guangxi, Lin Chuan had come to understand the importance of being well prepared. In truth, no matter how formidable the conventional weaponry may be, unless one possesses exceptionally large arms such as missiles, the standard firearms accessible to the average individual hold little efficacy against monsters of the demon general caliber. Therefore, rather than pursuing ever more powerful and heavily armed weapons, it is wiser to maintain the status quo. However, on this foundation, to swiftly and efficiently eliminate wolf demons of the demon soldier rank, Lin Chuan believed that a strategy of employing multiple guns with fewer rounds would be more effective. After all, these firearms and ammunition are stored within his spatial inventory. Instead of equipping numerous bullets, it would be more prudent to simply replace an exhausted firearm with another from his storage. This approach would significantly save time on reloading and, moreover, a firearm with an empty magazine poses no threat. Losing it would not be a matter of concern. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's request, the shopkeeper, Luke, displayed a look of perplexity. My young friend, it is not that I am unwilling to sell to you. but the quantity of firearms you desire is simply too great. I cannot procure them all at once." While speaking, Luke rubbed his hands together in front of Lin Chuan. Understanding the implication, Lin Chuan nonchalantly retrieved a hefty lump of golden bullion from his backpack and placed it on the table, producing a resounding clink. Upon seeing the gold, Luke's eyes widened. And with a hearty laugh, he handed the gold bar to his nephew, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. My young friend, you are indeed straightforward. Rest assured. If you provide us with your address, we will ensure the safe delivery of your weapons this afternoon." As he spoke, Luke handed Lin Chuan 2 submachine guns and several grenades, stating that this was a small token of their goodwill. Hoping that Lin Chuan would think of their shop first for any future weapon purchases. Observing the fervent enthusiasm of Luke, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel astonished. How could the demeanor change so dramatically in just one day? "Brother, have you forgotten that I pricked your right hand the day before yesterday?" Lin Chuan voiced his confusion. "By the usual script, after being wounded by me, shouldn't you be tempted by greed? For instance, how could a high school student like me casually produce gold worth over $1 million? And wouldn't you plan to ambush me with a gang of armed men during our transaction? Isn't that the typical scene from Hell's Kitchen?" Hearing Lin Chuan's remark, Luke, who had been wounded by Lin Chuan, chuckled awkwardly. "To be honest, my nephew and I indeed entertained such nefarious thoughts yesterday. However, upon further reflection, we sensed something amiss. After all, you, who were once only able to produce a few $100s, have suddenly transformed into someone wielding gold worth over $1 million in less than a day, and you wish to continue trading weapons with us. This does not seem right in any way. The possibilities that come to mind, apart from eliminating several mid-sized gangs overnight or kidnapping a few wealthy individuals, are rather limited. After much contemplation, it became clear that you, my young friend, are not someone we can afford to provoke, and thus we chose to be prudent." Upon hearing Luke's explanation, Lin Chuan nodded. It must be said that Luke is an astute individual. To carve out a niche in this crime-ridden Hell's Kitchen is indeed a remarkable feat. Stepping out of Luke's weapon shop, Lin Chuan inhaled the slightly salty sea breeze wafting from the western shore of Manhattan, pondering where to venture next. Although he had encountered Hulk the previous afternoon, signaling the onset of the Marvel narrative, it was reasonable to assume that he would not encounter any superheroes in the immediate future. In the realm of reality, the opportunities to engage with these iconic figures are pitifully scarce. However, it is not entirely devoid of possibilities. By visiting some classic landmarks within the Marvel universe, he might just stumble upon a few mutants. Lin Chuan had already decided that the most worthwhile destination in the Marvel universe would undoubtedly be the Turkish kebab shop. In the post-credits scene of the Avengers, after the Avengers dealt with the Chitauri army, they were invited by Iron Man, Tony Stark, to this very establishment for a celebratory meal. To be honest, Lin Chuan had always been intrigued by the flavors of the food at the Turkish kebab shop while watching the first Avengers movie. How terrible could it possibly be to render a group of formidable Avengers utterly speechless? Now that he had the rare opportunity to traverse into the Marvel world, he was determined to give it a try. Without further ado, Lin Chuan hailed a taxi, and after a half-hour ride, he arrived at the Turkish kebab shop. Observing the somewhat desolate atmosphere, with more staff than customers, Lin Chuan finally understood why, despite a massive Chitauri invasion, this establishment remained only slightly disheveled while others lay in ruins. It seemed that the shop was blissfully untouched by the chaos, thriving in its secluded corner. Skeptically, he ordered a signature dish and furrowed his brow as he took a bite. It was indeed unpalatable. No wonder it could silence even the Avengers. Lin Chuan seriously questioned whether Iron Man, Tony Stark, had been imprisoned by the Ten Rings for too long, thereby compromising his taste buds. How could someone enjoy such dreadful food? Perhaps next time, he should serve him a plate of stir-fried green beans with meat and see if he still claims it to be delicious. Nevertheless, with Hulk already making an appearance, why had there been no news of Tony's return? Just as Lin Chuan pondered this, the shop owner changed the channel on the television to a news conference. The person speaking above is none other than Tony Stark. With visible injuries on his face, he resolutely addressed the assembled media. "I have decided to shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries." In an instant, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this news, scoffed disdainfully. "Humph! A man who runs an arms company is shutting down its weapons division? This fellow must be out of his mind. Undoubtedly, Stark Industries stock will plummet once again." Reacting to this statement, Lin Chuan instinctively reached for his phone and opened the stock app. Just as the shopkeeper had predicted, Stark Industries stock was being rapidly offloaded by retail investors. The stock price plummeted like a torrent unleashed. Witnessing this scene, a look of excitement spread across Lin Chuan's face. He realized that his opportunity had arrived. He could seize the chance to purchase stocks at a low price. Once Tony publicly declared his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries stock would soar to unimaginable heights. At that moment, he would surely reap a bountiful reward. However, Lin Chuan quickly regained his composure. To purchase arms and ammunition, a considerable amount of his gold had already been expended. He found himself devoid of excess funds. After all, he had only discovered a single treasure chest in the world of black myth. It was imperative to devise a method to acquire more money. Consequently, he dialed the number of the weapon shop manager, Luke. Luke, I possess a batch of jewelry, jade, and precious stones. Do you have any channels through which I can liquidate these assets? On the other end of the line, Luke fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly contemplating something. Then he replied, if it's jewelry and stones you're talking about, you might want to head to Chinatown. There's an old fellow with a goat beard who specializes in buying antiques. He would certainly be interested in those items. Lin Chuan furrowed his brows. Goat beard? An antique shop? Why does that sound so familiar? What is the name of this antique shop? Lin Chuan inquired. Oh, it's a memorable name. It's called Old Man S Antiques, Luke responded from the other end of the line. Chapter 34. Gwen's invitation to Osborne Company. This exquisite piece is truly remarkable. Its jade quality is refined, and its intricate patterns render it a rare gem. The adjacent strings of jewelry are also of such caliber that they could grace an auction. Lin Chuan, is it? Are you genuinely here to engage in trade? The elderly man, adorned with reading glasses and illuminating the jade and jewelry with a small flashlight, inquired of Lin Chuan, his eyes sparkling with barely contained delight. Indeed. Sending them to auction entails a lengthy process, and I cannot afford to wait, Lin Chuan replied, observing the man before him. Clad in a white shirt with a yellow vest, his chin adorned with a hint of goatee, he found it hard to believe. An antique shop run by an elderly gentleman? Shouldn't this be situated in the Chinatown of Los Angeles? How did it end up in New York's Chinatown? Is this vast comic book world truly a melting pot? Very well, but I must clarify beforehand. I will provide you with a deposit for now, once the auction concludes. I shall remit the remaining balance to you, the elderly man stated, handing the jade and jewelry to Uncle Long, who wore a blue long coat, instructing him to safeguard them meticulously. Lin Chuan nodded, having contemplated this before his arrival. The jade and jewelry he possessed were purloined from the avaricious Black Bear spirit and Elder Jean Chi's exploitation of the populace's wealth. Their quality undoubtedly met the standards for auction, although a complete auction process would yield him greater financial returns. He was currently in urgent need of funds and could only secure a deposit from the antique shop for the time being. As for the remaining payment, that could be addressed later. One more thing, Cheng Long, please extend your utmost hospitality to our esteemed guest. He is our major client, the elderly man added, patting Uncle Long, who was busily attending to tasks nearby, uttering his classic catchphrase. Lin Chuan glanced at Uncle Long, whose prominent nose reminded him of a man sprinting from a train hurtling towards disaster, muttering to himself, Uncle Long, you are nothing short of a superhero. After enjoying tea at the antique shop and allowing himself a moment to adjust, Lin Chuan returned home, a credit card worth $150,000 in hand. To be candid, a singular word encapsulated Lin Chuan's feelings: exhilaration. This was the first time in his life, across both his current and previous existence, that he possessed such wealth. How could he not feel elated? However, he quickly tempered his excitement, reminding himself that this $150,000 was merely a trifling sum. Once the stock prices of Stark Industries rebounded, he would then truly be a man of immense fortune. For now, he would seek assistance in purchasing stocks. Through diligent research, Lin Chuan discovered that in America, one must be at least 18 years of age to open a stock market account. After all, the American stock market operates for 6.5 hours each trading day, with stock fluctuations unrestricted. Individuals whose mental maturity is lacking and who are unable to independently bear legal risks are exceedingly susceptible to being thoroughly drained by the stock market. However, Lin Chuan is rather unconcerned about this matter. Following a phone consultation, Luke revealed that a remarkably reliable attorney friend, Sol Goodman, could assist in resolving all these issues. The fee is a mere $50,000, which pales in comparison to the potential earnings that could reach tens of millions, if not over 100 million. Lin Chuan readily agreed. Interestingly, this reliable attorney happens to share a name with the infamous criminal lawyer from the Breaking Bad series. He never imagined that this character would manifest in his reality. With this in mind, one must wonder if Tony will seek out a certain doctor house for treatment of his palladium poisoning. As Lin Chuan indulged in these whimsical thoughts, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Peering through the peephole, he discovered that it was Gwen. He opened the door to welcome her inside. Today, Gwen was clad in a white shirt layered with a black knitted sweater, paired with black thermal stockings and a black and red short skirt. Complemented by her signature golden short hair, she exuded an air of competence and vigor, tinged with a hint of alluring maturity. Gwen, what brings you to my home today? Lin Chuan inquired, gazing at the campus goddess before him. Upon hearing this, Gwen raised her brow, exclaiming with irritation, you dare ask why I have come? Please, you haven't set foot in school all day? Taken aback, Lin Chuan realized the truth in her words. Indeed, today he had first ventured to Hell's Kitchen to procure weapons, then to a Turkish kebab shop to catch up on news, followed by a visit to an antique store to sell jade and jewelry, and finally to Sol Goodman for opening a stock account. His day had been a flurry of activity, leaving him entirely forgetful of school. Well, I won $5 million in the lottery a couple of days ago, so I figured attending school was unnecessary. I decided to skip today, he said, flashing the black bank card worth $150,000 in his hand. His current focus in this comic book world is to engage as much as possible with superheroes or supervillains, in order to acquire skills that would enhance his survival in the realm of black myth. Oh, is that so? Gwen regarded the black card in Lin Chuan's hand with skepticism. Being the daughter of a police officer, she possessed some understanding of bank card classifications and recognized the substantial value of the card before her. It was evident that one could not possess such a card without a substantial balance. Thus, Lin Chuan might not only be a werewolf, but could also be involved in financial dealings with individuals from Hell's Kitchen. Never mind that for now. I have secured an opportunity to tour Oscorp through my mentor, Dr. Connors. It is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Will you be driving or walking there? As she spoke, she handed Lin Chuan a visitor's pass. Lin Chuan glanced at the pass before him, hesitating to take it, feeling a flicker of surprise within. Gwen's inquiry was undeniably skillful. Rather than asking if he wished to come, she inquired about the mode of transportation he would prefer for the visit. Simultaneously, she assertively extended the pass towards him. If it had been the more submissive Peter Parker, he likely would have acquiesced without a second thought. May I ask why? Lin Chuan inquired. Gwen twirled a strand of her hair, feigning a semblance of embarrassment as she responded, yesterday. If my father hadn't forcibly pulled you into the car, you wouldn't have been flung out like that. Therefore, I would like to take you on a tour of Oscorp as a form of my apology. As she spoke, a flush crept across her cheeks. The blossoming feelings of youth would stir the hearts of any young man who beheld her. However, Lin Chuan, possessing the trait of being wholly absorbed, instinctively began to analyze the situation. It appeared that Gwen, feeling remorseful about the events of the previous day, was eager to show him around Oscorp as a means of making amends. Yet, considering her earlier assertive gesture in handing over the visitor's pass, coupled with her behavior that seemed quite unlike her usual demeanor, Lin Chuan sensed that her intentions were somewhat contrived. Thus, he pondered, why? Had he inadvertently revealed some flaw that aroused Gwen's suspicion? Was she attempting to leverage this opportunity for a closer encounter to uncover any trace of his connection to the enigmatic Guangxi? Indeed, this was the only plausible explanation. Ultimately, however, Lin Chuan accepted the visitor's pass, for within Oscorp resided Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin. If he were to visit in 2 days, perhaps he could glean some valuable insights from him. Though when sought to draw closer to him with ulterior motives, he too could play the game to his advantage. This was a matter of mutual benefit. Upon witnessing Lin Chuan accept the pass, Gwen realized her plan had succeeded. A delightful smile graced her features as she addressed him. Then, see you in 2 days, Lin Chuan. Chapter 35. Returning to the world of myth and encountering spirits on the 3rd day after returning to the realm of reality. Lin Chuan wandered aimlessly through the streets of New York City, endeavoring to discover other superheroes or supervillains from whom he could acquire valuable entries. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him, as he failed to encounter any formidable figures akin to the Hulk or Abomination. After an entire day of fruitless searching, he found himself merely fatigued. Perhaps the entries he possessed were sufficient for his needs. Gazing at the countdown before him, which was gradually approaching 0, he closed his eyes. Little monkey, what do you mean by wanting to return? Upon opening his eyes, Lin Chuan found himself face to face with a bewildered Earth god, clad in an oversized blue robe, staring at him in confusion. The chime produced from his earlier impact resonated softly in the air, echoing through the Songlong forest. Feeling somewhat embarrassed in the presence of the Earth god, Lin Chuan recalled his dramatic return from the world of myth to the realm of comics 3 days prior, when he had mysteriously proclaimed, "Now, I shall return." Who would have thought that while he had spent 3 days in the comic world, not even a second had elapsed in the mythical realm? What was once a profoundly meaningful statement had now become utterly nonsensical to outsiders. This tale is rather lengthy with that thought. Lin Chuan retracted his crimson aura and proceeded towards the depths of Songlong forest. Then, do enlighten me. The short-legged Earth god exclaimed, scurrying to keep up with Lin Chuan's pace. Startled, Lin Chuan halted and regarded the Earth god with incredulity. Did I not just mention? It's a long story. Hey, you big sweet potato, do you not understand that when a common person says such a thing, it implies they do not wish to elaborate? Lin Chuan retorted, exasperated. It's surprising that after hundreds of years in this realm, you possess so little understanding of human sentiment. Without waiting for the Earth god to respond, he swiftly departed. The Earth god stood there, momentarily stunned. Does this little monkey mean to imply that I am foolish? Huh. Without the abilities of the great sage, yet possessing the temperament to match. Unbeknownst to the two, after Lin Chuan had vanquished Guangxi, the heavy bell he had struck had incited a remarkable reaction throughout the entire Black Wind Mountain. Black Wind Mountain, the Black Wind King, who had just managed to calm himself, became agitated once more upon hearing the chime resonate through the valley. Eagerly, He listened intently and ultimately confirmed that it was indeed the bell located at Guangxi's position. The 3 heavy bells within Black Wind Mountain had chimed, heralding the return of an old acquaintance. The first bell had been struck, an occurrence unprecedented in the past few centuries. Could it be that he was the one foretold by the Bodhisattva, the destined individual? The Black Wind King fidgeted with the prayer beads in his hand, his expression fraught with uncertainty. Emerald Bamboo Forest. The white-clad gentleman, who had once submerged into the depths of the pool, resurfaced once more. He gazed towards the source of the ringing bell, murmuring to himself, Guangxi, is he truly gone? The image of Guangxi, the fiery figure wielding dual blades, flashed through his mind, causing his brow to furrow in contemplation. His own attacks were of the water element, while Guangxi's were of fire. The two could not coexist. This incompatibility extended beyond combat, permeating their very lives. Yet, in this moment, upon learning of Guangxi's demise, an inexplicable sensation welled up within the white-clad gentleman. After a prolonged silence, he sighed deeply. Alas, I must fulfill my elder brother's task, as usual. With that, he slowly sank back into the depths of the pool, which once again returned to its tranquil state. In the Songlong Forest, at the Guanyin Zen Temple, the towering Ling Suzi, upon hearing the heavy toll of the bell, understood that the sword master Guangxi had departed from this world. Consequently, a tempest of rage surged within him. With a furious swipe, Ling Suzi shattered every water jar within the temple, cursing vehemently, incompetent fools. This wretched waste. Both Guhu Courtyard and Guangxi are utterly useless. In the end, it is always left to me to act. Suddenly, Ling Suzi halted, as a thought struck him. No, there is still one other. Yuan. Meanwhile, in the Songlong Forest, Lin Chuan and the Earth God pressed onward. Strangely, the wolf demons that had previously clustered together were now becoming scarce. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would appear, but upon noticing Lin Chuan's presence, they would swiftly avert their gaze and scurry away as if they had not seen him, seeking refuge elsewhere. Lin Chuan could not help but chuckle at the sight. Are they afraid of me? It was understandable, however. The pinnacle of combat power in the Songlong Forest was limited to Guhu Courtyard, Guangxi, Yuan, and Ling Suzi. With Guhu Courtyard and Guangxi eliminated, only Yuan and Ling Suzi remained, naturally instilling fear in them. Yet, sometimes, it is not the people seeking trouble, but rather trouble seeking the people. Lin Chuan noted a few green entries on his attribute panel that required upgrading. As the saying goes, even the flesh of a mosquito is still flesh. Therefore, he had no intention of letting them escape. Thus, amidst a barrage of gunfire, Lin Chuan acquired numerous entries. Hey, monkey, be cautious. Don't let him discover us. Suddenly, the Earth God pointed towards a creature ahead. Lin Chuan focused his gaze and beheld a monster clad in a brown fabric robe, adorned with golden markings upon its head. Its skin a striking blue, its physique rivaling that of Hulk and Abomination. Is that Yuan? Chapter 36. The Origin of the Spirit in the Ambush of the Wolf Demon. Before us, the apparition, clad in an exceedingly oversized robe, resembled a child chasing after a gracefully fluttering butterfly. Its enormous feet thudded against the ground, resonating with a sound reminiscent of a minor earthquake. Suddenly, perhaps due to the excessive bulk of the robe, the large spirit stumbled, inadvertently stepping on its own garment. With a resounding crash, clouds of dust erupted, sending birds and beasts fleeing in terror. The butterfly, caught unawares, was crushed beneath the spirit, transforming into a delicate, translucent fragment. Witnessing this, the spirit began to wail loudly. Is it just me, or does this creature seem a bit foolish? Lin Chuan observed the weeping spirit from a distance, finding its intelligence to be even lower than that of the Hulk. If the Hulk could be likened to a mischievous child of 4 or 5, this spirit appeared akin to an infant, merely a few months old, who could only comprehend the act of crying. No wonder players had previously dubbed the spirit a big-headed doll during their gaming sessions. The Earth God leaned on his staff, letting out a long sigh. Ah, foolishness is indeed the case, he remarked, for this spirit is inherently incomplete. Intrigued, Lin Chuan retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from his storage space. Cracking them open as he inquired, Oh, pray tell, what do you mean by that, great sweet potato? Noticing the monkey in front of him producing a handful of seeds from seemingly nowhere, the Earth God snorted and reached out, exclaiming, Allow me. The seeds in Lin Chuan's hand were swiftly snatched away, rather than feeling angered by the old man's antics. Lin Chuan found the Earth God to possess a rather playful spirit, which he found quite amusing. As the Earth God tossed a seed into his mouth, cracking it open, he continued, It is said that after our King of the Black Wind returned from his studies in the South Sea, he felt a deep nostalgia for his former companion, Elder Jean Chi. Thus, he sought to employ the resurrection incantations he learned to revive his old friend. However, unbeknownst to him, this old companion had harbored an insatiable greed for wealth during his lifetime, amassing riches beyond measure until he reached the age of 160. In the end, he even coveted the robe of Tang Xing, but alas, his scheme was uncovered by Sun Wukong. leading to his tragic demise and a great fire at the Guanyin Zen monastery. Even in death, his spirit remained obsessively attached to gold and jewels. The king of the Black Wind intended for his spirit to inhabit a patchwork body, yet due to this fixation, a fragment of Elder Jin Qi's soul became ensnared within a hidden vein of gold and silver, manifesting as the foolish spirit before us. At this point, the earth god seemed to have become addicted to the sunflower seeds from another realm, seasoned with ginger, sugar, and pepper. He gestured for Lin Chuan to provide him with more. Observing this, Lin Chuan readily offered an assortment of snacks he had previously prepared in his storage, including spiced sunflower seeds, beef bites, spicy strips, and crispy snacks, all of which he eagerly placed into the earth god's hands. He continued to inquire further. Then, Earth God, why do you suggest that we should avoid drawing his attention and remain undetected? The earth god tore open a bag of spicy snacks, blowing on them to cool them down. Hiss, hiss, little monkey, hand me some water. It's so spicy. Lin Chuan passed him a bottle of ice-cold cola, which was still dripping with moisture. The earth god gulped it down eagerly and, after a satisfying belch, continued. This is because the specter only possesses a fragment of Elder Jin Qi's soul, and its intellect is exceedingly limited. If it notices us, it will thoughtlessly pursue the one who caught its attention and tear them apart. Furthermore, this specter is attached to the gold and silverstone mine, making its defenses alarmingly robust. Not even the Black Wind King or Ling Shuzi dared to provoke it. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded thoughtfully, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, when he first laid eyes on the specter, the system had displayed its attribute panel: Spectre, Identity, Avatar of Elder Jin Qi, Attributes, as solid as stone, red, rampaging charge, blue, colossal rending force, blue, initially. Lin Chuan had thought that with 2 blue and 1 red attribute, the specter would be akin to a Hulk or abomination, not appearing to possess such low intelligence. However, it now made sense. Having heard the earth god's explanation, Lin Chuan temporarily abandoned the idea of usurping the specter's attributes. While the specter's attributes were enticing with 1 red and 2 blue, its defensive capabilities were astonishingly high. The most formidable offensive attribute he possessed was innate brute strength, which was merely a blue attribute. Engaging it directly might not even breach its defenses. Moreover, the specter was exceedingly stubborn. Failing to defeat it swiftly could lead to being entangled by it. If even the king-level beings like Ling Shuzi and Black Wind King refrained from touching this misfortune, how could he dare to challenge it? With this clarity, Lin Chuan rose and brushed off the dust from his clothes, preparing to take a detour and leave. Just then, a series of swift sounds echoed as several sharp arrows sliced through the air. The earth god, noticing this, abruptly yanked on Lin Chuan's clothing, signaling him to flee. Yet, Lin Chuan stood firm, unmoved. Although the arrows were aimed in his direction, he could distinctly sense that their target was neither him nor the earth god, but rather the specter. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the specter, producing a resonant sound. Lin Chuan turned sharply to see the specter, its robe torn with several holes. Wailing like a child. Who is it? You've ruined my robe. I demand compensation for my robe. Wah. Lin Chuan felt something was amiss and instinctively reached to grab the earth god to flee. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds echoed through the air, and several arrows struck the ground, drawing the attention of the vengeful spirit to his location. This was disastrous. He had been discovered. Lin Chuan observed the spirit's face, contorted with grief and rage, and his heart sank. It appeared that the wolf demons had become cunning, realizing that if he approached, they would use firearms against them. Thus, they deliberately concealed themselves, employing sharp arrows to divert the spirit's focus, attempting to orchestrate a deadly game of manipulation, allowing the spirit, whom both Ling Shuzi and the Black Wind King feared to confront, to ensnare him instead. In this manner, they sought to eliminate him effortlessly. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth. Although this stratagem of using another's weapon was indeed a time-worn tactic, he could not deny that he had unwittingly fallen into their trap. He was now compelled to confront the spirit head-on. Chapter 37. Weeping? Even weeping counts as time. Oh no, the little monkey has discovered us. The land deity noticed the ghost casting a look of sorrow and indignation towards them, causing a surge of anxiety. Meanwhile, witnessing his scheme of utilizing others' blades to achieve his end succeed, the ghost drew the attention of the wolf archers. From a distance, they jeered, "Ha ha ha, you filthy monkey. You've slain so many of our brethren. Prepare yourself and submit to your demise." Lin Chuan took a deep breath. His plan upon crossing into the realm of the Black Myth was originally clear-cut, to vanquish the demon king Ling Shuzi and claim victory. However, it now appeared that an additional task had emerged. He must eliminate these wolf cubs as well. A fierce glint sparked in Lin Chuan's eyes as he hurled several grenades in the direction of the archers. With a resounding boom, the grenades detonated, echoing with the anguished cries of the wolf archers reverberating through the valley. Lin Chuan paid little mind to whether the grenades had succeeded in annihilating the archers. For a more daunting predicament had arisen. The ghost had fixed its sights upon him. If he did not eliminate it on the spot, an endless stream of troubles would ensue. According to the land deity, should he spare the ghost, it would relentlessly pursue him, even if he were to slay Ling Shuzi or the Black Wind King. As long as he remained within the confines of Black Wind Mountain, he would still be ensnared by this ghost. Lin Chuan was not inclined to endure another of his time-traveling episodes, only to awaken to the sight of that grotesque, oversized doll. Thus, he resolved to take action. With this thought, Lin Chuan rolled up his sleeves, his chest swelling with determination. He forcefully pressed his foot down. Boom. Utilizing the rebound from the ground, Lin Chuan leaped into the air above the ghost. Innate brute strength. A blue label. Activate. With a thunderous crash, Lin Chuan's fist struck the ghost, sending it crashing to the ground, its robe now riddled with holes. However, despite the prowess of innate brute strength, which could contend equally with Hulk and Abomination, it inflicted no harm upon the ghost. In fact, perhaps due to its obsession with its robe, the ghost became enraged upon seeing its garment damaged. Leaping up to pursue Lin Chuan, intent on seizing him as it had pursued butterflies moments earlier, ready to tear him apart. Boom, boom, boom. The ground quaked violently with the ghost's relentless sprint. Lin Chuan danced nimbly atop the nearby stone pillars, seizing the opportunity to launch another attack while the ghost was distracted. Yet, despite his every effort, he could not breach the ghost's defenses. Instead, his attacks only further shredded its robe, intensifying the ghost's retaliation. Numerous stone pillars were shattered under the ghost's onslaught. My robe. You will pay for my robe. The ghost's head radiated with golden light as it swung its mighty fists. Shouting in fury, Lin Chuan felt the fierce winds rushing past him, acutely aware that if he were to fall into the ghost's clutches, even with iron wall protecting him, being torn to shreds would be an inevitable fate. The spirit of the land, transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, hovered anxiously by Lin Chuan's ear, exclaiming, "This is dire. We are doomed." Lin Chuan furrowed his brow, evading the ghost while pondering how to vanquish it. The crux of the matter lay in his feeble offensive capabilities. Even with the blue attribute of innate brute force, he could not breach the ghost's defenses. What strategy could possibly shatter its guard? As Lin Chuan was lost in thought, the ghost, adorned with a halo of golden light and a robe riddled with gaping holes, swung its fist once more. The heavy blow was poised to strike Lin Chuan's face. Just then, the land spirit commanded, "Freeze," pointing a finger to immobilize the ghost in midair. "Quickly, little monkey, let us flee. While the ghost is held, we must escape its range." The land spirit, filled with urgency, tugged at Lin Chuan's garment, urging him to retreat. Yet Lin Chuan remained ensnared in contemplation, his mind far removed from the land spirit's frantic actions. Instead, he activated the red attribute, total concentration. With a whoosh, time seemed to freeze. The birds flapping their wings in the sky halted in midair, and the land spirit, poised to flee with Lin Chuan, was suspended as well. Lin Chuan regarded the stilled ghost before him with an unusual calmness. He understood all too well that running was futile. Could one truly escape for a moment, only to be pursued indefinitely? The ghost had already marked him as its target. As long as he remained alive, it would relentlessly pursue him. This was no different from the incessant chase of the snail that haunted him on the forum. Lin Chuan was determined not to find himself, 3 days later, awakening to the sight of the ghost once more, only to scamper away in terror through the Black Wind Mountain. He could not afford to still be fleeing in that accursed place a year and a half hence. Such delays would significantly hinder his progress in plundering attributes within the realm of black myth. Thus, he had to devise a method to eliminate the ghost here and now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chuan felt the boost of total concentration, accelerating the workings of his mind. He swiftly recalled all the information he had encountered regarding the ghost since his arrival. It was a fragment of the soul of Elder Jin Qi, bound to the gold and silver mines due to his avarice. Elder Jin Qi was fixated on material wealth, even desiring Tang Sang's robe. The ghost's fury intensified with the robe's rips and tears, and when it attacked, the golden spikes upon its head shimmered with a radiant light. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lin Chuan, a spark igniting in his eyes. Yes, this was it. He gazed at the ghost before him, noting the golden spikes glowing atop its head. His excitement burgeoned as he realized the ghost was a manifestation of Elder Jin Qi's insatiable greed, entwined with the gold and silver mines. In essence, the spirit's physical form must solidify for it to manifest its ethereal presence. Each time a tear appears in the spirit's robe, its already fervent attachment to material wealth intensifies. This obsession reverberates back to the golden spikes adorning its head. Through the transformation facilitated by these spikes, this fixation becomes a source of power for the spirit itself. Thus, if one were to sever the golden spikes from the spirit's crown, its defensive and combat capabilities would diminish significantly. At that juncture, one could decisively vanquish it. Having grasped this realization, Lin Chuan's moment of heightened perception arrived. He hesitated no longer. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned the red tide. In an instant, he transformed into the formidable blade-wielding instructor, Guangxi. Subsequently, wielding the red tide, He ignited the spirit's brown robe using his pyromancy, coaxing it into a furious blaze. My robe! My robe! The spirit, sensing the flames consuming its garment, screamed in panic, desperately slapping at the fabric in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire. Observing this, Lin Chuan noticed the golden spikes on the spirit's head radiating with even greater brilliance. Indeed, my suspicions were accurate. Without further hesitation, Lin Chuan leaped into action, seizing the opportunity while the spirit was preoccupied with its burning robe. He ascended above it and forcefully extracted all the golden spikes from its head. Aya! The spirit felt as though countless needles were piercing its skull, experiencing such pain for the very first time since its inception. Woohoo! Please stop! Please stop! The spirit, with its short arms, could not reach Lin Chuan, regardless of how desperately it flailed. As it felt its strength and defenses swiftly draining away, the spirit cried out in anguish, pleading for mercy. Lin Chuan sneered, crying, "That merely consumes time." With that, he removed the last golden spike from the spirit's head, feeling its skin lose its hardened resilience. He brandished the red tide and struck down with a decisive blow. Chapter 38. The Wolf Demon's Token of Loyalty. In the valley, a group of wolf archers, armed with bows and arrows, caught sight of Lin Chuan effortlessly slaying a ghost in the distance. Fear gripped them, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Among them, a wolf archer, wounded by shrapnel and stained with blood on his arm, trembled in terror and exclaimed, "This monkey can actually transform into the formidable wolf master Guangxi. Is this not the same transformative magic that the great sage Sun learned from the Bodhi Patriarch in the Crescent Moon Star Cave centuries ago? Could it be that this monkey has also ventured there to acquire such mystical arts?" Another wolf archer, quaking as he clutched his bow, echoed his sentiments. Moreover, he has the audacity to slay ghosts with his bare hands. This is something even our King Link Suzy and the Black Wind King cannot accomplish. We are doomed. I warned against provoking that harbinger of death. Why did we concoct such a treacherous scheme? Now that monkey will surely seek retribution after dispatching the ghost. As he spoke, he shoved the wolf archer who had proposed the treacherous plan, ready to engage him in a scuffle. Enough, cease this folly. A wolf archer, seemingly their squad leader, interjected with an authoritative tone, his brow furrowed in disapproval. This is not the time for blame. We must swiftly inform the king of our predicament. If that monkey comes for us, we shall truly meet our end. Hey, you there, with your head down, are you even paying attention? One of the wolf archers noticed another distractedly fiddling about during the conversation. The leader's frustration peaked, and he stepped forward to jostle him. Suddenly, there was a resounding thud. The distracted wolf archer collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant, devoid of life. An arrow had pierced through his back without anyone noticing. Witnessing this scene, the leader's pupils dilated in horror as he shouted to his comrades, "That was a shadowless arrow. They are upon us. We must," but before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he discovered an arrow had silently penetrated his torso. Indeed, a shadowless arrow. Beside him stood a wolf demon clad in tattered grass garments, hair disheveled yet gripping his bow with unwavering steadiness, who murmured, "Thinking of fleeing? It is too late." Amidst ancient, intricately patterned stone columns, the immense ghost collapsed to the ground with the final swing of the crimson tide. In that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Chuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the ghost and acquiring a new attribute. As solid as gold and stone, red. As solid as gold and stone, red. Your body, both inside and out, will become as resilient as precious metals and stones, capable of withstanding formidable impacts, while also rendering you impervious to poisons and resistant to fire and water. In the next instant, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming force surging from his dantian, traversing the extraordinary meridians and flowing through the myriad channels of his body, ultimately reaching the surface of his skin. Then, a flash of golden light illuminated the surroundings. In an instant, Lin Chuan sensed a remarkable enhancement in his defensive capabilities, elevating them to unprecedented levels. This augmentation was not confined to the surface of his skin. It permeated deep within his being. In other words, if an ant-man were to shrink and enter his body, any thoughts of a self-destructive explosive attack would be utterly futile. With the steadfastness of as solid as gold and stone, both his exterior and interior had undergone rigorous honing. Coupled with the effects of being impervious to toxins and resistant to fire and water, Lin Chuan could only utter two words: invincible. Truly invincible. He mused that if he were to embark on a day trip akin to the legendary Sun Wukong's escapades at the elixir furnace of Taishang Laojun, he might indeed emerge unscathed and effortlessly retreat. Gazing at the ground, he observed the specter, now devoid of its golden spikes and whose skin resembled that of a deflated balloon. Lin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, the effects of the red attributes were worlds apart from those of the white, green, and blue attributes. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what formidable red attributes awaited him in the depths of the Tsongwolf forest, particularly within the Guanyin Zen temple, where Ling Shuzi resided. Currently, he possessed 4 red attributes: concentration, infinite rage, berserk killing god, and his latest acquisition, as solid as gold and stone, with spirit, strength, and defense reaching their zenith. Lin Chuan could hardly fathom the possibility of losing a confrontation against Ling Shuzi. Upon witnessing Lin Chuan vanquish the specter, the land deity, now in a wispy state, spun and alighted on the ground. He poked the nearby specter with his staff. Upon hearing a hissing sound, the already deflated specter collapsed entirely, transforming into a thin, wrinkled sheet of skin. The land deity, startled, recoiled and exclaimed, "Little monkey, what is happening? Wasn't this specter supposed to possess formidable defensive capabilities? How has it come to this?" Lin Chuan pointed to the golden spikes he had extracted and patiently explained, "You see, those spikes atop the specter's head were its lifeline. The specter was merely a fragment of Elder Jin Shi's lingering obsession, bound to the gold and silver mines. The stronger the obsession, the greater the greed that arose, enhancing its defenses. By removing those golden spikes, I effectively dismantled its defenses. As for its current state after you prodded it, that is likely due to the long-standing obsession eroding the gold and silver, absorbing their energy, though it appeared incredibly resilient." A mere poke revealed it to be as deflated as a soft shrimp. After hearing Lin Chuan's explanation, the land deity nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to himself, "This specter was born from obsession and perished due to the very same obsession. Greed and avarice, one might ponder. How much wealth must one amass to be deemed not greedy?" As these thoughts lingered, the Earth God found himself momentarily lost in reverie. Images from centuries past resurfaced. Recalling the time when Elder Jin Shi and the Black Bear spirit had yet to be exposed by the Tang monk and his 3 disciples, when the Guanyin Zen temple thrived in prosperity. After a lengthy pause, the Earth God let out a heavy sigh, shook his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, and inquired, "Little monkey, what do you intend to do next?" Lin Chuan gazed at the several arrows embedded in the ground and scoffed, "Naturally, I shall settle the score with that pack of wolf cubs. Had it not been for those brutes shooting arrows just now, attracting the attention of that specter, we would never have found ourselves in this predicament. Initially, I had considered sparing those wolf demons, but now, unless I eradicate every last one from this mountain, I shall not bear the surname Lin." As he spoke, Lin Chuan's eyes gleamed with ferocity, brandishing the flaming weapon known as the Red Tide, seemingly intent on incinerating the mountain itself. The Earth God, observing this, could not help but silently mourn for the wolf demons of the Songlong forest. "TSK, TSK, TSK. They have provoked a harbinger of death." Just as the two prepared to embark on their journey, suddenly, Lin Chuan detected a rustling sound emanating from the woods. Turning his gaze, he beheld a throng of ragged wolf demons, numbering around 100 or 200, advancing toward him. Were they intending to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers? Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and swiftly retrieved 2 machine guns from his storage space, poised to unleash a barrage upon the approaching horde. However, unexpectedly, the wolf demons hurled several heavy objects in his direction. Subsequently, they all knelt, bowed their heads, and cried out, "Little sage, we are the remnants of the wolf demon faction. Please, little sage, avenge us." At that moment, Lin Chuan finally discerned what those wolf demons had thrown at him: the corpses of the wolf archers who had previously attempted to use him as a pawn in their treachery. A glimmer of amusement flickered across Lin Chuan's face. Was this a blood oath? Chapter 39, The Request of Wolf 1 and the Divination of the Crow Incense Guest. Before Lin Chuan stood a congregation of 200 wolf demons, who, in a display of submission, laid down their weapons and bowed before him. The unfolding of events took Lin Chuan somewhat by surprise. Thus, he inquired of this assembly, who identified themselves as the former subordinates of the Wolf King, "Pray tell, what does this signify?" Upon hearing Lin Chuan's voice, a somewhat cleanly attired wolf demon stepped forward and spoke, "Esteemed sage, I am Wolf 1, the leader of these former wolf demon subordinates. We were in the service of the late Wolf King Ling Shuzi. After the ascension of the new Wolf King Ling Shuzi, we sought vengeance for our fallen lord. Yet, alas, the opposing force was overwhelmingly powerful, and their wolf demons, who had followed from the Lion Troop Nation, were fierce and battle-hardened. Our schemes were uncovered by Ling Shuzi, resulting in the demise of many of our brethren. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Blade Wolf instructor Guangji, and the assistance of the white-clad scholar from the Serpent Spirit clan, we might have perished long ago. Thus, we have come to beseech you, esteemed sage, to aid us in vanquishing the detestable Ling Shuzi." As Wolf 1 recounted this tale, a look of sorrow and indignation washed over his face. Lin Chuan began to comprehend the situation. It seemed that these creatures, having witnessed his formidable prowess and the carnage he wrought upon their kind, sought to enlist his strength to eliminate their nemesis, Ling Shuzi. "Your tale is compelling and poignant," Lin Chuan replied with a smile. "However, I must inquire. Why should I extend my assistance to you?" Indeed, the narrative presented by these wolf demons was stirring loyalty to avenge their king by targeting the newly appointed Ling Shuzi, bolstered by the support of the Black Bear spirit. In ordinary circumstances, Lin Chuan would have lauded their bravery. Yet, what relevance did this hold for him? He was neither a former subordinate of the wolf demons nor an acquaintance of the late wolf king Ling Shuzi. Regardless of how captivating the story was, it bore little significance. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's question, Wolf 1 maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He then gestured with his hand, and in an instant, a luminous green glow, reminiscent of fireflies, enveloped the bodies of the 200 former wolf demons, coalescing into Wolf 1's grasp. With reverence, Wolf 1 presented the gathered essence, stating earnestly, "Esteemed sage, this represents the spiritual essence of our 213 former wolf demons. We entrust it to your care. Should you find any among us displeasing, a mere pinch of this essence will result in their demise. Indeed, if you deem our entire group unworthy, you may shatter the essence without resistance. We implore you to assist us in slaying the new wolf king Ling Shuzi." Lin Chuan accepted the essence with contemplative intrigue. He could not help but note the extraordinary subservience displayed here, a stark contrast to the demeanor of the wolf demons he had encountered previously. Could it be that the spiritual essence is deceiving? Lin Chuan gazed suspiciously at the green spiritual essence in his hand and inquired of the system within his mind. System, by shattering these spiritual essences, can I achieve the goal of slaying the wolf demon and seizing its attributes? In the next moment, the system's cold voice resonated. Indeed, host, by shattering the wolf demon's spiritual essence, you can similarly accomplish the task of defeating it and appropriating its attributes. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's confusion deepened. Why? Why would the other party so readily entrust their life to someone like him, a complete stranger? There are no free lunches in this world. Lin Chuan's wariness peaked. Tell me, why would you do this? We have only known each other for less than 2 minutes, have we not? Lin Chuan asked cautiously, eyeing the wolf demon before him. The wolf demon, with a bitter smile, explained, perhaps the little saint is unaware, but ever since the new wolf king, Ling Shuzi, arrived with his followers from the Lion Camel Kingdom and established dominance in the Songlong Forest, the status of our old faction of wolf demons has plummeted to unprecedented lows. Look at our crude grass garments. They were taken from us, leaving us no choice but to make do with what we have. As he spoke, the wolf demon gestured to his rough, simplistic attire and continued, moreover, since the new king was supported by the Black-Wind King, we old faction wolf demons have faced relentless oppression. After our plot to kill the new wolf king was exposed, our status has sunk to the abyss. We have been expelled from the ranks of wolf demons and placed under an order from Ling Shuzi to be killed on sight. For years, we have been hiding in this territory, barely clothed and surviving on wild fruits. We have endured enough of this wretched existence. Yet, we lack the strength to contend against the new wolf king, Ling Shuzi. Today, however, we saw you, little saint. You have successively eliminated Guhu Yuan, Guangji, and countless new faction wolf demons. Therefore, we have gritted our teeth and placed all our hopes in you, hoping you would assist us in avenging our plight. After listening, Lin Chuan nodded. When he first arrived at Songlong Forest, he had overheard a group of wolf demons drinking and discussing the tales of the new and old wolf kings in a pavilion. At that time, he pondered where the old faction wolf demons had vanished to. Now he understood the situation. However, the reasoning was insufficient. This only explains why you need me, but it does not clarify why you are so certain that I would help you. What else are you concealing from me? Lin Chuan's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the wolf demon's eyes as he inquired. Instinctively, he activated the green attribute, demonic energy condensation. The wolf demon, merely of soldier caliber, felt the pressure from Lin Chuan and promptly divulged everything. No, I shall not deceive you, little saint, he began. In truth, prior to seeking your assistance, we specifically summoned a diviner well-versed in the art of augury. After his divination, he fervently assured us that you would undoubtedly assist us in avenging our grievances, which is why we sought your presence. With that, the wolf leader gestured to his subordinates. One of them, carrying a censer on a bamboo pole and clad in a flowing white robe, approached Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you the diviner they speak of? The one who divined that I would surely aid them?" Empowered by the aura of demonic energy concentration, Lin Chuan's ordinary inquiries bore an air of authority. The diviner, upon hearing this, trembled and stammered, "I am but a humble practitioner of divination, merely employing trivial tricks to make a living." The Songlong Forest was the domain of wolf demons, where various insects, birds, and forest spirits struggled to survive. Encountering Lin Chuan, the slayer of hundreds of wolf demons, coupled with the demonic energy concentration, it was commendable that the diviner managed to refrain from kneeling in supplication, indicating a certain fortitude of character. Observing the diviner's nearly tearful expression, Lin Chuan could not help but find the situation amusing. He patted the diviner's shoulder to ease his anxiety. "Fear not, I have merely vanquished a few hundred wolf demons. It is nothing of great consequence. Since they claim you possess the gift of divination, why not predict my future? Truth be told, Lin Chuan harbored a genuine curiosity regarding this art of augury. To him, it resembled a rare and remarkable ability akin to a binding spell. In the realm of reality, he might have deemed the individual a charlatan. However, this was the world of dark mythology. Anything could transpire here, and Lin Chuan found no cause for surprise. Upon receiving Lin Chuan's consent, the diviner suppressed his trepidation. Holding the censer, he began to divine Lin Chuan's future. He moved with a fervor reminiscent of a shamanic ritual, the bamboo sticks in his hand swaying rhythmically. While the censer blazed with vibrant flames, filling the air with fragrant incense, Lin Chuan observed this spectacle and remarked to the earth god beside him, "One must admit, considering the display, this diviner does seem to possess some skill." The earth god stroked his beard and replied, "Indeed. Before joining us at Blackwind Mountain, he amassed considerable wealth through his divinations in the town below. Just watch, he is bound to reveal significant insights." No sooner had the earth god spoken than a thunderous explosion erupted. The diviner, in the midst of his augury, suddenly disintegrated, leaving no trace behind. Lin Chuan, earth god, former wolf demon subordinates. Chapter 40, My dear. Times have changed. Did you not claim that the crow seer possessed the ability to divine the future? Yet now, he has exploded? Lin Chuan inquired, pointing to the feathers scattered across the ground, remnants of the crow seer's unexpected demise. The earth god, equally bewildered, never anticipated that the living crow seer, moments ago so confidently engaged in divination, would suddenly meet such a fate. What on earth had transpired? This was a scenario he had never encountered before. At that moment, the leader of the old wolf demon faction, Wolf E, was drenched in perspiration. After all, he had fervently assured Lin Chuan that they had heeded the crow seer's prophecy, which insisted that Lin Chuan would certainly assist them. Yet now, upon requesting a glimpse into his own destiny, the crow seer had simply detonated. What was Lin Chuan to think? Was this some sort of darkly humorous joke? As the crowd exchanged perplexed glances, a cacophony of caws suddenly erupted from the forest. A swarm of crows materialized before Lin Chuan, ravenously consuming the feathers suspended in midair. Soon after, the crows converged upon the white robe that the crow seer had previously donned. The garment began to stir, and before long, a creature resembling a bird-human hybrid emerged. The crow seer had returned. Lin Chuan, witnessing this extraordinary transformation, could not help but marvel. Indeed, the crow seer possessed remarkable abilities. Despite the earlier explosion, he had managed to restore himself. However, it appeared that he was considerably fatigued. This transformation technique is quite intriguing. No wonder the earth god mentioned that you acquired considerable wealth through divination while residing in the mortal town at the foot of the mountain. Pray tell, what future did you perceive from me moments ago? Lin Chuan queried. Upon hearing this, the crow seer, having just regained his original form yet visibly drained, displayed an expression of distress. With a thud, he knelt before Lin Chuan, pleading for mercy. "Oh, illustrious one, you are a person of destiny, the embodiment of fate itself. I am utterly incapable of divining your future." The crow seer lamented. "During the divination, I was momentarily blinded by a flash of golden light. And before I could comprehend the situation, I was utterly obliterated. Had it not been for my years of cultivation and a few life-preserving techniques, I would have truly perished." As he spoke, the crow seer bowed repeatedly, indicating his helplessness in discerning Lin Chuan's fate and imploring him to refrain from further attempts at divination. Lin Chuan, observing the crow seer before him, fell into deep contemplation. A person of destiny, the embodiment of fate. Could it truly be that even divination could not unveil his future? He was reminded of the formidable Ancient One from the Marvel Universe. One wondered if the wielder of the Eye of Agamotto also faced an impenetrable fog when seeking insight into their own future. Many seasoned gamers are engaged in discussions about why the protagonist monkey is referred to as the Destined One. Some argue that the Destined One is a person bound and constrained by the heavenly order, chosen by various forces such as the Celestial Court, the Spiritual Mountain, and the Flower and Fruit Mountain to achieve their objectives. Others contend that the Destined One represents a breaking of fate, transcending the established destiny, stepping beyond the three realms, and existing outside the five elements, truly capable of mastering their own fate. In summary, the interpretations are diverse and no definitive conclusion has yet emerged. However, Lin Chuan is certain that the identity of the Destined One undoubtedly adds an additional layer of security for himself. Or perhaps this security has already begun to manifest its effects. Just a few days ago, the video of him transforming into Guangxi during the battle between Hulk and Abomination circulated widely across the internet. Given Professor X's nature, following such a significant event, to prevent himself and Hulk from falling into Magneto's hands, he would likely employ a brainwave enhancer to search for his presence across the nation and send someone like Storm to make contact with him. Yet, during his 3 days in the comic book world, he had not encountered a single mutant. Lin Chuan found this peculiar at the time. But now it seems that perhaps his identity as the Destined One has inadvertently obscured his signal. Alright, Rise, Lin Chuan gestured for Yaxiang to stand. Turning to the nearby Wolf E, he said, I am inclined to believe your assertions. However, my assistance in eliminating the Wolf King Ling Shuzi is contingent upon your cooperation in exterminating all his subordinate wolf demons. I trust you will not refuse? Lin Chuan had 2 green attributes at hand, namely Vibrant Spirit and Concentrated Demon Qi. He contemplated seizing this opportunity to elevate these attributes to blue status. Consequently, he would possess 5 blue attributes and 4 red attributes, which in this vast world of dark mythology would be considered a level akin to that of a demon king, allowing him to rank among the formidable powers. Upon hearing this request, Wolf E eagerly nodded in agreement, showing no signs of dissent. After all, the reason for their years of evasion was primarily due to the new Wolf King Ling Shuzi, but more critically, the new pack of wolf demons that had followed Ling Shuzi from the Shizhua kingdom, coupled with Ling Shuzi's command to kill them on sight. It was fortunate that the old pack of wolf demons had not devoured their new counterparts. Now, with Lin Chuan's request for assistance in eliminating the new wolf demons, they were more than willing to comply. Pausing briefly, Lin Chuan continued, Now, please share your unique abilities so that I may arrange our personnel accordingly. Wolf E and his subordinates exchanged glances before he pointed to himself and declared, As a minor saint, my sense of smell is exceptionally acute, allowing me to detect the scent of the new wolf demons. For many years, a few skilled individuals from my clan and I have relied on our abilities to lead our people in evading the relentless pursuit of the wolves in the Songlong forest. Presently, new packs of wolf demons have formed various teams to patrol the forest, some visible, others hidden. I believe we can utilize our keen sense of smell to locate and eliminate both the visible and concealed threats. Might this be considered our unique talent? Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, those wolf demons that are openly displayed are manageable. However, the concealed ones, akin to the treacherous archers who once played a deadly game against us, present a more daunting challenge. Despite possessing the red attribute of as solid as stone, the unsettling fear of hidden foes launching cold arrows towards him at any moment is discomforting. The prospect of employing the old pack's instincts to uncover the new pack's threats is undoubtedly valuable. Is there anything else? Lin Chuan inquired further. Wolf One scratched his head, contemplating, then approached Lin Chuan with a few subordinates from his pack and spoke, Little Saint, these individuals are adept at wielding swords and daggers. Their presence may assist you in vanquishing the new wolf demons. Lin Chuan scrutinized the ragged figures before him, their weapons marred and chipped. He frowned. These blades are far too dull to be of any use. They would struggle to even breach the defenses of the well-equipped new pack. Upon hearing this, Wolf One's expression turned awkward, clearly aware that his recommendations were lacking. Yet, after years of evasion, having a few robust young men was commendable enough. Given their circumstances, what more could one expect? Noticing Wolf One's embarrassment, Lin Chuan shook his head, poised to speak. My lord, I can. A steady voice emerged from the wolf pack. Lin Chuan turned towards the sound and beheld a wolf demon with piercing eyes, confidently holding a bow, exuding an enigmatic aura. Who might this be? Lin Chuan raised his brow and asked. The wolf demon deftly knelt on one knee, eyes gleaming with determination. My lord, I am Wolf 13, skilled in the art of the shadow arrow. Its flight is silent and unseen. The archers who previously ambushed you were dispatched by my hand. Lin Chuan nodded, intrigued by the formidable presence of Wolf 13. Shadow arrow? That piques my interest. Show me your prowess. Wolf 13 nodded, rising to his feet. He pointed towards a rabbit 300 meters away and addressed Lin Chuan. My lord, do you see that rabbit? Lin Chuan squinted his eyes, following the direction indicated by Wolf 13's finger. 300 meters away, by the bank of a small stream. Indeed, a rabbit was seen grazing on the grass. Lin Chuan inquired, I see it. What is the matter? Are you suggesting we use a bow and arrow to slay that rabbit? Wolf 13 replied, No, my lord. What I meant to say is that the rabbit is already dead. Lin Chuan. He hurriedly glanced once more towards the rabbit's position 300 meters away. As Wolf 13 had asserted, a wooden arrow was inexplicably lodged in the rabbit's body. Blood oozed from its mouth, its body stiff, utterly silent. It was indeed lifeless. Lin Chuan could not help but express his astonishment. Goodness, the act of shooting the arrow occurred without a bow or any shadow. I didn't even notice it myself. A shadowless arrow, what a remarkable feat, he praised, acknowledging Wolf 13's undeniable skill. At that moment, a set of information regarding Wolf 13 appeared before him. Wolf 13, identity, demon soldier, abilities, strong and sturdy, white. Aiming perfection, green. Observing the green ability, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Although the entry was green, it subtly hinted at a bluish tint. A green ability on the verge of transforming into a blue one. No wonder he is so formidable. Wolf 13 lowered his bow, and in response to Lin Chuan's commendation, his demeanor remained remarkably composed. It appeared that he had grown accustomed to receiving praise for his exceptional archery skills. Wolf 1 interjected. Little sage, perhaps you are unaware that Wolf 13 is a master archer within our clan. Back when the old Wolf King, Lin Chuan, was still around. During a banquet hosted by the Black Wind King, all the demons from Black Wind Mountain attended. On that occasion, the Black Wind King, in high spirits, hung a prize from the edge of a cliff, declaring that whoever could shoot it down would be rewarded with a golden elixir. That was a tree branch 500 meters away. The winds were strong that day, and many wolf demons failed to hit the mark, their arrows either veering off course or narrowly missing. Yet our Wolf 13 effortlessly lifted his bow and struck true. The Black Wind King praised him for quite some time. Over the years, with his shadowless arrows, he has eliminated numerous pursuers during our hiding escapades, earning him the title of Lord 13 among some of the younger members. As Wolf 1 spoke, both he and Wolf 13 puffed out their chests, their expressions imbued with nostalgia and pride for past glories. Lin Chuan, observing this, smiled and addressed Wolf 13, "Your shadowless arrows are indeed impressive. However, it is merely somewhat impressive. In my estimation, your maximum range is likely limited to 300 to 500 meters. Perhaps up to 700 or 800 at best. Such distances are, I dare say, far from what I desire. In this moment, I possess several other weapons, which you undoubtedly." Lin Chuan was about to retrieve some firearms from his storage space to test Wolf 13. However, suddenly, Wolf 13 interjected. "Do you believe I am incapable?" His tone betrayed a hint of stubbornness. Taken aback by this, Lin Chuan looked up and found Wolf 13 gazing at him with a challenging demeanor. "Are you defying me?" Upon hearing this, Chief Wolf turned pale with fright. Grasping Wolf 13's garment, he pleaded on his behalf. Please, my lord, Wolf 13 has been so absorbed in archery practice that he momentarily lost his wits. Your esteemed self is magnanimous. Consider him inconsequential and let him go." Despite Chief Wolf's earnest attempts to intercede, Wolf 13 stubbornly fixed his gaze on Lin Chuan, clearly still unwilling to concede. Intrigued, Lin Chuan turned his attention to Wolf 13 and inquired, "Pray tell, what is it that you find objectionable?" At this moment, he was, after all, the savior of their former comrades, the wolf demons, and he was genuinely curious as to why Wolf 13 harbored such resentment. Wolf 13 clasped his hands respectfully, stating, "My lord, while you may possess formidable martial prowess and even comprehend the art of transformation, capable of becoming the renowned instructor Guanji, when it comes to archery within 100 miles, I dare say I am second to none. Your assertion that my skills are merely a trivial matter is something I cannot accept." Gazing at the obstinate Wolf 13, who resembled a bull in his tenacity, Lin Chuan began to understand his mindset. To declare someone incapable in an area where they excel is perceived as an affront to their expertise. Such individuals, driven by a profound pursuit of mastery and a fierce sense of pride, were ones he had only encountered on television. It was surprising to witness such a person in the real world. "Then, what do you wish for me to do?" Lin Chuan inquired. "My lord, I humbly request that you demonstrate your shooting skills. Should you defeat me, I am willing to serve you faithfully. If you cannot, I implore you to retract your earlier statements." Wolf 13's words remained as obstinate as ever. Amused yet exasperated, Lin Chuan thought to himself, is he truly intent on showcasing his abilities before others? Sighing, he conceded, "Very well, this is a challenge you have brought upon yourself." He nodded and patted Wolf 13 on the shoulder, gesturing towards a rotund wolf warrior at the foot of the mountain. "Do you see that fellow? I shall shoot him down shortly." Wolf 13's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is that even possible? That wolf cub is at least 2 kilometers away. No matter how hard I try, I can only shoot to a distance of 800 meters. How could you possibly achieve such a feat?" In his astonishment, Wolf 13 even forgot to address Lin Chuan with the proper honorifics. Lin Chuan smiled and retrieved a Barrett sniper rifle from his storage space. Aligning his eye with the scope, with a resounding bang, the shot rang out. A wisp of white smoke arose from the muzzle of the Barrett rifle. While at the foot of the mountain, the body of the wolf berserker was instantly obliterated. Witnessing this, Wolf 13 stood frozen in disbelief. How could this possibly be happening? How was this even achievable? Lin Chuan chuckled softly, putting away his sniper rifle, and teased, "My dear 13, the times have changed." Chapter 41. A shadow of the great saves. The Barrett sniper rifle, measuring 143 meters in length, fires the formidable 12.7 by 99 millimeters Browning machine gun round. Its maximum range extends to an impressive 2.8 kilometers, earning it the distinction of being akin to a nuclear weapon among sniper rifles. Remarkably, a single Barrett sniper rifle is priced at a mere $8,000. Initially, Lin Chuan had expressed interest in purchasing this weapon from Luke's armory, intending to enjoy it privately. Little did he anticipate that it would serve a purpose in this moment. "So, are you prepared to toil for me?" Lin Chuan remarked with a playful glint in his eye, casting a sidelong glance at the stunned Wolf 13, who appeared as if jolted from a deep slumber. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, Wolf 13 immediately began to slap himself repeatedly, exclaiming, "My lord, I did not recognize your greatness. I shall heed your every command from now on." Wolf 13 had already garnered respect among the wolf demons for his unparalleled skills with the shadowless arrow. Yet now, both the leader Wolf 1 and the skilled archer Wolf 13 bowed in deference to Lin Chuan, while the remaining wolf demons dared not act out of line. Lin Chuan surveyed the old pack of wolf demons, nodding in satisfaction. He then waved his hand, causing an immense quantity of firearms to materialize and crash to the ground with a resounding clatter. The sudden appearance of these weapons startled the assembled wolf demons. The cascade of firearms continued for 2 minutes before finally ceasing. Once the deluge of weapons subsided, Wolf 1, the leader of the old pack, summoned his courage and stepped forward, pointing at the firearms. "Little sage, what is the purpose of this?" Lin Chuan casually picked up a P-90 submachine gun from the ground and handed it to Wolf 1, instructing, "Distribute these weapons. Today, I shall demonstrate to the new pack of wolf demons what it means for the times to have changed." At the foot of the Tsanglong forest, in a gazebo, several wolf demon corpses lay strewn haphazardly across the ground, blood pooling in a vast expanse. Mindless flies and insects, driven by their instinctual thirst for blood and carrion, hovered over the lifeless bodies, indulging themselves. The fallen wolf demons were the very ones Lin Chuan had encountered during his previous traversal to the world of black myth, where they had idled away, drinking and reminiscing about the tales of the old and new wolf kings. Now, having undergone a second journey, these wolf demons had been deceased for nearly 10 hours. Normally, patrolling wolf demons would have promptly cleared away the bodies upon discovering them in the gazebo. However, with Lin Chuan transformed into a harbinger of death within the Tsanglong forest, the ordinary wolf demons were barely able to escape. Who would think to venture forth to cleanse the remains of their kin? Moreover, after 10 hours of decay, the stench of death, rot, and blood permeated the air, overwhelming the senses. Even on a typical day, the task of cleaning would fall to the lowest-ranking members of their kind. Under the current circumstances, it was utterly inconceivable for anyone to approach. However, nothing is certain. At that moment, several wolf demons crouched down, covering their noses, desperately enduring their discomfort, and approached the gazebo. They glanced around, ensuring no one was observing them, then closed their eyes, collapsing to feigned death. After a while, one of them spoke up. "Brother, do you truly believe this will work? Is it possible that the monkey won't discover us?" A plump wolf demon, unable to withstand the overwhelming stench of blood and the swarming flies, could not help but inquire. Beside him, a lean wolf demon, eyes still shut, immediately raised a hand and slapped the chubby one. With a sharp sound, the blow landed on the latter's mouth. The slender wolf demon whispered, "Keep your voice down. Did you not hear that the monkey has already slaughtered Gu Huyuan, Guangxi, and Yuan?" The plump wolf demon pushed the hand away and lowered his voice, saying, "Boss, I understand, which is why I'm worried about hiding here. Should we not find a safer position? After all," he gestured toward the nearby corpses of wolf demons, his face contorted in disgust. "The stench of decay and blood is truly unbearable." Upon hearing this, the lean wolf demon could no longer contain himself. He opened his eyes and struck the plump one on the head with a thud. "You, of all people, have the most sensitive nose when it comes to food. You can smell good things from 2 miles away, and now you complain about the stench around us?" The chubby wolf demon, holding his head in pain, replied, "But, brother, this odor is indeed pungent." "Exactly. It perfectly masks our own wolfish scent, preventing that foul monkey from discovering us. But, are we not being overly cautious? Anyone can see that the monkey is headed deep into the forest. It's unlikely he would turn back." "Ah, but you are unaware. Some brothers reported seeing that monkey accompanied by a group of exceptionally sharp-nosed old wolf demons, who vowed to slaughter the mountains. We must hide among the corpses, using this stench to conceal our scent to escape disaster." "Oh, quite the informative gossip, huh? Are there still stragglers?" At that moment, the wolf demons suddenly heard a voice that clearly did not belong to their group. The ones lying on the ground widened their eyes in shock. Looking up, they saw Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan perceived the fear, panic, and dread reflected in their eyes. Without waiting for them to speak, he waved his hand. Behind him, several wolf demons pulled the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Instantly, the fallen wolf demons were riddled with bloodied holes. Ah! A wave of immense pain surged through their bodies, eliciting their anguished cries. The commotion was deafening. Lin Chuan cast a cold glance at them, wielding the red tide, swiftly dispatching the feigning wolf demons with a decisive stroke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the wolf swordsman, acquiring the attribute, slightly proficient in martial arts, white. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the wolf guard, acquiring the attribute, strong and sturdy, white. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A series of system notifications echoed in Lin Chuan's mind, a flicker of delight gracing his countenance. He was drawing ever closer to upgrading the 2 green attributes, concentration of demon chi, and vibrant vitality, to the blue tier. Indeed, the keen sense of smell possessed by the old pack of wolf demons had facilitated the discovery of the hidden ones, accelerating his acquisition of attributes. This strategy had proven to be correct. "Ugh, hey Wolfie, are you alright? Noticing Wolf-E retching beside him, Lin Chuan patted his shoulder and offered him a flask of water. Gratefully, Wolfie nodded at Lin Chuan, accepted the water, rinsed his mouth, and cleared his nose. Feeling somewhat better. Little saint, I'm fine now. These wolf pups are exceptionally good at hiding. They even concealed themselves beside the corpses. If it weren't for my frequent exposure to various scents, I might not have discovered them. As he spoke, Wolfie retched again. Clearly affected by the stench of decay and blood, which was particularly nauseating for one of his kind with an acute sense of smell. Yet, despite this, a trace of joy lingered on his face. After all, the new pack of wolf demons had previously been ordered by the new wolf king, Lin Chuan, to eliminate the old pack on sight, forcing them into hiding for quite some time. Now, the tides had turned, and it was their turn to hunt down the new pack of wolf demons. How could this not bring them a sense of exhilaration? All right, if there is nothing wrong, then we shall. Before Lin Chuan could finish his sentence, a series of loud thuds echoed. In the next moment, two wolf demons armed with bows and arrows fell from a large tree approximately 100 meters away, their bodies blown apart, lifeless. Seeing this, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Ostensibly, he was leading Wolfie and the others in the search for the new pack of wolf demons to eliminate them. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Wolf 13 was concealed, wielding a Barrett sniper rifle, eliminating the hidden wolf archers. This dual approach left Lin Chuan contemplating who could possibly rival them. However, thanks to the system notifications, Lin Chuan realized that, since the wolf archers were slain by Wolf 13, he could not acquire attributes from them. This was somewhat regrettable. Nonetheless, having the assistance of Wolf 13 to clear out the hidden threats was indeed advantageous. How are we doing? All set? Lin Chuan inquired. Glancing at the remaining wolf demons from the old pack, he observed them stripping the finely crafted garments from the new pack and donning them for themselves, simultaneously scavenging their weapons. Each of the old wolf demons wore a smile radiating with the joy akin to a bountiful harvest. They feasted well, lived comfortably, and their long-standing grievances were on the verge of being avenged. It had been far too long since they had experienced such prosperous days. As they listened to Lin Chuan's inquiries, the old wolf demons nodded in unison, their voices brimming with uncontainable excitement. Thank you, little saint. Thank you, little saint. We are fully prepared. Lin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he declared, Then, let us depart. Upon hearing this, the old wolf demons became animated, evidently brimming with anticipation for the events that were soon to unfold. Meanwhile, the earth god, observing Lin Chuan's commanding presence and the enthusiastic response of the multitude of demons, found himself momentarily entranced. In a haze, he seemed to glimpse a figure adorned with a golden crown and clad in resplendent armor, a monkey, illuminated before him. A smile crept upon the earth goddess' lips as he murmured, This mischievous monkey indeed bears a striking resemblance to our venerable ancestors. Chapter 42, Lin Chuan. I am on the verge of anger. In the vast Guanyin Zen temple, a diminutive mouse spirit frantically reported to Ling Shuzi. My lord, the monkey has gone berserk. Not only has he slain Guhu Yuan, Guangxi, and that specter, but he has also rallied the old pack of wolf demons, vowing to annihilate the mountain. This is it. We are truly doomed. What shall we do, my lord? The mouse spirit's piercing wails echoed throughout the expansive temple. Ling Shuzi, the new wolf king, whose stature resembled that of a small mountain, opened his crimson eyes. You dare speak of we? On what grounds do you presume to equate yourself with me? A dense aura of demonic energy surged toward the little mouse spirit like an overwhelming tide, instilling within him a profound sense of dread. Trembling, he nearly fled. My lord, I did not mean it that way. I could never. Suddenly, a razor-sharp claw tore through his body, leaving deep gashes that stretched for several meters across the ground. Ling Shuzi scoffed, useless wretch. Since Guhu Yuan, Guangxi, and the specter have perished, what justification do you have for still being alive? Ling Shuzi hailed from Shizhuo Ridge, a place far more savage than Songlong Forest. In Shizhuo Ridge, the law of the jungle prevails, only the strong survive. From Ling Shuzi's perspective, if even the capable Guhu Yuan, Guangxi, and the specter had met their demise, what right did this feeble little mouse spirit have to stand before him and report? Why should you not perish as well? After dispatching the mouse spirit, Ling Shuzi's body swelled with a ferocious energy. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. After an hour of coordination, the old pack of wolf demons, utilizing their keen sense of smell, located the hiding new pack and severely injured them with their weapons. Subsequently, Lin Chuan wielded Red Tide, moving forward to deliver the finishing blow and claim the spoils. Such a mode of operation was familiar to all present. After slaying a patrol squad of new wolf demons, Lin Chuan noticed that the old pack appeared somewhat fatigued. He gestured for them to take a brief respite. How is it? Are you managing with this intensity? Lin Chuan inquired. Little saint, I am still holding up. This old body can still give it a go. It is indeed satisfying to slay these wolf pups. One of the wolves exclaimed, patting his back and catching his breath. Throughout this hour, Lin Chuan and his companions had tirelessly sought out and vanquished their foes. This level of intensity was bearable for him, as he possessed the green attribute, vigorous. For the long-neglected and poorly nourished old wolf demon, the exertion indeed felt somewhat overwhelming. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan reflected that the situation was firmly in his grasp, and there was no need to rush. He retrieved several cans of Red Bull from his storage space and offered them. Here, drink this. It will make you feel better. Wolf E and several surrounding wolf demons accepted the drinks, their faces brightening with delight. Throughout their journey with Lin Chuan, they had witnessed the formidable prowess of his weaponry and understood that he was a person of skill and capability. Now, Lin Chuan had inexplicably produced several oddly adorned bottles for them. They instinctively assumed these must be treasures of some sort. After hastily expressing their gratitude, they eagerly consumed the drinks. Before long, the wolf demons present felt invigorated, their spirits markedly lifted. This is divine water, truly divine water, Wolfie exclaimed excitedly. He placed 2 fingers against his lips and instinctively took a deep breath, only to realize that Lin Chuan had not brought any cigarettes. Lin Chuan casually remarked, "Ah, Wolfie, tell me, once I have dealt with these wolf demons and the wolf king Ling Shuzi, do you have any other plans? Perhaps to become the new wolf king?" Wolfie sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "Oh dear, little saint, I am of considerable age now. How could I possibly aspire to that title? Besides, my granddaughter was just born last year. If I managed to vanquish the wolf demons and avenge my kin, wouldn't it be better to spend my free time caring for her at home? The world belongs to the young. I am too old to keep up." Observing Wolfie's wistful demeanor, Lin Chuan felt a spark of curiosity. "Oh, you have a granddaughter? I would not have guessed. Kiki, little saint. This is something you are unaware of. My little girl is truly enchanting. Many elderly fellows, upon seeing her for the first time, shamelessly propositioned me for a betrothal. Ridiculous. Those old geezers' wolf pups are hardly worthy of seeking a match with my granddaughter." As he spoke, pride and joy illuminated Wolf Yi's face at the thought of his beautiful granddaughter. However, this expression soon dimmed. "Alas, my wife will never see our granddaughter. Your spouse has passed." "Yes, she died." "How did it happen?" "Last year, on the very day my granddaughter was born." Her cries drew the attention of the new pack of wolf demons. I was not by their side at that moment. My wife stayed behind to protect my daughter-in-law and granddaughter. She was slain by those new wolf demons. "I am sorry." "Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Nothing at all. It is all in the past. My wife and I have evaded capture for so many years. Perhaps she grew weary of such a life. Death may have been a release for her." Wolfie smiled, casually wiping away a tear from the corner of his eye. He then continued his narrative. "From the moment I learned of my wife's passing, I vowed to cherish and protect my granddaughter, ensuring that the love my wife once bestowed would be equally shared. I cannot allow my granddaughter to feel any less loved by her family than anyone else. Once I have avenged the old wolf king, Ling Shuzi, I shall wholeheartedly return to my family. As for the role of wolf king, I shall leave that to the younger generation." Lin Chuan gazed intently at the wolf in front of him. To avenge the old wolf king, Ling Shuzi, he had hidden away in the Songlong forest for many years. For the sake of the old pack of wolf demons, he risked his life to safeguard Ling Yun, collaborating with others to ensure a dignified existence for them. For his family, he willingly stepped back from the stage despite being the leader of the old pack, seeking only to compensate for the love his children were deprived of. He was indeed a creature of compassion, loyalty, and light. Just as Lin Chuan pondered this, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and the imposing figure of Ling Shuzi appeared before him. With a swift motion of his claws, the wolf that had just moments ago burned with fierce determination was sent flying, crashing against a great tree. The branches of that tree pierced through the wolf's chest like a sharp sword. The wolf struggled momentarily before bowing its head in defeat. With ferocity, Ling Shuzi unleashed his claws, sending the remaining wolf demon sprawling. He bellowed at Lin Chuan, "Damn monkey. You've slain so many of my subordinates. You will pay for this." A thunderous roar erupted as Ling Shuzi radiated overwhelming demonic energy, seemingly threatening to engulf the entire Songlong forest. Countless creatures were frightened into fleeing, desperately trying to escape the impending chaos. Yet Lin Chuan remained unfazed, his gaze fixed upon the wolf, now impaled by branches and bleeding profusely, uncertain of its fate. Then, closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and spoke to the earth god beside him. "Great Yam, take them far away. I am about to unleash my wrath." In the next instant, a crimson light erupted from Lin Chuan's body. Infinite fury. Raging god of slaughter. Red inscription activated. Chapter 43. The first slaying of the Demon King. Lin Chuan's physique rapidly expanded. In less than 2 seconds, he transformed into a towering figure akin to the Hulk, standing as tall as 2 or 3 stories. His joints began to reveal ghastly white bones, suggesting that, should he so desire, he could wield them as weapons at any moment. At this instant, Lin Chuan's eyes burned a terrifying crimson. His very being emanated an overwhelming aura of brutality. This torrent of fury was even more fearsome than the demonic energy exuded by the demon king Ling Chuan. Quick, take them away, regardless of their fate. Lin Chuan uttered through clenched teeth, a guttural murmur that straddled the line between human and beast, urging the earth god to swiftly escort the surrounding wolf demons to safety. He was in a state of profound discomfort. Every cell in his body seemed to awaken, each one infused with a wrath directed at everything in existence. This wrath ignited an insatiable desire for slaughter within his neural pathways, feeding back into his very cells. With each passing second, his muscles surged with newfound strength. Lin Chuan felt akin to a gluttonous beast, painfully overindulging yet compelled to consume more. The sensation was unbearable. In that moment, he truly grasped the terrifying nature of the dual concepts of infinite fury and berserk rage, which complemented each other in their intensity. He couldn't help but reflect on the implications of these terms. Infinite fury. Read your power derives from your anger. As your fury escalates, so too does your strength, until you become the embodiment of power. Berserk slaughter god. Read upon activating this attribute, you transform into a colossal beast governed by rage, with each enemy slain. Your fury intensifies until you are consumed by it. It was excruciating, truly excruciating. Lin Chuan feared that in a matter of minutes, he would become a beast engulfed by wrath, indiscriminately slaughtering friend and foe alike. The earth god, witnessing Lin Chuan's terrifying transformation, felt an ominous foreboding stirring within him. Yet, he refrained from inquiring about Lin Chuan's condition. This was not the time for questions. He swiftly activated his mystical arts, reducing the surrounding wolf demons to mere palm-sized puppets. Then, he approached the colossal tree that had pierced through Wolf 1's chest, placing his palm against its bark. A flash of green light illuminated the scene, and the tree shrank to the size of a sapling, allowing Wolf 1 to descend gently to the ground, just as the earth god intended to flee with Wolf 1. Suddenly, boom. The demon king Ling Chuan stomped his foot with such force that the ground fractured violently, creating several deep fissures. Dare to flee beneath my very eyes. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, the demon king leaped into the air, his claws slashing toward the earth god with such speed that he had no time to react. As soon as he realized the imminent danger, the claw was already lunging towards his face. The earth god silently cursed his misfortune, but the distance was simply too short to devise a countermeasure. Suddenly, at that very moment, a resonant sound akin to a heavy bell echoed through the air. Time seemed to freeze. Inscriptions adorned Ling Chuan's form, suspending him midair. Above him, a grand character, inscribed as if written in blood, materialized prominently. Then, a grotesque hand, adorned with bony spikes, swung violently. Whoosh! A gust imbued with the scent of blood rushed past, leaving several gaping wounds on Ling Chuan's chest. Don't make me say it twice. Hurry and leave. Lin Chuan shouted at the earth god, feeling reason gradually consumed by fury. All right, I'm going. The earth god hastily gathered the oblivious wolf by his side, transforming into a wisp of green smoke, drifting away into the distance. Far off, his voice echoed back, little monkey, it all depends on you from here on out. With only himself and the immobilized Ling Chuan remaining, Lin Chuan, now partially restored to calmness, turned his gaze towards the entrapped figure. Before him, Ling Chuan's attribute panel emerged. Ling Chuan, identity, demon king. Attributes, vast demonic energy, blue. Crimson flame claw, blue. Blood fiend shadow, red. Blood wolf fury, red. 2 red and 2 blue attributes. This was his first encounter with a creature of demon king caliber. Just as Lin Chuan pondered further, he felt the bloodthirsty cells within him stir once more. Rage surged through his mind, clouding his thoughts. At that moment, a buzzing sound resonated. Ling Chuan's silvery fur trembled, and the scarlet character above him dissipated into the air. Ling Chuan regained his ability to move. It was then that the discomfort from Lin Chuan's earlier strike, which had struck his chest during the immobilization, finally registered in his mind. With a thud, Ling Chuan could not suppress the expulsion of a mouthful of congealed blood, which splattered onto the ground, dissolving the surrounding flora. Wiping the blood from his lips, Ling Chuan glared menacingly at the suddenly massive monkey, whose aura rivaled his own, with eyes of flame and crimson. He sneered. Do you think you are the only one who can be enraged? In the next instant, Ling Chuan's aura surged dramatically. His entire body was engulfed in a fiery red hue. You shall die. Just as he was about to continue his taunts, abruptly, a bony spike thrust into his chest. A torrent of blood gushed forth from the wound. The crimson-furred Ling Chuan was forcibly pushed back into his silver-blooded, white-furred state. And then, with a swift motion, Lin Chuan extracted 2 long bone spikes from his body, transforming them into dual blades that pierced into Ling Chuan with an imperceptible velocity. The sound of impact echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Ling Chuan felt as if his body were mere parchment, being gradually torn apart by Lin Chuan's relentless assault. This cannot continue. Ling Chuan brandished his claws. With a swift motion, the claws elongated dramatically, surrounded by flickering flames. Whoosh! The claws, imbued with crimson fire, slashed through the air. Clang! 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 Ling Shuzi had intended to inflict damage with his claws, but to his astonishment, the monkey's defenses were astonishingly formidable, even surpassing the specters he had previously encountered. Not only did his attack fail to harm Lin Chuan, but it also provoked him, rendering the monkey's subsequent strikes even more brutal and ferocious. Feeling his vitality swiftly ebbing away, Ling Shuzi's mind fixated on a singular thought: escape. With a sudden burst of energy, Ling Shuzi launched himself forward. Resembling a colossal white snowball as he raced towards the deep recesses of the Songlong forest, specifically the Guanyin Zen temple. In a fit of rage, Lin Chuan, witnessing his adversary flee, instinctively pursued him. Within the expansive Songlong forest, a fierce chase ensued between the wolf and the monkey. Along their path, their immense forms and potent aura shattered numerous passing wolf demons. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the wolf swordsman. Earning the entry, initial manifestation of demon energy, white. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the wolf guardian. Earning the entry, robust constitution, white. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying. A series of notifications echoed in Lin Chuan's mind. On any ordinary day, such announcements would surely bring him joy. But in his current state of fury, they merely irritated him, buzzing like relentless flies in his consciousness. The more he tried to grasp them, the more infuriated he became. Furthermore, due to the effects of the red entry infinite rage, his anger transformed into power, enhancing his speed further. Before long, Lin Chuan closed in on Ling Shuzi. With a bone-spiked fist, he struck, sending Ling Shuzi crashing through the gates of the Guanyin Zen temple. Countless stones flew, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust. Under the moonlight, the once mighty wolf king, Ling Shuzi, now resembled a trembling husky, devoid of any will to resist, gazing at the massive, crimson-eyed monkey before him. Endowed with extraordinary strength, Ling Shuzi's mind was consumed with curses. A madman. This monkey is utterly insane. The more he struck, the stronger he became. It was as if he were a monster. Unable to fight back or escape, Ling Shuzi realized that if this continued, he would surely meet his demise. In a moment of desperation, he pleaded for mercy. Stop hitting me. Monkey, please stop. This cry for mercy momentarily stunned Lin Chuan, and understandably so. Once imperious and formidable, the demon king Ling Shuzi suddenly pleaded for mercy, an occurrence that inevitably left one momentarily stunned. Observing Lin Chuan's dazed expression, Ling Shuzi promptly began to speak. I understand the source of your anger. It is because I eliminated those old subordinate wolf demons, is it not? However, I am the true victim here. I arrived in this place from the Lion Camel Kingdom, utterly alone, and it was the Black Wind King who elevated me to power. Since ascending, I have done nothing wrong. It is that group of old subordinate wolf demons who, fearing the strong and bullying the weak, chose not to confront the Black Wind King, but instead turned their wrath upon me. They speak of avenging the old wolf king Ling Shuzi, yet it was they who struck first. They sought to take my life. Must I merely stand by and accept their fate? After this barrage of words, Lin Chuan paused in his tracks, seeing that his rhetoric was effective. Ling Shuzi's face lit up with delight, and he pressed on with renewed vigor. Monkey, you are so formidable. Why not join our Songlong forest? I swear. Should you spare my life today, I shall immediately plead with the Black Wind King on your behalf. Let us consider the matter of my subordinates' deaths as settled. Furthermore, I shall ensure that the king allocates you a piece of land, a domain solely for you. Here, you could reign supreme. You hail from Flower Fruit Mountain, correct? Has it not been targeted by celestial soldiers for some time? You could bring all those monkeys here. This place could become your second home. As he spoke, the once dominating Ling Shuzi wore a smile of obsequiousness, fully aware that he had become a mere jester in this scenario. Yet, he felt compelled to continue. There was no other choice. If this confrontation persisted, he would surely meet his demise, having already fled from the Lion Camel Kingdom. How could he face death once more in this place? At that moment, Lin Chuan appeared to regain some semblance of clarity. He stepped forward and growled. I am a selfish individual. My concerns are solely for the present. Because of you, Wolf Yi's wife perished, and now her fate remains unknown. Therefore, your death is inevitable. In the next instant, with a swift motion, two bone spikes pierced Ling Shuzi's brain. Simultaneously, a notification echoed within Lin Chuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Demon King Ling Shuzi, acquiring new attributes, vast demonic aura, blue. Blood Fiend Shadow, red, chapter 44. The joke of the Earth God Old Ma arrived in a state of shock. What on earth happened? Enough talk. Lend a hand quickly. If we don't act now, he will perish. In a clearing of the Songlong forest, the Earth God laid Wolfie flat and called for Lang Shursan, who wielded a sniper rifle to assist. Meanwhile, the old comrades of Wolf Yi, the wolf demons who had fought alongside Lin Chuan, began to employ rudimentary methods, using their keen sense of smell to forage for herbs nearby. Lang Shan, upon seeing the gaping wound in Wolf Yi's body, recognized the gravity of the situation. He retrieved some rare healing potions from his pocket and applied them to Wolf Yi's injury. The Earth God, seizing this moment, channeled his mystical powers to heal Wolf Yi. After a considerable effort, the wounds on Wolf Yi began to scab over, and his breathing steadied. Now, they could only wait for him to awaken to assess the situation. The Earth God wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. A weary expression etched upon his face. Clearly, the recent healing had drained much of his energy. Is little saint all right? He inquired. Noticing that Wolf Yi's condition had stabilized, he had been observing through the sniper scope and had seen Lin Chuan's sudden surge in size, followed by a fierce struggle with Ling Shuzi, whose fate remained uncertain. From deep within the Songlong forest, the occasional roar echoed ominously. Who knows? The Earth God replied, reclining on the ground. But from my perspective, that monkey should still have a chance at survival. How can you say that? Lang Shan asked, bewildered. You witnessed that monkey's transformation, did you not? It was clearly a forbidden technique that unlocked hidden potential, one that small sects could not possibly teach. Thus, I suspect he has a powerful ally supporting him. The Earth God asserted confidently, recalling the earlier encounter with that formidable figure. So, you were suggesting that little saint will emerge victorious? Lang Shan inquired. At that moment, a resounding thud echoed from the depths of the Songlong forest. The Earth God chuckled. Yes, he has won. Deep within the Songlong forest, at Guanyin Zen Temple, Lin Chuan lay atop the corpse of Ling Shuzi, his body feeling as if it were on the verge of disintegration. What the hell? I will never use that red status effect again. It is utterly unbearable. Lin Chuan cursed under his breath, feeling that only through such expressions could he regain a semblance of composure. During the transformation process, he had felt as though a second persona had emerged within his mind, a new, furious self that had taken control of his body, rendering the original Lin Chuan a mere observer of his own actions, powerless to intervene until he ultimately vanquished Ling Shuzi. The dominion over one's own body has finally reverted back to oneself. It is no wonder that Dr. Banner is so eager to rid himself of the Hulk state. Lin Chuan feels that his current physical condition closely resembles that of Dr. Banner, even when he returns to a normal state. The simmering anger and murderous desire are still lurking within him, seemingly poised to resurge at any moment. This cannot continue. A solution must be devised. Otherwise, I may have to follow in Banner's footsteps and transform into the Green Doctor within the Gamma Radiation Laboratory, Lin Chuan mused. Suddenly, a figure, half the height of a person, appeared at the entrance of the Guanyin Zen Temple. It was none other than the Earth God. Hey, monkey, are you all right? Upon entering, the Earth God immediately inquired. However, upon seeing the Earth God approach, Lin Chuan felt the remnants of his anger stirring once more within him. He quickly called out to the Earth God at the door. Wait, big sweet potato, don't come any closer. Tell me a few jokes to alleviate my rage, or I fear I might end up harming you. The Earth God was somewhat bewildered by Lin Chuan's request, but seeing the redness in his eyes, he instinctively began to share some jokes. A couple of years ago, when I descended the mountain, I overheard a doctor telling a patient's family, I am sorry. I have done everything I could. The family, distraught, exclaimed, Heavens, is that true? You must be lying. The doctor replied, I am indeed lying. The family breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank goodness. The doctor added, I haven't even tried. The patient has already passed away. Lin Chuan. Noticing Lin Chuan's still bloodshot eyes, the Earth God scratched his head. What? Not funny. I have another one. There was a midwife who, during a delivery, suddenly ran outside and told the family, it's bad. Neither the child nor the adult survived. The family fell into despair. Suddenly, the midwife performed a backflip and said to the family, your family member didn't make it, but I can ensure you receive a proper delivery. Lin Chuan. At that moment, he contemplated that perhaps eliminating this big sweet potato would not be such a terrible thing after all. Just then, a beam of golden light swept across. Lin Chuan suddenly felt something enter his mouth. It melted upon contact, akin to the sweet, refreshing waters of a mountain spring, completely extinguishing his fury. How about that? Feeling better now? A massive figure loomed before Lin Chuan. He focused his gaze and recognized Ma Tianba. Old Ma? What brings him here? Chapter 45, the enigmatic Yuan Shoqing. At this moment, before Lin Chuan stood a formidable horse demon, whose size rivaled that of the Hulk. Towering at 4 to 5 meters with a robust physique, adorned in dark bronze armor and wielding a long, thick whip, the mere presence of this creature exuded considerable pressure. However, upon encountering this horse demon, Lin Chuan felt a surprising sense of relaxation, for he recognized this being as an ally. The horse demon, originally named Ma Tianba, was a subordinate of the bull demon king from the Flame Mountain. He had journeyed across great distances to seek assistance from the Black Bear spirit. However, upon discovering the Black Bear spirit's unreliability, he ventured to Huangfeng Ridge in the Western Paradise, as well as the Silk Cave, in search of reinforcements. Ultimately, He sacrificed himself alongside his war chariot in the lava pool of Flame Mountain for the sake of the Bull Demon King. His act of loyalty earned him the affectionate title of Old Ma among players. Ma Tianba was a character with a notable presence in the game, and during his previous gameplay, Lin Chuan had developed a keen interest in Ma Tianba's storyline. He never anticipated encountering him in reality, which stirred a subtle emotional response within him. Upon noticing Lin Chuan's silence and the wary gaze of the Earth God directed at him, Ma Tianba realized his sudden appearance might have been somewhat abrupt. Thus, he spoke up. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ma Tianba, here from Flame Mountain to seek reinforcements for our lord, the Bull Demon King. Little monkey, you must be familiar with the Bull Demon King, right? Centuries ago, your ancestor, the great sage Sun Wukong, and our king were sworn brothers. By that reckoning, we are practically kin. Ha ha ha. As he laughed heartily, Lin Chuan felt a sense of ease wash over him. Since his arrival in the world of black myth, he had encountered nothing but hostile new wolf demons or old wolf demons seeking to exploit him for their own ends. Although the old wolf demon leader, Wolf E, had entrusted him with the essences of over 200 of his former subordinates to signify trust, such relationships, rooted in mutual exploitation, left much to be desired. In contrast, Old Ma had his own mission and bore no intention of using Lin Chuan for his purposes. This dynamic brought a refreshing comfort to Lin Chuan. However, a question lingered in Lin Chuan's mind. Wasn't Ma Tianba supposed to be in a small cave between the Songlong Forest and the Bamboo Grove? How had he suddenly arrived here? Moreover, what was the substance he had just consumed? It had washed over his anger like a cool spring, soothing his inner turmoil. Lin Chuan voiced his confusion, to which Ma Tianba scratched his head and replied, about that. It was all old Yuan's doing. He had a green lotus elixir, yes. The very thing I just gave you. He claimed it was a remedy from the southern pole, a longevity elixir, and spoke of it in such mystical terms, asserting it could alleviate your adverse reactions. Furthermore, it was mentioned that on this night of the full moon, once the great wolf spirit Ling Shuzi meets his demise, this golden elixir would be bestowed upon you, as it is certain that you would find it of great use. Initially, I was skeptical. After all, that deranged wolf exudes an aura of brutality, making it hard to fathom that anyone could vanquish him. Yet, to my astonishment, this event indeed transpired. At this point, a look of incredulity spread across Ma Tianba's face, clearly reflecting his disbelief regarding Ling Shuzi's death. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. Old Yuan? Which old Yuan? Who else but the one who carries a gourd, Yuan Shouqing, from behind the mountain? Ma Tianba replied as if it were the most obvious answer. To anyone else, this seemingly disjointed statement would surely cause confusion. However, upon hearing the name Yuan Shouqing, Lin Chuan's mind suddenly cleared. Yuan Shouqing, the very individual who played a pivotal role in facilitating the journey of Tang Xing to the west several centuries ago. I never imagined it would be this Yuan Shouqing. To elaborate, centuries ago, in Chang'an, there was a fortune teller named Yuan Shouqing, who could precisely predict the optimal time and place for the fishermen along the Jing River to cast their nets for abundant catches. This uncanny ability greatly irked the Dragon King of the Jing River, who ascended to the shore to demand an explanation regarding the forthcoming precipitation. It was evident that he was seeking trouble, for as the sovereign of rain, how could he be unaware of when it would rain the following day? Nevertheless, Yuan Shouqing accurately forecasted the rain, his prediction aligning perfectly with the edicts of the Jade Emperor. Yet, the Dragon King, in a fit of obstinacy, delayed the rain and reduced its quantity significantly. This act of defiance against the Jade Emperor's decree resulted in the Dragon King's head being severed. Subsequently, he encountered Emperor Tang Li Shimin in a dream, where he was beheaded by the Prime Minister Wei Zhang. This chain of events ultimately led to the inception of the Journey to the West narrative. It can be said that without Yuan Shouqing, there would be no journey to the West. Could it be that Yuan Shouqing foresaw the adverse effects that would befall me, prompting you to come and present this golden elixir for my salvation? His divination skills surpassed those of the Crow Diviner by a considerable margin. Lin Chuan murmured. At this moment, the Earth God interjected. Indeed, the Crow Diviner is merely a few crows that have attained a semblance of intelligence, casually acquiring a few esoteric fortune-telling skills. In essence, he is nothing more than a wild fox Zen, and his abilities pale in comparison to the esteemed Yuan Shouqing, who can accurately interpret the edicts of the Jade Emperor. There is simply no comparison. As the conversation progressed, a hint of envy and reverence appeared on the Earth God's face. Indeed, as a minor deity of a humble mountain shrine, it was only natural to hold Yuan Shouqing in high esteem, given his remarkable ability to discern the decrees of the Jade Emperor. Just ponder the implications. If he can predict the very contents of the Jade Emperor's edicts, he cannot possibly be a mere minor figure. Reflecting on this, one could only conclude that the Dragon King of the Jing River was truly foolish. Yuan Shouqing had made his implications exceedingly clear. When the Dragon King saw that what Yuan Shouqing predicted was identical to the decree of the Jade Emperor, he should have realized the gravity of the situation. Yet, he stubbornly chose to defy the divine order, deliberately dragging his feet. Ultimately, Meeting such a fate at the hands of the Dragon Slayer can indeed be seen as a consequence of one's own misdeeds. Lin Chuan inquired further, so, did Yuan Shouqing only ask you to deliver the golden elixir, or was there anything else he instructed? About that. Of course, there is more. Old Yuan also requested that I take you to visit him, as he has matters to discuss. Little monkey, have you rested enough? Let us not linger any longer. With that, he gestured for Lin Chuan to follow his lead. To be summoned by a formidable being who can foresee their own fate naturally piqued Lin Chuan's curiosity, compelling him to follow closely. Thus, Ma Tianba, Lin Chuan, and the Earth God traversed several winding paths and crossed multiple wooden bridges. Upon ascending a few stone steps, they encountered an elderly man with flowing white hair and a goat-like beard, effortlessly shouldering a massive gourd. He appeared oblivious to its weight, calmly riding at a stone table before him. His demeanor exuded an aura of a reclusive sage. Upon closer inspection, Lin Chuan recognized him as Yuan Shouqing. In that moment, the interface displaying Yuan Shouqing's attributes materialized before Lin Chuan's eyes. Yuan Shouqing identity possessed attributes? However, before Lin Chuan could discern any details, the system interface abruptly shut down with a swift motion. This unexpected occurrence startled Lin Chuan immensely. How could the system panel close itself? Moreover, the identity and attributes of Yuan Shouqing remained inscrutable. What on earth was happening? Chapter 46. You truly are a talented individual of destiny. Having long been confined, one returns to nature. Young friend, it is rather impolite to gaze at others without restraint, remarked Yuan Shouqing, stroking his goatee and chuckling at Lin Chuan. Ma Tianba and the land god assumed this was a reference to Lin Chuan's astonishment at Yuan Shouqing's presence. The old fellow seemed slightly displeased and offered a reminder. However, only Lin Chuan, the subject of the conversation, understood the true implication of Yuan Shouqing's words. He was cautioning against casually using the system to investigate his attributes. Not only was he impervious to such scrutiny, but he also possessed the awareness of being observed. At this thought, a cold sweat broke out upon Lin Chuan. He recalled a vivid scene from his gaming experiences, where Yuan Shouqing stood alongside Mithra Buddha in the realm of the Western Paradise. This was ample testament to his formidable status and capabilities. Such towering figures play a game where the earth is their chessboard and the stars their pieces. Their powers are indeed extraordinary. Previously, after vanquishing the demon king Ling Shuzi and seizing his attributes, Lin Chuan had felt somewhat elated. Yet, following this encounter, he now recognized the considerable distance separating him from true greatness, from transcending the chessboard to become the master of the game. It appeared that he must cultivate further, diligently gathering attributes from others. That was the righteous path. Observing Lin Chuan deep in contemplation, his previously restless demeanor had calmed considerably. Yuan Shouqing nodded in approval, stroking his goatee with a satisfied smile. This is the mindset befitting a person of destiny. Little monkey, I know you harbor many questions, but let us not rush. Bring forth your gourd, and allow this old man to assist you in enhancing it. As he spoke, Yuan Shouqing gestured for Lin Chuan to pass him the gourd. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan was momentarily bewildered and instinctively replied, Gourd? What gourd? Yuan Shouqing furrowed his brow, extended his hand, and calculated with a hint of confusion in his tone. You do not possess a gourd? That cannot be. I foresaw that the old monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain gifted you a gourd before your departure. How could you possibly be without it? This prompted Lin Chuan to recollect. In the world of black myth, the equipment of those destined was indeed striking, particularly the gourd hanging at their waist, aside from the staff they wielded. Each type of gourd possessed distinct restorative effects. Initially, as Lin Chuan prepared to traverse the black myth realm, he believed the gourd's effect was fundamentally to alleviate player fatigue and invigorate them. Hence, he thought it prudent to stock up on several bottles of Red Bull in the Marvel Universe instead. During subsequent battles, he felt that carrying a gourd at his waist hindered his performance, leading him to store the gourd gifted by the old monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain in his storage space early on. If it were not for Yuan Shouqing's reminder, he would have truly forgotten about this matter. Lin Chuan flipped his right hand, and a red gourd materialized in the palm of his hand. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Shouqing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, your storage technique possesses quite a degree of skill. Taking the red gourd from Lin Chuan, he initially sensed something amiss. Then, shaking it gently, he discerned that the liquid inside the gourd was plentiful, undiminished. In disbelief, Yuan Shouqing asked, Wait a moment, little monkey, you haven't taken a single sip? Right, Lin Chuan replied. Then how did you manage to fight your way here? I just fought my way through. Lin Chuan scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Yuan Shouqing looked at the bashful Lin Chuan with a mix of exasperation and incredulity. Internally, he lamented, you haven't drunk a drop from this gourd. For over 10 hours, you've battled from the foot of the mountain to its rear, vanquishing Gu Huyuan, Guangxi, and Yuhan, 3 formidable demon generals. You even defeated Ling Shuzi, a demon king, and exterminated all the wolf demons in Songlong Forest. Who claims that Sun Wukong is the great sage equal to heaven? Let me see, you. The destined talent are the true great sage. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Yuan Shouqing dipped his brush in ink and began inscribing characters on the gourd while speaking. It is said that once all beings perish, a trace of spiritual essence manifests in the void. If no one interferes, it will dissipate into the emptiness. By enhancing this red gourd, it will automatically absorb this spiritual essence from the void after you slay demons. Drinking the liquid within will restore your physical condition to some extent. The more spiritual essence it accumulates, the greater the restorative effect. Now, take it, little monkey. The journey ahead is long. It is unwise to hold your breath and fight your way through as you did before. Sometimes, one must also indulge in a few sips to recuperate. Lin Chuan gratefully accepted the gourd and cast a thankful glance at Yuan Shouqing. He had to admit that his lack of endurance was one of his greatest flaws at present. With Yuan Shouqing's improved gourd, he could now drink during battles and restore his vitality. In this regard, the other party was indeed his benefactor. Noticing Lin Chuan had taken the gourd, Yuan Shouqing paused momentarily before continuing. Little monkey, are you currently troubled by that forbidden technique? When used, it feels as though your mind is swept away by rage, transforming you into a bloodthirsty monster. Afterward, you feel utterly exhausted, as if your body is falling apart, and there is a searing fire burning in your chest, accompanied by lingering fury. If anyone approaches, you might revert to that monstrous form. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan hastily interjected, might I inquire, Lord Yuan, do you possess any solutions? Or perhaps, do you have any extra bio-golden pills? Truth be told, he had been severely affected by these two ominous red phrases. Had it not been for the precious green lotus elixir delivered by old Ma, he would have found it impossible to restrain the seething fury within him, potentially leading him to slay the earth god before him. It is worth noting that the only entity present was indeed the earth god. Imagine if he were in a world akin to that of American comics. The ominous red descriptor raging god of slaughter signifies that with each foe vanquished, his anger would escalate to new heights, ultimately consuming him. In a realm bustling with individuals, he would genuinely risk losing control. The thought of succumbing to such chaos, only to be detained by SHIELD, the X-Men, or another organization, and subjected to dissection, was utterly unappealing to him. Thus, he inquired of Yuan Shouqing if there existed any means to alleviate his condition. Yuan Shouqing gently shook his head and replied, the green lotus elixir merely addresses the symptoms and not the root cause. No amount of it will suffice to genuinely eradicate the flaws of your forbidden techniques, allowing you to wield them without being overtaken by rage. I believe only the guanine jade liquid can achieve that. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan expressed his confusion. Guanine jade liquid? What is that? Chapter 47. Guanine and the Black Bear Spirit. What is known as guanine's jade liquid? I wonder, dear friend, have you ever heard of guanine bodhisattva? At this point, Yuan Shouqing, burdened with a large gourd, paused momentarily and cast a deep gaze toward the southern horizon. It was the night of the full moon, yet the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, leaving the moon dim and stars sparse. However, Lin Chuan felt that Yuan Shouqing, with hair graying at the temples, could see through the billowing clouds to the figure at the edge of the southern sky. Guanine bodhisattva? The young man was certainly aware of her. It is said that during the journey to the west, our ancestor received considerable protection from the bodhisattva. Could this guanine jade liquid be a treasure belonging to her? Lin Chuan replied. Yuan Shouqing nodded, elucidating. It is said that guanine bodhisattva carries a precious item known as the jade purity bottle. This bottle contains sweet dew, referred to as guanine's jade liquid. This jade liquid possesses various miraculous uses, one of which is the ability to dispel anger. Just a single drop can remedy the flaws in the forbidden technique you bear. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan was filled with elation. If that were indeed the case, it would completely rectify the flaws in his 2 crimson entries. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow in concern, for he recalled that in the world of the black myth, it seemed guanine bodhisattva had not made an appearance. Not entirely absent, she had indeed appeared in the cut scene of the first dungeon, Black Wind Mountain. Thus, the question arose, how could he meet guanine and obtain the jade liquid from her hands? Lin Chuan voiced his doubts. Yuan Shouqing stroked his goat-like beard and offered a solution. This is simple. Within the Black Wind Cave resides a black bear spirit who has returned from training in the South Sea, and his master is guanine bodhisattva. As a disciple of the bodhisattva, if you were to severely injure him, she will undoubtedly come to assist you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan was left somewhat bewildered. Wait a moment, the black bear spirit is a disciple of guanine. If I were to harm him, how could I expect his master to help me? It would be fortunate if she did not exact vengeance upon me for harming her disciple, let alone grant me the guanine jade liquid. Yuan Shouqing shook his head, asserting, no, she will certainly assist you. For what you seek on this occasion is indeed the 6 roots of the great sage, correct? This statement ignited a spark in Lin Chuan's mind, and in an instant, he grasped the significance. According to the background of the Black Myth narrative, the Black Bear Spirit had, under Guanine's guidance, seized one of the great sage's 6 roots. Meanwhile, the destined individuals gradually made their way to Blackwind Mountain, Little West Heaven, and the Silk Cave to obtain the 6 roots. This was a grand strategy orchestrated by the myriad of deities, with Guanyin as one of the key players, even a driving force. She had her own subtle intentions and plans. For acquiring the Great Sage's 6 roots was indeed a part of her destined path. In other words, the objectives of both myself and Guanyin indeed possess a degree of overlap. Thus, when the Bodhisattva descends, I shall express my intent to acquire the essence of the Great Sage S6 roots and seek a portion of Guanyin's jade liquid. Surely, she would not refuse such a request. Observing Lin Chuan's enlightenment, Yuan Shouqing nodded and continued, however, I must caution you. The Bodhisattva cherishes purity, and the resentment inherent in your forbidden technique is one of the 5 poisons: greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and doubt. Therefore, when confronting the black bear spirit, you must refrain from employing that forbidden technique. At this juncture, Yuan Shouqing cast a serious gaze upon Lin Chuan, clearly conveying that this was a matter of utmost importance. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow. If the forbidden technique were off limits, did that not imply he could not utilize those 2 crimson entries? Consequently, his strength would merely match that of last time, being slightly superior to that of the skilled Taoist, Guangji. This would place him at the level of a demon general, but beneath that of a demon king. How could he possibly contend with the formidable final boss, the demon king Black Bear Spirit? Suddenly, Lin Chuan had a revelation. He turned to the earth god beside him and said, Great Sweet Potato, aside from the immobilization technique, you must possess additional teachings for me, correct? The earth god appeared somewhat taken aback. How did you know? Do not concern yourself with that for now. Just impart the spell to me. Indeed, how peculiar, the earth god remarked. Nevertheless, he extended a finger to Lin Chuan's forehead. In the next moment, a spell materialized in Lin Chuan's mind, gathering form, dissipating qi. Upon invoking this spell, the user transforms into a wisp of white smoke, allowing for concealment and evasion, a technique suitable for pursuit or escape. Ordinarily, according to the standard narrative progression, this spell would be taught to the destined one during the encounter with the Black Bear Spirit in the Blackwind Cave. Yet Lin Chuan thought it prudent to seize this opportunity for early advantage. After Lin Chuan and the Earth God concluded their endeavors, Yuan Shouqing resumed, Oh, and there is one more matter. As Yuan Shouqing prepared to speak again, Lin Chuan silently grumbled, This old fellow has an abundance of words to share. He seems perpetually poised to mention one more thing. Could he possibly be the reincarnation of the ancient shopkeeper from my father's antique store? Lin Chuan cast a wary glance at the elderly man before him. Yuan Shouqing, undeterred by Lin Chuan's scrutiny, continued, You killed Guangji, did you not? His fellow disciple, Guangmo, is not far ahead. Be cautious. As he spoke, Yuan Shouqing gestured toward the boundary between the Canglong Forest and the Zizhu Forest. The Canglong Forest is characterized by towering trees with lush foliage, while the Zizhu Forest, in contrast, is marked by tall, slender green stalks with sparse leaves. The distinction between the 2 realms is quite apparent. Lin Chuan followed Yuan Shouqing's pointed direction with his gaze. At the juncture of the Canglong Forest and the Emerald Bamboo Grove, one could faintly discern a malevolent creature casting its gaze in his direction. It was likely the figure known as Guangmo, as mentioned by Yuan Shouqing. Having slain Guangji, it was only logical that Guangmo, his fellow disciple, would seek retribution. However, as Lin Chuan observed the countdown before him steadily approaching 0, he felt that the prospect of being pursued for vengeance could be postponed for another time. Thus, Lin Chuan closed his eyes and returned to the world of American comics. Chapter 48, Why Not Plunder the Divine Entries of American Comics? As I opened my eyes, the familiar sight of a damp and slightly moldy ceiling greeted me. The sound of police sirens echoed in my ears, accompanied by the distinct beeping of passing patrol cars. Nearby, the intersection of the streets resonated with a series of gunshots. Indeed, in the land of the free, gunfire is an everyday occurrence. Lin Chuan realized that he had truly returned. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the washroom to splash some water on his face. He then approached his desk, retrieving the gourd that had been upgraded by Yuan Shouqing from his storage space. He took several hearty swigs of the liquor from the gourd, savoring the fiery liquid as it coursed down his throat and settled in his stomach. A warm sensation began to spread from his dantian throughout his body, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. This feeling was akin to returning from an exhilarating game to indulge in a sumptuous fruit platter while receiving a soothing massage, only to step back outside into a brisk wind that made him shiver. Invigorating indeed. It felt as though both his body and spirit had undergone a refreshing rejuvenation. Truly, this was far more effective than any energy drink. He had previously been blind to its value, having discarded a watermelon in favor of a mere sesame seed. Clearly, in future ventures into the world of black myth, he must utilize the gourd more frequently. Revitalized, Lin Chuan began to jot down his thoughts on a piece of paper with a pen, reflecting on Yuan Shouqing's earlier words. To alleviate the fury effect of the red entries, he must obtain the guanine jade liquid. The prerequisite for acquiring this liquid was to severely weaken the black bear spirit, compelling guanine to intervene. He murmured to himself while inscribing the details onto the paper. Although guanine shared his objective, as per Yuan Shouqing's assertions, she would undoubtedly grant him the guanine jade liquid. However, having harmed her disciple and then requesting her assistance seemed somewhat peculiar. Thus, Lin Chuan felt that if he were indeed to confront the black bear spirit, he should tread carefully, balancing the appearance of suffering without overdoing it. In simpler terms, he needed to perform, looking tragic, yet not entirely so. However, it was crucial not to appear too unscathed, otherwise, guanine would not come to his aid. Upon reflection, it was evident that striking this balance would be quite challenging. Nonetheless, drawing from his prior experiences in the King's Canyon, where he had encountered numerous actors, he mused, one need not have eaten pork to witness a pig run. He was confident that when the time came, he would adeptly navigate this delicate scale. However, this led to another pressing question. According to Yuan Shouqing, guanine cherished tranquility and detested anger. This implied that his 2 red entries had been effectively banished and were no longer usable. Without these potent entries, he would be reduced to merely the level of a demon general. The question then arose, how could a demon general hope to defeat a demon king, such as the black bear spirit? With a soft click, Lin Chuan activated his water-based pen, pondering this dilemma. Although he had just retrieved a spell, gathering form and dispelling qi, from the earth god, however, this is undoubtedly far from sufficient. Nevertheless, let us first reflect upon the gains achieved during this period. In the next moment, he opened his personal attribute panel. Lin Chuan, Identity, Destiny Bearer, Attributes, Mastery of Martial Arts, Blue, 53 1000. Dragon's Leap, Blue, 21,000. Vast Demon Energy, Blue, 10 1000. Innate Strength, Blue, 400 1000. Solid as a Rock, Red, 22,000. Total Concentration, Red, Special. Infinite Fury, Red, Special. Berserk God of Slaughter, Red, Special. Blood Fiend's Shadow, Red, Special. After 6 hours of fierce combat, all of his green attributes had been upgraded to blue. The red attribute, Solid as a Rock, merged into the blue attribute, Copper Wall and Iron Bastion. In terms of strength, this represented a considerable enhancement. However, relying solely on these to confront the final boss, the Demon King Hexiong was still woefully inadequate. Therefore, in the coming days, he resolved to extract resources from the world of American comics. Lin Chuan began to reminisce about the events that transpired during his last foray into the world of American comics. If memory served him correctly, Gwen, in an attempt to atone for being forcibly shoved into a car by her father, Director George, ultimately being flung from it by the Abomination, had invited him to visit Oscorp the following day. Although this invitation from Gwen was somewhat laced with suspicion regarding his identity, doubting whether he was indeed the Guangxi from that fateful afternoon, what did it matter? She was not Spider-Man. What could she possibly do to him? Lin Chuan planned to seize the opportunity to separate himself from the internship tour group upon arriving at Oscorp, infiltrating some of the company's secret facilities to see if he could encounter the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, and thus seize the attributes he possessed. Previously, in the realm of black myth, he had obtained gathering form and scattering qi from the land god with similar intentions. Furthermore, Lin Chuan recalled the past few days in the American comic world. The battle between Hulk and the Abomination was ignited, and Iron Man, Tony Stark, made his return. From these two events, it was evident that the Marvel Universe was regaining its momentum. Consequently, an increasing number of superheroes would soon emerge into the public eye. Based on Lin Chuan's estimations, there were 2 highly probable occurrences in the coming days. One was Thor being cast down to Earth by Odin, and the other was Captain America arriving in the present, 70 years later. One was the Asgardian god wielding the power of thunder, and the other was the century-old Steve, who could hold his own against anyone. Regardless of which he encountered, he could seize attributes from them and reap the rewards. Upon contemplating this, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Everything was prepared, he merely awaited the favorable wind. He closed his eyes, anticipating the arrival of the morrow. The next day, at 8:30 in the morning, Lin Chuan arrived early at Oscorp. With the visitor badge Gwen had previously handed to him, he smoothly entered the company premises. If one were to describe Oscorp with an adjective, in just 4 words, the forefront of technology. Upon entering the company, Lin Chuan was greeted by towering skyscrapers that soared hundreds of stories high. Each floor boasted a futuristic, streamlined design, immersing one in a realm reminiscent of a science fiction narrative. Small robots, akin to the superpowered Nono from the animated series, floated gracefully through the air. Visitors in need of assistance could simply beckon, and the robots would descend to facilitate communication. In the corridors, several remarkably adorable robotic dogs ambled about, adding to the surreal atmosphere. Witnessing this, Lin Chuan felt a genuine sense of wonder. However, he couldn't shake off a peculiar sense of unease. For instance, In the lobby on the ground floor, he encountered a sharply dressed, elite-looking man whose expression suggested that everyone owed him a fortune. With a scowl, he scrutinized the employees clocking in for work. Strikingly, instead of thermos mugs, the workers held disposable water cups, their faces betraying a hint of anxiety and restlessness. The overall impression painted a grim picture, suggesting that Osborne Corporation was on the brink of collapse. Indeed, this was the reality. Lin Chuan recalled the recent reports from the Horn Herald, which had stated that Osborne Corporation had been operating at a loss for 2 consecutive years and might face bankruptcy this year. It was no wonder that the employees arriving for work appeared anything but cheerful. Of course, there were some seasoned veterans, unfazed and leisurely enjoying snacks and drinks, discussing potential job opportunities at Stark Industries or Hammer Industries should the company go under. After all, these companies were also competitors within the military sector. Trees that are moved thrive, while those that remain stagnant wither, they seemed to philosophize. As employees, their allegiance to the company was tenuous. They were merely workers, and it mattered little where they toiled. Lin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident they were veterans of the corporate world. Just as he was eavesdropping on their gossip, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Approaching, Lin Chuan tapped him on the shoulder. "What brings you here?" he inquired of Peter Parker. Chapter 49, Sister. "You are struggling." Peter Parker was startled by the sudden voice of Lin Chuan, quickly turning around to find his good friend standing there, which brought him a sense of relief. "Oh, it's you, Lin Chuan. I thought." Observing Peter's startled demeanor, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. "What did you think?" "Nothing. Nothing at all. By the way, Lin Chuan, what brings you to this place?" "Oh, about that. Gwen invited me here." As he spoke, Lin Chuan produced the visitor badge that Gwen had given him earlier, waving it in front of Peter. "And you? How did you end up here?" Lin Chuan inquired. I was also invited by Gwen." Peter glanced at Lin Chuan, feeling somewhat guilty. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel curious. Gwen was the popular goddess of Zhongqing Hai. How did she come to be associated with Lin Chuan? "Are you saying Gwen invited you, Mr. Guella?" Lin Chuan pointed to the name on Peter's badge, a faint smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, in the lobby on the first floor, a bespectacled young man with blonde hair, looking rather bookish, was being dragged out by 2 burly security guards. As he was being pulled away, he shouted, "I am Guella. Don't drag me. I am Guella." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Peter's face flushed as he stammered an explanation. This. His mind raced to find a reasonable explanation for the situation. After a long pause, he realized he couldn't come up with anything coherent. Thus, like a deflated balloon, he confessed, "Lin Chuan, the situation is like this." Listening to Peter Parker's explanation, Lin Chuan's expression shifted to one of understanding. A couple of days ago, Peter had found his father's old wallet in the basement at home. Inside, there was a black and white photograph of his father with Dr. Connors from years past. Through online research, Peter discovered that Dr. Connors worked at Oscorp. Hence, Peter infiltrated Oscorp to seek an opportunity to connect with Dr. Connors and discuss matters concerning his father. "By the way, Lin Chuan, what you just said reminded me." "What did you say?" "You mentioned that Gwen was leading the tour. If she finds me in the group, I'm finished. Could you help me divert Gwen's attention?" Lin Chuan looked at Peter Parker, whose face was earnest, and felt a peculiar mix of emotions. Here he was, intending to meet Gwen, and later find an opportunity to slip away and perhaps encounter Norman Osborn. Meanwhile, Peter also planned to sneak away to find Dr. Connors. The thought struck Lin Chuan as rather amusing. Previously, at school, both Peter and I were bullied by the school tyrant, Thompson. Now, having arrived at Osborn Company, Peter and I are also contemplating an opportunity to slip away and meet the individuals we desire. How remarkable is this tacit understanding? Well, we shall see when the time comes. Lin Chuan offered a vague reply. After chatting for a few more minutes, he glanced at his phone, noting it was nearly time, and ascended the stairs to join the tour group led by Gwen. There stood Gwen, clutching a stack of documents and a solid-state drive. Addressing the visiting interns about the day's tour precautions, Lin Chuan turned his gaze toward Gwen. Today, she donned a black striped short-sleeve shirt paired with a white lab coat, a black skirt, and knee-high boots. Compared to their previous encounters, Gwen appeared significantly more mature and professional today. Lin Chuan couldn't help but marvel at how dramatically a woman's demeanor can shift with a change of attire. Upon seeing Lin Chuan's arrival, Gwen's eyes brightened. For her, the primary objective of today's tour was to ascertain whether Lin Chuan was indeed the werewolf she had encountered that fateful afternoon, hoping that during their interactions, he might inadvertently reveal his true identity. She had prepared extensively for this moment, eagerly awaiting Lin Chuan's arrival. Upon spotting Lin Chuan, Gwen waved him over, signaling him to approach. "Hey, Lin Chuan, could you help me with this hard drive?" Upon hearing Gwen's request, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, when invited by Gwen, he had suspected she might be testing him. Yet today, it seemed he was merely being treated as a bad carrier. Had he overthought the situation? As he stepped forward to accept the hard drive from Gwen, suddenly, Gwen's hand slipped, causing the drive to plummet toward the floor. Gwen feigned surprise while discreetly observing Lin Chuan's reaction. This was her first test. She had pondered how to elicit a slip from Lin Chuan, how to discern whether he was indeed the werewolf she had witnessed before. After days of contemplation, she concluded that one method of testing would be to gauge his reflexes. After all, she had noted the werewolf's extraordinary reaction time when she had encountered him battling the two green creatures. When one of the green monsters hurled a bone spike at him, the werewolf had astonishingly managed to pivot in midair, returning the spike and severely injuring the creature. Such instinctive reflexes were truly remarkable. Thus, Gwen devised a minor incident to assess Lin Chuan's instinctive responses, which are primarily governed by the subconscious mind and cannot be feigned. For instance, Gwen had previously seen a baseball player being interviewed on the news. Behind him, a teammate was playing baseball, and the batter instinctively caught the fast-flying ball with remarkable reflexes. If only Lin Chuan could react with such swiftness to catch the hard disk, his chances of being identified as a werewolf would undoubtedly increase. Gwen held her breath, her eyes wide, keenly observing Lin Chuan's response. However, his reaction seemed a beat slow. The hard disk fell to the ground with a resounding thud, prompting Lin Chuan to hastily reach out to catch it. "Oh, damn!" he exclaimed in a quintessential West Coast accent, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Is everything all right?" "I'm sorry, Gwen. I didn't pay attention for a moment and missed it. This hard disk, it won't have any issues, will it?" Gwen cast a skeptical glance at Lin Chuan. Had she misjudged him? Was he truly not a werewolf? No, she resolved to probe further. "It's fine. The hard disk is of decent quality. Just be more careful next time," she replied, bending down to retrieve it. Lin Chuan, noting the hint of disappointment in Gwen's tone, felt a flicker of pleasure within. Ever since he speculated that Gwen's invitation to tour was a means to assess whether he was a werewolf, he had been on high alert. He understood that during their visit, any slight irregularity could serve as a test from Gwen. With the heightened cognitive speed granted by the red attribute focus, Lin Chuan quickly discerned Gwen's intentions and the nature of her probe. Thus, he feigned a lack of reaction, allowing the hard disk to fall. In retrospect, it seemed he had successfully navigated this trial, observing the contemplation and subtle disappointment etched on Gwen's features. He wished he could spread his arms wide and exclaim, "Dear sister, this won't do. If you're lacking, practice more." Chapter 50. The arrival of Dr. Connors and the role of the lizard's shadow. Following a brief interlude, the tour at Oscorp officially commenced. Gwen guided the interns through various sections, including the Technology Experience Zone, the Employee Lounge, and the cafeteria, ultimately arriving at the focal point of the day, the Biotechnology Laboratory. Inside the laboratory, illuminated by bright incandescent lights, approximately a dozen staff members donned in white lab coats, similar to Gwen's, were diligently engaged in their experiments at their respective stations. Their expressions were serious, focused, and intensely concentrated, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the visitors, treating it as a trivial occurrence not worthy of their attention. The atmosphere within the laboratory was eerily quiet, punctuated only by the sounds of equipment in operation and the faint rustle of pencils gliding across paper. This somber ambience gradually subdued the initially excited and curious interns. Just as Gwen, leading the group, was about to introduce something, a doctor approached, a bespectacled man with thinning blonde hair and a right arm severed midway. "Oh, Gwen. You're here," he greeted his assistant, who was none other than Gwen herself, before addressing the visitors. "Greetings, everyone. I am Dr. Connors. Oh, I see your curiosity. Fear not, I am left-handed." With that, he performed a playful pin-spinning trick with his left hand, eliciting laughter from the visitors, effectively easing the tension that had permeated the room since their entry. As Lin Chuan observed this one-armed doctor, he pondered thoughtfully. Is this the Dr. Connors that Peter Parker is searching for? In the film The Amazing Spider-Man, this very Connors became the fearsome lizard. One wonders if he will follow a similar path in this reality. Dr. Connors continued with his introductory remarks. "My right arm was lost in an explosion, an experience that profoundly altered my perspective on the world. I realized that there are far more individuals with physical disabilities than I had ever imagined. Thus, I have dedicated myself to creating a healthier and more beautiful world, one that can restore those who are physically impaired. Now, my friends, how might I achieve this noble goal?" He posed this question to the audience, who exchanged puzzled glances, unable to articulate a coherent response. To them, such an ambition seemed implausible. After all, the idea of regrowing a severed arm sounded almost fantastical. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Cross-species genetics." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. It was none other than Peter Parker. Lin Chuan shot Peter a look of exasperation, internally berating him. "Wait, weren't you supposed to have me cover for you? Why did you jump the gun earlier?" Lin Chuan had deliberately refrained from catching the hard drive that Gwen had dropped. On one hand, it was a strategy to evade probing, causing Gwen's plans to unravel. On the other hand, it was intended to keep Gwen's attention solely on him, preoccupying her with thoughts of how to initiate her next round of tests. thereby neglecting the presence of Peter Parker. However, Lin Chuan never anticipated that Peter would unexpectedly self-destruct. Gwen was equally astonished and leaned toward Lin Chuan, inquiring, "Did you bring him?" "Don't look at me. We're not well acquainted," Lin Chuan replied, feeling weary. It felt akin to a 9 versus 1 scenario in a battle arena. Peter Parker was truly a burden. Just as Lin Chuan and Gwen were quietly discussing, Dr. Connors and Peter Parker became engrossed in conversation, entirely disregarding the remaining interns, and began to showcase Dr. Connors' latest experimental achievements to Peter. Observing this, Gwen sighed inwardly. After all, she was merely Dr. Connors' assistant. What could she say when he was pleased? Thus, she waved her hand, allowing the visiting interns to disperse for a free exploration. Once Gwen finished her tasks and was about to proceed with her next test on Lin Chuan, she discovered that he had vanished. A wave of confusion washed over her. Where could Lin Chuan have gone? Was this what it meant to gather form and disperse energy? It felt quite extraordinary. Transformed into a thin wisp of white smoke, Lin Chuan drifted through the air, marveling at the changes brought about by his spell, gathering form and dispersing energy. He had anticipated needing this spell today after acquiring it from the Earth God, and now it had proven invaluable. Having eluded Gwen, Lin Chuan floated through Oscorp, never forgetting his objective, to locate the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, and seize items from him to bolster his own strength. However, the Oscorp building stood a daunting 108 stories tall. Searching floor by floor would be impractical and far too time-consuming, raising Gwen's suspicions. Hence, it seemed necessary to employ Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow read the user silently focuses on the target they wish to locate, if the target is within a 2-kilometer radius. The target will be marked in red within the user's line of sight, and the user's speed will increase by 500. This red item was one Lin Chuan had obtained from the Demon King Ling Shuzi. Previously, Lin Chuan had pondered why, despite his successful rampage, Ling Shuzi managed to find him so suddenly. After acquiring this red item, Lin Chuan finally understood the reason behind it. With this red item, Lin Chuan gained a deeper comprehension of the item levels within the system. Since the advent of the red item, one could say that rather than merely enhancing his physical capabilities, it allowed him to acquire an additional skill. Total concentration not only quickened his thought processes but also granted him the ability of bullet time. The abilities of Infinite Fury and Raging God of Death allow one to enlarge their form while transforming anger into formidable strength, surpassing even the might of Hulk and Abomination. Meanwhile, Blood Shadow enables the user to swiftly locate their desired target. These crimson attributes have played a pivotal role throughout one's past endeavors. As for the illustrious purple, golden, and multicolored attributes, Lin Chuan could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. However, the priority now lies in locating Norman Osborn. Lin Chuan closed his eyes, recalling the visage of Norman Osborn. In this world, the Norman Osborn is reminiscent of the one from the original Spider-Man series. With prominent cheekbones, piercing eyes, and a gaunt appearance, he resembles a hawk fixated on its prey. Perhaps the actor's essence aligns more harmoniously with the Green Goblin. In contrast, the iterations of the Green Goblin from both the original Spider-Man and the Amazing Spider-Man did not leave as profound an impression on Lin Chuan as this version did. Thus, when he watched Spider-Man 3, No Way Home and observed Norman Osborn alongside Aunt May, Lin Chuan was always apprehensive about when this character might betray them. This illustrates the deep-seated shadow this portrayal of the Green Goblin has cast in his mind. As his thoughts settled, Lin Chuan opened his eyes, and his gaze fell upon Norman Osborn, now marked by the crimson attribute, Blood Shadow. However, the highlighted Norman Osborn was currently underground. What could this mean? Had Norman Osborn met his demise? Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and floated downward. Chapter 51 Encounter with General Ross. No thief leaves empty-handed. Lin Chuan's mood was rather grim. According to his recollections, the Osborn family harbored a hereditary affliction, specifically the retroviral hyperplasia virus. In the narrative of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, Norman Osborn, despite receiving an injection of the serum developed by Dr. Connors, which contained lizard DNA, succumbed to a transformation that rendered his body green and his arms clawed like a reptile. Yet, he ultimately found himself unable to evade the inexorable approach of death. Thus, one might ponder whether it is conceivable that this world's Norman Osborn could not withstand the effects of Dr. Connors' concoction and, as a result, perished prematurely. Was it possible that his remains were interred beneath Oscorp? If so, Lin Chuan mused, had he ventured here in vain today? Furrowing his brow, Lin Chuan transformed into a wisp of white smoke and descended underground. To his astonishment, he discovered a vast and expansive research facility beneath Oscorp. Unlike the above-ground premises, which amalgamated leisure, exhibition, liaison, office, and research areas, the subterranean realm of Oscorp presented a more unadulterated environment. The personnel traversing this domain were clad in pristine white lab coats, surrounded by an array of experimental serums and supplies. In Lin Chuan's eyes, this underground laboratory appeared even more focused, akin to an amplified version of Dr. Connor's domain, albeit with a broader spectrum of ongoing experiments and a greater number of researchers. Within this concealed yet colossal research facility, Lin Chuan located his target, Norman Osborn. He observed that Osborn's arm, marked in red, trembled slightly as he commenced a tour with several high-ranking military officials, showcasing their latest research endeavors. To Lin Chuan's surprise, the Norman Osborn he had encountered on social media resembled a hawk fixated on its prey. However, today he bore the demeanor of a bumbling bear, cautiously introducing their projects to the military officials, seemingly fearful of inciting their discontent. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the military officials being courted by Norman Osborn included none other than General Ross, the father-in-law of Dr. Banner. What brought him here? As a mere wisp of ethereal smoke, Lin Chuan, driven by curiosity, drifted closer to eavesdrop. I truly do not comprehend what you have been engaged in during this period. I have provided you with time and resources, only for you to inform me that perhaps it was all erroneous from the start. We must revert the entire experimental project back to the theoretical phase. General Ross, dressed in his crisply tailored military uniform, bellowed at the side of Norman Osborn. His recent experiences had been fraught with misfortune. The replicated super soldier serum had only just yielded a modicum of success with Blonsky, who could transform into the Hulk, yet now he found himself apprehending Dr. Banner. To make matters worse, Blonsky had inexplicably harnessed some unknown power, emerging as a monstrous entity, formidable enough to rival the Hulk, adorned with bone spurs. In a bid to confront the impending chaos, Banner transformed into the Hulk, engaging in a fierce struggle with Blonsky, resulting in a pandemonium that engulfed New York City. If it had merely ended there, it would have sufficed. Once the Hulk and Blonsky had exhausted each other, he could have made a grand appearance, capturing both men to further his research, thereby enhancing the prowess of the military. Moreover, he could have garnered public acclaim as a hero ridding society of its threats. Yet, fate had other plans. Out of nowhere, a werewolf emerged, decisively defeating both Banner and Blonsky. The defeat was one thing, but then Shield intervened with a firm hand, reclaiming the surviving Hulk. Now, all that remained for him was a headless corpse, utterly useless. What could he possibly achieve with that? Frustrated, he had come to Oscorp today, seeking another batch of replicated super soldier serum, having obtained the previous serum injected into Blonsky from this very place. However, to his dismay, Norman Osborn informed him that everything had been a colossal mistake and must be entirely redone. Could this not incite fury within him? Typically known for his assertiveness, Norman Osborn, under the pressure of this military magnate, adopted a submissive demeanor. General Ross, the situation is as follows, he explained, bowing slightly. You have been urging us for progress. The serum we previously provided was still in the mouse trial phase and had not yet undergone human testing. Given Blonsky's recent transformation into a ferocious and brutal warrior, I suspect there are severe defects in the serum, and we must start anew. At that moment, Norman Osborn appeared exceedingly humble, aware that their research project was funded by the military's upper echelons. Any displeasure from General Ross could jeopardize their funding and lead the company towards bankruptcy. General Ross, upon hearing Osborn's explanation, could only laugh in disbelief. Just a few days ago, Tony Stark announced the closure of his weapons division. And now you tell me the serum must be entirely redone? You military bigwigs are truly a source of constant concern. Stark may have vast resources to back him. But what of you? Your company is on the brink of bankruptcy, and you bring me this debacle. Remember, Norman, my ultimate goal is to enhance the military's capabilities. Do not presume you are indispensable. Without you or Stark, we still have the Hanmo Group and Aerospace Exploration Corporation. They are also in the defense sector. I will grant you one more month. If there is no progress, prepare for your company's demise. With that, General Ross let out a cold scoff. Accompanied by high-ranking military officials, they departed from the secret passage of Oscorp. Hovering in the air, Lin Chuan observed the unfolding drama below, immersed in contemplation. To be candid, he had not anticipated that the serum injected into Blonsky, the embodiment of revulsion, was actually developed by Oscorp. It seemed that within this amalgamated universe of American comics, certain storylines and backgrounds had subtly shifted. Lin Chuan gazed down at Norman Osborn, who appeared enraged, cold, and trembling. He could not help but sigh. It appeared that the current Norman Osborn had not yet ascended to the role of the Green Goblin. Otherwise, following General Ross's recent reprimand, he would have undoubtedly seized his weapon and charged forward. However, if that were the case, it would imply that his visit to Oscorp had yielded no rewards. If Norman Osborn had not transformed into the Green Goblin, how could he possibly extract any valuable insights from him? Just as disappointment began to settle in, Lin Chuan heard Norman instruct his assistant to disregard the current documents, directing him to place them on his desk in the office. I wish to be alone for a while, he stated, waving his hand to signal others to depart. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's eyes brightened. Norman Osborn's office? Surely it would contain a plethora of valuable items. Following the assistant's lead, he entered Norman Osborn's expansive office. The room was adorned with numerous oil paintings exuding an artistic ambience. Among these, the most prominent was undoubtedly the personal portrait of Norman Osborn himself, occupying the largest space on the wall. In the painting, he stood tall and imposing, resembling a formidable eagle dominating the business realm. Who could possibly reconcile the figure in this portrait with the sycophantic Norman Osborn from the underground laboratory? It could only be said that there are always greater forces beyond the mountains and individuals beyond the extraordinary. After a moment of reflection, Lin Chuan swiftly began to explore the office. Now that he was aware Norman Osborn was not the Green Goblin, his purpose in the office was to seize any unexpected opportunities. With the speed enhancement bestowed by the Blood Shadow, he quickly conducted a thorough examination of the office. To his surprise, he indeed stumbled upon a fortuitous find. Could it be Green Goblin equipment? Chapter 52. Is Gwen Spider-Man? Lin Chuan gazed at the metallic green armored suit before him, accompanied by gliding wings and pumpkin bombs, a surge of delight coursing through him. He had never anticipated that Norman Osborn, who had not transformed into the Green Goblin, was secretly engaging in such underhanded activities. However, upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. The hereditary affliction that plagued Norman Osborn would undoubtedly drive him to madness. Even in the absence of his alter ego, his actions would likely become bolder. Coupled with substantial investments from military magnates, it was hardly surprising that he would clandestinely manufacture antisocial Green Goblin armor and pumpkin bombs. Yet, these shall be mine. Do strive to be a better person, Norman. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Chuan stored the Green Goblin equipment within his spatial compartment. Meanwhile, 15 minutes had elapsed since Lin Chuan's disappearance, and Gwen, lingering in the corridor, was in a state of utter disarray. She had meticulously prepared for today's trial, honing her reflexes, agility, memory, and adaptability. She had envisioned showcasing her capabilities. However, to her bewilderment, Lin Chuan had inexplicably vanished. This left her feeling as though she had struck a blow against cotton. Overwhelmed with frustration, she stepped into the corridor and exhaled deeply, attempting to alleviate her discomfort. Hey, Gwen, hurry up and put the items back. Don't dawdle. A high-ranking executive with an accent reminiscent of Curry beckoned to her as he observed her daydreaming in the corridor. The sound of that accent only intensified her vexation. Although she appeared to be Dr. Connor's assistant and a member of Oscorp, Gwen was acutely aware that she was merely a minor cog in the machine. Otherwise, she would not have been entrusted with such menial tasks as leading interns on a tour devoid of technical substance. Among them, this dark-skinned executive, with his curry-inflected speech, relished delegating tasks to her. He often inundated her with trivial assignments, masquerading them as opportunities for self-improvement. Who did he think he was fooling? Very well. Let us take it step by step. After venting her frustrations inwardly, Gwen consoled herself and approached the executive, accepting the documents from his hand. What is this for? She inquired. The executive frowned, visibly displeased. Don't concern yourself with the details. Just return it to its rightful place, he replied brusquely, turning away before she could react. After silently cursing the executive for a moment, Gwen steadied her emotions and proceeded to the location where the documents were originally stored. The crisp sound of her shoes echoed throughout the laboratory as she walked. After placing the documents down, she intended to leave. Yet something in the adjacent blue room caught her attention. Is this a spider? Gwen stepped forward and pushed open the door to the room. Oh, why are you still here? Lin Chuan, having dispelled the state of shape dispersal, returned to the laboratory he was visiting. Upon entering, he found Peter Parker and Dr. Connors engrossed in conversation, as if they were long-lost friends. Lin Chuan approached and patted Peter on the shoulder, inquiring, Hey, about this. Didn't I mention before? I discovered quite a few items in the wallet left by my father. Among them, one perfectly complements the critical formula for the decay algorithm that the doctor has always sought. As he spoke, Peter brandished a piece of draft paper, explaining it to Lin Chuan. Speaking of which, what a small world it is. Peter, I truly did not expect you to be Richard's son. Had I known, I would have sought you out sooner. A smile graced Dr. Connor's face, clearly pleased with the crucial formula. Observing the animated exchange between Dr. Connors and Peter Parker, Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Wait, this isn't right. Why is the story unfolding this way? Shouldn't Peter be in that blue room? Getting bitten by a spider? Thus transforming from an ordinary high school student into New York City's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Providing the critical clues and the key formula that Dr. Connors needs. It should be part of the later plot, shouldn't it? How has this suddenly been accelerated? Just as Lin Chuan was grappling with confusion, Gwen, with a slightly pale complexion, touched her forehead and unsteadily pushed open the door to Dr. Connor's office. Addressing him, she said, I apologize, Doctor. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Would you mind guiding the rest of the tour? I think I need to rest for a while. Without much hesitation, Dr. Connors agreed. To him, Gwen was a responsible and diligent assistant, a rare talent who was consistently proactive in her work. Thus, he readily consented to her taking leave due to her discomfort. Gwen thanked him and promptly exited the office, barely casting a glance at Lin Chuan. Clearly, she was genuinely unwell. Lin Chuan watched her retreating figure and noticed a small red bump forming on the nape of her fair neck. This was the mark of a spider bite. So, Gwen is about to become Spider-Woman. Chapter 53. My fist is quite large. You should endure it in an instant. Lin Chuan's mind went blank. He felt as though fate was playing a rather peculiar joke on him. How could it be that Gwen had transformed into Spider-Man? Just then, his brain, fueled by intense focus, began to operate at lightning speed. Soon enough, Lin Chuan grasped the intricacies of the situation. In the original storyline, Peter Parker had come to Oscorp to engage in conversation with Dr. Connors. However, with Gwen's presence, to avoid arousing her suspicions, Peter Parker discovered the room adorned with the strange emblem after stepping into the corridor. Upon entering, he was bitten by a spider, thus becoming Spider-Man. Yet, due to the variable of his own existence, the entire scenario had undergone subtle alterations. While it was true that Peter Parker had indeed exposed himself, Gwen's thoughts were entirely consumed by Lin Chuan at that moment. This time, Dr. Connors was engaged in delightful conversation with Peter Parker, whose pivotal formula piqued Dr. Connors' interest immensely. Consequently, Peter found himself ensnared in the office, completely devoid of time to reach the blue room teeming with spiders. By a twist of fate, it was Gwen who ended up entering the room and transforming into Spider-Man. Upon comprehending all of this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile wryly. Truly, it was a matter of time and destiny, leaving him to ponder how many more changes his existence would bring to this world. Nevertheless, regardless of the transformations occurring around him, his own strength remained paramount. Realizing that Oscorp no longer held anything of value for him, Lin Chuan concocted a casual excuse to exit the building, moving on to his next destination. Of course, do not misunderstand. He had no intentions of stalking Gwen to seize the attributes she possessed. After noticing the spider bite on the nape of Gwen's neck, Lin Chuan had specifically checked with the system. Perhaps due to her body undergoing a transformation by the spider, she still belonged to the realm of ordinary humans. It was likely that once Gwen's genes were fully altered and she genuinely became Spider-Man, he could then extract the genetic material from her. Lin Chuan was in no rush. According to the narrative, this transformation was progressing swiftly and could potentially conclude by that very night. It would not be too late for him to visit her tonight or tomorrow. Therefore, after stepping out of the company, his next destination was the law office of the flamboyant attorney Saul Goodman. Lin Chuan busied himself there for a considerable time, specifically converting the treasure he had discovered during his second traversal into the world of black myth into cash, which he then invested entirely in Stark Industries stocks. From his second journey, Lin Chuan had acquired assets worth approximately $20 million. After setting aside $100,000 for himself, he boldly invested the entirety of his remaining funds into the stock market. Saul Goodman experienced a pang of regret. In his eyes, Stark Industries stock was nothing short of worthless. Investing in such an asset seemed a sheer waste of money. However, Lin Chuan remained unfazed. Possessing foreknowledge of the unfolding narrative, he recognized this as an exceptionally astute investment. Not only would he reap substantial returns from the impending surge in stock value, but his acquisition of Stark Industries shares, while appearing foolish to outsiders, would be seen as a fortuitous boon by Pepper Potts and Tony Stark, helping to stabilize the company's stock price and constituting a significant favor. This would afford him the opportunity to engage with Tony Stark, paving the way for future interactions that could yield valuable insights or connections, such as encountering formidable figures like Whiplash or Obadiah Stane. Ultimately, the direction of his endeavors would rest in his own hands. Nevertheless, he mused, Tony must be busy crafting the Mark II. Once the Mark II was complete, he would head to the small town of his savior, Ethan, to confront the Ten Rings organization. Following that, the fateful evening of betrayal at the gala would unfold. Lin Chuan pondered whether his substantial investment in Stark Industries would grant him access to the gala. He smiled, eagerly anticipating the imminent opportunity to meet Tony Stark. After exiting the law firm, Lin Chuan returned to his neighborhood. The cacophony of gunfire and sirens echoed relentlessly. Due to the original owner's impoverished background, the neighborhood was far from secure. Gun battles, robberies, and violence were commonplace. At times, Lin Chuan could hardly discern any difference between Hell's Kitchen and his own surroundings. The stench of garbage, a byproduct of neglected urban sanitation, assaulted his senses. Frowning, he realized it was time to relocate. Living in such an area posed the risk of unwelcome intrusions without warning. Reflecting on this, Lin Chuan felt the weight of the $100,000 stored on his bank card in his pocket. He resolved to move out that very night. After all, having earned a considerable sum, why not enjoy a more comfortable living situation? With this in mind, he pushed open the door to his home. You're back. I've been waiting for you. Lin Chuan greeted a figure within the house with a smile. Upon noticing the unexpected guest, Lin Chuan was not particularly surprised, as he recognized the visitor, Agent Coulson, a level 7 operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, I'm back, Lin Chuan replied, removing his shoes, worn throughout the day. He intended to tidy up a bit before finding a hotel for the night, postponing the move until the following day. Agent Coulson, observing the casualness of Lin Chuan's demeanor, couldn't help but express his astonishment. Aren't you the least bit curious or frightened? For instance, how could I have suddenly intruded upon your home and known that your name is Lin Chuan? Moreover, do you not fear that I may be a nefarious character? Upon hearing these words, Lin Chuan halted his steps and gazed at the individual before him, clad in a crisply tailored black suit, adorned with a blue tie, and sporting the quintessential smile of a hotel staff member, as if the phrase "I am a good person" were inscribed upon his forehead. Agent Coulson. He shook his head and replied, "No, I trust you. You are a good person. I am also certain that my true identity will soon be uncovered by government officials." Indeed, if even an ordinary high school girl like Gwen could harbor doubts about herself, there was no reason to believe that the formidable S.H.I.E.L.D. would not unearth his identity. Thus, on that fateful afternoon when Lin Chuan transformed into the entity of wisdom amidst the clash between Hulk and Abomination, he had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility of being sought after by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. No, you're mistaken. I am not a government official. My name is Coulson. I am affiliated with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, commonly known as S.H.I.E.L.D. As he spoke, Agent Coulson displayed his credentials. He continued, "Although you have already stated this, I must confirm one last time. Lin Chuan, you are indeed the werewolf from the afternoon 2 days ago, correct?" Lin Chuan poured himself a glass of water, casually affirming, "Yes, that is correct." "So, could you enlighten me on how you discovered this?" To be honest, while he had mentally prepared for being found, he was still astonished at how swiftly they had located him. It seemed almost supernatural. Agent Coulson had initially hesitated to answer this question, as it pertained to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confidential matters. However, considering that his purpose for today was to recruit Lin Chuan and ascertain whether he might join the Avengers, he felt it necessary to engage in a reciprocal exchange of sincerity. Thus, Agent Coulson elucidated, "We at S.H.I.E.L.D. have a program known as the Insight Program. Within this initiative exists a super artificial intelligence brain capable of rapidly analyzing potential criminals and identifying individuals of interest. Although this program is still in its nascent stages and possesses its share of flaws, through meticulous offline investigations, we ultimately located you, Lin Chuan." As he processed this explanation, Lin Chuan recalled that the unfolding of the Insight Program's narrative occurred in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. The super artificial intelligence brain Coulson referred to must be the mad scientist Dr. Zola, who had uploaded his consciousness into a computer. Therefore, Lin Chuan inquired, "So, your purpose in seeking me today is? I hope that you will join S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson's tone was earnest and sincere, imbued with an irresistible appeal. Faced with this request, Lin Chuan fell into deep contemplation. Should I join S.H.I.E.L.D.? In truth, given the current circumstances, it is indeed necessary for me to enlist. The reasoning is quite straightforward. The original character's social connections are insufficient. The original Lin Chuan is merely an ordinary high school student. The only reason he encountered the Hulk in the battle with Abomination was due to my arrival in this world, establishing my reputation at school, which subsequently attracted Gwen's attention, leading to her father, Director George, taking me into the police car. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, I would have returned home that afternoon. And upon hearing the news of the clash between Abomination and the Hulk, I would have had to wait for the evening news at 8 o'clock from the Daily Bugle. I would have been utterly unable to acquire any entries related to the Hulk or Abomination. The drawbacks of such weak social connections have become glaringly apparent today. If I had not traversed into this world and caught Gwen's notice, I would not even have qualified to enter Oscorp, let alone seize any entries related to the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. Yet, even with my arrival, the limitations imposed by the original character's established social ties leave me feeling utterly constrained. Without S.H.I.E.L.D. as a channel, where could I possibly encounter more superheroes and supervillains? It is foreseeable that the dangers of the world of Black Myth will only escalate with the passage of time. Failing to timely acquire entries from the Marvel Universe would render my existence in this alternate realm exceedingly difficult. Thus, I must seize this invitation from S.H.I.E.L.D. Very well, I agree to join your organization, Lin Chuan responded decisively. Splendid. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Coulson replied, relieved by this prompt affirmation, setting aside any thoughts of eliminating Lin Chuan. After all, during our time at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Director Nick Fury had cautioned that if the individual declined to join, they should be eliminated to prevent them from falling into the hands of Magneto's Hellfire Club. It appears that both he and the director have been overly cautious. This is our dedicated communication device. Please take it. Should any issues arise, we can contact one another at any time. Agent Coulson handed Lin Chuan the internal communication device, advising him to keep it accessible for immediate correspondence. After concluding these formalities, he appeared to recall something and spoke up. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Lin Chuan, could you transform into that werewolf state from that afternoon once again? It's not that I doubt you, I just need to document it. With that, Agent Coulson activated the camera on his phone. Lin Chuan felt no discomfort regarding this request. After all, we would be working together in the future, and it was inevitable that they would learn of his ability to transform into the werewolf, Guangxi. Revealing a glimpse of his power now would foster trust. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan flipped his right hand, summoning the Crimson Tide. He then twisted his body, transforming into the werewolf, Guangxi. Coulson, taken aback, marveled at the sight before him. Lin Chuan, with rugged wolf fur, piercing eyes, engulfed in flames, wielding a staff and dual blades. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Lin Chuan was still taken aback by the transformation into a werewolf that unfolded before him. Observing the astonished Agent Coulson, Lin Chuan inquired, "Is everything all right?" After morphing into Guangxi, Lin Chuan's voice took on a rugged tone, as wolves and humans do possess inherent distinctions. "All right, that will suffice," Coulson replied while putting away his phone. "Honestly, I did not anticipate such smooth progress today," Lin Chuan responded nonchalantly. "Well, you do appear to be a good person." Coulson chuckled. "Huh, many have said the same to me," he continued. "Truth be told, I have encountered this good person card conversation numerous times. Consequently, my work often proceeds quite smoothly. Thankfully, I did not hear that phrase when I was turned down." Agent Coulson made a light-hearted jest. Lin Chuan smiled, about to say something when suddenly a flash of insight struck him. Coulson mentioned he frequently received the good person card. Could it be that he possessed some unique attribute that rendered him favorably perceived by others? With this thought, Lin Chuan swiftly initiated a system scan. Agent Coulson, identity, S-H-I-E-L-D. Agent, attributes, agile, green, exceptional marksman, green, good person card, red. Upon seeing the words good person card, Lin Chuan's eyes brightened. Undoubtedly, this was the reason Coulson garnered considerable goodwill from others. Moreover, it was a red attribute, further underscoring its uniqueness. In a couple of days, he would venture into the world of black myth, with the ultimate goal of performing before Guanyin to entice her to the side of the black bear spirit, while simultaneously presenting his request. However, prior to that, he needed to incapacitate the black bear spirit, though there was an element of performance involved. Injuring someone's disciple before Master Guanyin would inevitably cast a poor light on him. Lin Chuan had been pondering how to address this conundrum. But upon seeing the good person card, excitement surged within him. With this red attribute, he would surely garner substantial goodwill during the final negotiation, ultimately fulfilling his objective. With this thought, a smile graced Lin Chuan's face. "Coulson, you are a good person." "Ah, if I recall correctly, you just mentioned that," Agent Coulson remarked, somewhat perplexed as he gazed at Lin Chuan. "You are indeed a good person. Therefore, my fists are quite large, so brace yourself," Lin Chuan cheerfully declared to Coulson, leaving him with an unsettling premonition. Chapter 54, he said, "Am I a good person?" Bang. With Lin Chuan's fist colliding with the charming visage of Agent Coulson, a somewhat amicable yet slightly adversarial intimacy ensued. Coupled with Lin Chuan's ability to absorb the energy of others through his fire control, it wasn't long before Agent Coulson succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin Chuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Agent Coulson. You have acquired a new attribute, good person card, red. Good person card, red. Upon utilizing this attribute, the goodwill others feel towards you will increase exponentially, making them more inclined to acquiesce to your requests. Note, if the initial impression is excessively poor, the increase in goodwill will be limited. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy within. This truly marked his greatest achievement since returning to the Marvel Universe. With the good person card, attribute in his possession, his chances of persuading Guanyin Bodhisattva during his next journey into the world of black myth would be significantly enhanced. Truly, I owe you one, Coulson. Gazing at the unconscious Agent Coulson, a smile spread across Lin Chuan's face. The system has two methods of acquiring attributes from others. One is through killing, and the other through defeat. Just 2 days prior, he had obtained attributes from defeating the Hulk. The conditions for defeat here were entirely modeled after his prior encounter with the Hulk, achieving a miracle through sheer strength to render the opponent unconscious. To ensure the precision of his power control, he had deliberately employed the fire control of the Red Tide, carefully absorbing just enough energy from Coulson to induce a precise state of unconsciousness. "Now, my dear good-natured Coulson, it is time for you to awaken." Lin Chuan retrieved a gourd with healing properties from his storage space and poured a small sip of its contents into Coulson's mouth. Just a small sip, nothing more. After all, this gourd contains something extraordinary. Even with 2 red attributes potentially banished, Lin Chuan's strength would still reach the level of a quasi-demon king. Yet, even so, upon returning from the world of black myth, a few sips from the gourd could restore him to full vitality, a testament to the gourd's remarkable potency. Thus, such a potent restorative should be consumed with moderation, otherwise, overindulgence might lead to Coulson fainting again, leaving him with no one to reason with. Soon, Coulson stirred and groggily touched his slightly swollen face, asking in confusion, "What just happened?" "Oh, it's like this. I possess some mysterious Eastern powers that can only be utilized once you are unconscious. Feel your body. Don't you feel invigorated and restored? Don't mention it. Consider this a welcoming gift from me for joining S-H-I-E-L-D. As Lin Chuan finished speaking, Coulson felt a surge of energy emanating from his lower abdomen. As this energy coursed through his body, he realized that his vitality had been considerably replenished. Akin to having slept for 3 days and nights, he felt as if he were radiating vitality. Could it be? This is what they refer to as the mysterious powers of the East? Agent Coulson murmured to himself. Yet, the so-called welcoming gift seemed increasingly like a ploy by Lin Chuan to express his disdain for Coulson's unexpected intrusion into his home. After all, which manifestation of Eastern mystique necessitated a human to be rendered unconscious before it could be invoked? Nevertheless, Coulson gazed at Lin Chuan, whose innocent face bore clear, kind, and untainted eyes. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Observing the complete trust reflected in Coulson's demeanor, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. When he had persuaded Agent Coulson earlier, he had employed the red phrase card good person card. To his astonishment, this phrase card proved remarkably effective. Its power was extraordinary, akin to an app that hypnotizes one into submission. However, Lin Chuan also recognized that this was contingent upon Coulson's pre-existing favorable impression of him. Had it been that school bully Thompson, even the good person card would likely have had no impact on his attitude. In that moment, Lin Chuan suddenly contemplated the possibility of using the good person card on Gwen. "Oh ho ho ho, why this sudden mischievous grin?" Coulson inquired, observing Lin Chuan's unexpected smile. "Ahem, it's nothing. I just recalled something amusing." "Oh, what did you think of?" "I cannot divulge. It would not pass the review." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Coulson prepared to take his leave. Just before departing, he posed one last question to Lin Chuan. "By the way, Lin Chuan, according to our Insights Program's investigation, we've discovered that you've invested nearly all your funds in Stark Industries stocks. Could you enlighten me on your reasoning for this endeavor?" To any discerning observer, it is plainly a worthless stock, hardly worthy of investment. Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Chuan regarded Coulson earnestly. With his hands spread wide and an excited tone, he declared, "Coulson, you must remember this. It is not merely a matter of remembering, but rather, you must engrave it in your mind. All in is a form of wisdom. Do you understand? Applaud if you comprehend." 3 question marks appeared above Coulson's head. After departing from Lin Chuan's residence, Agent Coulson returned to the S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters to report to Director Nick Fury. In summary, this is the situation. To be frank, I did not anticipate such smooth progress. It feels almost too fortuitous. I begin to suspect there may be a trap at play. Moreover, it appears he was well prepared for our arrival. It seems rather that I was attempting to recruit him, when in fact, he was waiting for my overture. Coulson articulated his impressions of Lin Chuan. Following Coulson's report, Director Nick Fury remained unusually silent for a moment. Suddenly, he picked up the tablet in his hand and handed it over. "What is this? A hammer?" Coulson furrowed his brow as he gazed at the photograph on the tablet. Indeed, it appeared to be an ordinary hammer. Yet, it had fallen from the sky. No, from the cosmos. Just moments ago, this seemingly mundane hammer had descended upon New Mexico. I believe you and Lin Chuan should investigate this matter. Moreover, you can assess Lin Chuan. Should you find anything amiss, the pistol at your waist may come into play. As he spoke, Director Nick Fury gestured towards the handgun at Coulson's side. Upon hearing this, Coulson frowned once more. To be honest, he held a favorable impression of Lin Chuan. He felt certain that Lin Chuan would not resort to violence. Furthermore, did he truly have enough ammunition with just 1 bullet? Nick Fury chuckled softly. Vibranium, the rarest material on Earth, is also the hardest substance known to mankind. I believe a single vibranium bullet would surely suffice, wouldn't it? Coulson touched his slightly swollen face, feeling that the director's words were rather overly decisive. At that moment, Nick Fury noticed Coulson's somewhat bruised visage and inquired, "Did Lin Chuan do this? What happened?" Coulson recalled the earlier encounter and replied, he said, "I'm a good person. He also mentioned that his was quite large, and I should bear with it." Nick Fury. Chapter 55, Ghost Spider Gwen's home. "Oh, my dear child, slow down, slow down. No one at this table will snatch your food. There is no need to eat so hastily. Moreover, 2 large plates of beef in 5 minutes. My heavens. You are devouring it even faster than those rookie officers at the precinct." George, the chief, gazed at his beloved daughter Gwen, who was relishing her meal. and inquired with concern, "Are you truly all right, Gwen?" "Dad," she replied, chewing vigorously, "I'm fine. If you serve me another plate of potato beef, I would adore you even more." Enjoying the tender beef that melted in her mouth like ice cream, Gwen felt she could easily consume 3 more plates. Though she continued to stuff her face, her mind was racing. Had she ever had such a hearty appetite before? Goodness, what on earth was happening? She couldn't help but reflect on her day's experiences. Ever since that torrential downpour of spiders in that blue room, she had felt an unsettling sensation within her. Upon returning home from Oscorp, she had quickly collapsed into slumber, only to awaken at 8 o'clock in the evening. Upon waking, an overwhelming hunger surged through her. Unable to resist, she rushed into the fragrant dining room and indulged herself. By the time her senses returned, she had already polished off 2 large plates of beef, and her hunger had merely subsided a little. "Forget it, Dad. I'm heading out for a burger to tide me over. Your steak is taking too long." With that, Gwen donned her white coat, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and stepped out of the house. At the dining table, George and his wife exchanged bewildered glances, still perplexed by their daughter's sudden ravenous appetite. "Well, let us just get to cooking the steak. We wouldn't want our little princess to wait too long," George remarked, beginning to sear the fragrant steak. Once outside, Gwen hurried to a nearby Burger King. After devouring a dozen burgers, she finally began to feel a sense of relief. Ordering a cup of cola, she inserted a straw and began to sip, savoring the icy liquid sliding over her tongue. Only then did she ponder the mystery of her predicament. It was evident that her insatiable hunger was a direct result of the spider rain she had endured in that blue room. Had she been bitten by a spider? Since awakening, her thoughts had been solely consumed by food. The sudden realization sent shivers down her spine. "Spider. I have been bitten by a spider." With that thought racing through her mind, Gwen rushed to the bathroom sink to examine her body. Soon, she discovered the lifeless, vibrantly colored spider nestled at the nape of her neck. Surely, it couldn't be venomous? Furrowing her brow, Gwen snapped a few photographs of the spider, suppressing her disgust. She carefully wrapped the creature in paper and tucked it into her pocket before hastily departing from the Burger King. She intended to return home to consult her father on what to do next. While not every spider is poisonous, exercising caution is always prudent. Upon arriving home, Gwen was reassured by the presence of her father, who had risen from a patrolman to a sheriff, and her mother, a professional at the New York City Health and Hospitals Corporation. Their vast experience would surely guide her in this matter. With this thought in mind, Gwen quickened her pace. However, just as she was about to head home, a group of disreputable youths, clad in half-finished pants and mimicking the latest trends from the West Coast, emerged from a shadowy alleyway, encircling her. "Hey there, pretty girl, where are you off to? Come on, let me ask you a few questions. If you answer correctly, we'll let you go. If not, oh ho ho ho." The gangsters exchanged glances, erupting into raucous laughter. Gwen frowned, a persistent buzzing echoing in her mind. Irritating beyond measure, akin to an incessant alarm clock she could not silence. This annoyance stifled her fear. Noticing Gwen's silence, the delinquents continued their interrogation. "What do you call what that has lived for 1,000 years?" "I don't know," Gwen replied coldly, her impatience palpable. "It's called a millennium tree." They cackled, reveling in her apparent ignorance. As they laughed even louder at her silence, one of them posed another question. "And what do you call what that has lived over 1,000 years?" The mockery was evident on the gangster's face as he continued. "An ancient tree," Gwen retorted. And at that moment, she could no longer endure the incessant buzzing in her mind. With a leap, she pressed herself against the wall, pulling the hood of her jacket over her head, and then she lunged forward. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The West Coast boys, who had previously been standing on the street, were swiftly dragged into the alley and left unrecognizable from the beating. "Help. Boo-hoo-hoo. I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong." The gangsters pleaded, their breath reeking as they begged for mercy. "Shut up," Gwen snapped, twisting her wrist. A few strands of webbing sealed their mouths shut, leaving them to emit only muffled sounds. "Oh my goodness, what are you doing?" An elderly woman walking her dog gasped in horror as she witnessed Gwen's actions. Seeing the bruised and battered gangsters, the small dog barked excitedly. At the sound, Gwen finally snapped back to reality. She stared in astonishment at the gangsters, their mouths ensnared by webs, their faces marred with scars. "Is this all my doing? What woof?" The sound of the little dog still echoed. This realization struck Gwen, indicating that this was not a place for contemplation. Consequently, she pulled up her clothing, donned a white hat, and briskly departed from the alleyway. Upon returning home, Gwen chose not to indulge in the 3rd plate of steak prepared by her father, George. Instead, she retreated to her bedroom, locking the door with a decisive click. She removed her white coat, her mind racing with the events that had just transpired. Did I strike those thugs? Have I grown stronger? Can I cling to walls without falling? Can I shoot webs? One by one, the enigmas were inscribed on paper, and with each word, her astonishment deepened. How could she have transformed so drastically? Suddenly, her fingers brushed against the now lifeless, vibrantly patterned spider in her pocket. A memory surged forth, recalling Lin Chuan's words after he had dealt with Thompson. On my way home last night, I was bitten by a spider. And after fainting for half an hour, I discovered my newfound strength. The ability to send a massive truck flying with a single punch to scale walls. And even to shoot webs. I have decided, from now on, I shall be known as Spider-Man. Lin Chuan's voice echoed in Gwen's mind, leaving her in a state of disbelief. So, as Lin Chuan suggested, I have become Spider-Man. No, that cannot be right. How did Lin Chuan know all of this? Suddenly, it dawned on Gwen that Lin Chuan might possess more secrets beyond his potential werewolf identity. It seemed she would need to seek him out tomorrow, however. As she glanced at the white coat hanging on the rack, the very one she had just removed, she pondered. A white coat? The White Phantom. The name Spider-Man feels rather mundane. Perhaps I shall adopt the name Phantom Spider-Man instead. Chapter 56. Coulson's Retribution. Thor's Hammer tomorrow? In our line of work, we adhere to the principle of swift and decisive action. At 2:30 in the morning, in the parking lot of a relatively luxurious hotel, Agent Coulson opened the car door, gesturing for Lin Chuan to hurry inside. Dressed in pajamas and bleary-eyed, Lin Chuan looked at Coulson in utter bewilderment. Wait. Could you at least tell me what we're going to do? Moreover, I'm still in my pajamas. I need to change first. Agent Coulson handed Lin Chuan a tablet and explained, here's the situation. Just a few hours ago, a hammer fell from the sky in New Mexico. The director has assigned me the task of investigating this hammer with you. As for your clothes, no worries. There's a suit in the car that fits you perfectly. You can change once we're on the road. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. New Mexico? A hammer falling from the sky? Wasn't this precisely the plot of Thor? The thought ignited a wave of excitement within him. Thor. The Asgardians. Wielders of thunder. Surely. This had to be at least a red-tier item. Furthermore, judging by Thor's display of power on the Rainbow Bridge in Thor, Ragnarok, it could even be classified as purple tier, if not gold tier. Accompanying Coulson to New Mexico was undoubtedly a most astute decision. Earlier, Lin Chuan had contemplated seeking out Gwen the following morning to procure some items from her. However, it now seemed evident that the items possessed by Thor were far superior to anything Gwen could offer. So why hesitate? Let us set forth immediately. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan hurried to the hotel front desk to check out, returned to his room to change, and gathered his belongings before signaling Coulson to start the car and depart. Seeing Lin Chuan settled in the passenger seat, Agent Coulson appeared unfazed. He retrieved a notebook from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chuan, saying, the journey from New York to New Mexico will take quite some time. You might as well read this on the way. What is this? The S.H.I.E.L.D. Employee Handbook, which every new recruit is required to review. Is it really this thick? Lin Chuan casually flipped through the pages, discovering it contained over 100 pages. Oh, that's just the table of contents. The actual reading is further along. As Coulson pointed towards several large boxes filled with books in the back of the vehicle, Lin Chuan's mind momentarily short-circuited. So many. Even just skimming through them would take dozens of minutes. Moreover, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. locate me through the Insight program, yet still rely on such primitive paper materials? Shouldn't you have handed me a tablet or something of the sort? Upon hearing this, Coulson feigned surprise. Oh right, I completely forgot. However, the tablet is back at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, and retrieving it would be quite troublesome. Let's just set off directly. After saying this, Coulson uttered the vehicle's ignition code into the steering wheel. Steve my heart Steve 0704. As the words left his lips, the car's headlights illuminated, and the vehicle roared to life. Lin Chuan cast a curious glance at Coulson. It appeared that Coulson was indeed a devoted fan of Captain America. Not only did he collect Captain America trading cards in private, but even the code for his vehicle echoed the name of Captain America himself. If he were Captain America, hearing such a cheesy code would surely send shivers down his spine. By the way, do we really have to read this book? Is there truly no tablet or anything like that? Lin Chuan inquired, still not ready to give up. Of course. Why would I deceive you? After all, you did say that I am a good person. Coulson replied, winking at Lin Chuan with an innocent expression. Upon receiving such a response, Lin Chuan understood. Ah. So this Coulson is taking the opportunity to get back at me. It makes sense. What mysterious Eastern powers require one to be knocked unconscious to be utilized? Although I was momentarily beguiled by his good person card, I should have gradually caught on. He must have come to let me experience a small bit of defeat. However, oh, you sly Coulson, how could you engage in such antics? Wait a moment. Who is to blame for him turning into this? Me. Oh well. Then it's all good. Several hours later, Coulson brought the car to a halt by a narrow country road. Lin Chuan could hardly contain himself as he dashed out of the vehicle, retching violently. I mean, it can't be that exaggerated, can it? It's just a matter of sitting in a car for a few hours, right? Carlson observed Lin Chuan's discomfort with a puzzled expression. After retrieving a flask from the storage compartment, Lin Chuan took several hearty swigs of alcohol, feeling somewhat rejuvenated. Once he had regained his composure, he explained, "You wouldn't understand. For those of us who suffer from motion sickness, the odors inside the vehicle are entirely different from those experienced by those who are unaffected. The scent of exhaust, the aroma of the car's air freshener, the smell of sun-baked leather. To us, it's a brutal assault. Not to mention that we are headed to New Mexico in South America. The intensity of the sun feels as if one is on the brink of meeting the divine." As he spoke, Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and took another swig from his flask. "So, in the end, it really is just getting hotter on our way to New Mexico." Agent Carlson patted the car and continued, "No worries. This vehicle belongs to our S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Nick Fury. The air conditioning system in the vehicle is quite remarkable. Soon, I shall turn the air conditioning to its fullest capacity, which will surely enhance your comfort." Upon hearing Carlson mention that this vehicle belonged to Nick Fury, Lin Chuan found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, this vehicle's air conditioning system is its most impressive feature. In Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Nick Fury was pursued by Hydra, and all systems failed him. Yet the air conditioning system remained exceptionally resilient. That said, why did we choose to drive here? Shouldn't S.H.I.E.L.D. be equipped with aerial vehicles? We are not filming a Men in Black movie, clad in sunglasses and black suits, arriving at the scene in a dramatic fashion. Is it truly necessary? Lin Chuan voiced his inner confusion. After all, their current attire made them resemble agents from Men in Black, save for the absence of a memory eraser. This left him feeling rather out of place. "You see, Lin Chuan, you are unaware," Carlson replied, shaking his head. "In comparison to the skies, the ground is far safer. If your aerial vehicle lacks ample foot space and powerful weaponry, your capacity for effective counteraction in the face of aerial threats diminishes significantly. Thus, the most challenging prisons for criminals to escape are those in the sky or the isolated Devil's Island prison. After all, the area available for maneuvering is quite limited. In contrast, driving offers a greater sense of security." Upon hearing Carlson's explanation, Lin Chuan began to comprehend. Indeed, akin to a criminal's escape. The chances of fleeing while driving are considerably higher than being isolated in the skies or on an island. Moreover, based on the information obtained by S.H.I.E.L.D., they were only aware of the hammer descending from above. Consequently, this incident did not rank highly in their system's assessment. Thus, a large spacecraft was not deployed. Unlike the subsequent events of the Battle of New York or the Sokovia Accords, which warranted the mobilization of such significant aerial vessels. Is that clearer now? Well, let us continue our journey, Carlson declared. The distance from New York to New Mexico is neither particularly long nor short. If one were to fly, it would only take about 4 hours. However, with their leisurely drive, filled with stops, they finally arrived at the small town where Thor's hammer had landed. On the third morning since Lin Chuan's return to the comic book world. There it is, the hammer. After disembarking, Lin Chuan beheld the mighty hammer that had created a substantial crater upon impact, surrounded by a circle of curious townsfolk. In a small town in New Mexico, a gathering of spectators erupted with excitement. Some brawny individuals were straining with all their might to hoist an object upwards, while others rallied around them with cheers of encouragement. A young couple sat to the side, captivated by the spectacle, and an enterprising vendor set up a stall selling sausages and beer nearby. Among the crowd was a white-haired elder, undeterred by the challenges, attempting to transport a heavy hammer with a small truck, leading to a comical scene that elicited laughter from onlookers. Amidst the sweltering heat of the day, Lin Chuan could not help but marvel at the lively atmosphere. It's quite the commotion, he mused, but there are far too many people here. They need to disperse. Subsequently, Agent Carlson made a phone call, and soon members of the S.H.I.E.L.D. division stationed in New Mexico arrived promptly. They efficiently cleared the crowd and established a makeshift white laboratory centered around Thor's hammer, encompassing an area with a 1-kilometer radius. Impressive speed, Lin Chuan exclaimed, observing the facility springing up before his eyes. Quite remarkable, I assent it. By the way, let me introduce you to the key personnel for this operation. This is S.H.I.E.L.D., who operates under my authority. Consider him as the deputy commander, Agent Carlson stated, guiding Lin Chuan towards a bald man. Hello, S.H.I.E.L.D. greeted with a polite yet unfamiliar smile. Hello, Lin Chuan replied with an indifferent tone upon recognizing him. There was no escaping the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. was a Hydra spy. Lin Chuan had sensed something amiss while watching the films, and it turned out his instincts were correct. The man was indeed a spy sent by Hydra. One might say S.H.I.E.L.D. has been rather stringent in its vetting process, allowing even S.H.I.E.L.D. to assume a position of authority here. It seems the task of uprooting Hydra will be a formidable endeavor, Lin Chuan thought to himself. This is Hawkeye, Clint Barton. His archery skills are exceptional, surpassing even those of seasoned gunmen. In this mission, he will serve as our ace in case of any unforeseen circumstances, Carlson continued, introducing a muscular man with keen, eagle-like eyes. "Greetings," Lin Chuan said enthusiastically as he extended his hand for a handshake upon recognizing Hawkeye. After all, Hawkeye was the emblematic figure of the Avengers. Any large battle with him present typically ended in victory. A handshake was a must to share in that good fortune. Once the core team had been introduced, Agent Coulson informed Lin Chuan, "I just spoke with the scientists. They are currently analyzing the hammer that fell from the sky. However, based on the current situation, they have yet to derive any conclusions. Aside from the extraordinary weight of this hammer, we have yet to obtain any fruitful results. However, a certain astronomer named Eric conducted research a few nights ago and seemingly captured the moment the hammer descended from the heavens, along with pertinent experimental data, which I have just dispatched someone to retrieve. In any case, Lin Chuan, it appears we are destined to linger here for quite some time." Boom. At that moment, a low rumble echoed through the sky. Lin Chuan shook his head. "No, we shall not remain here for long," he declared. "For the invaders have arrived." Another boom. The sky rumbled once more as Thor, the god of thunder, swung his mighty fist with great force, knocking down a patrolling guard beside the experimental base. Swiftly, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before darting towards the center of the facility, where MJ Ulner awaited. His purpose for this incursion was twofold: to reclaim his hammer and to acquire Jane's experimental data. However, with his powers stripped away by his father, he had to exercise utmost caution. Ultimately, through the sheer might of his formidable physique, even devoid of divine power, he wreaked havoc upon the experimental base, leaving chaos in his wake. Finally, amidst the torrential downpour and relentless thunder, Thor arrived at the heart of the facility, finding his hammer. His face radiated excitement and exhilaration. Despite being caked in mud from his tussles with the facility's security personnel, the days without his powers had proven to be exceedingly arduous. But reclaiming his hammer would restore his divine abilities. Thor grasped the handle of his hammer and gave it a gentle tug. Huh? It did not budge. Unwilling to succumb to disbelief, he placed both hands upon it and pulled with all his strength. The veins in his neck bulged, yet the hammer remained utterly immovable. At that moment, a realization struck him, recalling the disappointment etched upon his father's face in Asgard and the words he had spoken. In the next instant, Thor could no longer contain himself and began to shout into the deluge, breaking down like a child. Whoosh! An arrow struck his body, crackling with electricity. The attached shock device sent jolts through Thor, leaving him incapacitated on the ground. The mighty god of thunder, reduced to fear of electricity? To be frank, the scene was far more amusing when witnessed in reality. Lin Chuan approached him, observing the twitching form of the thunder god, and couldn't help but chuckle. He then turned his gaze towards the hammer, seemingly rooted to the ground. "So this is MJ Ulner," he mused. "They had all attempted to lift it, strong men, excavators, and heavy trucks, yet none could budge it. Could I possibly lift it?" Lin Chuan pondered. "No, you're thinking too much. Only those who are acknowledged by the hammer are worthy to wield it." The god of thunder, recovering, lay on the ground and spoke to Lin Chuan, a disdainful smile gracing his face. Perhaps he mocked Lin Chuan's audacity, or perhaps he ridiculed his own loss of the right to lift the hammer. In any case, he held no faith whatsoever in Lin Chuan's ability to grasp the hammer. After all, even he, the original master, could not lift it. How could this mere mortal before him hope to succeed? "Ah, I understand. I shall merely attempt it." Lin Chuan placed his hand upon the handle of MJ Ulner. To be honest, he did not harbor high hopes. It was merely a trial to discern the true weight of this so-called immensely heavy hammer. However, what followed astonished the god of thunder as he witnessed this unremarkable terrestrial being effortlessly lift his hammer. The god of thunder? Chapter 57. Lin Chuan, you are being rather verbose. How on earth did you manage this? It is impossible. Apart from me, no one can lift that hammer. I have said it 1,000 times, I do not know. Outside a trendy restaurant in the small town, Lin Chuan, Thor, and Agent Coulson stood in a long queue. When Lin Chuan effortlessly lifted Thor's hammer from the deep pit, Thor was akin to a curious child, incessantly asking how he had managed to extract the hammer. Initially, Lin Chuan was equally perplexed. Was it not said that only those deemed worthy by the hammer could lift it? When did I come to be recognized? However, he soon realized the truth. Perhaps it was due to his other identity in the realm of myth, a destined individual, the one ordained by fate. This also represented the will of the cosmos. Perhaps this was why the hammer acknowledged him, just as Vision, who later could also lift Thor's hammer, had the Mind Stone atop his head, which in a sense was an incarnation of the cosmic will. Thus, it seemed reasonable that he could wield Thor's hammer for similar reasons. Of course, whether the red label of Good Guy card played a role in enhancing the hammer's affinity towards him remained uncertain, though unclear as to why he could lift the hammer. Lin Chuan patted Thor on the shoulder and continued, "But let us accept reality, brother. You've been cuckolded." Thor, "What? I've been cuckolded? Has Mjolnir turned against me? So this person before me, wielding my hammer, claims I have been cuckolded. Is this not an affront before my very eyes?" Instantly, Thor experienced a subtle shift in his psyche. Wait a moment, Lin Chuan, why are we really here? Agent Coulson, eternally clad in his impeccably tailored black suit, inquired. Lin Chuan shrugged and replied, Coulson, you see, this individual managed to breach our defenses and take down all the security personnel single-handedly, which surely speaks to his capabilities. Moreover, with such a clear objective, it is evident that he has a story with this hammer. Let us find a place to dine and converse. Let us not make the atmosphere so tense. Lin Chuan endeavored to provide a rationale that Coulson could comprehend. He continued, furthermore, I noticed this trendy restaurant has received quite favorable reviews online. After a couple of days of hard work, we deserve a moment of respite. Coulson furrowed his brow, skeptical. Is it really that good? Noticing Coulson's lingering tension, Lin Chuan opened his phone, horizontally typed, Is this restaurant really good? He tapped the glass, directing his phone towards the patrons inside. Subsequently, the trio observed the diners nodding enthusiastically and giving thumbs up. See, I told you, the food is delightful. Lin Chuan remarked to Coulson. Observing this, Coulson's expression gradually eased. After all, Lin Chuan was a werewolf capable of taking on two foes at once. Furthermore, holding the hammer, which was a source of deep concern for the invader, diminished any hostility. Hence, it seemed all would be well. With this thought, Coulson completely relaxed. Before long, Lin Chuan and his companions entered the dining hall and took their seats. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Lin Chuan began to toy with the Mjolnir in his grasp. From the moment he had seized the hammer, he felt a subtle divine energy nourishing his body, akin to the recuperative effects of wine from a gourd. This sensation was invigorating, almost healing. Lin Chuan couldn't help but think of the Lady Thor, Jane. It was said that in a dire future, she had relied on Mjolnir to resurrect herself, a testament to the hammer's formidable power. Moreover, Lin Chuan discovered that he had acquired the ability to command thunder. With a mere thought, he could summon lightning from the skies to strike his enemies. The realization filled him with uncontainable joy. When he first encountered Thor in the mire, he had scanned the god with his system. But perhaps due to Odin reclaiming the powers of the thunder god, there were no useful attributes to be found. Not even a hint of the power of thunder. Now, on the third night in this comic book universe, relying on the Green Goblin's armor in the world of dark mythology yielded no sparks of success. Especially with the impending confrontation against the Demon King, the Black Bear Spirit. Lin Chuan felt overwhelmed. Yet, now that he wielded Mjolnir and had grasped the power of thunder, he felt emboldened. The small Black Bear Spirit seemed a trifling challenge. Once he traversed dimensions, he would easily claim victory. As he indulged in these thoughts, Coulson had already struck up a conversation with Thor. It was undeniable that Coulson, possessing the red attribute of good guy card, was adept at diffusing tension. Just moments ago, the security personnel under Coulson's command had blocked Thor's path, creating a scene ripe for conflict. Yet now, the two were engaged in a lively discussion, and that is why I was exiled from Asgard by my father Odin. Then Lin Chuan took my hammer, and I was turned green, Thor lamented. Casting a forlorn glance at Lin Chuan patted Thor's shoulder, offering words of comfort. It's all right. The hammer rightfully belongs to you. I feel as though this is merely a spat between a couple. After a day or two, it will surely return to your hands, don't you think? Thor sighed. I hope so. Though Lin Chuan's words were meant to console, he, well-versed in cinematic narratives, understood the underlying complexities. The Thunder God, in his quest to protect the three valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, rekindled his courage and grasped the essence of guardianship. Ultimately, he regained the hammer's endorsement. Thus, his earlier words were far from mere platitudes. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Lin Chuan. If the Thunder God was on the verge of reclaiming the hammer's approval, did that not imply the imminent arrival of the Destroyer armor on Earth? One must acknowledge that the Destroyer armor was a formidable force in the comics, capable of cataclysmic destruction. Even a fully powered Thunder God would find the battle against the Destroyer armor exceedingly challenging. Admittedly, in the cinematic universe, the Destroyer armor's prowess has been significantly diminished, yet its combat capability remains formidable. Lin Chuan pondered what attributes he might seize from the Destroyer when he ultimately confronted it in the coming days. Moreover, entertaining a wilder thought, after the Thunder God vanquished the Destroyer, he might seek retribution from his brother Loki. Should Lin Chuan find himself transported to Asgard, what kind of attributes could he possibly acquire from Loki? The mere contemplation was exhilarating. However, it is worth noting that it was already the third evening since his return to the realm of American comics. Encounters with the Destroyer and Loki would have to await his next return. As Lin Chuan indulged in his fanciful musings, the waiter arrived with the dishes. 3 large plates of perfectly seared steak, garnished with a hint of tomato, accompanied by chilled beers and a side of fries and cheesy macaroni, constituted a quintessential American dinner that whetted their appetites. The Thunder God had fought throughout the night, Coulson had driven for 2 days, and Lin Chuan had endured 2 days of motion sickness. Consequently, they approached the sumptuous feast with enthusiasm, diving into the meal. Yet, upon their first bites, all three grimaced in unison. "Goodness, this is dreadful," they exclaimed in disbelief. "Were we deceived? Did not the previous patrons rave about the food? What peculiar taste do they possess?" Lin Chuan promptly spat out the steak he had just sampled. Frankly, it was utterly disappointing, visually appealing, yet a culinary disaster. Even worse than the Turkish kebab he had previously tasted in New York. Just as the trio launched into a fervent critique, a knock echoed from outside. A blond young man, standing in the queue, tapped on the glass and inquired via his phone if the restaurant was indeed good. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, Lin Chuan, the Thunder God, and Coulson exchanged bemused glances, then instinctively turned to the young man outside, flashing radiant smiles and giving a thumbs up. As the saying goes, if the path to fortune is treacherous, let not the seeker tread alone. In that moment, Lin Chuan comprehended why those patrons had claimed the food was delicious. They were determined not to be the only ones deceived. After this brief interlude, Lin Chuan glanced at the time. It was now 11:58 in the evening. Only 2 minutes remained until his traversal into the world of black myth. Thus, Lin Chuan spoke up. "By the way, Thor, if you don't mind, I would like to borrow your hammer." The god of thunder shrugged with a hint of reluctance and said, "No problem, take it. I can't wield it right now anyway. Keep it for as long as you need." Lin Chuan shook his head and smiled. "Don't think too much. I'll only need it for a few minutes." With that, he closed his eyes and returned to the world of black myth. "You killed Guangji, didn't you?" His fellow disciple, Guangmo, is not far ahead. Do be cautious. As Lin Chuan traversed into another world, time in his original realm paused, allowing him to hear the lingering sound of Yuan Shouqing's unfinished utterance. Nearby, the Earth God, clad in a blue robe and leaning on a cane, gazed with reverence at Yuan Shouqing, who bore a large red gourd. The robust Ma Goma Tianba, standing 3 tall, held a whip, staring blankly into the distance. Everything felt as though he had merely stepped away from the world of black myth. At times, while in the realm of the American comics, Lin Chuan pondered, do you think someone like Yuan Shouqing, who can accurately calculate the decree of the Jade Emperor, could foresee his own ability to traverse between 2 worlds? Probably not, right? Yuan Shouqing's divination prowess is impressive, but could it be so extraordinary? If he could foresee his own travels between realms, he would simply write upside down. Something feels amiss. As Yuan Shouqing finished his utterance, his brows furrowed tightly. He began to calculate with his fingers, then looked at Lin Chuan with a puzzled expression. "Oh, little monkey, this is strange. You're clearly standing right in front of me. Yet I feel as if you just flew off to a distant place and returned in an instant." "Hiss. Little monkey, what are you doing?" "Nothing much, just riding upside down," Lin Chuan replied. "Yuan Shouqing?" After a brief adjustment with Yuan Shouqing and taking several sips from the upgraded gourd of wine, Lin Chuan felt rejuvenated and prepared to descend towards the bamboo grove. Although his primary objective in the world of black myth was to defeat the black bear spirit and perform before Guanyin, persuading her to come from the South Sea, he aimed to enhance his negotiating power with the good person card, and thereby obtain Guanyin's precious liquid, alleviating the wrathful side effects of his 2 crimson attributes. Thus, one must maintain composure and clarity when employing the terms infinite fury and frenzied god of slaughter, ensuring that rage does not consume the self. Yet, before the black bear spirit stands Guo Miao, the white-clad scholar, and Elder Jin Qi. These individuals are formidable entities of demon general caliber, and they undoubtedly possess other valuable attributes. There is no alternative but to confront them head-on. Nevertheless, the greatest treasure I have acquired in the comic universe is undoubtedly Thor's hammer. Earlier, while in the dining hall, I skillfully stored the hammer within my dimensional space at the precise moment. Thus, the hammer has traversed with me to this realm. Once I eventually return to the comic universe, I can promptly reveal the hammer, creating the illusion that it has never departed. With the ability to command thunder and the continuous nourishment provided by the thunder hammer, I feel a surge of confidence. This expedition to Black Wind Mountain seems like a mere trifle. By the way, how formidable is Guo Miao, the Earth God? Is he strong? On the path to the bamboo grove, Lin Chuan inquired of the Earth God at his feet. Is he strong? Not quite, I would say. Rather ruthless. The Earth God scratched his back with a tickler and continued. It is said that Guo Miao's greatest aspiration is to become a renowned demon king. His journey to Black Wind Mountain is motivated by the fear of the black bear spirit's sworn brother, the white flower snake spirit, who sent his beloved disciple, Guoji, to the Guanyin Zen monastery. The white flower snake spirit fears this will draw the black bear spirit and Ling Shuzi closer, thus reluctantly sending Guo Miao to the monastery. In contrast to Guo Miao, Elder Jin Qi favors Guoji and constantly instructs Guo Miao to leave room for retreat in all matters. However, Guo Miao later discovered that Elder Jin Qi's outward demeanor belied his true intentions. Upon seeing Tang Seng's cassock, he harbored murderous thoughts. This infuriated Guo Miao, who then orchestrated a scheme leading to Elder Jin Qi's demise in flames. For the subsequent century, should Guoji's faction of wolf demons cross his path, he will undoubtedly seek their annihilation. Guo Miao, with aspirations of becoming a demon king, even regards the demon king Lin Chuan with disdain. Yet, he has managed to grasp a fraction of thunderous power through his own endeavors, which grants him a modicum of pride. As the earth god continued his discourse, suddenly, a gentle evening breeze swept through. The bamboo grove rustled, and a wisp of white smoke materialized before Lin Chuan. From the smoke emerged a creature clad in a white robe, draped in a raincoat, with two prominent round bulges atop its head. Guo Miao waved his fan and softly proclaimed, "This pride of mine is not unwarranted. You are correct about one thing. To me, Lin Chuan is nothing. Only I am worthy of becoming the demon king." His words brimmed with arrogance regarding his own power. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. For Guo Miao's attributes were now clearly before him. Guangmo, identity, demon general, abilities, shadow shift, blue, lightning flash, green, turbulent airflow, green, agile form, green. With a crisp snap, Guangmo closed his fan. He then pointed it at Lin Chuan, whispering, "You, monkey, have indeed demonstrated some skill by slaying Lin Chuan. However, does this not further affirm that by eliminating you, I would be one step closer to the path of the demon king, half flourishing, half withered? Who among us truly understands the path to immortality? Prepare to meet your demise." As his words fell, Guangmo's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent, yearning for the title of demon king. With a sharp snap, he unfurled his fan. In a flurry, countless skeletal forms infused with the power of lightning surged towards Lin Chuan with incredible speed. "This is the might of thunder," exclaimed the earth god, wide-eyed in shock, as it was evidently his first encounter witnessing Guangmo unleash such power. A mocking smile graced Guangmo's lips. The velocity of these skeletons and the lightning they bore were indeed a testament to his full strength. Moreover, they possessed a tracking effect. He sensed that this monkey was undoubtedly doomed. In the face of the multitude of electrified skeletons, Lin Chuan remained unfazed. With a flick of his wrist, he grasped the thunder goddess hammer. With a crackle, all the skeletons surged into the hammer, yet Lin Chuan remained unscathed. He calmly remarked, "You are rather verbose." Guangmo, earth god. Chapter 58. Before Lin Chuan, I felt like a mere novice. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. How could you emerge unscathed? Guang Mao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. He simply could not fathom it. His arduous years of mastering the thunder technique seemed utterly trivial before this monkey. It was as if he were nothing more than an inexperienced rookie, utterly ineffective. How could this be? The earth deity was equally astounded. When did this monkey become so formidable? Are you finished? If so, it is now my turn, Lin Chuan declared, raising the thunder god's hammer above his head, exclaiming, "Let me show you what true, thunderous power really is." Boom. As his words echoed, a deep rumble resonated from the storm clouds above. In an instant, serpentine bolts of lightning surged forth, enveloping Guang Mao in an oppressive wave of energy. At that moment, he felt as though he were floating between heaven and earth. This was overwhelmingly powerful. It was an absolute domination of realms. In the next heartbeat, another thunderous roar erupted from the clouds, and 3 thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, crashing down upon Guang Mao with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. With each strike, the ground beneath Guang Mao blackened significantly. By the time the final bolt struck, the land where he had stood transformed into a deep, 5-meter-wide scorched crater. Guang Mao himself had been reduced to mere ash. At that moment, Lin Chuan's mind was filled with the system's notification sound. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the demon general Guang Mao and acquiring new attributes. Shadow Shift, blue, Lightning Flash, green. Shadow Shift, blue. The user gains the ability to teleport, capable of carrying heavy objects or living beings, with a range limited to the user's field of vision. Note, each use of teleportation will consume a portion of the host's stamina. Lightning Flash, green. You have gained a preliminary mastery over thunderous power, capable of summoning a degree of lightning, yet there remains a considerable distance before achieving the status of a true thunder god. As the system's notification concluded, Guang Mao, reduced to cinders by the 3 lightning strikes, collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, his green essence began to materialize in the void. At that moment, the gourd at Lin Chuan's waist automatically absorbed the green essence, utilizing it as a supplement to enrich the wine within. Lin Chuan gazed at the charred remains of Guang Mao and then lifted his eyes to the storm clouds, which were gradually dissipating. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Indeed, the effects of possessing a fully upgraded divine weapon were extraordinary. This truly was the Thunder God's Hammer, one of the foremost divine artifacts in the Marvel Universe. When it came to vanquishing foes, it was effortlessly accomplished. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chuan could not help but set a goal for himself. Upon returning to the Marvel Universe, in addition to striving to encounter superheroes and supervillains to glean valuable insights from them, one must also seek to engage with the divine artifacts within the Marvel Universe. For instance, the Icebox of Asgard. The Stormbreaker wielded by Thor in later encounters. The Infinity Gauntlet held by Thanos. The 6 Infinity Stones of the Marvel Cosmos. If one could acquire all of these, then the journey through the realm of the Black Myth and the quest to reclaim the Great Sage's 6 roots would become a mere trifle. However, Lin Chuan inhaled sharply, feeling a wave of weakness emanating from deep within his body. He hastily removed the wine gourd from his waist and took several hearty swigs, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat. To be candid, after the recent battle, Lin Chuan realized that while the power of Thor's hammer was astonishing, effortlessly vanquishing foes, it also exacted a considerable toll on the user's stamina. Given his current physical condition, being able to summon 3 bolts of lightning from the heavens was commendable, yet it drained most of his vitality, leaving him with a sense of exhaustion. Nevertheless, grasping the wine gourd in his hand reassured him that restoring his body to full health was certainly within reach. Moreover, Lin Chuan had a premonition that as he continued to plunder greater powers, energies, and defensive attributes, his physical prowess would further ascend, enabling him to summon even more lightning in the end. Just imagine, when the time came for battle in New York, a mere flick of his wrist could unleash countless bolts of lightning to obliterate thousands of Chitauri warriors. What a thrilling prospect. Indeed. The sheer exhilaration of an overwhelming assault strategy was unparalleled. Hey, little monkey, when did you become so formidable? This thunderous technique surpasses Guangmo's by leagues, exclaimed the Earth God. Drawing closer in awe, Lin Chuan turned to regard Guangmo, now reduced to charred remains. Pausing for a moment, he remarked, in truth, Guangmo's abilities are rather lackluster. His rise to the rank of Demon General seems impressive, yet it is merely a fade built upon his ruthless nature. As he spoke, Lin Chuan recalled the insights he gleaned from the system regarding Guangmo's attributes. He possessed only a single blue attribute, shadow shifting, while the others were all green. Even his prideful thunderous technique was merely a green attribute, in comparison to the power of Thor's hammer and the inherent thunderous might of the god himself. The disparity was glaringly evident. Lin Chuan surmised that Guangmo's ascension to Demon General, aside from his cruelty, must have relied heavily on that shadow-shifting ability. After all, what the eye perceives, the body can reach. Such a capability was exceedingly formidable and perfectly suited for ambushes. Ruthlessness, ambush, ambition. Perhaps these were the very reasons that enabled Guangmo to secure his position as a Demon General. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chuan suddenly felt an urge to experiment with the blue ability, Shadow Shift. Narrowing his eyes, he caught sight of a heavy bell not far ahead. With a firm grip on the Earth Deity's arm, he glanced once more in the direction of the bell. He then activated the blue ability, Shadow Shift. In the next instant, with a whoosh, both Lin Chuan and the Earth Deity vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, it was before the imposing bell. Observing how they had effortlessly traversed layers of bamboo forest and arrived several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Although, with various abilities enhancing his body, he could achieve a similar effect through speed. The true essence of Shadow Shift lay in its element of surprise and its ability to bypass obstacles. If this ability could be combined with Blood Shadow and the spell for energy gathering and dispersal, it would indeed allow for unparalleled freedom of movement. Returning to reality, Lin Chuan surveyed the heavy bell before him. It was thick, ancient, and imbued with a sense of historical weight. A thick layer of dust coated its surface, indicating that it had not been struck in quite some time. Ever since Lin Chuan had traversed into the realm of the Black God, he had been ringing bells. Motivated by a desire to enter the old Guanyin Zen temple and pilfer abilities from Elder Jin Qi, while also acquiring the legendary fire-repelling artifact, the Fire Shield. Though his defensive capabilities were already quite formidable, rendering ordinary flames largely ineffective against him, Lin Chuan felt an intrinsic need to possess the Fire Shield, knowing that it would prove invaluable in the future. After all, he might one day venture into the Flame Mountain or return to the Marvel Universe to confront the Flame Giant, Surtur. Surely, it would be of use. With that thought, Lin Chuan ceased to hesitate and brought his hand down upon the bell with great force. Boom! The bell emitted a deep, resonant sound that reverberated outward like a gust of wind, causing the surrounding bamboo forest to tremble. In the next moment, both Lin Chuan and the Earth Deity heard countless swishing sounds, reminiscent of numerous serpents slithering across the ground. Upon hearing these sounds, the Earth Deity's expression changed dramatically. Oh no, Guangmo guards this bell. By striking it, you've proclaimed to the serpent demons of the bamboo forest that Guangmo has been slain by you. The serpent demons of his faction will surely seek vengeance. As the Earth Deity continued to exclaim in alarm, Lin Chuan, feeling somewhat irritated, replied, I thought you were the Earth Deity of Blackwind Mountain. Surely you possess some abilities? Is there really need for such panic? The Earth Deity, scratching his nearly bald head, replied with a bitter expression, though I possess some Taoist skills, they are primarily for healing, concealment, and transformation. I lack offensive spells, so naturally, I am fearful. Acknowledging this, Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, not every land god possesses the ability to fight. Take, for instance, the dashing and formidable land god of Flame Mountain, who is indeed a rarity. However, Lin Chuan recalled the green goblin battle armor he had previously acquired from Osborne Corporation. A mischievous smile played upon his lips. One wonders, could a green goblin version of the land god be a viable concept? Chapter 59. I never expected you to be such a land god. Ah, great sweet potato. I possess a treasure here that can significantly enhance your combat prowess. The mere serpent demon would pose no challenge at all. Are you interested? Lin Chuan regarded the land god with a knowing smile as he spoke. Well, this seems rather inappropriate, the land god stammered. The Buddha often instructs us to cultivate a compassionate heart and to understand the importance of forgiving the creatures of the demonic realm. The act of slaying a serpent demon. Oh dear, little monkey, why don't you first show me this treasure? Despite his initial reluctance, the land god could not quell the curiosity that bubbled within him, eager to see what Lin Chuan had to offer. After all, the land god had accompanied Lin Chuan from the depths of the Songlong forest, witnessing countless miraculous treasures along the way. Just moments ago, Lin Chuan had summoned 3 lightning serpents with a mere hammer, effortlessly vanquishing Guangmo. Now, Lin Chuan was offering him yet another magical artifact. How could he possibly resist such temptation? Seeing the eager expression on the land god's face, Lin Chuan wasted no time. He retrieved the green demon battle armor, the demon skateboard, and several pumpkin bombs from his storage space, presenting them to the land god. What is this? The land god gazed in bewilderment at the verdant armor before him. The green demon battle armor, the demon skateboard, and pumpkin bombs. Inside, there are 12 mini air-to-ground missiles, a mini machine gun with 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, it comes with lighting and flamethrower equipment. Great sweet potato, don this, and your offensive capabilities will multiply tremendously. Lin Chuan exclaimed with a grin. Is it truly so formidable? The land god's face bore a hint of skepticism. However, recalling how Lin Chuan had just led his former wolf demon comrades to nearly annihilate the Songlong forest, he pondered that this offering must indeed be of substantial quality. Resolving his doubts, the land god swiftly donned the armor. To his surprise, the green demon suit fit him remarkably well, perhaps due to Norman OS awareness of his limited lifespan. The design of the green demon battle armor was somewhat modular and adaptable, akin to the Mark 42 suit. Thus, even though the land god was only half the height of a human, the armor posed no discomfort. Once he adorned the green demon battle armor, the land god stepped onto the demon skateboard, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies without the need for magic. The delight within him was indescribable. Observing the land god soaring above, Lin Chuan chuckled. In the next instant, he executed a shadow shift, teleporting onto the airborne demon skateboard. The sudden arrival of Lin Chuan nearly caused the land god to lose his balance and tumble into the abyss below, yet he quickly regained his composure. With years of flying experience, he swiftly stabilized his form, maintaining a steady center of gravity. Ah, who would have thought? Big sweet potato, you possess quite the talent. Lin Chuan exclaimed upon witnessing the earth god promptly adjust his posture. That is only natural. The little deity merely lacks a variety of offensive techniques. However, this art of ascending to the heavens and descending to the earth is not something I rarely employ. The earth god paused, lifting a pumpkin bomb in his hand, and continued, by the way, is this pumpkin bomb truly so effective? Lin Chuan nodded, gesturing towards the throng of snake demons rapidly approaching their direction. We shall simply test it shortly, shall we? In the bamboo grove, hundreds of snake demons swiftly moved towards the great bell. The recent tolling of the bell had made them realize that their commander, Guangmo, had been slain by intruders. Despite Guangmo's ruthless treatment of the wolf demons, he was quite benevolent towards his snake demon subordinates. After all, Guangmo's harshness towards the wolf demons stemmed from his disdain for Elder Jinqi's occasional favoritism towards Guangxi. As the saying goes, love for the house extends to the crow. His aversion to Guangxi naturally reflected in his demeanor towards Guangxi's wolf demon subordinates. Given the limited resources in the mountains, fewer wolf demons meant a greater share for the snake demons. Guangmo's kindness towards his own also meant that when news of his death reached them, his subordinates would rush to the great bell to avenge their leader. Speed up. We must avenge our elder brother. Yes. The hissing of snake tongues echoed throughout the bamboo grove, sending shivers down one's spine. However, at that moment, one of the leading snake demons suddenly spotted a pumpkin-like object of orange-yellow hue before him. What is this? Before he could process it, a thunderous explosion erupted. The once formidable snake demon was obliterated in the blast. The nearby snake demons, hearing the anguished cry, turned to investigate the source of the commotion, only to witness an increasing deluge of pumpkin bombs raining down from above. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted throughout the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, the instigator, the green-skinned version of the earth god, glided on a demonic skateboard, cackling maniacally in the sky, resembling a quintessential villain. concealed deep within the forest. Lin Chuan observed this spectacle with a smile. Goodness, this earth god is truly reveling in his role. Does he possess such villainous potential? Shaking his head, he refocused his thoughts on the assembly of snake demons before him, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. It was time once more to seize the spoils. Due to his possession of the skill shifting shadows, Lin Chuan was able to swiftly reap the lives of each serpent demon within the ranks. Furthermore, bolstered by his crimson attribute, as strong as iron, the serpent demon's attacks barely grazed him. Thus, the deity of the land and the heavens and Lin Chuan on the ground became the twin harbingers of death in the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, the system notifications resonated incessantly in Lin Chuan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the serpent patrol officer and acquiring the attribute, emerging malevolence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the serpent guardian and obtaining the attribute, sturdy and robust. After a span of 10 minutes, silence enveloped the bamboo grove. The serpent demons, who had come to support their elder brother, were all eradicated by the deity of the land and Lin Chuan. The air was thick with the scent of blood. At this moment, the deity of the land cackled gleefully, gliding down on a demonic skateboard to the ground. What a thrill! Removing his green demon mask, the deity, with a flushed face, exclaimed with joy. For so many years, his spells had solely revolved around defense, healing, and transformations. It had been ages since he experienced such a gratifying endeavor. Lin Chuan, observing the blood-soaked figure of the deity, who resembled a formidable villain, could not help but inquire. By the way, as the deity of the land, is it acceptable for you to slay these serpent demons? The deity waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, Oh, these serpent demons are inherently wicked. Slaying them contributes to my merits. Lin Chuan paused momentarily before continuing. But did you not previously mention that the Buddha taught you to possess a heart of compassion and to forgive them? The deity chuckled. Forgiving them is the Buddha's domain. My task is to send them to meet the Buddha. Lin Chuan, I never anticipated that you would be such a deity of the land. Chapter 60. The criminal den of Lu Lu Village. In the verdant bamboo grove by the pond, a serpent patrol swiftly coiled its body and anxiously reported to the gentleman in white. Elder brother, trouble has arisen. That monkey has annihilated all the serpent demons under Guangmo's command. Some of our brethren at the edge of the Songlong forest say he has even rallied the remnants of the wolf demons and slaughtered all the new ones. This is a massacre of the mountains. Upon hearing this, the gentleman in white, who had been meditating with his eyes closed while allowing the cool pond water to flow over his legs, opened his serpent-like eyes. Oh, is that so? His tone was calm, revealing no sign of emotional turmoil. Indeed, elder brother, we must devise a plan. Otherwise, that monkey will slay all our brethren. The gentleman in white rose, standing on the surface of the pond, and stepped towards its center. No worries. Have our brothers retreat to the valley. I shall confront that monkey alone. The serpent patrol, filled with gratitude, glanced at the gentleman in white. At present, that monkey was akin to a reaper of souls, unstoppable, wreaking havoc as if the world were his playground. It was terrifyingly powerful. The fact that elder brother was willing to step forward at this moment, ready to face the challenge, was deeply reassuring. Thank you, elder brother. I shall instruct the brethren to withdraw at once. With a respectful gesture, the serpent patrol departed. After the patrol's exit, a smile graced the gentleman in white's face as he murmured to himself, slaughtering the Songlong forest and eliminating Guangmo's faction. This monkey possesses considerable strength. It seems he may catch my elder brother's eye. However, with a swift motion, the gentleman brandished his 8-foot serpent spear. The once tranquil surface of the pond erupted in turbulence. Several water arrows shot forth from the depths, striking the nearby bamboo grove. In no time, the struck bamboo appeared as if it were rotting, exuding a dense green mist. The bamboo then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The gentleman in white surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction and nodded. Destined one, I wonder if you can withstand my trials. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Meanwhile, having dealt with Guangmo's serpent demons, the land god, clad in green demon armor and gliding on a demonic skateboard, seemed to be reveling in the chaos. He soared through the sky in all directions, occasionally tossing pumpkin bombs and cackling with delight. He appeared even more like a green demon than Norman Osborn or Harry Osborn. As Lin Chuan scoured the battlefield for any treasures among the fallen serpent demons, he could no longer endure the explosive sounds of the pumpkin bombs overhead. Fixing his gaze on the land god, he activated his skill, Shadow Shift, and in an instant, teleported onto the demonic skateboard, delivering a hammer strike to the land god's head. Bang! Lin Chuan spoke without reservation. Hey, you big sweet potato. Are you addicted to being the villain? Can't you see me down here? If you throw pumpkin bombs down, do you mean to kill me? The earth god, struck by Lin Chuan, rubbed his sore head in pain, muttering under his breath, I didn't mean it before, but now I do. After receiving various enhancements, Lin Chuan certainly heard the earth god's murmurs. He immediately declared that he would take away the demon skateboard the earth god was standing on. No more fun for him. Once the demon skateboard was confiscated, the Earth God, firmly planted on the ground, deflated like a balloon, wearing a gloomy expression. Lin Chuan couldn't help but find this old rascal's demeanor amusing. Really, sweet potato, is it necessary to be like this? It's just taking away the demon skateboard. Weren't you able to transform into a wisp of smoke and traverse heaven and earth before? It's no big deal. Upon hearing this, the Earth God scratched his back with a tickle, sulking. Hey, you little monkey, what do you know? The feeling of transforming into smoke and soaring through the sky is completely different from riding a skateboard to the heavens. If possible, you might as well ask your ancestors why they had to accompany the Tang monk through the 81 trials when they could simply flip over to the southern heavenly gate in one leap. Can they be compared? Observing the potato's disgruntled expression, Lin Chuan chuckled and decided not to tease him further. He promised to return the demon skateboard after defeating the black bear spirit, which finally pacified the Earth God. After this little interlude, Lin Chuan's expression gradually turned serious. He had not forgotten that after defeating Guangmo, there was still the white-clothed scholar to contend with in the Songlong forest. When he battled the black myth, he nearly broke down against the white-clothed scholar, having died 53 times. What was even more frustrating was that he had started playing without any guides available online. After much effort, he finally managed to deplete a portion of the white-clothed scholar's health bar. But who could have anticipated that the white-clothed scholar had a second form? That realization left him utterly disheartened. In short, the white-clothed scholar had left an indelible impression on Lin Chuan's mind. However, gripping the Thunder God's hammer in his hand, he felt confident that with such a top-tier divine weapon, the white-clothed scholar would be a trivial challenge. As they walked a little further, Lin Chuan suddenly heard an urgent voice coming from a nearby tree. What are you waiting for? Hurry, help your brother, and quickly defeat the snake demon. Lin Chuan focused his gaze and saw a monkey with long fur, dressed in coarse linen, adorned with several jade pendants, anxiously clutching a tree branch while waving at him for assistance. Beneath, a serpent demon brandishing a spear was playfully prodding a monkey perched upon a tree. Observing the spectacle, Lin Chuan could not help but chuckle. What a delightful sight. This monkey was none other than the famed Monkey King from the Six Ding and Six Jia. Within the realm of black myth, the Monkey King, the Dog of Su, the Tiger of Yin, and the Dragon of Chun, akin to the guardians of Tang Seng and his disciples, provided considerable aid to the fated ones. The Monkey King could enhance wine gourds and sell liquor. The Dog of Su was adept at concocting elixirs. The Tiger of Yin forged equipment and offered trials, while the Dragon of Chun cultivated medicinal herbs. It is evident that each possessed remarkable skills. In Chapter 3, the unlocking of Lu Village, which gathers the Monkey King, Dog of Su, Tiger of Yin, and Dragon of Chin, has become a favorite among players. Indeed, amidst the chaos of the outside world, Lu Village stands as a tranquil haven. This modest yet charming village is a rare sanctuary, the only place where players truly feel at home. However, some players jokingly refer to Lu Village as a den of vice. After all, the dog is a purveyor of medicine, the monkey a smuggler of liquor, the tiger a merchant of arms, and the dragon, well, cultivates leaves. Is this not a veritable hub of criminality? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and save your brother. The voice of the Monkey King echoed from above, snapping Lin Chuan back to reality. Who cares if this Monkey King is a smuggler? Saving him comes first. In a swift motion, he activated Shadow Shift, teleporting beside the serpent demon. Then, gripping Thor's hammer tightly, he brought it down with great force. Boom. The serpent demon was instantly slain. A chime resonated in Lin Chuan's mind, congratulating him on defeating the serpent assassin and acquiring the trait, Emerging Demonic Aura, White. At that moment, the Monkey King nimbly descended from the tree, spitting on the corpse of the serpent demon. Such a petty creature. One day, I shall steep your gall in my wine. After this proclamation, the Monkey King donned a cheerful expression, beckoning to Lin Chuan. Thank you, my dear brother. I have some exquisite wine here. Why not come and sample a taste? With that, he turned and entered a cave, watching the departing figure of the liquor smuggler. Lin Chuan pondered thoughtfully. It is well known that the wine sold by the Monkey King possesses unique buffs. Some enhance speed, others restore mana, and some even revive health. He wondered which kind of wine the Monkey King would offer him. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan decided to follow and enter the cave. Chapter 61. The Wine of the Monkey King and the Origins of the Scholar in White. Within the cavern, a flickering bonfire danced at its center. Perhaps it was the warmth emanating from this blazing fire, for despite the hour being late at night, Lin Chuan felt considerably more comfortable in the cave. Ha ha ha. Look at you, peering around curiously. You must be from the Flower and Fruit Mountain, right? The Monkey King spoke, while meticulously selecting from several wine jars nestled in the corner. He then scooped out a ladle of wine with a wooden spoon and continued addressing Lin Chuan. Here. Do you have a gourd? This is a fine wine that I have kept for quite some time, just for you, my young friend. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan retrieved the gourd from his waist and handed it over. The Monkey King eyed the characters inscribed on the gourd by Yuan Shouqing, his brow furrowing sharply. I've encountered many monkeys from Flower and Fruit Mountain, but I've never seen this before. Could it be? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, the Monkey King poured the wine from the ladle into the gourd and mentioned that he possessed even more exquisite wine. With that, he ventured deeper into the cavern. Lin Chuan, perplexed by the Monkey King's intentions, tilted his head back and began to drink heartily from the gourd. If the wine initially contained within was mild and rich, the recent sip was decidedly pungent, igniting a warmth within Lin Chuan's dantian. At that moment, he was astonished to observe the numbers following his blue attribute begin to rise. Previously, he could only augment this by defeating opponents to acquire attributes, yet now, merely by partaking in wine, he experienced growth. What was the meaning of this? Haha, young friend, do you feel the change in your body as well? This wine is infused with the essence of dozens of snake gallbladders, designed to enhance one's cultivation. Oh, and be sure to take care of these 3 small bamboo tubes. The Monkey King returned from the depths of the cave, cautiously handing Lin Chuan 3 petite wooden bamboo tubes. What are these? Lin Chuan inquired as he accepted the diminutive tubes. From flesh to blood. This wine is a rare treasure I brought down from the upper realms. Had it not been for the inscription on your gourd by Yuan Shouqing, I might not have bestowed this upon you. 3 sips of this wine equate to 3 lives. Cherish it, little monkey. With that, the Monkey King smacked his lips, gazing longingly at the 3 bamboo tubes, clearly reluctant to part with such precious items. Upon hearing the Monkey King's words, Lin Chuan was taken aback. 3 sips of wine, 3 lives. This wine is truly invaluable. I must express my deepest gratitude to the good people of Lulu Village. With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan retrieved dozens of bottles of various spirits from his storage space. There was vodka, whiskey, mautai, erguotu, beer, red wine, and so forth. These were all expenses incurred on the night he moved into the hotel just a couple of days prior. Initially, he intended to purchase a diverse selection of liquors to stock his gourd. However, now, with Shunho providing elixirs that could enhance his attributes and miraculous wines that could transform bone into flesh, why not seize the opportunity to offer a favor to Shunho with these reserve spirits? One could never tell what extraordinary wines Shunho might present him with upon their next encounter in Lulu Village. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's description of the numerous bottles before him, Shunho's eyes gleamed with excitement. Ever since his descent from the celestial realm, he had developed an insatiable thirst for wine. The array of spirits laid out before him were entirely unfamiliar, igniting his delight. Thus, Shunho eagerly cracked open a bottle of blue ribbon beer, sipping as he engaged Lin Chuan in conversation. Hey there, my young friend, you're truly on the right path. Since we're at it, let me share a piece of information with you, free of charge. Intrigued, Lin Chuan inquired, what news? Shunho burped lightly and continued. I know all about the commotion you stirred up in the bamboo grove. You're planning to seek out the white-clad scholar, right? Take my advice. This white-clad scholar is well-versed in poison techniques and water paths. His marksmanship is enough to instill fear in the bravest of hearts. Ordinary folk cannot withstand even 2 of his strikes. The Earth God chimed in, agreeing, indeed, the white-clad scholar, much like Ling Shuzi, only joined the ranks of Black Wind Mountain later on. Originally, Black Wind Mountain was divided into 2 factions, the wolf demons led by Guangxi, and the snake demons commanded by Guang Mao. Guang Mao had initially commanded over 1,000 snake demons, but ever since the arrival of the white-clad scholar, he swiftly defeated Guang Mao with his mastery of poison, water techniques, and firearms, earning the trust of the Black Wind King. He is astute and capable, well-versed in the ways of the world. While Guang Mao once commanded a legion of snake demons, the white-clad scholar, with his personal charisma, has managed to siphon off nearly 90% of his forces. Such an adversary is indeed formidable, though his current title was that of a demon general. In the eyes of the lesser gods, the white-clad scholar's prowess and methods rendered him no less than a demon king, rivaling Ling Shuzi. After absorbing the conversation between the two, Lin Chuan closed his eyes, deep in contemplation. If memory served him correctly, the white-clad scholar was specifically sent by Erlangtian to test the fated individuals. Since it was a trial, it would not be a matter of life and death. Furthermore, the poison techniques possessed by the white-clad scholar seemed trivial in Lin Chuan's perspective. It is worth noting that thunder and fire are deemed the epitome of yang in Taoism. The power of thunder can vanquish all evil. A mere mastery of poison is hardly worthy of concern. As for water techniques, they were even less formidable. It is important to recognize, water possesses conductivity, which remarkably amplifies the power of the thunderous technique. Thus, while the adversaries appear exceedingly fearsome to the Monkey King and the Earth God, they seem utterly trivial in the presence of one wielding the hammer of Thor. It is as effortless as taking candy from a child. The ensuing question is, how many attributes can I, Lin Chuan, seize from this formidable figure? The white-robed gentleman who rivals a demon king? Heh. The arts of poison and the mastery of water shall be mine. With this thought, Lin Chuan opened his eyes, gripped the hammer of Thor, and declared, why ponder so much? Let us act. Forward. Target, The White-Robed Gentleman. Chapter 62. The White-Clad Scholar. Please, no more. Stop it. Leaving the cave of Shenhou Mountain, Lin Chuan and the Earth God ventured deeper into the verdant bamboo forest. The hour was late, and the bright moon hung in the sky, casting a serene glow over the tranquil bamboo grove. There was no whisper of the wind, nor the rustle of bamboo leaves. Even the serpentine demons, usually making their presence known with their slithering sounds, were conspicuously absent. Everything seemed overly still. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and remarked to the Earth God at his side, "Do you not find it eerily quiet? There is not a single sound. It is truly strange that even the snake demons are nowhere to be seen." Upon hearing this, the Earth God also knitted his brows in concern. "Indeed, it is quite peculiar. Logically speaking, despite the fact that we have just vanquished hundreds of snake demons under Guangmo, this bamboo forest is home to thousands. Where have the serpent minions of the white-clad scholar vanished to?" The Earth God intended to elaborate further, but suddenly, whoosh, a formidable 8-foot serpent spear descended from the heavens, splashing water as it struck the surface. Shortly thereafter, a man with flowing white hair, clad in white robes, and his skin adorned with azure scales, emerged from the temple by the pond. With each step he took, the Earth God felt a dense aura of demonic energy approaching him. The white-clad scholar extended his right hand, and the serpent spear, which had plunged into the pond, returned to his grasp. My subordinates were naturally recalled. "Little monkey, it is now late at night. What is your intention in this bamboo grove, where you unleash such carnage?" As his words fell, the serpent-like eyes of the white-clad scholar gleamed fiercely, unleashing 2 beams of yellow light directed at Lin Chuan. The overwhelming demonic energy and menacing presence sent shivers down the spine of the Earth God, even in his verdant magical armor. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Before him appeared the entry system of the white-clad scholar. White-clad scholar. Identity. Demon General. Abilities. Surging Waves. Blue. Mastery of Spear Techniques. Blue. Mastery of Poison. Blue. Serpent Shadow. Blue. Vast Demonic Aura. Blue. 5 blue entries. It was no wonder the Earth God had previously mentioned that while the white-clad scholar held the title of a demon general in the mountains, his true power could easily rival that of a demon king. Gazing at the battle-ready white-clad scholar, Lin Chuan couldn't help but exhale deeply. To be frank, he had no desire to engage in combat with this formidable figure. After all, the white-clad scholar was a sworn brother of Erlangshan, one of the famed 6 brothers of Myshun. He had been specifically tasked by Erlangshan to await and test those destined by fate at Blackwind Mountain. Despite the apparent animosity between Erlangshan and Sun Wukong, it was well understood among the astute that Erlangshan leaned towards Wukong. After all, in the face of 100,000 heavenly soldiers, they had staged a remarkable performance together. It was indeed the 4 heavenly kings accompanied by 100,000 celestial soldiers who sought to besiege Sun Wukong. Yet, the mighty Erlangshan boldly declared that, apart from himself, no one was worthy to engage in a duel with Wukong. This audacious proclamation left the 4 heavenly kings and their vast army utterly perplexed. Wasn't the plan to confront him as a collective force? How did it suddenly transform into a one-on-one challenge? This clearly illustrates Erlangshan Yang Jian's intentions. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that Sun Wukong deliberately allowed Yang Jian to pierce his chest, entrusting him with the vital essence among the 6 roots. This act signifies a profound bond between Erlangshan and Sun Wukong, as if they were 2 souls sharing the same purpose. Thus, for Lin Chuan, the white-clad gentleman, who was sworn as a brother to Erlangshan, was undoubtedly akin to family. Why then should they engage in conflict? Consequently, Lin Chuan spoke up, "White-clad gentleman, in truth." I am aware, however, his words were abruptly interrupted by the white-clad gentleman. Gazing at the fierce determination emanating from him, Lin Chuan could only feel a sense of disbelief. "Very well, let us fight," he thought. "Monkey, we must flee. This white-clad gentleman is undeniably formidable." As Lin Chuan observed the glint in the serpent-like eyes of the white-clad gentleman, the previously resolute Earth God once again felt disheartened. "Flee. It is too late." Upon hearing the Earth God's words, the white-clad gentleman bellowed. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through, causing the surrounding bamboo grove to rustle ominously. A thick, green mist began to seep from the leaves. "This is poison," the Earth God exclaimed in horror. The toxic haze formed a circle, ensnaring Lin Chuan completely, while the once crystal-clear pond transformed into a murky green abyss. With a slight smirk, the white-clad gentleman addressed Lin Chuan. "Behold, my mastery of poison is now complete. I invite you all to partake." With that, he thrust his spear forward, unleashing towering waves of toxic water towards Lin Chuan. As these dreadfully poisonous waves surged forth, the white-clad gentleman mused, "Destined one, let me witness your true prowess." In stark contrast to the panicking Earth God nearby, Lin Chuan remained composed as the toxic waves approached. With a swift motion, he conjured the Thunder God's hammer into his grasp, and arcs of blue lightning crackled forth from it. Clenching the hammer, he struck down fiercely against the incoming torrents of poison. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom. Instantly, blue lightning engulfed the pond, emitting a crackling sound. Astonishingly, the previously green toxic mist surrounding the bamboo grove transformed into a vibrant blue hue. As Lin Chuan stood there, hammer in hand, effortlessly dispersing the waves while obliterating the poison and its noxious vapors, the earth god could not help but exclaim in awe, "The power of thunder conquers all. The mere toxic water and gas are utterly insignificant before your hammer. Truly remarkable." Witnessing Lin Chuan shatter all the offensive maneuvers of the white-clad scholar with a single strike, the earth deity could hardly contain his excitement, bounding about in sheer exhilaration. It was simply extraordinary. Had it not been for Lin Chuan, he would have been at a loss in the face of the scholar's venomous water and gas. Upon observing the blue lightning dancing upon the surface of the pool, the white-clad scholar swiftly leapt onto the stone steps behind him, his expression betraying astonishment. Although he had previously heard from his subordinates that this fated individual had led his old pack of wolf demons to annihilate the Songlong forest, and had just now dispatched both Guangmo and his serpent demon followers, he had endeavored to gauge the strength of this fated one. Yet, he had not anticipated such formidable prowess. With just one strike, Lin Chuan had dispersed all the toxic water and gas he had meticulously arranged. While it was known that lightning techniques counteract malevolent forces and toxins, the power wielded by this fated individual was truly astonishing. Reflecting on Guangmo's mastery of lightning, the white-clad scholar realized that there was no comparison between Guangmo's capabilities and those of this fated one. It became clear why the fated individual had effortlessly defeated Guangmo. However, the sheer strength of this fated being would surely catch the eye of his elder brother. Yet, while the fated one had demonstrated formidable offensive capabilities, the scholar pondered his speed. A sly grin crept across his face, revealing two sharp fangs, as his formerly delicate visage transformed into something grotesque. His legs morphed into the serpentine form of a blue-green snake. Grasping a formidable spear, he charged towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, observing the white-clad scholar now transformed into his second form, furrowed his brow. "Wait, brother, are we truly taking this so far?" he implored. "White-clad scholar, please reconsider. Impudent monkey, you have shattered my poisons and waterways. Now, prepare to meet your demise." With that, the scholar lunged at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation as the scholar interrupted him once again. "Damn it, am I destined to perish before I can finish my words? Fine. White-clad scholar, just you wait." With his legs transformed into serpentine limbs, the scholar's speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. His trajectory became inscrutable. The sounds of movement seemed to come from the left, yet the wind suggested an approach from the right. Observing the ripples on the water's surface, Lin Chuan sensed that the scholar was poised to launch a sneak attack from behind. At that moment, Lin Chuan finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. It turns out that the serpent shadow, possessed by the gentleman in white, has this meaning. However, Lin Chuan's lips curled into a faint smile. "You believe yourself to be fast? Can you surpass the swiftness of shifting shadows? As for being invisible, blood shadow, activate." Instantly, a crimson figure materialized before Lin Chuan, darting frantically around him. Observing the clearly marked figure of the gentleman in white, Lin Chuan chuckled once more. Indeed, blood shadow remains remarkably effective. Upon activation, if the target one seeks is within a 2-kilometer radius, that target will be highlighted in red within 1's line of sight. Furthermore, during the use of blood shadow, 1's speed will increase by an astonishing 500. You dare to challenge my speed? Let me demonstrate whose swiftness is truly unparalleled. Lin Chuan's gaze locked onto the red-marked direction of the gentleman in white. In the next moment, shifting shadows, Lin Chuan vanished into the depths of the water. Meanwhile, the gentleman in white, observing Lin Chuan standing vacantly in place, utterly unable to discern his path forward, couldn't he help but look down upon him slightly. He perceived this fated individual as somewhat daft, incapable of even identifying his own direction of attack. It seemed he was merely a brutish individual with a modicum of strength. The gentleman in white even contemplated whether to reduce the difficulty of the encounter. After all, his mastery of movement had been praised even by the formidable Erlangchen. Young Jian. He could disrupt his opponent's sensory perceptions, sight, sound, smell, and touch, rendering them unable to ascertain from which direction they were being attacked. Being well-versed in the art of water manipulation, he felt that as long as the battleground lay near water, it would undeniably be his domain. With this thought, the gentleman in white reasoned that, after all, this fated individual's offensive capabilities were somewhat existent. If his speed were lacking, he could always compensate through other means. There was no need to take the situation too seriously. Just as the gentleman in white contemplated withdrawing his technique, suddenly, he noticed that Lin Chuan, who had been standing there in a daze, had vanished. The gentleman in white gasped in horror. Where did that fated individual go? As he swiftly scanned his surroundings, suddenly, the gentleman in white felt a shadow loom overhead. Looking up, he beheld a hammer, larger than his own face, plummeting from the sky. "Found you!" Lin Chuan shouted loudly. With no time to evade, the gentleman in white hurriedly raised his 8-foot serpent spear in defense. In that instant, he felt an immense force surge through the spear, jolting his hands and causing pain in his palms. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this sensation. His expression turned to one of shock, his heart racing in disbelief. How could this fated individual be faster than me? Moreover, how did he locate me? Defiantly, the gentleman in white shook his hands. Leveraging the force transmitted through his weapon, he once again vanished into the depths of the pool. This time, the speed of the gentleman in white doubled. He could hardly believe that this fated individual could still track him down. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a hammer imbued with the power of thunder struck the back of his head, causing the agile gentleman to stumble and fall into the water, sending ripples cascading around him. At that moment, he was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom how this fated individual could move with such swiftness. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of a single hair on the man's body before the hammer came crashing down. Was this not the height of humiliation? If one possesses such speed, why not disclose it earlier? What was the purpose of standing there in a daze? Was it a deliberate ploy to bait him? Feeling the cool clarity of the water, the gentleman in white found his fighting spirit evaporating. After all, how could one engage in battle under such circumstances? The opponent's attack power was astonishing, and the thunderous magic he wielded countered his own poison techniques and water manipulation. Even his prideful agility and speed were effortlessly crushed by this fated individual. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Realizing the formidable prowess of his adversary, he concluded that further combat was futile. Continuing would not be a test of his abilities against the fated individual, but rather a test of the fated individual against himself. Thus, the gentleman in white shouted, "Hold on. I am." Yet before he could finish, a loud thud interrupted him. Gripping his hammer, Lin Chuan struck down heavily. Frustrated by being interrupted twice, he felt a surge of irritation rising within him. He had no interest in the gentleman's claims of being sent for assessment. His priority was to deliver a beating first. In a swift motion, the gentleman in white twisted his serpentine body, narrowly evading the lethal blow. Sensing the true fire ignited by the fated individual before him, he hurriedly proclaimed, "I am an insider sent by the elder brother." However, another resounding thud followed. "Elder brother, you say? An insider, perhaps?" With the enhancement of blood shadow, Lin Chuan's speed surged. This time, the gentleman in white endured 2 strikes. Feeling excruciating pain coursing through his body, frustrated by the lack of communication, he too was enraged. "You foul monkey, don't think I fear you." Gripping his 8-foot serpent spear, he was prepared to retaliate when, bang bang, Lin Chuan struck first once more. "A foul monkey, you say? No fear, is it?" The gentleman in white, pinned down by Lin Chuan's relentless assault, felt the area struck by the hammer radiate with thunderous energy, causing his body to slowly stiffen. Yet, he maintained his defiance. "A warrior may be slain, but never humiliated. You foul monkey, come and take my life." The gentleman in white, despite his grace, was simply outmatched in both speed and offense by Lin Chuan. No matter how defiantly he protested, it availed him nothing. He could only continue to endure Lin Chuan's relentless assault. Thud, thud, thud. With each strike, the gentleman in white found himself battered and bruised, his once refined appearance now a mere shadow of its former self. Meanwhile, the observing Earth God felt his eyelids twitch in disbelief. How ferocious! How astonishing! The sheer intensity of this hammering was unparalleled. Who claimed that a stick was the monkey's weapon of choice? Clearly, wielding a hammer could be equally formidable. The Earth God, caught up in the moment, subconsciously adopted Lin Chuan's perspective, reveling in the thrill of the encounter. Thud, 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 thud. The gentleman in white endured yet another barrage from the Thunder God's hammer, feeling his body grow rigid with agony. He could scarcely muster the strength to grip his spear, the serpent's form twisting in his hands. He realized that if this continued, his very life would be in jeopardy. In desperation, the gentleman in white cried out, "Stop. My safe word is erlangtion." Lin Chuan? Earth God? Gentleman in white. Lin Chuan halted his movements, a complex expression crossing his face. He felt as if he had just overheard something truly extraordinary. Chapter 63, The Mad Social Death of the White-Clad Scholar. As the hammer in Lin Chuan's hand ceased its assault, he noted the complex expressions cast upon him by both Lin Chuan and the Earth God. The white-clad scholar felt a surge of foreboding. Oh no, what have I just uttered? In an instant, warmth flooded his cheeks, and he became acutely aware of the palpable awkwardness in the air. Resolutely, he decided to headbutt Lin Chuan's hammer, collapsing into the water with a splash. Lin Chuan, observing the unconscious white-clad scholar, couldn't help but mentally berate himself. What in the world did I just hear? Your safe word is erlangtion? Are you even one of the 6 brothers of Mytian? More like the 6 brothers of Brokeback Mountain. Furthermore, dear brother, please do not faint. I still need to confront Elder Ji-Chi. I require your assistance in locating that great bell. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Chuan retrieved his wine gourd and poured a measure for the fallen white-clad scholar. After imbibing the liquor, the scholar, whose head had swollen from his encounter with the hammer, gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately sprang up, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he warmly greeted Lin Chuan. "Ah, a monkey from Waguashan, I presume? A fated being, no less. Your ancestor, Sun Wukong, was a colleague of my elder brother Erlang Yang Jin in the Heavenly Court. In other words, we are yet to be joined friends. This is your first visit to Black Wind Mountain, isn't it? Unfamiliar with the path of life? Worry not. My elder brother has instructed me to look after you." Lin Chuan gazed at the overly enthusiastic white-clad scholar, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Oh no, has he truly lost his wits after deliberately colliding with my hammer? If Erlang Shun were to witness his sworn brother in such a state, would he not seek me out for retribution? With a hint of concern, Lin Chuan inquired. White-clad scholar, earlier? What do you mean by earlier? I have no idea what you were talking about. The scholar fervently shook his head like a rattle drum, signaling Lin Chuan to cease his line of questioning. Realizing the scholar was feigning ignorance to brush past the earlier incident, Lin Chuan understood the mutual benefit of such pretense. After all, the previous scene had indeed been excessively awkward. Just as Lin Chuan prepared to tactfully divert the conversation and inquire about the whereabouts of the third bell, the Earth God unexpectedly interjected. You just mentioned that your safe word is Erlangshan. White-clad scholar. Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan gazed at the usually taciturn Earth God, who, when he did speak, unleashed words as direct and explosive as a bomb. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike him with a hammer. What is this big sweet potato doing? He thought, after managing to navigate through a difficult situation. Here it was again. As the Earth God finished his statement, an uncomfortable atmosphere filled the air, akin to a viral embarrassment. However, one must acknowledge that the gentleman in white, despite the awkwardness, was no stranger to grand spectacles. In the original journey to the west, he had participated alongside the formidable Erlangshan and the 6 brothers of Meishan, along with 1,200 grass-headed deities, in the confrontation against Sun Wukong. Thus, even in this second instance of sheer awkwardness that could lead to social demise, the gentleman in white cleared his throat and, as if unfazed, spoke up. Ahem. Destiny's chosen one, you must have struck the great bell several times and learned something, right? Are you still seeking the bell? Come, follow my lead. With that, the gentleman in white twisted his serpentine form and walked away, albeit with a demeanor that was exceedingly clumsy. Indeed, no matter how many grand occasions one had endured, the specter of social embarrassment could not be evaded. Observing the gentleman in white's hasty retreat, Lin Chuan clenched his right fist and struck the Earth God with a resounding thud. The Earth God, wincing in pain, cradled his head and exclaimed, Hey, you little monkey. Is this how you honor your elders? Lin Chuan kept pace with the gentleman in white and lightly remarked, You, Earth God, truly are something. Shouldn't we spare each other the pain? Rubbing his sore head and realizing his earlier misstep, the Earth God muttered a few words before following suit. Since the gentleman in white had already withdrawn his several hundred subordinates to a distance, the bamboo grove now felt as serene as if only the 3 of them, the gentleman in white, Lin Chuan, and the Earth God, existed within it. The rustling of bamboo leaves echoed beneath their feet. At this moment, the gentleman in white reverted from his serpentine form to that of a human, and as he walked, he casually addressed Lin Chuan. The Guanyin Zen temple was consumed by a devastating fire several centuries ago. Elder Jinchi perished in those flames. However, since the black bear spirit returned from the South Sea after mastering its craft, it has sought to resurrect its old friend using some resurrection technique. Yet, due to a lingering attachment of Elder Jinchi, he became a spectral entity, neither fully human nor ghostly. You are aware of this, I presume? Lin Chuan nodded in response. Indeed, I recently vanquished that specter. Upon hearing this, the astonishment in the gentleman in white's eyes intensified. It was well known that the specter possessed an alarming level of defensive capability, and once detected, it would relentlessly pursue its target. Previously, he had witnessed several wolf spirits, inadvertently attracting the attention of a malevolent specter. Unable to breach its defenses or escape its clutches, he was effectively dragged to his demise. Not to mention the ordinary minor spirits. Even the likes of Ling Shuzi and the black bear spirit, including himself, would suffer considerable distress if ensnared by this specter. The only recourse was to rely on remarkable agility to vanish from its line of sight. This creature lacked the intellect for reason, presenting a genuine nuisance. However, he was taken aback to learn that this fated individual had managed to vanquish the specter. Evidently, the prowess of this destined person was quite formidable. Upon reaching the lower realms, he encountered several of his brethren, who would surely withstand the trials ahead. The gentleman in white collected his thoughts and continued. Although the specter had emerged, the soul of Elder Jinch was merely incomplete, rather than entirely dissipated. Subsequently, the black bear spirit constructed 3 additional great bells within Black Wind Mountain. It is said that when these 3 bells toll, one may once again behold Elder Jinch. Yet, for reasons unknown, none have succeeded in ringing these bells, as if they awaited a fated individual. Upon concluding his words, the gentleman in white cast a fleeting glance towards Lin Chuan. Acknowledging this, Lin Chuan nodded. He was indeed aware that the Black Bear spirit had erected 3 bells in Black Wind Mountain in a bid to resurrect his friend, Elder Jinch. The locations of these bells were rather ironic, situated at the sites of Guangxi, Guangmo, and the old temple of Guanyin. Guangmo employed fire, while Guangxi utilized wind, symbolizing that through the stirring of flames, Elder Jinch had once reduced the Guanyin temple to ashes. To witness Elder Jinch once more, it seemed they were to ignite the flames anew. This was undeniably a cruel jest of fate. Look, the final bell stood right here. Before long, the trio arrived at a pavilion, where the gentleman in white pointed, revealing before Lin Chuan's eyes the very last great bell. Chapter 64. The gentleman in white, do not come any closer. Lin Chuan exclaimed, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the ancient, intricately patterned bell before him. A sense of reflection washed over him. After 3 traversals, he had finally arrived at this juncture. However, Lin Chuan refrained from hastily striking the bell. Instead, he pointed towards a gnarled tree nearby, from which hung the desiccated body of an old wolf. What is this? He inquired, gazing at the lifeless form. The expression on the gentleman in white's face darkened somewhat, his eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia. He murmured, this corpse belongs to the old wolf king, Ling Shuzi. It is said that in his time, Ling Shuzi was resurrected by the Black Bear spirit, but the price of his revival was the blood of his kin. Yet, being a creature of deep loyalty, he could never bring himself to slay his own kind for the sake of his survival. Ultimately, he chose to hang himself from this gnarled tree. Observing the skeletal remains of the once mighty Ling Shuzi, Lin Chuan asked, do wolf demons ever come to pay their respects? The gentleman in white shook his head. After the emergence of the new wolf king, Ling Shuzi, there has been a rift between him and the old pack. The path to the emerald bamboo forest is heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible for the old wolves, who were constantly oppressed and forced into hiding, to approach this place. Although the coachman Guangxi had previously provided support for the old pack, when they attempted to assault the new wolf king, it was Guangxi who intervened. Moreover, in the vicinity of the emerald bamboo forest lurks the snake demon Guangmo, who has a long-standing grudge against both the wolf demons and Guangxi. He would not take kindly to the old pack entering the territory of the emerald bamboo forest. Truth be told, had I not surpassed Guangmo in strength, he would have long since come here to trample the old wolf king's remains and humiliate him. Lin Chuan fell silent, his thoughts drifting to the old pack's leader, Wolf 1, who cherished family ties, and to the adept archer, Wolf 13, who wielded the shadowless arrow. He pondered their aspirations to revive the glory of the old pack. After a long pause, he let out a deep sigh and spoke. Previously, I killed the new wolf king Ling Shuzi and Guangmo, along with their subordinates. I hope that you can lead the old wolf demons of Black Wind Mountain to pay their respects to the old wolf king Ling Shuzi. Upon hearing this, the gentleman in white nodded, his admiration for Lin Chuan deepening. After all, this fated individual was not only formidable in battle, but also loyal and principled. A rare gem indeed. By the way, after striking this bell, the Elder of the Golden Pool will appear, correct? Lin Chuan redirected his gaze towards the bell and inquired. Perhaps. After all, ever since the emergence of that specter, the Black Bear spirit has erected these 3 bells in the mountains, constantly warning us not to touch them. Though they were indeed playful souls eager to strike the great bell, it remained steadfast, as if patiently awaiting the arrival of a destined individual. It is likely that upon ringing the bell, some extraordinary phenomenon would ensue. The scholar in white responded, while Lin Chuan gently brushed his hand over the bell, which was cloaked in dust from disuse. He began to contemplate the events that were soon to unfold. He mused that once he struck the 3rd bell, he would return to the ancient Guanyin Zen temple, where he would once again encounter Elder Jinchi. While Elder Jinchi had been a revered monk in life, upon resurrection, he had transformed into a formidable demon king. Not to mention, during his gaming sessions, Elder Jinchi's avatar had appeared among the ranks of demon kings. And demon kings, as one might expect, possessed their own formidable skills, evidenced by their red attributes. Thus, it was clear that Elder Jinchi would not be easily vanquished. Lin Chuan recalled vividly that Elder Jinchi commanded a legion of spectral monks and, astonishingly, could regenerate health mid-battle. This was indeed a revelation. However, Elder Jinchi ultimately lacked a vital soul fragment, rendering him more obsessive, with his fixation taking precedence. Perhaps this was the key to his defeat. Lin Chuan closed his eyes, pondering deeply, then opened them to address the scholar in white. Might you have any surplus robes? He inquired. The scholar nodded and replied, I do have some. But your intentions are? Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he responded. I have a most ingenious purpose. Please, bring forth the robes, the more, the better. The scholar, somewhat perplexed, retrieved several dozen robes from a nearby temple and laid them before Lin Chuan. Here. These are the robes I could find in the vicinity. Of course, if you grant me a bit more time, I could procure even more. Gazing upon the small mountain of robes, Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. No matter, this will suffice. With that, he produced an item from his storage space and began to manipulate the pile of ropes. The scholar in white and the earth god observed Lin Chuan's actions, their initial confusion giving way to understanding, and finally a sense of calm resolution. They believed that through such an endeavor, while it may not guarantee the defeat of Elder Jin Qi, it would undoubtedly diminish his strength or distract his focus. After a considerable period of toil, Lin Chuan wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, gazing at the transformed robes with satisfaction. This would surely make it a breeze to conquer Elder Jin Qi. Nonetheless, he felt it prudent to add yet another layer of precaution. Thus, he contemplated further. Lin Chuan shifted his gaze towards the elegant figure in white, a peculiar smile emerging on his face. How could he have almost forgotten about him? Thus, Lin Chuan stepped forward and spoke. White-clad gentleman, your ability to heed the commands of my elder brother, erlangtion, and to remain undercover here for many years as an insider, truly deserves commendation. The white-clad gentleman smiled nonchalantly and replied with poise, it is nothing. After all, he and I are sworn brothers. Lin Chuan took another step closer, continuing. Your assistance in guarding the remains of the old Wolf King against the advances of Guangmo and Ling Shuzi, preventing them from trampling and insulting, is commendable. I must say, you are truly a good person. The white-clad gentleman scratched his head and replied, it's nothing. It is my duty. However, why are you coming so close? Just so you know, men should maintain a respectful distance. Observing the gentleman's slightly flustered demeanor, Lin Chuan's smile widened. Earlier, you swiftly retrieved the Kasaya for me. Truly, you are a remarkable person. The white-clad gentleman, noticing the odd smile on Lin Chuan's face, involuntarily took a step back, his expression turning complex. Hey, monkey. Please stop smiling. Your expression is rather unsettling. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's grin broadened even further as he replied, it's all right. My hammer is quite large. Bear with it. I shall be done shortly. White-clad gentleman. What? No. What exactly are you planning to do? Please, don't come any closer. Chapter 65, The Resounding Bell, the Manifestation of the Zen Temple, and the River God Lin Chuan. Ding. Congratulations, host. On defeating the demon general by Xiao Shi and acquiring the new entry, Mastery of Poison, Blue. Mastery of Poison, Blue. Your proficiency in the use of toxins has reached an exquisite level, enabling you to disseminate poison through air, liquids, and objects, inflicting lethal damage upon your adversaries. However, caution is advised. The nature of poison is treacherous, and if the range of toxicity is not controlled, it may harm both the enemy and oneself. Additionally, employing such techniques will significantly deplete the user's stamina, so exercise prudence in its application. With a mighty blow, Bai Xiao Shi succumbed to a slumber akin to that of an infant. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan's mind resonated with the system's notification, acknowledging his acquisition of the Mastery of Poison, Blue entry. Pondering this newfound ability, Lin Chuan reflected on its similarities to the Seven Injuries Fist. When wielded effectively, it could yield remarkable results in subduing foes. Yet, misapplication could equally bring harm upon oneself. Nevertheless, Lin Chuan caressed the wine gourd at his waist. With it in hand, all should proceed without issue. Previously, he had already filled the Kasaya brought by Xiao Shi with various substances. Now, having seized the technique of poison from him, Lin Chuan was curious about the potent effects the treated Kasaya might have on Elder Jin Qi. Yet, gazing at the peacefully slumbering Xiao Shi, Lin Chuan mused that it was time to rouse him. Thus, he placed the Thunder God hammer upon the latter's chest. With a crackle, a flash of electricity jolted Xiao Shi awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the very instigator of his unconsciousness, Lin Chuan. Before he could rise, Xiao Shi couldn't help but vent his frustrations. What the hell? You, monkey, are utterly unreasonable. Didn't we agree that I was an insider sent by the elder brother? Why on earth did you knock me out? Lin Chuan blinked, his expression earnest as he replied. Well, you are, after all, a demon of the Black Wind Mountain, right? I just fought my way through, vanquishing those demon generals and kings. Although you were an insider sent by erlangtion, you see, now that you're here, it felt like something was missing if I didn't knock you out. As he spoke, Lin Chuan gestured with his fingers in a teasing manner. Xiao Shi looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean by now that you're here? What do you mean by it felt like something was missing? Listen to yourself. Are you even speaking human language? Oh, you're a monkey. Then it's all fine. Initially on the verge of erupting, Xiao Shi assessed their respective strengths and realized that with a single blow, Lin Chuan could easily incapacitate him. Recognizing the futility of resistance, he conceded, standing up with a newfound sense of acceptance. The gentleman clad in white nonchalantly brushed the dust from his garments, transforming into the image of a refined scholar. With a pointed finger, he directed attention toward the third great bell and spoke, Fate is called, and time is of the essence. Go forth and pursue your desires. Frankly, I, too, am quite eager to witness what transpires next. Lin Chuan nodded. Having already performed special preparations on his robe, he had also acquired the mastery of poison from the gentleman in white. With preparations complete, it was time to embark on their journey. After all, defeating Elder Jin Chi would yield the fire shield, which would not only serve against the impending encounter with the Black Bear Demon, but would also prove advantageous should he find himself in Asgard facing the flame giant Surtur. Thus, it was indeed the moment to set forth. With a thought, Lin Chuan approached the third great bell and struck it with a resounding bang. At the instant he rang the bell, a sudden anomaly unfolded. A long fissure tore through the void before him, revealing an ancient, somewhat dilapidated Zen temple. Within its confines, the faint sounds of monks chanting scriptures and striking wooden fish drifted forth. The gentleman in white gasped in astonishment. This is the Guanyin Zen temple? Yet, it appeared even more worn than he had anticipated, resembling the descriptions of the old Guanyin Zen temple spoken of by the Black Bear Demon. What could this possibly signify? The gentleman was genuinely taken aback. He was aware of the peculiarities surrounding the 3 bells set by the Black Bear Demon and had heard tales that ringing the bell might unveil the deceased Elder Jin Chi. However, he never expected to behold the ancient Guanyin Zen temple, nor to hear the chants of monks echoing within. Could it be that the old Guanyin Zen temple still exists? Or perhaps this rift in the void connects to the past? Allowing a glimpse of the temple as it once was, Lin Chuan gazed at the dilapidated entrance, overgrown with weeds, and shook his head. No, that is but an obsession. An obsession? The gentleman echoed. Indeed, a powerful obsession can manifest as a semblance of reality, blurring the lines between truth and illusion, utilizing external elements. One can traverse between the realms of reality and fantasy. If that is the case, then Elder Jin Chi must be within. As his fixation on the night the Tang monk and his disciples set fire to the Guanyin Zen temple was profoundly intense, this fixation has transformed into the vision of the ancient temple. Upon hearing this, the gentleman in white furrowed his brow. To rely on obsession to keep a friend within the realm of illusion, and to establish the 3 great bells. Awaiting a fated individual, such a method of preserving a dear companion while utilizing external means to enter the realm of fantasy. Surely, it is not merely a trifling bare spirit that can comprehend and achieve such feats. Could it be that the scholar clad in white suddenly grasped something profound? Turning his gaze sharply towards the south, his face illuminated with enlightenment. At that moment, as Lin Chuan and the white-clad scholar engaged in conversation, the earth god, eager and impatient, interjected, regardless of whether it pertains to past epics or the illusions conjured by deep-seated obsessions, I shall ascertain the truth. Upon uttering these words, the earth god extended his right foot, intending to traverse into the void beyond. However, as his foot made contact with the fissure in the ethereal realm, a resounding bang echoed. He felt an overwhelming force of resistance surging from his foot upwards. Subsequently, the earth god was thrust backward, crashing into a bamboo stalk behind Lin Chuan and the white-clad scholar. The bamboo leaves rustled and scattered upon impact. Ouch! Ouch! My old bones. They may be shattered. The earth god winced, clutching his waist as he struggled to rise. Observing the earth god being flung away, the white-clad scholar furrowed his brow, murmuring, "This is unexpected. Allow me to give it a try." With that, he reached out to touch the fissure. He speculated that it might function somewhat like a protective barrier. Surely, by exerting greater force, he could penetrate through. Yet, at the moment his arm tensed and he thrust his right hand forward with vigor, a resounding bang erupted. The white-clad scholar was violently propelled backward, even farther and more chaotically than the earth god. In fact, he lost control and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. "Goodness! Are you all right?" Lin Chuan exclaimed, swiftly teleporting to his side and assisting the fallen scholar to his feet. "I am fine, merely perplexed. This illusion is indeed peculiar. I fear you may not be able to enter. Given your greater strength, the backlash you would face could be even more severe than mine." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan frowned. "Is it truly that difficult? This cannot be right. Allow me to attempt it." With that, he approached the fissure, reaching out to touch it. "Hey, be careful," the white-clad scholar exclaimed in alarm, his face etched with concern. Nonetheless, Lin Chuan effortlessly inserted his hand into the void, experiencing no backlash whatsoever. The white-clad scholar, astonished, inquired, "How is it that you are entirely unscathed? This is unusual. Perhaps you should try again?" After considering, Lin Chuan deemed it prudent to attempt several times. Who knows, he mused, if he might inadvertently find himself confronting the elder of the golden pool only to be repelled back. Thus, he withdrew his hand and took a step forward with his right foot. The entire figure stepped into the rift of the void. The young scholar in white was utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? On the other side of the void, Lin Chuan took a deep breath and stretched his limbs. Apart from the distant echoes of wooden fish sounds, chanting, and incantations from the old Guanyin Zen temple, everything felt perfectly normal. He then took a step forward, returning to his original domain. Observing Lin Chuan, who appeared unscathed and as if in an uninhabited realm, the young scholar in white was skeptical and remarked, "Hey, destined one. Why not try a few more times?" Lin Chuan nodded, thinking that conducting further experiments would be quite harmless. In the following moments, the young scholar in white was astonished to witness Lin Chuan entering and exiting repeatedly. Oh, Lin Chuan has gone in. Oh, Lin Chuan is coming out again. Oh, Lin Chuan has gone in again. By the end, he was utterly perplexed. Why? Why are you unharmed? This isn't fair. Are you just picking on me? Nearby, the Earth God scratched his back with a sense of irritation, suddenly struck by an epiphany. A look of enlightenment crossed his face as he exclaimed, I've understood. The three great bells set by that bear spirit could not be rung by anyone, waiting instead for a fated person, a destined one. And this little monkey from Huagua Mountain is precisely that destined one. Thus, he can pass through. Upon hearing the Earth Goddess explanation, the young scholar in white also came to a realization. What an ingenious method. The three great bells can indeed test whether one is the true destined one. No wonder they say the Bodhisattva is formidable. At this moment, he was thoroughly convinced of his previous beliefs, affirming that these three bells were not merely established by Guanyin Bodhisattva herself, but surely bore her influence behind them. Such a clever means of identity verification could never be grasped by that bear spirit. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, who had entered the other side of the void, upon hearing the two's insights, shook his head and spread his arms wide, embodying Shinzei. He said, if you ask me, you two are simply novices. Novices should practice more. If you can't handle the loss, then don't play. The young scholar in white and the Earth God were left speechless. The scholar, infuriated by Lin Chuan's mocking words, couldn't he believe how this monkey from Huagua Mountain resembled his ancestor, Sun Wukong, in its audacity. Moreover, it was particularly aggravating that this mischievous monkey was so astute, knowing full well that the scholar and the Earth God could not traverse to the other side of the void. This destined one had intentionally stepped into the void only to begin his taunting, just as the young scholar's face flushed with indignation. He noticed the Earth God beneath him, who appeared as calm as a breeze, seemingly accustomed to such antics. The scholar in white could not help but express his bewilderment. Oh, landlord, are you not angry? Do you not feel constrained? Upon hearing this, the once serene landlord suddenly wore a face that seemed to be on the verge of tears. It was as if a dam had burst. And he began to speak with rapidity. This mischievous monkey has truly grasped the essence of the great sage. Do you know? I have endured considerable hardship alongside him. Back at the Guhu courtyard, it was I who imparted the immobilization technique to this rascal. Yet, he swiftly turned it against me. Why must this monkey learn the mischief of Sun Wukong of all things? Listening to the landlord's grievances, the scholar in white tucked away his own melancholic thoughts. Gazing at the destined one on the other side of the rift, he could almost see the Sun Wukong who once caused havoc in the heavenly palace. He murmured softly. So similar. Perhaps he truly can collect the six roots. As he pondered, a playful smile graced his face. He wondered how his elder brother would react upon encountering this destined individual. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan made his way to the old Guanyin Zen temple. He pushed open the weathered, dust-laden wooden door, revealing a figure clad in a brown robe, resembling a ghost yet adorned in golden hues. The elder Jin Shi the elder was seen crawling on the ground, seemingly searching for something. Upon noticing Lin Chuan's arrival, the elder pretended to join his hands in prayer and uttered a faux umitba, before calling out loudly, disciples, another esteemed guest has come bearing treasures. As his words fell, wisps of white smoke began to rise from the elder's spiky, gold-studded head, materializing into several gaunt figures clad only in blue coarse shorts, the skeletal monks. Lin Chuan squinted, observing the transformation before him, feeling a sense of assurance. Indeed, it was precisely as he had anticipated. The elder Jin Shi, much like a ghost, was but a manifestation of obsession. The stronger the obsession, the greater his power. Hearing Lin Chuan's entrance, he, fixated on wealth, immediately summoned forth the skeletal monks. This implied that, fundamentally, the elder's intellect was rather limited. For he was merely an embodiment of desire, akin to the ghosts down the mountain. With this realization, a smile crept upon Lin Chuan's lips. His forthcoming plans would undoubtedly proceed smoothly. Once Elder Jin Shi summoned the skeletal monks, he suddenly twitched his nostrils, and his expression shifted drastically. It's you. I cannot forget the sin of that mischievous monkey. You are the one who burned the Guanyin Zen temple. You are the one who set fire to my robe. Return it to me. Return my robe to me. As the words were uttered, the elder Jin Shi, consumed by greed and obsession, found more wisps of white smoke rising from his head. An increasing number of spectral skeleton monks were summoned forth, descending to the ground. Disciples, charge forth and slay him. Elder Jin Shi bellowed. The spectral skeleton monks prepared to rush toward Lin Chuan. However, at that moment, Lin Chuan, unfazed, nonchalantly retrieved from his storage space the robe he had just embellished with gold and silver powder. With a smile directed at Elder Ji Chi, he inquired, Dear young Elder Ji Chi, is this the golden robe you seek? Or perhaps the silver one? Or maybe this utterly ordinary robe, devoid of any embellishment? Elder Ji Chi? Chapter 66, The Burning of the Guanyin Zen Temple. The first plunder of purple items. Outside the ancient Guanyin Zen temple, the earth god and the white-clad scholar gazed at Lin Chuan, who stood ready to confront the seemingly deceased Elder Jin Qi. Their conversation meandered aimlessly. "Do you believe this little monkey can handle Elder Jin Qi?" the white-clad scholar mused. In his heyday, Elder Jin Qi's strength was nearly on par with that of the ferocious bear spirit. Who knows how much he has grown over the years? Surely, it should not pose much of a problem. Although Elder Jin Qi still existed in this realm, he was left with but a fragment of his former resolve. While he retained a modicum of wisdom compared to a mere ghost, his capabilities remained limited. The white-clad scholar expressed his thoughts and paused briefly before adding with a smile. "Moreover, I do not believe a destiny bearer, who could drive me to frustration and possesses strength that far exceeds my own, would falter against a mentally diminished Elder Jin Qi. However, it must be acknowledged that Elder Jin Qi once stood equal to the black bear spirit. Even with certain limitations, the destiny bearer will still require a considerable amount of time to secure victory." The earth god nodded in agreement, sharing the belief that Lin Chuan would ultimately prevail, albeit after a considerable effort. "By the way, have you completed the task your elder brother entrusted you with?" he inquired, hinting at something deeper. "Yes, I believe I have fulfilled it. I am merely awaiting my return to report back," the white-clad scholar replied. "And what of you? Have you accomplished the task set by that esteemed individual?" With a chuckle, the earth god remarked, "Throughout this journey, I have done everything in my power to assist this little monkey. I have imparted the techniques of immobilization and energy manipulation as instructed. I can rest easy knowing I have done my utmost." As he spoke, he rubbed his sore back, evidently feeling the effects of the recent backlash when he was thrown into the bamboo grove. "You've truly endured much for him," the white-clad scholar noted, gesturing toward the earth god's back. "Indeed, you two have faced your share of challenges," the earth god countered, pointing at the scholar's head. With that, both men shared a hearty laugh. One stood with the backing of Lin Chuan, while the other leaned on the wisdom of Bodhi Patriarch. The two, tasked with their missions, exchanged knowing glances, their understanding unspoken. Suddenly, amidst this pleasant atmosphere, a fierce black wind swept through. Even the luminous moon hanging in the sky dimmed. The earth god frowned sharply at the sight, exclaiming, He has arrived." The white-clad scholar nodded, his expression grave. In the next moment, a colossal black bear spirit, towering like a mountain and rivaling Ling Shuzi in size, materialized before them. Sensing an overwhelming aura of pressure, the white-clad scholar instinctively tightened his grip on the 8-foot serpent spear. He had been sent by his elder brother, Lin Chuan, who was allied with Sun Wukong. The Destined One is a descendant of Sun Wukong. Naturally, he must align himself with the Destined. Presently, the formidable black bear spirit approaches with an ominous air, undoubtedly harboring ill intentions. Could it be that Elder Jin Qi has re-emerged in this realm, and the Destined One is engaged in battle with him? As a former ally of Elder Jin Qi, does the black bear spirit wish to clash with the Destined as well? Has that rascally monkey entered? A gruff voice echoed through the bamboo grove. The black bear spirit, now grounded, pointed at the rift in the air and inquired, "Has he gone in?" "Indeed. But he alone is permitted entry," replied the scholar in white, seemingly unfazed, though his grip on the 8-foot serpent spear tightened imperceptibly. "Very well. I shall await his emergence here," declared the black bear spirit, adorned with large Buddhist beads, as he leaned against the bamboo and settled down. Due to the bear's immense stature, even his casual speech resonated like a bell. For a moment, the scholar could not discern whether the bear's attitude towards the Destined was benevolent or malevolent, thus he remained silent. His gaze towards the old Guanyin Zen temple tinged with apprehension. Within the old Guanyin Zen temple, Lin Chuan's persuasion continued unabated. Come, my dear Elder Jin Qi. Which robe do you desire?" The elder, a manifestation of obsession, became increasingly irrational at the mention of the robe. Golden spikes erupted from his head, wisps of white smoke swirling around him, as more and more spectral monks descended upon the ground. Elder Jin Qi, akin to an eager customer awaiting a sale, advanced excitedly, fondling the robe in Lin Chuan's grasp while exclaiming, "My robe. I want the golden robe. No, I want the silver robe. No, I want them all." With a sweeping gesture, he snatched the robe from Lin Chuan's hands, burying his head deep within the garments adorned with gold and silver dust. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled with great satisfaction, a smile of contentment spreading across his face. "This is the sin of gold. This is the sin of silver. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect." As white smoke billowed from his head, the number of spectral monks increased, their faces betraying a glimmer of greed, their bodies instinctively leaning towards Elder Jin Qi, seemingly eager to claim the robe for themselves. Observing this, Lin Chuan's smile widened. He then produced a multitude of robes from his storage, shaking them vigorously to disperse the gold and silver powder into the air, addressing Elder Jin Qi. "Elder Jin Qi, I have more robes here. Do you desire them?" The elder's nostrils flared as he detected the intoxicating aroma of gold and silver wafting through the air, and his obsession grew ever more unbridled. Like a child, he shouted, "I want it all. I want it all." Lin Chuan, witnessing this, burst into laughter. With a flick of his right hand, he summoned the red tide. In an instant, flames erupted, igniting the pile of robes. The fiery spectacle sent sparks flying. Although Elder Jin Shi could not see, he could smell the acrid heat in the air. In a state of panic, he cried out, "No, no, no! Don't burn it! Don't burn it!" As he spoke, smoke billowed from his head, and he lunged toward Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, with a swift gesture of his left hand, shouted, "Freeze!" In that moment, Elder Jin Shi was suspended in midair, a large character for freeze hovering above his head. Excellent. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Seizing the 15 seconds while Elder Jin Shi was immobilized, Lin Chuan deftly draped the poison-laden robes over the spectral skeleton monks, who nearly filled the entire Guanyin Zen temple. The ethereal skeleton monks, originally clad in only a pair of coarse blue shorts, were elated to suddenly don the shimmering robes adorned with gold and silver dust. They erupted in exuberant shouts, "Ha ha ha! Robes! These are robes! Golden robes! At last, I have robes!" Instantly, the spectral skeleton monks, dressed in golden and silver robes, began to dance and sing, creating a scene of enchanting magic. Just then, the spell's duration concluded. Hearing the joyous cries of his subordinates, Elder Jin Shi grew frantic. "No, those are my robes. Return them to me, quickly." He struck out at one of the spectral skeleton monks clad in a golden robe. With a resounding boom, the skeleton exploded, scattering bones in every direction, leaving several small wounds on Elder Jin Shi. Meanwhile, the green poison gas Lin Chuan had previously deployed began to permeate the air, seeping into Elder Jin Shi's body through the tiny wounds. Yet, the embodiment of obsession that was Elder Jin Shi paid no heed to such matters. He grasped the scattered golden robe, allowing the green poison to cling to him, even inhaling a few breaths of the shimmering dust around him. The monks clad in golden and silver robes witnessed their comrade's robe being seized by Elder Jin Shi, and their shared obsession ignited their fury. They charged at him with indignation, shouting, "That robe is not yours. It is mine, mine." Though these spectral skeleton monks were once disciples of Elder Jin Shi, in that moment, the obsession clouding his mind left no room for old affections. Transformed into a ruthless collector of robes, he struck down his former pupils one by one. With each spectral skeleton that exploded, the golden spikes atop Elder Jin Shi's head softened a fraction. The exploded white bones would inflict minute wounds upon Elder Jin Shi, allowing the poison that Lin Chuan had meticulously prepared to seep into his body through these tiny openings. As for Lin Chuan, the architect of this chaos, he stood atop the ancient Guanyin Zen temple, observing the pandemonium below with a satisfied nod. Indeed, my conjectures were not misplaced. Prior to striking the third bell, Lin Chuan had contemplated the most effective means to vanquish Elder Jin Shi while expending minimal effort. After all, he still needed to confront the Black Bear spirit and subsequently perform for Guanyin Bodhisattva. To accomplish all these tasks, even the flask of wine at his waist would scarcely suffice. Thus, Lin Chuan began to ponder the strengths and vulnerabilities of Elder Jin Shi. Undoubtedly, what left the deepest impression on him was the Elder's ability to summon the deceased monks who perished in the Inferno. He could harness these spirits to restore his vitality and even launch assaults on the fated ones. In a genuine conflict, the sheer number of these summoned beings would render close combat nearly impossible. Furthermore, Elder Jin Shi could opportunistically absorb these monks for healing. It was akin to an insurmountable bug in the system. If he could not strike decisively, he would be perpetually worn down. Consequently, Lin Chuan realized that he must prevent Elder Jin Shi from ever wishing to summon the souls of the deceased monks again. The strategy lay in exploiting the Elder's obsession with the Kasaya. He would first prepare a multitude of Kasayas adorned with gold and silver powder to entice Elder Jin Shi, thus deepening his fixation. Lin Chuan had previously grasped this mechanism during his battle with the phantoms. The stronger the obsession, the greater the power, resulting in a corresponding increase in the number of summoned skeletal monks. When Elder Jin Shi reached his summoning limit, he would be immobilized. All the Kasayas would then be draped over the skeletal monks. These skeletal beings, being mere manifestations of obsession, also possessed a fixation on the Kasayas. Naturally, this would lead to a scene of dog-eat-dog within the ancient Guanyin Zen temple. Elder Jin Shi slaying his own monks would be tantamount to severing his own arm. Due to his obsession with the Kasaya, once he had dealt with this batch of monks, he would hesitate to summon new ones, fearing that the newly emerged skeletal monks would harm his Kasayas. This would effectively nullify his healing abilities. Finally, supplemented by the recently acquired mastery of poison from the white-clad scholar, the toxins would course through the wounds inflicted upon Elder Jin Shi by the bones, further compounding his plight. Meanwhile, outside the void fissure, the knowledgeable 2D Gong could not help but exclaim in astonishment, engaging obsession against obsession, allowing Elder Jin Shi and the skeletal monks to turn upon one another. This little monkey is truly formidable. How could I have overlooked such a cunning strategy? One must concede that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves, each more formidable than the last. This little monkey is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the gentleman in white couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment within. He had not anticipated that this fated individual, besides being exceptionally skilled in combat, possessed such an exquisite mastery of strategy. Initially, he and the Earth God were concerned that the fated individual would exert considerable effort in battling the Elder of the Golden Pool. However, it now appeared that their worries were entirely unfounded. The fated individual adeptly exploited the Elder's obsessive characteristics, turning them back against him. Aside from expending a modicum of gold and silver powder, dealing with this Elder required nearly no effort at all. Evidently, the Elder of the Golden Pool was of equal strength to the Black Bear spirit. Yet, under the fated individual's stratagem, he was rendered as harmless as a child. Such nimble thinking is undeniably formidable. As this realization dawned on him, the gentleman in white suddenly recalled that they were still in the presence of the Black Bear spirit, an old acquaintance of the Elder of the Golden Pool. Was it wise for them to be making such a commotion? Consequently, he swiftly covered the Earth God's mouth with his hand. At the same time, he cast a sidelong glance behind him, only to find that the massive Black Bear spirit bore a look of appreciation on his face, murmuring to himself, "This fated individual indeed possesses some skill." Observing the Black Bear spirit's lack of fury left the gentleman in white perplexed. What was happening? Why did it seem that this bear-like creature was not particularly angry? In fact, there was a glimmer of admiration on his countenance. Could it be that the bear, like himself and the Earth God, had descended with a mission? At the former Guanyin Zen temple, with the final punch delivered, the last of the skeletal monks dissipated into the ether. The Elder of the Golden Pool, however, showed no concern for having slain his former disciples. Consumed by obsession, he resembled a dog that had gone days without food, desperately scavenging the golden and silver robes once worn by the skeletal monks, oblivious to the fact that his body was already covered in wounds from the monk's explosion. His form had turned from a golden hue to a sickly green as toxins infiltrated his body through the gashes. Observing this scene, Lin Chuan realized that they had reached the final stage. Thus, he grasped the red tide, twisting his body to transform into the head of the Taoist sect, Guangxi. He then adopted a higher pitch, mimicking Guangxi's voice, and called out to the Elder of the Golden Pool, "Master, Master, those robes are truly splendid." Surely they were obtained by the Tang monk and his 3 disciples. Hearing this voice, the Elder's hand paused mid-retrieval of the robes, his nostrils flaring as he caught a whiff of that familiar wolfish scent. His face displayed a look of shock. Elder Jinchi exclaimed, Guangxi? You are actually Guangxi." "No, you cannot be." "Ah, my head." Suddenly, Elder Jinchi writhed in pain on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, embodying Guangxi, intensified his assault. Addressing Elder Jinchi, "Since this is the Kasaya in the possession of the Tang monk and his 3 disciples, let us set ablaze this Guanyin Zen temple. Let them perish in the inferno. All these Kasayas shall belong to us." As Elder Jinchi rolled on the ground, a sudden realization struck him. Clutching his head in agony, he cried out to Lin Chuan, who was perched upon the beams, "No, Guangxi, do not burn it." Yet, Lin Chuan, embodying Guangxi, showed no regard for Elder Jinchi. With the red tide in hand, he summoned a roaring inferno, igniting the ancient Guanyin Zen temple. The temple, constructed of wood and long abandoned, overgrown with weeds, served as a natural tinder. In no time, the entire Guanyin Zen temple was engulfed in flames. It was as though the events of that fateful night, centuries ago, when the Tang monk and his disciples had arrived, were unfolding anew. The fire blazed fiercely, consuming everything in its path. Inevitably, the Kasayas in Elder Jinchi's grasp were also set alight. Though he could not see, he could smell, he could feel. A man who had loved wealth all his life, he realized that the Guanyin Zen temple was once again ablaze. The Kasayas in his hands were also being incinerated. In despair, he raised the burning golden and silver Kasayas and shouted at Lin Chuan, "Guangxi, I do not want these anymore. Stop. Please, stop burning." At that moment, the obsessed Elder Jinchi felt the Kasayas in his grasp completely consumed by flames, and the Guanyin Zen temple around him blazed fiercely. At last, his headache became unbearable. With a resounding explosion, Elder Jinchi's head burst apart, and his body disintegrated into the ether. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Lin Chuan's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying Elder Jinchi and acquiring the new attribute, Soul Manipulation, Purple." Chapter 67. Lin Chuan was taken aback. The scenario was not quite as he had envisioned. The moment he heard the system's notification, his eyes sparkled with excitement. After such a long time, he had finally obtained a higher-level attribute. A purple attribute? How intriguing. He opened the introduction panel for this purple attribute and began to read. Control of souls. Purple, you possess the ability to manipulate the souls of the deceased. With each person you slay, their soul and body will obey your command. You can utilize these souls for combat or absorb their spiritual energy for healing or to enhance the attribute's progress. Note 1. If a slain individual's body is killed again, their soul will dissipate, rendering you unable to control it. Note 2. The number of souls you can control is contingent upon your current spiritual energy and the energy of the slain soul. As Lin Chuan contemplated the lengthy description, he discerned its essence. In simple terms, this attribute bore resemblance to the Edo Tensei technique from Naruto, enabling the manipulation of deceased souls and their corpses, albeit requiring him to be the one to slay them for it to take effect. Furthermore, the quantity of souls he could command was tied to his own spiritual power and that of the deceased. Earlier, Lin Chuan had inquired with the system about his current spiritual energy. At most, he could control the corpse and soul of a creature at the quasi-demon king level. Fortunately, this spiritual energy was not fixed. It could be enhanced. He mused on how to augment his spiritual power. Venturing to Kamartage came to mind. If memory served, they possessed techniques that allowed for spiritual cultivation even after separation from the body. This could essentially serve as a means to refine his soul, thereby increasing his spiritual power. Just imagine, if his spiritual power were to rise, leading thousands of demon soldiers and hundreds of demon kings and generals directly to the heavenly court. How exhilarating that would be. Putting aside distant aspirations, Lin Chuan believed his most feasible plan lay in Asgard. Once the goddess of death, Hela, emerged, he could slay the souls of the Asgardian warriors and command them. The more he fought, the more warriors he would command. This would undoubtedly shatter Hela's composure. Alternatively, should Loki lead the Chitauri army to invade Earth, possessing the power to control souls would enable him to slay the Chitauri while simultaneously converting them into his subordinates. If, in time, his spiritual power grew formidable enough, he might even incite a rebellion within the entire Chitauri force and launch a counterattack on Titan. Loki and Thanos would surely be left utterly bewildered. However, returning to reality, Lin Chuan felt a tinge of regret. The elder Jin Chi was merely an embodiment of obsession, hardly qualifying as a true soul. His earlier display of setting the Guanyin Zen temple ablaze had completely shattered Jin Chi. There was no hope for that lingering obsession to remain. Even the corporeal form left no trace behind, which was somewhat regrettable. This cassock appears rather peculiar. While pondering on the beams of the room, Lin Chuan suddenly noticed that the robe worn by Elder Jin Chi had not dissipated along with his vanishing form. Instead, it lay undisturbed upon the ground. Despite the surrounding inferno nearly engulfing the entire Guanyin Zen temple, the cassock remained utterly unaffected. In fact, a shimmering sheen reminiscent of flowing water began to surface upon it. Could it be the legendary fire-repellent cloak? Lin Chuan leapt down from the beams and draped Elder Jin Chi's cassock over himself. Instantly, he felt a coolness enveloping his entire being. Simultaneously, this chill seemed to possess purifying properties. The previously acrid and stifling air, tainted by his own poisonous gas and the raging flames, was transformed. Thanks to the cleansing effect of the fire-repellent cloak, the atmosphere became refreshingly pleasant, even invigorating. Lin Chuan found himself increasingly revitalized by the very air he breathed. Indeed, the fire-repelling cloak was a true treasure. Although he lamented the inability to control the soul and corporeal form of Elder Jin Chi, possessing this cloak was undoubtedly a significant gain. As Lin Chuan caressed the remarkably smooth fabric of the cloak, imbued with a hint of icy coolness, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms resonated through the air. Lin Chuan sensed the ancient Guanyin Zen temple beginning to tremble, and he felt the backlash of the world around him, seemingly warning him to depart swiftly. Furrowing his brow momentarily, he then relaxed. Of course, this illusion was born of Elder Jin Chi's essence, a manifestation of his lingering attachment. Now, with Elder Jin Chi deceased and his obsession dissipated, it was only natural that this illusion could not endure for much longer. It was indeed time to leave. With this thought, Lin Chuan took a decisive step, directing himself towards the rift in the void. Shadow shift. He returned to his original domain. Just as he stepped into the bamboo grove, there was a resounding explosion. The ancient, heavy bell shattered instantly. Concurrently, two more explosive sounds echoed from the area between the Tsang Wolf Forest and the bamboo grove. Upon hearing these three detonations, the earth god seemed to comprehend something. Leaning on his staff, he sighed and remarked, with the dissolution of attachment, one may enter the cycle of reincarnation. Well done. Well done. As he spoke, his eyes widened in astonishment upon noticing the cassock draped over Lin Chuan. He exclaimed, This is the fire-repelling cloak, the divine artifact borrowed from the great sage by the King of Broad Eyes. As he continued, the earth god approached, gently touching the cloak's silk-like texture, marveling. Just feel this texture, this coolness. A mere touch reveals it is no ordinary item. The little monkey, you have truly reaped great rewards on this journey. As he spoke, the land god displayed an expression of envy. However, Lin Chuan's thoughts were not focused on the land god. Instead, his gaze shifted towards the dark figure looming behind the land god and the gentleman in white, his primary target in the Black Wind Mountain, the Black Bear spirit. Instinctively, Lin Chuan tightened his grip on the Crimson Tide with his left hand and grasped the Thunder God's hammer with his right. remaining vigilant for any potential developments. Simultaneously, he could not help but ponder, what exactly does the black bear spirit intend to do? Is it seeking revenge for his friend, Elder Jinchi? Yet, that did not seem plausible. After emerging from the illusion, the black bear spirit could have seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while he was still unsteady. However, he had been standing there for 1 or 2 minutes without uttering a word. What could that possibly mean? The gentleman in white beside him was equally perplexed, tightening his grip on the 8-foot-long snake spear in his hand. After a minute had passed, the black bear's spirit finally rose to its feet, slowly advancing towards Lin Chuan. Due to its enormous size, each step seemed to cause the verdant bamboo forest to tremble, emanating an unimaginable sense of oppression. In anticipation of the black bear spirit's approach, Lin Chuan prepared to strike, ready to launch an offensive at the slightest provocation. Yet, to his surprise, the black bear spirit halted, pointing a paw at the shattered remnants of the bell, a wistful expression crossing its face. It spoke. These 3 bells were established with the aid of the Bodhisattva. When I return from my studies in the South Sea, I hope to use the art of resurrection to bring back my dear friend, Elder Jinchi. Alas, his soul was still burdened with countless attachments, a fragment of which became an unintelligent wailing ghost, forever trapped in the gold and silver mines. As it spoke, a flicker of sorrow appeared on the black bear spirit's face. Elder Jinchi was someone I grew up alongside. To you, he may be a venerable sage, having attained enlightenment at the age of 270. But to me, he remains that little novice who marveled at the treasures within my money pouch. Each day, witnessing that ghostly figure wailing helplessly pains my heart immensely. Fortunately, the Bodhisattva intervened, helping me to contain the last remnants of Jinchi's soul and attachments within these 3 bells. The Bodhisattva told me that when the bells are struck, I shall see my old friend once more. By fate, your arrival has allowed me to reunite with Elder Jinchi, ultimately helping to dispel his lingering attachments. Thus, the black bear spirit extended a finger and continued, one condition. Within the limits of my abilities, I can grant you a single wish. From this day forth, our accounts will be settled. Upon hearing the black bear spirit's declaration, Lin Chuan felt a wave of astonishment. He had initially presumed that the spirit had come to settle a score with him, yet he was taken aback by its unexpected demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, such behavior seems perfectly logical. In fact, during his previous experience with the game Black Myth, Lin Chuan had found himself quite fascinated by the settlement animations of each chapter. In the settlement animation at Hafing Mountain, Elder Jinchi embarked on a path of avarice, which can be traced back to his childhood days as a novice monk when he encountered a black bear spirit in the woods who had bitten open a money pouch. Witnessing the gold and jewels flowing from the pouch ignited a seed of greed within him. Thus, a bond of friendship was forged between the greedy man and the bear. To outsiders, Elder Jinchi may appear as a venerable sage blessed with longevity. However, to the black bear spirit, he is a figure who has grown alongside him, a friend, and indeed, akin to family. Therefore, the bear harbors a desire for Elder Jinchi not to become a mindless specter. Nor does he wish for him to linger in this world due to his obsessions, avoiding the cycle of reincarnation. Consequently, the bear's arrival has somewhat restored Elder Jinchi's consciousness, allowing him to re-enter the mortal realm and dissolve his obsessions, facilitating his passage into reincarnation. It is no surprise that the bear spirit would agree to fulfill one of Lin Chuan's conditions. In light of this, Lin Chuan declared, "Black bear spirit, I wish for you to summon Guanyin Bodhisattva here." Upon hearing Lin Chuan's request, the bear's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain his astonishment. "No. While I agreed to one condition, you truly expect me to fulfill this? You must be out of your mind. How dare you ask me to summon Guanyin Bodhisattva? You might as well ask me to bring forth the Jade Emperor or Shakyamuni Buddha." Lin Chuan blinked and responded, "If you truly can summon her, then it is not out of the question." The black bear spirit, now laughing in frustration, retorted, You really think that's possible? In any case, it is utterly impossible. Guanyin Bodhisattva has countless matters to attend to. Even if you are the chosen one, how could she possibly come from the South Sea to here? Unless I am gravely injured and on the brink of death, it is absolutely out of the question." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with realization. Just as I suspected, there is indeed a way to summon Guanyin Bodhisattva. With that thought in mind, Lin Chuan tightened his grip on the Thunder God hammer and smiled as he said, "Old bear, take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is perfectly normal." "Huh? What do you mean?" The bear's spirit, momentarily taken aback, failed to grasp the situation as Lin Chuan, wielding the hammer and wearing a peculiar smile, approached him step by step, surrounded by crackling lightning, exuding an aura that rivaled his own. Sensing impending danger, the black bear spirit shouted, "What are you planning to do? I warn you, don't come any closer. I tell you, my master is Guanyin Bodhisattva. If you dare to harm me, she will definitely come down. She will surely come." Listening to these words, Lin Chuan felt a surge of confidence. Leaping into the air, he shouted, "That is precisely what I was waiting for." "Halt. The black bear spirit was ensnared by a multitude of talismans, a prominent ceiling character emblazoned upon its forehead. Its entire form was immobilized upon the ground. Lin Chuan, undeterred by superfluous dialogue, summoned 3 formidable bolts of lightning from the sky, which crashed down upon the black bear spirit with thunderous intensity. His hands moved in seamless harmony. The left wielding the power of the red tide, and the right, the thunder god's hammer. One hand conjured flames, while the other commanded thunder. The cacophony of strikes reverberated as they struck the black bear spirit. In this fervent display of might, Lin Chuan exerted every ounce of his strength. After all, Yuan Shoqing had previously stated that Guanyin Bodhisattva had a profound affection for purity. Thus, the 2 massive, wrathful crimson descriptors were rendered ineffective. He could only utilize what resources were at his disposal. The 15 seconds of immobilization swiftly elapsed, and with a resounding crash, the black bear spirit collapsed to the ground, momentarily unable to rise. At that instant, a golden light erupted from a bead hanging upon the bear spirit's chest. With a sudden flash, it detached from the string and soared into the southern sky. The black bear spirit, propping itself up, gritted its teeth and glared at Lin Chuan, proclaiming, "Heaven's chosen one, your fate is sealed. My master, Guanyin Bodhisattva, is fiercely protective. Upon discovering my grievous injuries, she will ensure you pay dearly. Even if you are the chosen one, what does it matter? Await your reckoning." In response to the bear spirit's venomous tirade, Lin Chuan remained largely unfazed. Instead, he seized the opportunity to gulp down some wine, replenishing his energy for the impending exertion of the Crimson Descriptor, good person card. While Guanyin Bodhisattva may indeed be fiercely protective, he had merely held back slightly during their encounter. He targeted the areas less fortified, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Notably, he had not employed any toxic techniques. His methods were limited to fire and lightning, merely to make the black bear spirit appear more battered. Given his restraint and the presence of the good person card, he believed there would be no significant repercussions. Just then, a sudden chill swept through the air. The onlookers beheld a figure adorned in a flowing white robe, standing upon a lotus, with a jade bottle in hand, from which several willow branches gracefully emerged. Lin Chuan squinted, recognizing her as Guanyin Bodhisattva. The minor deity acknowledged her, proclaiming, "I have seen Guanyin Bodhisattva, the earth god, the white-clad scholar." And the black bear spirit bowed in deference upon her arrival. However, Guanyin Bodhisattva did not acknowledge them. Instead, her gaze fixated on Lin Chuan as she softly inquired, "Are you the one who has harmed my disciple?" The black bear spirit quickly interjected, "Indeed, master, it is he. It is this audacious monkey." With that, the black bear spirit straightened its posture, emboldened by the presence of its master, convinced that justice would be served. Now, it merely awaited the spectacle of the chosen one's folly. Lin Chuan, with courteous poise, bowed to Guanyin Bodhisattva and replied, "It is I," with unwavering resolve. He activated the good person card. The nearby black bear spirit, observing Lin Chuan's subservient demeanor, could not help but curl his lip in disdain. "Humph! What pretense of civility is this? It is too late. I assure you, you shall soon face the consequences at the hands of the Bodhisattva. Your fate is sealed. Have you not noticed the displeasure etched upon her countenance?" Suddenly, at the very moment Lin Chuan invoked the good person card, the coldness that enveloped Guanyin Bodhisattva dissipated, revealing a radiant smile. Her eyes sparkled with mirth as she gently addressed Lin Chuan. "Well done. This bear has been deceiving the lesser spirits ever since it reclaimed the great sage's eye. It was high time for a reckoning. Now, you little monkey, have avenged me by teaching this bear a lesson, for which I ought to express my gratitude." With that, Guanyin extended her hand and gave the black bear spirit a firm thump on the head. The black bear spirit was left bewildered. What on earth? This script does not align with my expectations. Wait, master, just moments ago, you wore a mask of frost. How is it that you now beam with such joy? Am I truly your disciple, or is this monkey the one you favor? Chapter 68. The life of the bear is indeed precious. As the hammer descended upon the head of the black bear spirit, the gaze of Guanyin Bodhisattva shifted to Lin Chuan. In a gentle tone, she remarked, "Little monkey, your attacks on this bear have primarily targeted its resilient hide. It seems you have been holding back. Now, pray tell, what is your intention in drawing me down in this manner? Should it lie within my power, I shall grant you some assistance." Upon witnessing the remarkable efficacy of the red label, good person card, Lin Chuan felt a surge of emotions and promptly articulated his request. With a respectful bow, he said, "Bodhisattva, I possess a secret technique that enables me to magnify my physical form, thereby enhancing my speed, strength, and defense to a higher echelon. However, this technique harbors a significant flaw. When invoked, it engenders a fury that clouds my mind. Furthermore, with each adversary I vanquish, my fury intensifies, risking my transformation into a creature wholly consumed by wrath and bloodshed. Previously, I consulted Elder Yuan Shoqing, who advised that the nectar within your jade bottle could alleviate the shortcomings of this technique. Thus, I resorted to this method to summon you here, and I humbly seek your forgiveness." As he spoke, Lin Chuan respectfully inclined his head to both the Black Bear Spirit and Guanyin Bodhisattva, expressing his contrition. Upon hearing this, the Bodhisattva remained unperturbed, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I thought it to be a formidable matter, yet it is but a trifling concern. Come, little monkey. Approach and partake of the nectar from my bottle. Lin Chuan's heart leaped with joy, understanding the moment. He retrieved the wine gourd from his waist and accepted the nectar from Guanyin's jade bottle. With a single draught, he consumed it eagerly. What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. A cool sensation spiraled around his mind, and concurrently, within his status panel. The two ominous red labels birthed from slaughter, infinite fury, and frenzied killing god, began to merge, transforming into a singular purple label. Moreover, the meaning of this label underwent a profound metamorphosis. Clear-minded rage. Purple, your strength is derived from your anger. With each foe you slay, your wrath escalates. Yet, your mind remains ever clear, enabling wise decision-making, for this arises from righteous indignation. Upon witnessing this transformation, Lin Chuan's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. A purple label, indeed. Another purple label. He had initially hoped merely to mitigate the flaws of his rage, yet unexpectedly. The nectar from the jade bottle had facilitated the fusion of his two red labels, elevating them to a higher tier of purple. Furthermore, based on the label's implications, it seemed he could harness the power derived from anger while maintaining complete clarity of mind. This was akin to the wrathful deity in Buddhism, embodying righteous fury, clear-minded rage. What a splendid boon! Indeed, this was a remarkable fortune. Observing Lin Chuan's joyful expression, Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled gently and continued, Little monkey, your evident delight suggests that you have sensed a transformation within yourself. Since I have aided you once, how about you assist me in return? Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan felt a flicker of confusion. Was there truly something in this world that even Guanyin Bodhisattva could not accomplish without his assistance? He voiced his inner perplexity. I am more than willing to help, but what is it that you wish for me to do? As his words lingered in the air, a hint of inscrutability appeared on Guanyin Bodhisattva's face. After a brief pause, she said, Little monkey, your journey forward is to retrieve the 6 roots of the great sage. Correct? Your next destination is Huanfeng Ridge, where the great sage's ear roots reside. However, this area has been tainted by a mingling of humans and rats, resulting in the unfortunate transformation of the populace into rat demons. If possible, upon your arrival, I ask that you help restore the people to their human forms. Lin Chuan furrowed his brow and inquired, Bodhisattva, with your divine abilities, such a trivial matter should pose no challenge. Why do you seek my assistance instead of undertaking this task yourself? He believed that the nectar from the jade bottle in Guanyin Bodhisattva's possession could quell his anger and clarify his mind. Thus, surely it could also reverse the transformations of the rat beings. If that were the case, why not intervene directly? Upon hearing his question, Guanyin Bodhisattva sighed. Huanfeng Ridge is the domain of Lingji Bodhisattva, and it is not convenient for me to intervene at this juncture. Moreover, the entangled fates there are exceedingly complex. Some individuals may appear benevolent but are truly malevolent, while others might seem harmful yet possess goodness within. Most are a mixture of both. The intricacies of cause and effect are too convoluted. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry. Thus, I require you, a person of destiny, to act as a needle, penetrating this chaotic web of causation at Huafeng Ridge to restore order. As she concluded, her tone grew more earnest, revealing the significance she placed on this matter. Lin Chuan remained silent for a moment. To speak frankly, he was already aware of the chaotic entanglement of fates at Huanfeng Ridge, where distinguishing between good and evil was fraught with difficulty. The many hints dropped by Yuku had rendered certain aspects obscure and unclear. The various forums buzzed with speculation regarding the truth behind Huanfeng Ridge, and it was a topic that could not be succinctly summarized. One would need to return to the world of American comics and slowly unravel the narrative to glean answers. Furthermore, akin to the merging of realities within the American comic universe, character relationships and backgrounds had subtly shifted, much like how Gwen, by a twist of fate, was bitten by a spider and became Spider-Woman. Perhaps the Huanfeng Ridge in this realm of black mythology differs from what one had envisioned. Nonetheless, it is imperative to venture there to ascertain the truth. However, I ponder, Bodhisattva, should the little monkey manage to restore the rat demons of Huanfeng Ridge to human form, what benefits might you bestow upon me? Lin Chuan inquired. Indeed, as the saying goes, no effort is made without gain. The Bodhisattva herself has stated that Huanfeng Ridge is under the domain of the spiritual King Bodhisattva. The intertwining of cause and effect renders the distinction between good and evil ambiguous. Restoring the populace to human form is undoubtedly fraught with challenges. Although Lin Chuan had devised a rough strategy in his mind, it was essential to secure some advantages in the process. Due to the influence of the red term, good person card, Guanyin Bodhisattva listened to Lin Chuan's conditions without much concern. Instead, she smiled and remarked, If you had not proposed conditions, I would have been worried. Rest assured, there are indeed benefits to be had. In fact, from the moment you set foot into the territory of Haifeng Mountain, I have been silently observing you from the southern sea. I noticed that when you transformed into Guangji to engage in battle, although your abilities were significantly enhanced, this transformation seems to have a time limit, which must pose several inconveniences. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed a troubling matter for him. While he could transform into the Sword Master Guangji, the duration was merely 3 minutes. In previous encounters, it had only been one-on-one, so it was manageable. However, if faced with a team battle, such as an invasion of Earth by the Zatori army, having only 3 minutes as Guangji would be quite awkward. In grand confrontations, what could one accomplish in 3 minutes? Listening to Guanyin Bodhisattva's words, Lin Chuan affirmed her statement with a nod. Thus, if you are able to restore the citizens of Huangfeng Ridge to their human forms, I shall grant you the ability to transform into Guangji without a time limit, subject only to your physical stamina. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled. The prospect of transforming into Guangji without time constraints was indeed an enticing advantage. After all, he was already destined to journey to Huangfeng Ridge to retrieve the great sage's ear. Gaining an additional benefit was certainly fortuitous. Just as Lin Chuan was about to agree, Guanyin Bodhisattva continued, I imagine that traveling alone to Huangfeng Ridge may prove to be quite challenging for you. Therefore, I shall send my mischievous disciple, Xiong Pai, to accompany you. Surely, his presence will provide you with ample assistance. As she spoke, Guanyin Bodhisattva pointed her finger, and a beam of spiritual light shot from her fingertip towards the black bear spirit. Subsequently, the large black bear spirit transformed into a chubby, adorable cub, comparable in size to the earth god. The black bear spirit, who had been quietly observing, looked at the changes occurring to himself with a bewildered expression. Wait a minute. What have I done to deserve this? I was merely a spectator. Suddenly, I have been compelled to toil as a laborer? Moreover, I was once a formidable and towering figure, dominating my realm. And now, I have been reduced to a mere infantile state. Oh, compassionate deity, how biased you are. The life of a bear is precious too. Feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. Chapter 69. Critique. I must approach this with an appreciative perspective. What is this? Observing the transformation of the black bear spirit nearby, Lin Chuan could not help but inquire. The Bodhisattva Guanyin smiled and explained, after all, Huangfeng Ridge is the domain of the spirit King Bodhisattva. A little concealment is necessary. Besides, little monkey, do you not find this bear cub form quite endearing? As she spoke, she retrieved a willow branch from the jade bottle, playfully teasing the black bear spirit, which resembled a baby bus. Lin Chuan. Well then, since the Bodhisattva has said so, what can I do? As long as she is content. Moreover, having a Demon King-level companion accompanying me to Huangfeng Ridge will surely be of great assistance. With this thought, Lin Chuan clasped his hands and said, Bodhisattva, I accept. Once we reach Huangfeng Ridge, I will certainly restore the people there to their original state. Upon hearing this, the Bodhisattva nodded and smiled. In that case, you may depart. I have some matters to discuss with my mischievous disciple. As her words fell, a layer of water membrane suddenly appeared around the Bodhisattva and the black bear spirit. They could only see the Bodhisattva's lips moving, but could not hear what was being said. Recognizing the cue, Lin Chuan, the earth god, and the white-clad scholar discreetly withdrew. In the bamboo forest by the pond, the three of them dipped their feet into the icy, crystal-clear waters, simultaneously exhaling a long sigh of relief. Ah, refreshing. Lin Chuan felt quite relaxed at this moment. After all, he had essentially cleared the challenge that was Blackwind Mountain. What lay ahead was merely some finishing work. He felt as if he had just played an exhilarating match and was now comfortably reclining at a foot massage parlor, all fatigue dissipating into thin air. The only downside was the absence of a massage attendant to tend to his feet. However, he recalled a barber shop in the small town of the comic book world that only opened late at night. He could simply unwind there later. Hey, white-clad scholar. Will you continue to stay in Blackwind Mountain? No, since my elder brother's task has been completed, I shall return to report to him. The white-clad scholar replied with a shake of his head. A mischievous smile spread across Lin Chuan's face. Aren't you going to report back to your elder brother about your safety word? The white-clad scholar. Not that. Why bring that up in such a pleasant atmosphere? Destiny's chosen. You are making me very uncomfortable. His face flushed slightly as he awkwardly coughed twice. With a hint of pleading in his tone. Destiny's chosen. Shall we forget about this matter? Seeing the white-clad scholar's embarrassed expression, Lin Chuan decided not to tease him further. Inquiring about the land deity on the other side, Lin Chuan recalled the deity's earlier claim of only being adept in transformation and healing arts. Then how do you possess the techniques of immobilization and the manipulation of essence? The land deity's tone shifted to one of enigma. These were imparted to me by an enlightened master. Many years ago, he visited Haifeng Mountain and entrusted me with the responsibility of passing these spells to you, while guiding you along your journey. As he spoke, he recounted the moment the master departed on a cloud, a delicate leaf falling from the heavens. Its tip exceedingly slender and elongated. Lin Chuan pondered deeply, recognizing the leaf as that of the Bodhi tree. The identity of the enlightened master became apparent. It must be the Bodhi patriarch. This realization warmed Lin Chuan's heart. He could not help but acknowledge the profound influence of his master. Had it not been for the techniques of immobilization and essence manipulation, Lin Chuan could scarcely fathom the trials he would have endured. As Lin Chuan reflected, the version of the black bear spirit from the baby bus approached, although somewhat reluctant. It addressed him, "Fated one, the Bodhisattva has returned to the South Sea. Now, it is time for you and me to journey to Huangfeng Ridge together. The Bodhisattva has instructed that I shall follow your lead in all matters on this journey. By the way, you came to Haifeng Mountain seeking the vision of the great sage, did you not? Here, take this." With a flourish, the black bear spirit produced an extraordinarily vibrant bird from its waist. Suddenly, the bird's eyes sparkled with brilliance and, in an instant, transformed into a beam of golden light that entered Lin Chuan's eyes. This unexpected occurrence seemed to have awaited Lin Chuan's arrival. He gingerly touched his eyes, sensing a newfound essence within, though the specifics would have to be discerned upon his return to the world of comics. "Ah, I almost forgot," Lin Chuan exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he recalled unfinished business with the wolf demon. He realized that the spiritual essence of several hundred wolf demons still rested in his possession. The former wolf demon leader was not malevolent. Thus, it was unnecessary to consume them. Consequently, Lin Chuan proceeded towards the direction of Songlong Forest to return the spiritual essence to the former leader, Wolfie. He also offered him a few sips from the gourd, which significantly healed the wounds inflicted by the Wolf King Ling Shuzi, revitalizing him. Once restored, Wolfie immediately knelt before Lin Chuan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, little sage." "Thank you." Lin Chuan helped him to his feet and replied with a smile, "There is no need for thanks just yet. I wish to show you something. It would be best to gather your entire clan." Though puzzled, Wolfie complied, rallying all members of the pack. Under Lin Chuan's guidance, Wolf E and the entire clan of former wolf demons arrived at the location of the third Great Bell. Nearby, on a crooked tree, hung the lifeless body of a wolf demon. It was indeed the old wolf king, Ling Shuzi. Upon seeing the lifeless body, the wolf immediately knelt down, weeping, "Oh, Wolf King, we have finally met you." Glancing at the tearful old wolf demons and then at Ling Shuzi, who hung from a tree with wide open eyes, slowly closing them, Lin Chuan felt that perhaps he had accomplished a noble deed. At the confluence of the Songlong Forest and the Cuizhu Forest, Yuan Shouqing, burdened with a colossal wine gourd, stroked his goat beard, murmuring, "Everything is proceeding as planned. Destiny shall reunite us shortly." He then turned his gaze to the side, where Ma Tianba was packing his belongings, and inquired, "Ma Tianba, are you preparing to set off again?" Ma Tianba swiftly coiled a thick rope and secured it at his waist, responding gruffly, "Indeed, old Yuan, I must continue to seek reinforcements for our great king, the Bull Demon King. I have heard that there is a king of yellow wind at Huangfeng Ridge. My next destination will be there." Yuan Shouqing chuckled, "Oh, is that so? I wish you the best of luck." Ma Tianba efficiently completed his packing in just a few moments. After exchanging greetings with Yuan Shouqing, he departed towards the direction of Huangfeng Ridge. Watching Ma Tianba's retreating figure, Yuan Shouqing murmured, "Flame Mountain? Bull Demon King? Alas, yet another unfortunate soul." Upon opening his eyes, Lin Chuan realized he had returned to the world of American comics. The time was midnight, and the restaurant, notorious for its dreadful cuisine, was filled to capacity with a long queue extending outside. Thor and Agent Coulson were gulping down beer, suppressing the discomfort from their recent meal, yet forcing radiant smiles onto their faces. The other patrons mirrored their expressions, some even snapping beautiful photos of the dismal dishes served to them, posting glowing reviews online to lure in unsuspecting customers. Observing this scene, Lin Chuan couldn't help but reflect on the remarkable camaraderie among people. The thriving business of this establishment relied entirely on the support of its detractors. While pondering this, Lin Chuan discreetly awarded the restaurant a 5-star rating on his phone. As the saying goes, one should not suffer alone. Since the meal was unsatisfactory, it was time to indulge in some entertainment. "Let us change our venue. I know a barbershop with impeccable service. Let us go relax there," he exclaimed, clapping his hands. Thor frowned at the suggestion. "A barbershop? A haircut? No, I'm a god. No one dares to touch my hair." Coulson also chimed in. "My hair is styled with gel. Wouldn't going to the barbershop ruin my hairstyle?" In response, Lin Chuan donned a smile and remarked, "Let us broaden our perspective a bit. Thor, you just engaged in a brawl in the mud, leaving your hair caked with filth. Even if you don't get a haircut, wouldn't TA wash you good? And Coulson, it has just rained, leaving your hair soaked. Surely, sleeping later will be uncomfortable. Why not wash your hair before resting, even if you choose not to cut it?" Despite Lin Chuan's suggestions, both Thor and Coulson still displayed signs of hesitation. After all, who would wash their hair at midnight on a perfectly fine evening? Noticing their continued lack of understanding, Lin Chuan had to be more explicit. Hey, look at your perceptiveness. Must I spell it out for you? That barbershop is quite expensive. Moreover, it only opens at night. Do you understand now? And as for the expenses, I shall cover it. With that, a knowing smile crept across Lin Chuan's face. Oh. Thor was the first to grasp the situation, immediately deciding to go. After all, having led battles in Asgard for many years, he found himself now stripped of his divine powers and living as a mortal. It was a rare opportunity to enjoy a meal, and it was hardly appetizing. Naturally, he sought a chance to indulge in comfort. After fighting for so long, what harm could there be in savoring a moment of relaxation? Let the music play. Let the dancing commence. Coulson, however, interjected with a serious demeanor, proclaiming, such disreputable barbershops must be condemned. We must criticize them thoroughly. I shall critique them with a discerning eye. Lin Chuan, observing Coulson's earnest expression, was taken aback. Goodness, you speak with such righteous indignation. I never anticipated you to be this kind of Coulson. Chapter 70. Why is it that everyone except me can wield a hammer? In a barbershop that only opened its doors during the late hours of the night, Lin Chuan, Thor, and Coulson reclined in the shampoo area, each harboring their own thoughts. One was reflecting on the hard-earned victory at Blackwind Mountain and felt the need to unwind. Another pondered how, after years of battling for Asgard, he deserved to indulge in some relaxation. The third aimed to observe with a critical eye, ready to dispense judgment. Soon, 3 shampoo attendants approached, each activating their spray nozzles to dampen the trio's hair. They squeezed a dollop of shampoo into their hands and began to massage their scalps. Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel perplexed at the seemingly routine actions of the staff. Wait a moment, I recall reading online that your wash, cut, and style package is $2,988, right? Indeed, sir, the shampoo attendant replied with a charming smile. Then, may I inquire, how much is it just for a wash? For a wash, it is $30. The attendant answered candidly. And if I only wish to have a haircut, how much would that be? A haircut is also $30, the attendant continued. Hey, that doesn't seem right. If both the wash and the cut are $30, then how can there be an additional charge for the blow-dry? Oh. In an instant, the realization dawned upon Thor, who had been beside Lin Chuan, previously defending him. His quick wit drew Lin Chuan's attention, leaving him in awe. Goodness, how did he grasp that so swiftly? I haven't even processed it yet. Had Thor truly indulged so extravagantly in Asgard? After inquiring about the prices, Thor felt a twinge of unease and pressed further. By the way, may I ask, who will be doing the blow-drying? Naturally, it will be me, the shampoo attendant replied, flashing a wide grin that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. Thor, Lin Chuan, Coulson, run. It was unclear who voiced the command first, but the 3 of them dashed out of the barbershop, foam still clinging to their heads, sprinting at least 5 kilometers before pausing to catch their breath. As they looked at one another, each still adorned with remnants of bubbles, they erupted into laughter. Ha. After such a commotion, the trio felt their bond had deepened significantly. Indeed, the manner in which friendships are forged among men is remarkably unique. Once their laughter subsided, Lin Chuan inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Coulson straightened his suit and replied, I intend to return to the base. After all, I am the commander of this operation. And there are many matters at SHIELD that require my attention. By the way, Thor, since you injured several of our personnel, we are required to conduct a physical examination on you, which will also facilitate my reporting to the higher-ups. As he spoke, Agent Coulson patted Thor's shoulder, signaling him to understand the difficulties of the job. To be frank, had this request arisen at the moment Thor realized he could not extricate his hammer, it would have certainly been met with refusal. However, after Lin Chuan had taken Thor to the black market restaurant and the unconventional barbershop, Thor's guard had considerably lowered. He casually acquiesced, stating, all right, I am curious to see to what extent my abilities have diminished without my divine powers. Seeing Thor's swift agreement, Coulson couldn't help but cast a surprised glance at Lin Chuan. As Nick Fury's deputy, he had long dealt with various groups and was well aware of Thor's initial wariness as an intruder at the base. But now, following Lin Chuan's recent antics, Thor Odinson had relaxed his vigilance, narrowing the psychological distance between them. Was it possible that this was all part of Lin Chuan's plan? Such a step-by-step, foresightful approach was indeed remarkable. The depth of this individual's wisdom was truly unfathomable. In that moment, Coulson's assessment of Lin Chuan elevated another notch. At that instant, Coulson noticed Lin Chuan was surprisingly silent, his eyes sharp, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. A sense of unease crept into Coulson's mind. What plan was Lin Chuan devising now? Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, with a vacant gaze, observed the pedestrians on the street, pondering how the branch in the child's hand was so perfectly straight. Where had the child found it? He resolved to find a similar one for himself to play with later. Late at night, the 3 returned to the makeshift base established by SHIELD. Coulson took Thor to assess his physical condition, while Lin Chuan entered a relatively clean and tidy room to review his gains from the world of black myth. He opened his entry panel to examine it. So far, his entries, ranked from low to high, were as follows: green entry, thunderous roar; blue entries, mastery of combat, dragon's leap, overwhelming aura, innate strength, shadow shift; mastery of poison, red entries, complete concentration, bloodthirsty shadow, good guy card; purple entries, soul manipulation, fury unleashed. Throughout this journey, although the white-clad scholar had withdrawn his subordinates to a distant location early on, resulting in Lin Chuan slaying only about 100 enemies during this crossing, he had inadvertently acquired 2 purple entries, 2 blue entries, and 1 green entry. In truth, after so many crossings, Lin Chuan gradually understood that rather than focusing on slaying minor demons to upgrade his basic attribute entries, instead of merely vanquishing lesser demons, Lin Chuan contemplated the prospect of defeating formidable foes such as demon generals and demon kings, thereby seizing the attributes they possess to expedite his own growth. He envisioned his future traversal into the world of black myth. The lesser demons were merely a diversion. The true prize lay with the demon generals and kings. In addition to reviewing his attribute panel, Lin Chuan assessed the spells and magical artifacts he had acquired thus far. Presently, he possessed the spells of immobilization and energy condensation, along with the magical artifacts of the Fire Shield and the Crimson Tide. It must be said that these spells and artifacts had proven invaluable in past encounters, igniting within Lin Chuan an eagerness for the spells he might obtain in the future. Among all the spells available in the realm of black myth, there existed one that Lin Chuan favored above all: the technique of external avatars. Upon its utilization, he could summon duplicates of himself to engage in combat simultaneously, a battle strategy he relished. Serendipitously, this technique of external avatars could be learned at the Wind Bridge in Huanfeng Ridge during his next journey. Thus, Lin Chuan resolved that his expedition to Huanfeng Ridge would not only fulfill the divine task set forth by Guanyin Bodhisattva, thereby allowing him to transform into Guangji without temporal constraints, but he would also master the technique of external avatars. This mastery would undoubtedly ease his endeavors when facing the likes of the Chitauri or Thanos' forces in future confrontations. As he pondered these matters, Lin Chuan considered the implications of Guanyin Bodhisattva's commission, restoring the citizens of Huanfeng Ridge to normalcy. Presently, the means he could conceive involved a pilgrimage to Kamartosh to beseech the Ancient One for the Time Stone, which he would then utilize in the world of black myth for restoration purposes. Therefore, he recognized the necessity of planning a visit to Kamartosh. Lin Chuan believed that, in addition to acquiring the Time Stone, he should also delve into the study of magic. After all, the description of his purple attribute, control of souls, indicated that an increase in his own soul energy would enhance the number of souls he could command. If he could become a disciple under the Ancient One, he would undoubtedly augment his soul energy. Currently, he could only control a soul or corpse of near-demon king strength. This prospect filled Lin Chuan with anticipation for the morrow. According to the plot of the film Thor, after Thor's futile attempt to lift Mjolnir, the following day, Sif and the 3 warriors from Asgard would arrive in the town to inform Thor that he had not been exiled by Odin. It was all a ruse by Loki. To prevent Thor's return to Asgard, Loki would dispatch the destroyer armor to Earth with the intent of slaying his brother. It is worth noting that the destroyer armor possessed the power of flames, capable of unleashing searing fire from its head. The defensive capabilities are astonishingly high. Not only can it attack, but it can also defend. Lin Chuan thought to himself, this would be the perfect candidate for my experiment with the manipulation of souls. A purple attribute. If that is the case, then at this moment, Loki should have descended to Earth to seek out Thor and commence his deceit, right? Lin Chuan pondered. Meanwhile, in the temporary medical facility of S.H.I.E.L.D., Agent Coulson was examining Thor's muscular physique and couldn't help but exclaim, "Thor, your physique is truly beyond the realms of humanity. It's no wonder you can dispatch our agents as easily as one would dismiss a supermarket security guard." Thor, feeling somewhat disheartened, replied, "This is not my true strength. After being stripped of my divine powers by Father, I feel as though my might is reduced to less than 1/10 of its original form. Previously, I led my brothers to quell the chaos across the 9 realms. Those foes were far more formidable than you humans. It is only natural that your security system falls easily to me." Coulson, initially skeptical about Thor's identity as the god of thunder, now found his suspicions validated through medical reports and personal encounters. "All right, you can stay here for now. I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Coulson said, opening the door and exiting the medical room. Thor, left in a daze, found himself at a loss for what to do next. Back in Asgard, he had been a warrior, knowing only battle, either in combat or on the way to it. But now, with his divine powers stripped away and his trusty hammer in the possession of another, he felt like a headless fly, aimlessly wandering without direction in life. Just then, the sound of the door opening broke his reverie. He instinctively called out, "Coulson, Is it time for another examination? Expecting a response from Coulson. He was instead greeted by a familiar voice. Brother, it is I, Loki, dressed in a sleek black suit, spoke up. Loki, you've come. Upon seeing his brother Loki, Thor was overwhelmed with excitement, rising from his seat to embrace him warmly. However, Loki raised a hand, signaling Thor to halt, his tone somber. Thor, I bear bad news. Father has died of anger over your actions in Jotunheim. You have been exiled from Asgard, and Mother forbids your return. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter shock. What? The following morning, Thor, Lin Chuan, and Coulson shared breakfast together at the base. Oh, by the way. In the midst of the night, Dr. Eric, Jane, and Louise found themselves in the company of Thor, who had invited them to stay when Eric expressed concern about the god of thunder. At that moment, having just listened to Thor's tale, Dr. Eric wore a face of disbelief. I still cannot believe you are Thor. The stories surrounding you are eerily reminiscent of the legends. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan, casually enjoying breakfast, remarked, well, of course, since Thor is indeed the god of thunder, is it not expected that his experiences mirror those of the legends? After all, these events transpired in his own life. Dr. Eric, growing impatient, retorted, no, you misunderstand my point. I am suggesting that Thor may be fabricating these tales to deceive us. Moreover, in the mythos, should not the warriors of Asgard accompany the god of thunder? Where are they? Where have they gone? Just as he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed through the room. 3 men clad in antiquated medieval armor, wielding an array of weapons, knives, guns, swords, and shields, burst in. Upon seeing Thor, they joyfully exclaimed, Thor, we have finally found you. Observing the unfolding scene, Lin Chuan remarked with a sense of familiarity, see, I told you so? The warriors of Asgard. Dr. Eric gasped, is this real? Are the warriors of Asgard truly here? Could it be that Thor is indeed the god of thunder? Meanwhile, Agent Coulson frantically questioned his subordinates, is our security system truly this inadequate? Last night, Thor infiltrated our premises, and now, this morning, 3 strangers have appeared. A vigilant subordinate, gun in hand, replied, apologies, but these individuals descended from the sky. We witnessed a rainbow-like portal open above, and they simply fell to the ground. We had no time to react. Coulson furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Descended from the sky? Could it be, as Lin Chuan suggested, that Thor is genuinely the legendary god of thunder? Contemplating this, Coulson gestured for his subordinates to lower their weapons, indicating that he would handle the situation. At that moment, Sif, donned in silver armor, entered the room. Spotting MJ resting on the table, she smiled reassuringly. Thor, I knew you would regain the hammer's recognition. Thor, with a wry smile, replied, no, you have misunderstood. I have not regained the hammer's favor. The one worthy of lifting it is someone else. Sif, taken aback, exclaimed, what? This is impossible. Since its inception, only you and King Odin have been able to wield it. How could there be another on Earth capable of doing so? Thor, noticing Sif's incredulous expression, nudged Lin Chuan with his elbow, signaling him to demonstrate. Lin Chuan, feeling somewhat helpless, thought, I was simply enjoying my meal. Awakened unexpectedly, I found myself compelled to impress. However, I soon realized that the truth would inevitably come to light, so I dismissed further thoughts. With a simple gesture, I effortlessly lifted the mighty Mjolnir. Seeing this, Sif was taken aback. Good heavens, what am I witnessing? There are indeed others capable of wielding the hammer. Beside them, Jane observed Sif's astonished reaction, perplexed. Is the hammer truly that difficult to lift? Perhaps I should give it a try? She reached out, intent on grasping it. The god of thunder quickly intervened. Ever since his exile to Earth, Jane had been a constant source of support. After Loki revealed the news of his banishment late at night, it was Jane who took the initiative, encouraging him to open up, which provided him some solace. For those unworthy of the hammer's recognition, it would remain forever beyond their grasp. Thor was determined to prevent Jane from encountering any harm in her attempt to lift it. Lin Chuan placed Mjolnir on the ground and turned to Thor, saying, it's fine. Thor, let's just consider this a playful experiment. To be honest, he too was curious to see if this future goddess of thunder could indeed lift the hammer. All right, let us give it a try, he said. With Lin Chuan's encouragement and the hammer resting on the ground, Thor relented. Then, with Thor's heart filled with apprehension, Jane effortlessly lifted Mjolnir. Huh? This feels surprisingly light, she remarked, confusion etched on her face. Thor was left in disbelief, exclaiming, what? How is this possible? Why is it that everyone except me can lift the hammer? Chapter 71. Hey, wife, come out and gaze at the divine. Lin Chuan was momentarily astonished to witness Jane, the future goddess of thunder, effortlessly lift Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. After all, according to the narrative of the film, Jane's ability to wield the mighty hammer stemmed from a moment of love shared with Thor, during which he casually declared his intent to forever protect her. This vow enabled Jane, who was battling cancer, to eventually lift the hammer. Therefore, it was indeed peculiar that she could grasp it at this moment, given that the new enchantment had not yet been inscribed upon Mjolnir. However, upon deeper reflection, This anomaly seemed somewhat justifiable. In the comics, Mjolnir is not merely an inanimate object. It is, in essence, a vessel, crafted from the mythical URU metal. It encapsulates a primal force, tamed by Odin, known as the Storm of the Gods. This so-called divine tempest possesses its own consciousness. Although subdued by Odin's might, it harbors a disdain for such confinement and domination. In the comics, Jane's ability to lift Mjolnir is attributed to her being summoned by this very storm of the gods. Thus, in essence, Jane inherently possesses the divine essence required to wield Mjolnir. With this realization, Lin Chuan could not help but chuckle, recalling that, in the comics, when Jane first appeared as the goddess of thunder, Thor himself was oblivious to her true identity. He even mistook her for his mother, feeling a maternal warmth and grandeur emanating from her. This inadvertently led to an awkward moment for Jane, perhaps unable to endure the misunderstanding. She bestowed a tender kiss upon him before departing. The ensuing events were even more amusing after Jane's departure. Thor meticulously compiled a list to deduce the identity of the figure behind the goddess of thunder's mask, which notably included Loki's name. At that moment, Lin Chuan found himself unable to contain his laughter. What had Loki and Thor engaged in for Thor to suspect that it was Loki who kissed him? Ah, the affairs of the Nordic pantheon are indeed chaotic. Jane, how could this be? No, I must try again. Observing Jane, who was noticeably petite and delicate compared to him, effortlessly wielding the hammer, Thor began to wonder if perhaps the enchantment placed upon Mjolnir by their father had faltered. Thus, he reached for the hammer, intent on lifting it. However, with a resounding thud, Mjolnir crashed heavily to the ground, proving utterly impossible for Thor to lift. Lin Chuan. Jane. At this sight, Thor was left utterly speechless. It appears that I shall not be able to rise in the short term. Very well, I shall resign myself to this fatigue. Let this world be consumed in ruin. By the way, why have you descended from Asgard? My father perished because of me, and I have been eternally banished from Asgard. According to the regulations, you should not have been permitted to visit me. At this moment, the attention of the god of thunder finally shifted from his hammer to the three warriors of the fairy palace and Sif. Upon hearing this, Sif could not help but feel perplexed. Who informed you that your banishment was eternal? Who told you that the All-Father had died? She was aware that Thor had been exiled by Odin. Yet it was evident to all that this was merely a trial set forth by Odin to test the god of thunder. Once he regained the worthiness to wield his hammer, Odin would undoubtedly permit his return to Asgard. What talk of eternity is there? Moreover, the All-Father is dead? From whence did Thor acquire such news? Sif was overcome by an ominous premonition. Upon hearing this, Thor was equally bewildered. Loki informed me. He descended to convey this matter to me earlier this night. Upon hearing this, Sif seemed to grasp the situation with clarity. In a serious and solemn tone, she remarked, Thor, Loki is now the regent of Asgard. The All-Father Odin is merely in a state of slumber. He has not perished. Upon Sif's words, Thor suddenly comprehended the truth. Everything was a scheme orchestrated by Loki. It was no wonder, for a being who, at the tender age of 8, transformed into a venomous serpent to attempt to slay him, and who bears the title of the god of deception, would think nothing of weaving a small falsehood to attain the throne. Such actions were utterly commonplace for Loki. Just as Thor was about to speak, suddenly, the sky resonated with thunder once more. With a resounding crash, a rainbow-hued portal descended from above. On the ground, a towering iron giant, 3 stories high, emerged. Thor's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Is this the destroyer armor? At this moment, within Lin Chuan's view, the term destroyer armor also appeared. Destroyer armor, identity, guardian of Odin's treasury in Asgard, possessed attributes, light of destruction, red, fury of strength, blue, invincible defense, blue. Upon seeing this, Lin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 blue attributes, 1 red attribute. This is undoubtedly a character of royal caliber. It is precisely the kind of character that I can control with my current soul power. Furthermore, the destroyer armor itself is a formidable opponent. In the comics, it was crafted from the enchanted metal of the dwarves, just like Thor's hammer, and it accompanied Odin in vanquishing an entire battalion of celestial beings. Although in the cinematic narrative, in order to balance combat power, significant reductions were enforced. However, its inherent capabilities remain formidable. This destroyer armor, I am determined to possess it. Lin Chuan gazed at the destroyer armor, his eyes inadvertently shimmering with intense avarice. Meanwhile, on the other side, the security system of S.H.I.E.L.D. began to activate. Since the destroyer armor was dispatched by Loki to eliminate Thor, it naturally moved towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, where Thor was located. After futile negotiations with the security personnel, they resorted to gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Countless lethal bullets rained upon the destroyer armor. Yet these projectiles were instantly transformed into molten metal by the intense flames surrounding it, leaving onlookers astounded. Coulson, observing from the side, could not help but express his astonishment. How could this be? What bullets could possibly have no effect on him? Lin Chuan, however, remained remarkably composed, as if accustomed to such phenomena. This was, of course, expected. His previous experiences in the world of dark myths had informed him that once one reached the level of a demon general, conventional firearms and ammunition were largely ineffective. In the presence of great powers, even nuclear weapons seemed no more threatening than a child's plaything. Therefore, it was truly preposterous to think that ordinary firearms could pose any challenge to the quasi-demon king-level destroyer armor. In Asgard, Loki, adorned with a golden horn crown and seated upon his throne, observed the mortal soldiers incessantly firing at him through the vision of the destroyer. He could not help but scoff. Humph, mere mortals dare to inflict harm upon me? Subsequently, he directed the destroyer to unleash a searing laser, obliterating all surrounding vehicles. Boom, boom, boom. The S-H-I-E-L-D base erupted into chaos as countless vehicles were destroyed and security personnel suffered significant casualties. Witnessing the panicked crowd, Loki's face broke into a smug smile. Indeed, mortals are ultimately mere mortals. After a pause, Loki continued, "Now, having cleared the obstacles, my next target is you, Thor." He then spotted Thor at the center of the base, controlling the destroyer armor as it advanced forward. With every step of the massive destroyer, the ground reverberated with a thunderous sound. Coulson, the base's commander, felt a surge of panic. After all, the base's security system had unleashed nearly all its weaponry in a barrage, yet these bullets barely grazed the destroyer armor. Although S-H-I-D-L-D possessed some heavy or special weapons specifically designed for such extraordinary circumstances, this operation had primarily revolved around the unmovable hammer that fell from the sky. Thus, the assessment level of this mission had not been particularly high. Naturally, there were no provisions for higher-grade weaponry. And now, this monstrous entity was clearly advancing towards them. Even if they had other specialized weapons to counter it, there was simply no time for their delivery. "It seeks me out. My friends, you must leave." A grave expression clouded Thor's eyes. At this juncture, he had comprehended everything. Loki, the brother who aspired to ascend the throne of Asgard, had deceived himself with lies. Upon learning that several of his friends had descended to Earth, he feared that the truth would lead him back to Asgard to contest for the throne. Thus, he deliberately dispatched the destroyer to eliminate himself. In this manner, the throne would eternally belong solely to Loki. "You have been stripped of your divine powers. Allow me to handle the destroyer." Sif interposed herself before Thor, brandishing her spear. She charged forth, utilizing the burning vehicles for cover. With a deft maneuver, Sif positioned herself behind the destroyer. Then, she leaped into action. The spear plunged directly into the neck of the destroyer. In that instant, the flames within its head extinguished. Feeling the lifelessness of the destroyer beneath her, Sif grinned triumphantly at the others in the base and proclaimed, "What did I say? Just leave it to me." However, upon hearing Sif's voice, Loki's brow furrowed, and he scoffed. "Humph. Noisy." Immediately afterward, the destroyer turned its entire form, unleashing an energy blast aimed at Sif's head. Boom. A searing red energy burst forth from the destroyer's head. Fortunately, Sif, perceiving the imminent danger, leaped away just in time to evade disaster. Nevertheless, she realized the sheer terror of the destroyer. She understood that, with just a few of them, they could never stand against it. Thus, as Sif retreated, she urged everyone still at the base to flee quickly. Thor, witnessing the chaos and panic among the base personnel due to him, felt a pang of guilt. Consequently, he addressed those around him. "Loki is here for me. Only my death can ensure your safety." With that, Thor stepped forward, preparing to face his demise. However, just as he was about to cross the threshold of the base, Lin Chuan reached out to halt him. "No, Thor, it's not that dire. Let me show you something extraordinary." Thor? He was utterly perplexed by Lin Chuan's intentions. It must be noted that the destroyer was the guardian of his father's treasury. Ordinary intruders could not breach its defenses, much less an average mortal from Earth. "No, Lin Chuan, come back." The thunder god shouted at Lin Chuan's retreating figure, yet Lin Chuan paid no heed to the call behind him. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the surrounding buildings and vehicles, ravaged by the laser of the destroyer armor, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Excellent. Such formidable destructive power. Only with such might is one worthy of being the first to wield the command of the soul manipulation skill. Meanwhile, Loki, observing through the destroyer armor, noticed Lin Chuan advancing towards him, a look of disdain crossing his features. Humph, yet another oblivious mortal from Earth. Moreover, he carries nothing in his hands. What does he intend to do? Seek death? Very well, I shall oblige. Loki was truly incensed. He had merely wished to eliminate Thor alone. Why must there be so many who thwart him repeatedly? Why do so many supporters surround Thor, making him appear as the true king of Asgard? While Loki feels like a mere jester, Loki could no longer tolerate this. Thus, regardless of whether this mortal bore weapons, he had but one objective: to see him perish. However, in the next moment, Lin Chuan flipped his right hand, revealing the crimson tide. Instantly, Lin Chuan transformed into the formidable Master Guangji. Upon witnessing this, Loki's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. Oh, this earthling possesses some merit. Yet, it is still far from sufficient. Just as Loki intended to command the destroyer armor for an assault, suddenly, Lin Chuan's entire body expanded dramatically, emanating a brutal aura. Countless fiery serpents swirled around him. This presence was akin to that of a true harbinger of destruction, even more so than the destroyer armor itself. Loki was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Observing from the base, Thor was equally taken aback. To him, the aura radiating from Lin Chuan was nearly on par with that of his father. The frost giant, Laura, encountered previously in Jotunheim, was effortlessly overshadowed in terms of presence. The two were simply incomparable. By Odin's beard, when did Lin Chuan become so formidable? Moreover, what astonished Thor further was how an ordinary earthling suddenly morphed into a werewolf. And as if that were not enough, how had his body enlarged to the point of towering even over the destroyer armor? Just as Thor grappled with the shock, he noticed Agent Coulson beside him, maintaining a calm demeanor, as if everything was proceeding according to plan. Observing this, Thor couldn't help but marvel. It must be said, Agent Coulson is the commanding officer of this operation. His composed nature explains his rise to leadership. However, in the next instant, Coulson trembled as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. While filming the increasingly colossal Lin Chuan, he stammered, "Hey, dear, come out and witness the divine." Upon witnessing this, Thor was left utterly speechless. "Hey, I had thought you, Coulson, were the epitome of composure. Yet it seems you are the most astonished of them all." Chapter 72. I haven't boarded yet. Transformed into the embodiment of wisdom, Lin Chuan, now a colossal figure, reveled in the profound changes occurring within and around him. A satisfied smile graced his visage. Indeed, a violet inscription, Wrath of Clarity. How remarkable. He could distinctly perceive the augmentation of his abilities wrought by sheer ferocity, all while maintaining a lucid awareness. He was not ensnared by the tumult of rage, allowing it to dictate his actions indiscriminately. It is essential to understand that in any altercation, fury merely serves to render one seemingly formidable. For the average individual, unaccustomed to combat, witnessing another's anger, eyes ablaze, movements grandiose, can indeed instill a measure of trepidation. However, such behavior, governed by unbridled wrath, presents glaring vulnerabilities to seasoned fighters. A moment's inattention or an opening could lead to swift defeat. Hence, mindless rage is inadvisable. Only a composed fury is truly fearsome. Lin Chuan now relished the surge of adrenaline coursing through him, enhancing his physical capabilities, while simultaneously retaining a calm demeanor to strategize his approach. This is the essence of true terror. Just like now, Lin Chuan was acutely aware that the formidable destroyer armor before him, despite its fearsome appearance, was fundamentally a fire attribute attacker. He possessed a magical artifact, the Fire Shield, capable of nullifying all fire-based assaults. Confronting this destroyer armor would be a mere trifle. On the other side, Loki gazed at Lin Chuan, now transformed into a towering werewolf, even larger than the destroyer armor. Although initially taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. He conceded that Lin Chuan's transformation was indeed astonishing at first glance. However, one must remember that the destroyer armor was specifically designed to guard King Odin's treasury. Even multiple frost giants, stealthily infiltrating the vault, had proven no match for the destroyer armor. What chance did this unassuming earthling stand? Earthling, I acknowledge your potential. Yet this is where it ends. Loki, adorned with golden horns and seated upon his throne, scoffed derisively. He then intended to command the destroyer armor to unleash a laser, obliterating this audacious earthling once and for all. Yet suddenly, through the visor of the destroyer armor, Loki discovered that its head appeared ensnared by some entity, obscuring its view of the surroundings. Ah, indeed, earthlings are but mortals. Do they presume that ensnaring the destroyer's head would prevent it from firing lasers? Such reasoning is utterly ludicrous. Watch as I pierce through your feeble contraption. Loki intensified the power, commanding the destroyer armor to continue firing lasers. However, after a full 10 seconds, regardless of how he escalated the power, regardless of how Loki unleashed his beams of energy, the destroyer armor stood resolute before him, impervious to his attacks. At this moment, Loki found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, on Earth, Thor, Sif, and the Warriors 3 were equally astonished. Others might not grasp the true potency of the destroyer armor, but these native Asgardians were well aware. The destroyer armor served as the guardian of Odin's vault. The laser beams emanating from it were formidable enough to daunt even Odin, who often chose to evade confrontation. Even Odin himself would suffer greatly if he attempted to withstand a blast from the destroyer armor. Yet, what was occurring now? Lin Chuan merely wrapped a piece of cloth around the destroyer's head, rendering its laser capabilities utterly ineffective. This was indeed an artifact of immense power. Thor even felt that this piece of cloth in Lin Chuan's hands might surpass the might of his own hammer in terms of functionality. On another front, Lin Chuan observed the destroyer, encased in a fire-repelling shield, and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, his judgment had proven correct. No matter how formidable the destroyer armor may be, it was ultimately fire-based. In the presence of the fire-repelling shield, its abilities were completely nullified, relegating it to a dormant state. With this in mind, it was now his turn. A smile crept across Lin Chuan's face as he brandished his weapon, blood-tied, and charged forward. Thud, thud, thud. Blood-tide struck the destroyer armor, creating indentations upon its surface. Moreover, under the influence of his fire control, the fire-based energy within the destroyer was gradually siphoned away. It appeared to be nearing its end, for the destroyer armor's only notable feature was its red attribute, destructive laser. This attribute had been rendered inactive by the fire-repelling shield. The remaining attributes, fury and invulnerable defense, were merely blue attributes equivalent to the strength of an ordinary demon general. Given Lin Chuan's current prowess, he could easily contend with them. At that moment, though Loki was unable to see the unfolding events due to the fire-repelling shield, he could sense the destruction occurring around the destroyer armor. The core energy within was being gradually absorbed by an unknown substance. Loki understood that if this continued, he would surely be finished. Damn those mortals of Earth. I will settle the score with you later. Loki remained acutely aware that his objective was to prevent his brother Thor from returning to Asgard. Thus, his only true adversary was Thor, who had been stripped of his divine powers. This enormous wolf-like creature before him was rather peculiar. It was prudent to avoid direct confrontation for now. Subsequently, Loki attempted to manipulate the destroyer armor to remove the encumbering cloth from its head. However, Lin Chuan, ever vigilant, was prepared for every move. How could one possibly be oblivious? With a firm grip on the crimson tide, a decisive slash severed the arms of the destroyer armor. Now, you must be unable to seize the flame shield. Lin Chuan scoffed. However, suddenly, Lin Chuan observed two beams of laser shooting forth from the wrist of the destroyer armor, aimed directly at the vicinity of Thor. Realizing this, Lin Chuan could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it, I overlooked this. While watching the film earlier, he only noted that the destroyer could emit lasers from its head. Who would have imagined that it also possessed a firing aperture capable of unleashing lasers? This was indeed unexpected. Meanwhile, within the base, Thor and his companions also witnessed the lasers emitted from the destroyer heading their way. Just as the beams were about to strike his comrades, Thor stepped forward, intercepting the lasers. Subsequently, he fell heavily to the ground, his body charred and blackened. No, Thor, Jane exclaimed anxiously. Hearing Jane's cry, Loki, seated on his throne, realized his plan had succeeded. He murmured, "Brother, you have finally met your end. This throne shall belong solely to me." Just as Loki envisioned how he would command the people of Asgard, suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Above the town where Thor resided, dark clouds gathered ominously. Faintly, the sound of thunder rumbled. Thor, whose body had turned blackened, began to levitate into the air, surrounded by flickering lightning. In the next moment, with a resounding boom, Thor grasped his hammer, his eyes crackling with electricity, fully revived. Loki, prepare to meet your doom. With a thunderous roar, he charged towards the destroyer armor and struck it with his hammer, sending it flying, causing those present to gasp in shock. Loki felt a twinge of panic but forced himself to reassure, "It's fine. The one injured is the destroyer armor, not me. What is the big deal?" Just as Thor was about to continue his assault on the destroyer armor, Lin Chuan intervened in a timely manner, saying, "Thor, calm down. The true culprit is Loki, not the destroyer armor. Leave this to me, and go back to Asgard to settle the score with Loki." Loki. Damn, who the hell is this werewolf? Can't he keep quiet for a moment? Lin Chuan still intended to manipulate the soul and body of the destroyer. If he were to be interrupted by the freshly revived Thor, it would be a grave mistake. After hearing Lin Chuan's explanation, Thor regained his composure, nodded, raised his hammer towards the sky, and bellowed, "Heimdall." Following this, a rainbow bridge descended once more to Earth, transporting Thor back to Asgard. At that moment, Lin Chuan suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, up in Asgard. Yet there stands the divine King Odin, wielding the Spear of Destiny, accompanied by the prophetic witch Frigga, and the trickster god Loki, master of illusions. Beneath Asgard lies Odin's treasury, and further below, an army of countless undead warriors who once fought alongside the goddess of death. Hela, not joining this epic journey seems like a tremendous loss. Thus, Lin Chuan hastily exclaimed, "Wait, I have yet to board the chariot. I have yet to board the chariot." However, perhaps an unexpected event transpired in Asgard, for after transporting the thunder god, the rainbow bridge vanished entirely. Witnessing Lin Chuan's eagerness to venture to Asgard and assist Thor in battle, the gathered individuals at the base could not help but praise him. Well, Lin Chuan is truly kind-hearted. Indeed, having already sacrificed so much, he still yearns to fight alongside Thor. Look, tears glisten in Lin Chuan's eyes. Surely, he is sorrowful for not being able to join Thor in combat. Lin Chuan truly is a dependable friend. At that moment, Tears welled in Lin Chuan's eyes. Yearning to cry yet unable to shed a tear. Please don't leave. I have yet to board the chariot. I have yet to board the chariot. Chapter 73, Visa for Nepal. Gwen's missed call. After a minute, Lin Chuan emerged from his despondent mood. Fortunately, at this moment, Loki in Asgard was preoccupied with how to deal with the transported Thor, and thus did not manipulate the destroyer armor. As a result, Lin Chuan, during his moment of despair, was spared from any ambush. Now, having regained his composure, he redirected his gaze to the destroyer armor. Lin Chuan understood that, in essence, the destroyer armor bore a resemblance to Sentinel robots, operating through three methods: autonomous action, remote control as Loki had done, or, akin to the comics' Allfather Odin, wearing it to obliterate an entire cadre of celestial beings. In Lin Chuan's view, the so-called destroyer armor possessed intelligence that teetered between artificial intelligence and artificial incompetence. Hence, he felt quite confident in his ability to manipulate both its soul and corporeal form. With Loki not engaging in remote control, Lin Chuan swiftly inserted the Crimson Tide into the chest of the destroyer, utilizing his fire manipulation power to absorb all the fire attribute energy within, until the energy was entirely dissipated, rendering it akin to a long-abandoned machine. Soon after, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the destroyer armor and acquiring a new entry, Light of Destruction, read. Without pausing to consider the newly obtained entry, Lin Chuan closed his eyes, placing his palm against the chest of the destroyer armor, and began to activate the purple entry, Control of Souls. In that moment, Lin Chuan suddenly sensed an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the destroyer armor. Within this connection, he distinctly felt himself in a position of authority, able to command the entity to perform his will. Then, Lin Chuan opened his eyes and restored the energy to the destroyer armor, reigniting the flames in its head. He then retrieved the two severed arms from the ground and reattached them to the destroyer armor. Before long, the destroyer armor resumed its former brilliance, radiating a dazzling light. Lin Chuan, how are you? Is everything all right? Coulson inquired, approaching after observing Lin Chuan's prolonged efforts to revert to human form. All is well. Everything is sorted. Lin Chuan replied as he leapt down from the destroyer armor. By the way, I'm taking this with me. Hope you don't mind? As he spoke, before Coulson could respond, Lin Chuan waved his hand, and the enormous destroyer armor vanished from Coulson's sight. Coulson, since joining SHIELD, Coulson has witnessed a plethora of peculiar occurrences. However, this day marked the first time he experienced such an array of astonishing moments within a single day. What in the world is this? Coulson exclaimed, his jaw agape in disbelief. I possess a modicum of magical prowess, came the reply. Magic? Coulson's mind was inundated with questions. On their initial meeting at Lin Chuan's residence, he had observed Lin Chuan conjuring a weapon seemingly out of thin air. At that moment, he had dismissed it as a mere sleight of hand. Yet, it now appeared that Lin Chuan possessed genuine skill. Such a substantial object could vanish without a trace. Suppressing his astonishment, Coulson responded, this individual was defeated because of you. Thus, keeping him by your side is far safer than placing him with us. You need not worry. I shall explain the situation to the director. As he listened to Coulson's response, Lin Chuan nodded in agreement. After all, Coulson was on the verge of becoming the next director of SHIELD in the comics. In terms of character, Coulson was truly commendable. By the way, Lin Chuan, per regulations, upon completing a D-level mission, you are entitled to a reward of $200,000. Given the recent events, this mission can be escalated to a B-level task. Consequently, your reward will increase from $200,000 to $800,000. And you may present one request to SHIELD. As long as it falls within our capabilities, we shall assist you. Have you considered what you would like to request? Coulson inquired. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Defeating the old man and acquiring gold coins? This is rather intriguing. It seemed he needed to engage more actively in significant Marvel events. After all, who would refuse money handed to them? However, a request within SHIELD's purview. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment before speaking. In that case, Coulson, I require a visa to Nepal. And it must be delivered by tomorrow evening at the latest. A visa to Nepal? Coulson furrowed his brow, not because the request was excessive, but because it was exceedingly simple. Securing a visa was trivial for an organization as formidable as SHIELD. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? This request is remarkably easy to fulfill, Coulson kindly suggested. Lin Chuan shook his head resolutely. No, I insist on this. He had not forgotten that the task entrusted to him by the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara was to journey to Huangfeng Ridge and restore the transformed citizens back to their human forms. The only means to accomplish this was through the Eye of Agamotto and the Time Stone. Thus, if he wished to obtain the Time Stone from the Ancient One, A trip to Nepal was absolutely essential. However, for him, possessing an American passport did not grant visa-free access to Nepal. Thus, acquiring a visa to Nepal was indeed essential. After all, he had no other pressing demands, and enlisting the assistance of SHIELD to procure a visa would conveniently save him the trouble of running around. Well, if that's the case, and you're not in a rush, we can tidy things up and head back to New York together tomorrow evening, and I'll have the visa ready for you, Coulson remarked. Lin Chuan nodded in agreement, gesturing for Coulson to attend to his tasks while he took the opportunity to wander about. Stepping out of the SHIELD base, Lin Chuan found himself in the quaint town. He was somewhat astonished to observe that the residents appeared largely unaffected by the cataclysmic arrival of the destroyer armor. While discussions did arise regarding the descent of the Bifrost, the sudden overcast skies, and the ominous rumblings of thunder, life continued as usual. Adults were engaged in their work, and children attended school, maintaining a semblance of order as if everything were ordinary. Initially perplexed, Lin Chuan soon came to terms with it. After all, life must inevitably return to its routine. Much like the chaos in Gotham, where the supervillains Joker and Harley Quinn wreak havoc against Batman, reality would eventually reassert itself, leading one to the mundane tasks of grocery shopping for dinner at a chain supermarket owned by the Bruce Group. Moreover, the location of the destroyer armor's descent was somewhat remote, unlike the invasion depicted in the first Avengers film, where the Chitauri army had already infiltrated the city and homes. It would indeed be peculiar if the town were significantly impacted. He casually entered a restaurant, settled at a table, and while awaiting the arrival of his meal, idly scrolled through his phone. At that moment, he noticed numerous missed calls from Gwen. What could she possibly want? With a beep, he dialed her number. Chapter 74, The Descent of the Rainbow Bridge, a call from Dr. Connors. In the city of New York, within the confines of her bedroom, Gwen stared intently at the phone, contemplating Lin Chuan's number. It had been nearly 3 days since she had been bitten by the spider and acquired her extraordinary abilities. Throughout this period, she had made countless attempts to contact Lin Chuan, driven by an insatiable need to comprehend the peculiar transformation she had undergone. Back when Lin Chuan was still in school, he had casually mentioned that his sudden surge of strength was attributed to a spider bite, after which he had fallen into a deep slumber, only to awaken with the ability to scale walls, shoot webs, and even send a massive truck flying with a single punch. At the time, Gwen had thought he was merely jesting, reluctant to divulge the true nature of his experience. However, the reality of her own circumstances now mirrored his words in an astonishingly uncanny way. This revelation ignited a profound curiosity within her regarding Lin Chuan, compelling her to seek a thorough explanation. Yet, over the past few days, Lin Chuan seemed to have vanished entirely, as he had not answered any of her numerous calls. This left Gwen feeling utterly powerless, as if her efforts were futile, like striking a punch into a soft cloud. Just as she prepared to dial yet another number, her phone screen illuminated suddenly, indicating an incoming call. It was Lin Chuan. Gwen quickly answered the phone, her voice bright with anticipation. Hi, Lin Chuan. What have you been up to lately? I've been trying to reach you these past few days. Lin Chuan pondered for a moment. In the preceding days, he had been coerced by Coulson, that relentless figure, into watching the SHIELD employee handbook in the confines of a car. Yesterday, he had wielded Thor's hammer, and today, he was engaged in a battle with the destroyer armor. Moreover, he had a tendency to silence his phone during serious matters, thus neglecting Gwen's calls. However, he certainly could not divulge these details to her. Instead, he opted for a lighthearted response. Hey, didn't I mention that I won the lottery? After withdrawing from school, I decided to go on a little adventure. I've been having such a great time that I completely forgot to check my phone. Is there something you need? Gwen furrowed her brow in contemplation. In her recent inquiries with the school staff, she confirmed that Lin Chuan had indeed processed his withdrawal not long ago. Initially, she had dismissed his claim of winning the lottery as a feeble excuse. Yet, it now seemed there might be some truth to it. Shaking her head to dispel the clutter of thoughts, Gwen replied hesitantly, I wanted to ask you about that. Although her mind was brimming with questions, the words fell short on her tongue. Yet, she found herself stammering, uncertain of how to begin. Lin Chuan listened patiently, refraining from interrupting Gwen. After all, he had ample time and could afford to wait for her. Moreover, he had already grasped the essence of Gwen's inquiry, which revolved around gaining superpowers after being bitten by a spider. He had prepared an excuse for this, thus he felt no trepidation regarding her questioning. However, suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. Lin Chuan observed as the temporary base established by SHIELD was graced once more by the arrival of the Bifrost. What was happening? Lin Chuan was puzzled. In the cinematic narrative, Loki had utilized the power of the Bifrost to annihilate Jotunheim in his quest to vanquish the Frost Giants, thereby demonstrating to the world his superiority over Thor, proving himself more worthy of the Asgardian throne. To protect Jotunheim, Thor had wielded Mjolnir to shatter the entire Bifrost. It wasn't until after the events of the first Avengers film that Thor retrieved the Tesseract and gradually restored the Bifrost. Therefore, by all logical reasoning, there should not be another Bifrost descending upon Earth at this moment. What could possibly be transpiring? With this thought in mind, Lin Chuan decisively interrupted Gwen's discourse. I apologize, Gwen, but I have other matters to attend to. If you wish to converse, I will be back in New York in a couple of days. We can discuss then. With that, he ended the call and hurried towards the direction of the temporary base. On the other end, Gwen gazed at the disconnected phone, feeling a pang of disappointment. She found herself perplexed, as she harbored a multitude of curiosities about Lin Chuan and had even written down her questions. Yet, when the moment arrived, she was unable to voice them. Gwen mused that perhaps she currently stood on the precipice of opening a door to a new world. One whose nature, be it good or ill, remained uncertain to her. Thus, despite Lin Chuan's call, she could not muster the courage to inquire. Oh well. He will be back in 2 days, she thought. It might be better to ask him face to face. Gwen resolved that when Lin Chuan returned to New York, she would demonstrate her superpowers directly in front of him, her wall crawling, web shooting, and extraordinary jumping abilities, revealing everything plainly. This approach would prove more efficient and alleviate her inner turmoil. Just as Gwen was lost in contemplation, her phone rang again. Checking the caller ID, she saw it was her mentor, Dr. Connors, from Oscorp. Dr. Connors, what can I do for you? She answered. On the other end, Dr. Connors spoke with fervor and excitement. Gwen, the equation Peter provided is effective. It holds great promise. I believe we can commence human trials within the next couple of days. This year's Nobel Prize is undoubtedly destined for me. Haha. Upon hearing these words, Gwen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Dr. Connors has been devoted to researching methods to restore normalcy to those with physical impairments, achieving the miraculous effect of regeneration akin to that of a lost limb. Initially, she believed this to be an implausible fantasy. Yet, astonishingly, this endeavor has come to fruition. They are even preparing to embark on the phase of human trials. Congratulations to the doctor. I wonder what I can do to assist? With a congratulatory smile adorning her face, Gwen inquired. Dr. Connors, still brimming with excitement, replied, Gwen, since you joined Oscorp, you have diligently contributed to my research, providing invaluable assistance. Therefore, I hope you can spend the next few days with me in the laboratory, witnessing this miraculous moment together. Oh, and by the way, the young man who provided me with the formula, Peter, will also be present. I've heard he possesses remarkable photography skills once the experiment succeeds. Let's take a celebratory photo together. Gwen nodded in agreement. Of course, Doctor, your experiment is destined for success. Chapter 75, The Bewildered Thor. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan arrived at the temporary base established by Ascendancy. There, he encountered Thor, who had descended from the Rainbow Bridge. Engaged in lively conversation with the gathered crowd, this left Lin Chuan utterly perplexed. Wasn't it so that the Rainbow Bridge was supposed to be shattered by Thor's hammer? How was it that Thor appeared unfazed, returning from Asgard to chat with everyone? In a state of confusion, Lin Chuan approached to inquire about the situation. After Thor's explanation, Lin Chuan finally grasped the events that had unfolded. In the original storyline, after Thor was fully resurrected, he had taken some time to deal with the destroyer armor. This granted Loki a brief window to hasten the Rainbow Bridge's instability, leading Thor, in a bid to protect Jotunheim, to ultimately smash the bridge with his hammer. However, due to Lin Chuan's earlier intervention to prevent the destroyer armor from being destroyed by Thor, the latter had reached Asgard ahead of schedule, resulting in Loki being defeated before he could even arrive at the Rainbow Bridge. Nevertheless, akin to the film, Loki ultimately fell from the Rainbow Bridge, his fate unknown. To be honest, I find myself torn between the desire to locate Loki and the wish to avoid him, especially after he engaged in so many absurd antics during my absence. Yet, my mother is saddened by Loki's disappearance. In summary, I am genuinely at a loss for what to do. After recounting the tale, Thor, wielding his hammer, let out a deep sigh. Lin Chuan gazed at the fully rejuvenated Thor, clad in silver armor, donning a red cape, and gripping his hammer. He proposed, in that case, let us engage in a duel. It would be a fine way to vent the frustrations that weigh upon your heart. While there were numerous weapons and entries yet to be explored in Asgard, it was clear that the realm was in a phase of rebuilding. It seemed rather unreasonable to storm into Asgard with Thor at my side. Thus, Lin Chuan began to contemplate his strategy regarding Thor. Previously, in the world of black myth, he had harnessed the power of Thor's hammer to wield lightning against his foes, achieving considerable success. Therefore, he was determined to seize the power of thunder. Although the hammer was in Thor's possession, Lin Chuan felt little concern. After all, Thor was the god of thunder, not merely the god of the hammer. Once he had bested Thor, he could simply claim the entries for himself. Thor, upon hearing Lin Chuan's suggestion, nodded in agreement. During the days when he was stripped of his divine powers, he had felt quite stifled. having finally regained his strength and taken hold of his hammer. He had been summoned to Asgard to confront Loki, only for Loki to fall from the Rainbow Bridge. One can only imagine the extent of his frustration. It was fortuitous that Lin Chuan was no weakling himself. As the two engaged in combat, he found a perfect opportunity to vent the pent-up frustrations within. Coulson, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. After all, Lin Chuan and Thor were undeniably members of the high combat power elite. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency sought to prepare for unforeseen events and unknown adversaries, so they decided to meticulously document the fight between Lin Chuan and Thor. This would offer invaluable insights for future encounters with enemies. Thus, they found a vacant area, assumed their stances, and soon the battle commenced. Thor raised his mighty hammer, casting a shadow over the sky as dark clouds amassed. Lightning churned within the clouds, and the air itself turned frigid. Lin Chuan couldn't help but scoff at the theatrics. Was such a display truly necessary? Each time before a battle, Thor seemed to create a grand spectacle that unmistakably declared war upon any enemy. I am ready. Prepare for my assault. The mere sight of such a tempestuous display would surely prompt any adversary to strike first, seizing the opportunity for a surprise attack. Considering this, Lin Chuan had no desire to wield Thor's hammer himself. After all, wasn't it more prudent to siphon the power of thunder directly from Thor? There was no need to brandish the hammer with its cataclysmic implications, which would only prolong the enemy's reaction time. It was merely today that he was serving as Thor's sparring partner. Under normal circumstances, he would have already dashed in for a quick flurry of punches. At that moment, Thor completed his preparation. Floating in midair, crackling with electricity, he shouted to Lin Chuan, "Be careful. I am about to strike." Instantly, countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, forming an intricate web of electric fury aimed directly at Lin Chuan. However, Lin Chuan remained unfazed. He carefully gauged Thor's trajectory, and with a swift incantation of shadow shift, he instantaneously repositioned himself. In a fluid motion, he summoned the Crimson Tide and executed a decisive strike. Though initially startled by Lin Chuan's sudden movement, Thor's years of battle experience kicked in as he tightened his grip on the hammer and retaliated. Unfortunately for Lin Chuan, Thor targeted an opening in his defense, forcing him to absorb the blow directly. He was sent hurtling backward. Realizing he might have gone too far, Thor halted his assault and glided over to Lin Chuan, inquiring, "Are you all right, Lin Chuan?" Lin Chuan, rubbing his left arm that had endured the weight of Thor's hammer, was astonished to discover he had sustained no injuries whatsoever. Suddenly enlightened, he realized, as hard as stone. A red attribute. Unbeknownst to him, his strength had escalated to such an extraordinary level. With this revelation, Lin Chuan beamed at Thor and proclaimed, "I am perfectly fine. Come, let us commence the second round." Upon witnessing the scene, Thor was still somewhat apprehensive. "Is everything truly all right? I saw you being sent flying just now. I am concerned." Lin Chuan gazed intently into Thor's eyes, speaking earnestly. "No, the one who should be worried is you." As the words fell, the destroyer armor manifested beside Thor. With a swift whoosh, a laser beam erupted from its head. Chaos ensued, leaving Thor utterly bewildered. What on earth? How did this destroyer armor suddenly appear beside me? Moreover, it appears to be obeying Lin Chuan's commands. Is this armor truly from Asgard, or is it Lin Chuan's? Before he could voice another thought, Thor hastily raised his hammer to shield himself. Yet the laser emitted from the destroyer armor was overwhelmingly powerful. Even with the hammer raised, he was still propelled backward. Lin Chuan, sensing an inexplicable connection with the destroyer armor, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the purple attribute of soul manipulation proved to be immensely useful. Coupled with his storage space, it allowed for sudden ambushes against foes, catching them completely off guard. If his soul power were to strengthen in the future, commanding entities with the strength of numerous quasi-demon kings to attack adversaries would surely bring even Thanos to his knees. However, Lin Chuan's gaze lingered on the direction in which Thor had been flung, a greedy expression crossing his face. "Thor, I have set my sights on that attribute of yours that grants control over thunder.